time is not on your side.
Welcome back to Lille. This is day 2 of the Riftbound Regional, and now there's no room for mistakes. Day 1 was a battlefield, but today only the strongest are still standing. This is where legends are made. Every decision matters more, and every single player is here for one thing: the title. The stakes are higher than ever, and the path to the crown starts now.
Welcome everybody to day 2 of RQ Lille. James and Lothar to take you through the beginning of the day and get ready to determine the second European RQ champion.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see what we're gonna see in the broadcast, because we're gonna have a lot of people. This is also the first time in regional when we have the most amount of legends in day 2 from all the regions so far. So very big variety.
Yeah, we have a lot to track throughout the day. Lots of things happening, lots of Riftbound still to play. Ooh, we had 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday, Lothar. It was a long day. It was a long day. I know that you were home, stuck with us, so thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for joining us early today as well. Today we have even more Swiss, and then a top 8. So when we take a look at our format for the day, it's going to be 5 rounds of Swiss followed by a top 8 bracket, and that's where we determine who's going to win.
Grueling tournament, I'll tell you this. 8 rounds, 13 rounds of Swiss. Like, when you think about it, when you go to a local skirmish, you're gonna play like what, 5 rounds, maybe
Yeah.
6 maximum. It's like going to 3 essentially of those tournaments at once. If you're in top 8, it's like 4 tournaments in one sitting. That is, I mean, not one sitting, 2 sittings, right? But it's actually really grueling.
Yeah, you have just enough time, you know, grab some sleep, grab some breakfast, get back to the venue, and off you go again. So yeah, a lot on the line today, a lot from the player perspective of where they have to perform. These first 5 rounds, you have to make it through to the top 8. So let's take a look at our players that are in the running for that top 8 for now. When we look at our standings, of course, we've been tracking some featured players throughout the weekend. Quite a few of them have been doing well overall. You can see Alan has, as expected.
As
performed very
expected,
well.
yeah, 7-1. Actually, not best performing Ezreal in the field so far, but that can still change for day 2. Casanova, our fellow caster, doing really well with his Lucian, 6-2, still alive in day 2. And also, look at the end. We were following Yamato's Cannon journey. He was at one point 1-2-1, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And now it's finishing at 5-2-1. Not a bad showing for the first tournament.
Yeah, it's respectable. It's respectable. You're right there on the cusp of day 2. So impressive. I was speaking to Casanova earlier. Still in the running for Best Evolution. So, you know, we'll keep an eye on that throughout the day and see how that goes. Looking at our overall standings for the event, I think this is the players that we're looking in a wider pool of who is making the top 8. So a number of players undefeated so far. 10 players at this point in time. Of course, we saw Animation Module on stream yesterday. We saw Pedro, Squirtle on stream as well. So some names we do, of course, recognize all the way down the list, but a good variance of legends being played.
Yeah, when you look at the legends over here, you see that Draven is in the first place right now out of the 10 undefeated, well, actually 12 undefeated, but 10 people with 8-0. Draven is the first one, but then it's only one Draven in the top 16 so far. So quite a bit of a change from the last regional. Irelias, though, they skyrocketed in population over here, right? We have 4 Irelias, if I'm not mistaken, 5 maybe even. But overall, the variety is really incredible. You see so many different decks, and even if you look at, for example, Rek'Sai, there are still different variants of the deck. The same goes for Ezreal, if I'm not mistaken. There should be for sure different builds, and I just see the name Yehosera over here, which is a fellow competitor in other card games that I know for really unique deck building. And so if we're ever gonna get him on stream, it's gonna be 100% a unique build.
Well, we see the Ezreal there as well. I think I have to mention, we don't yet have many teams in Riftbound of note, but Challenger TCG holding it down with their players already vying for that top 8. I saw 3 players there on the second page. Of course, that's just the fact that there are so many players at 8-0 or 7-1 that we have to have 2 pages for you. So everyone, they're doing very, very well so far. It has been such a good showcase of competitive Riftbound, but not everybody's competitive journey is at this level. Not everybody has been joining us so far at RQ level. You want to start your own journey there. You want to make your path to pro play, and the place you can do that, begin your journey at your Nexus Nights in your local game store. That's where you want to get involved. I know yours is a really, really cool environment to get that experience in, and then so many people come over from their Summoner Skirmish, winning that buy round, come to the RQ and play against some of the best players in Europe.
I can only say this. Go to your Nexus Night, go to your LGS, play in those tournaments. That will give you experience. It's an awesome, just fun event. Like, I go weekly to one of my local gaming stores in my hometown. It's always a good time. It's nice to be socializing with people. You know, that's one of the most important aspects of playing card games. And you can see here in regional as well, so many people are just making memories, you know, and that's what I love about those really big events. It's quite different from like a normal typical esports event when you have like more isolated groups. Here you have like a big gathering, and it's like a unique experience, I would say.
It's so funny. I've introduced some of my esports friends to my local game store friends, and now they're just like one group, and I'm like, whoa, hang on a second. that's really cool, but also like, wow, worlds collide in that regard. And one thing to know, we don't have a graphic for this. I'm just gonna riff with it. I know as we come towards Unleashed, the local game stores, many of them will get copies of the Flash promo.
Yes, correct.
And that'll be given out at the discretion of local game stores, basically for being a good community member, is the thought process of these promos. It's like, hey, you do cool things, you bring people into the game, you know, share a good experience, you may very well be able to get that Flash promo. Super cool, because it's a card that so many people are trying to get their hands on, and, you know, that's another way to get it, just being a really cool person within the community.
Yeah, it's a nice incentive to, like, be a part of a community, bring maybe someone new to the community, right? And also, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a foil, but I might be wrong about that, so maybe I should not speak about it.
The promo foiling in general is gorgeous. Of the Nexus Night promo packs, we've seen so many players here. We were speaking, of course, to like Azir players and that, and they were like, oh, that foiling, I've got to get it for my equipment from Forge Nexus Night's promo. Okay, we've done a little bit of like how you can get involved. We've talked a little bit about the players that are in today's rounds of Swiss. Let's talk about the tournament a little bit wider. What have we seen coming from like the bans hitting the meta? How do you feel about day one meta here at RQ Lille?
I can say one word, and that's like variety. That's something I already said 2 times in this intro, but I think it's the best word to describe the entire tournament right now. We had seen, I know that the featured matches that we have are not exactly like an encapsulation of the entire metagame that we have. It's 2,000 people that were competing, almost 2,000 people that were competing here, right? So there's no way that we can show like maybe 16, 20 people on the broadcast. But in general, the pool is really wide, and we have seen the population not be also like top end heavy. Right, we have seen the most populated deck being 15%. That was Irelia. Then 13% Draven. And when it goes like to the trickle down effect, you can see that it's actually very healthy looking. Like, it's really looking healthy when it comes to the metagame. And this is the day 2 metagame, James.
Yes. So some really interesting things here. Of course, Irelia and Draven and Kai'Sa were our most played decks coming here, so you would expect them to be right there up at the top. Very similar to our day 1 breakdown, where Master Yi, Victor, and Rek'Sai come next, and then we have a sprinkling of other decks, but there is a Jinx down there at the bottom. Has been performing in a surprisingly strong fashion for a few players.
I hope we get to see the Jinx on the broadcast. It's going to be an interesting feature, because I don't know what type of deck this is. Is this like just a mid-range build that just plays Jinx to, you know, just hunt for that metal foil, play the legend, or is that something else? Is it more unique? But overall, I wanted to say that it is expected that the best 3 decks are gonna be overperforming, because they're the best decks, at least they are perceived as the best decks for a reason, right?
Yeah. And a lot of that comes from consistency, right? Of just like being able to draw the decent cards at the right point in the game allows you to come through more rounds with a win, and that is exactly what happens here. But I will say that there's a slightly different flavor on some of these decks. There are quite a few changes that came from the bans that make Irelia a little bit less potent and Draven a little bit less potent to some of the fringe matchups. We've seen it a couple of times, but in general, they're still very, very strong.
Yeah, Draven is incredibly strong, and overall, I would say that because the meta game shifted so much, the Dravens are adapting as well, but you will see that many actually matchups are not that easy for the Draven, like, from the get-go. We have seen Azir really perform well yesterday, and it's one of those decks that can outperform a Draven because of the final potential pushes with like the Death Grips that were very efficient, like super high amount of might. The juggling of the equipment is something that Draven can also do, but not to the same extent as some other decks, like the Azir, like the Rek'Sai, or, for example, the Ezreal, which are... Now, there are two builds, so... We have to approach it differently a little bit, but the tempo Ezreal is also pretty neat.
Now, I think this is a really important thing. We always look at day 2 conversion. This is the calculation of the percentage of players that played this legend, how many of them made it to day 2. And you can see this is in the order of the number of decks, but the conversion rate, when you look down the line, you start seeing a couple of outliers. Annie there at 26% of Annie players made it through to day 2.
Yeah, essentially, if there's like 25% conversion, means that 1 out of 4 players playing this deck is in the day 2. But what is also very interesting, for example, Irelia, there's 70 Irelias alive in day 2, which is 28% conversion rate. But when you think about the population of the day, there was 15% of the population on day 1, that was Irelia. But in day 2, it's going to be 22% of the day, which means that there's, when you compare it, the population day 1 and day 2, there's more Irelias on day 2 than there were in day 1.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean with that. As it's always really interesting to see which decks perform at a rate that more easily, or at least more consistently, I think is the right way of putting it, secure day 2. Because I think no one really has an easy route here.
No, definitely not.
The players across the table from you still have to beat them regardless of the matchup, right? That is one of the things in card games is a bad matchup doesn't necessarily mean you lose every single time, but interesting conversion rates there coming in to day 2. And I think some people were looking for sweeping change from the bans. For me, as a viewer, as somebody who is taking people through the action, I think there has been enough of a change to make a really interesting meta right now. There are a few things that are the same as the previous meta, specifically like Draven being there, Irelia being there. But I do think that is slightly more interesting, perhaps, than the Final Flight games we had.
Not even slightly, I would say. I think the game became much more robust in this meta game. It's less flimsy when it comes to the decision making as well. And that's also what you mentioned. Fight or Flight was such a big influence in how the game was resolving in the final moments that sometimes it was just hard to say, oh, I will make a calculated decision here. Fight or Flight was such an unknown factor in many games. You had to just say, oh, one of my units is just not fighting this turn, right? And if this is the last turn, that means that my biggest unit is not a factor. And in case of lack of the Fight or Flight, we don't really have that many reaction speed like influence for the combat, which makes Riftbound more interesting to watch, in my opinion, but also to play.
So people are going to clip out me being like, hey, it changed some stuff, it's interesting. And then this is the top cards for day 2 of like presence. So I will say, it's a lot of Chaos and Fury.
Yes, no, this is also interesting because I remember the stats from yesterday.
Yeah.
And Rebuke had 41%.
Yeah.
Which means that the population of the purple color is up from day 1 to day 2. And also population from Ferris Verona is also up, because it was 38% from what I remember, and now it's 46%.
Which does make sense, because when we're looking at the top set of decks, you are looking at, Irelia leans into Chaos. You've got Draven and Kai'Sa, both share Fury, and Draven, of course, has Chaos there as well as Fury.
Yeah, top 3 decks,
so
yeah, you're right.
Then you go to Rek'Sai, it includes some of the red cards, like where you're looking at whether it's Brynn here or Ferris Forerunner. Like, it does make sense where the domains break down across the top deck.
Yep.
Only Victor really there is trying to like drag things, and Azir to a different way.
Victor slightly underperformed when it comes to his day 1 as well, because from what I see on the stats that I've written here, he was 7% population on day 1, but for day 2 he's actually 5.3% of the population. So a little bit, like, let's say, some of the victors left,
Yeah, I think that's the interesting thing. We were talking to some of our Victor players yesterday. They were saying that it can be inconsistent. Like, you can just draw the wrong cards at the wrong time, where a lot of decks like Kai'Sa and to some extent Draven and Irelia, they see more cards. You more actively see things, whereas if you don't have,
definitely Draven.
Exactly. If you don't see Hidden Blade in Azir, oh, well, you might not be able to get quite as many cards.
Or the Shears.
Or the Shears, exactly.
Yeah.
Like lots of things that stop them from seeing as many. So not surprised to see Azir struggle. But it is a deck that I think when piloted well, when you do have a little bit of luck on your side with the way the cards come out, we've seen strong performances.
I think min-maxing in Azir is one of those very important factors. When you watch the feature players from yesterday, you can see that they are taking non-obvious actions in many times, or like are forced to do something and find a solution on the spot. And it's a very cool deck to watch because of that factor. Like the board state doesn't look great for them, and then suddenly just one decision and it clicks in your brain and you see like, that's how you get out of this sticky situation. You start juggling the equipment, the Death Grip is transferring the might to the other battlefield, the Azir then now moves the units with him and finishes up the game. It's an incredibly cool deck to watch.
It is, but it's big brain for me anyway, in a similar way, and that's one of the things that some of those decks really do require you to calculate out ahead, and being able to do that in time is a very innate skill in card games, where that's why we're watching the best players. That's why we're watching the top performers throughout the day. Of course, we will track as many of the unorthodox legends that are still performing. Hopefully, we'll get the Jinx that we were talking about on stream at
Would be really cool.
Because we're tracking for the best of cards throughout the day. We talked a little bit about the format and things like that, but that's the other thing that now we log right into. I believe, I don't have the stats fully in my head, but I think it's 3 best ofs are likely to have been determined already, because there are a few champions that have not made it to date.
Correct. Renata, Ornn.
I think it might be Garen, maybe?
Maybe. But this is the first tournament where we have so many legends in day 2. So it's really cool that we see this progress as well. And already 3 legends being distributed when it comes to metal foil. I think that's pretty cool. That they are still in contention, like the other legends are still being, let's say, waiting for the results.
Yeah, still to be determined, as we are getting closer and closer to round 9. Day 2 math is always difficult because I want to say it's like the first one of the day, but it's actually we're going into round 9 of Swiss. So we've got a couple more minutes now before we get there. Of course, players are filtering into the venue. We've got to get everybody set up, got to get everybody started at the same time at the beginning of the day. So that's why you're with us here to begin with on a Sunday morning. Thank you for those of you that are joining us. You can use the hashtag #RQLille in order to get in the conversation on social media as well. It's been such a cool event. I wish we even had some more time to go crack packs in the booth down there. I know we did one with
we did it on Friday.
Yeah, definitely wasn't a pre-constructed pack to say welcome to Lille.
It had a double red Altar of Madness, and what was the other one?
I can't remember, because if we were stacking packs, it wouldn't be like that. It wouldn't indeed.
If it was Blevins, it definitely would have been different.
I know, right? Always the case. Somehow, maybe we just get Blevins to open all of these packs on stage.
There's a box here. We can crack it now.
Speaking of Blevins, I know that he is standing by with Amy to get us into our first games of the day.
Hey, thank you, James. We're here, as they said, I'm Blevins, that's Amy. We are here for a nice long day of Riftbound action here at Regional Qualifier. Lille and Amy, I'm really excited. We are day 2 Championship Sunday. I'm so excited.
Honestly, I could not be more buzzed. The amount of variety, as they were saying in the intro there, is phenomenal. Most legends made it through to at least a day 2, and I can say there's going to be a variety that are coming our way, even ever so soon in our first feature match of the day. Hopefully our players have rested well, because it's going to be a long one. We've got that untimed top 8, so we've got that all to play for. You've got as much time as you need, and we're going to see some fantastic games unfold.
Absolutely. It is really awesome to see all this. There's, like you said, so much variety. Almost every legend made day 2, which means there's going to be a lot of people playing for top 8, a lot of different decks vying for top 8. Yes, I mean, we saw Irelia, Draven, Kai'Sa. We knew that was going to happen, but we have seen a ton of other stuff that is in contention for top 8. This may be the most diverse top 8 for any major event that we've seen, which is really crazy. But we actually have some deck lists for our first match of the day. It is going to be Irelia on the one side, of course. This is a deck we've seen quite a bit. It is right now the most represented deck in the event right now, of course, trying to, as you so eloquently put, Amy, protect the princess, build up all of those gears, get an Irelia out, and maybe draw some cards with Stellarcorn Herder.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Stellarcorn Herder shenanigans yesterday, and I imagine we'll see many more today, and there'll be a lot of Stellarcorns flying around the venue today as they draw many cards for their Blade Dancers. Now, this deck has shown that it's consistent. It has a lot of power when it comes to preventing your opponent from doing what they want to do.
Yep.
So not only putting barriers in front of their game plan, but also progressing your own at an ample pace.
Yeah, and having more of that early game action as well. We see Desert's Call, Lonely Poro. Desert's Call is a great card because you can play it early, but also play it as a bigger spell. But wow, we're seeing a Volibear right off the bat. Let's start it off with the big bear himself, Dazzling Aurora Volibear.
What an exceptional match this is going to be. We've got the ferocity of Volibear. Will Irelia be able to protect her units well enough when you've got such an aggressive deck coming up against you? We've got this amazing Dazzling Aurora build. You're going to want to try and get into that as soon as possible. Then you've got Deadbloom Predator. We've got all sorts of kind of tricks and cards in there that are going to make it difficult for an Irelia build.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cards in that Volibear deck. You know, we saw Volibear Aurora early on in Origins meta, and then it kind of fell off a little bit. I think people went for more of the Misfortune or Sivir Aurora with Spirit Forge. Well, now Volibear is here, and I think people remember that you can put other cards in the deck. It doesn't just need to be Deadbloom Predators. We've got, I don't know, Ferris Forerunner. You just get to play that card.
Oh, God, not again. The memories from yesterday.
It's one of the few decks that actually gets to play Yone, which is a card that I'm a big fan of. I don't know if you know, I opened the first signature Yone. James said I was lucky. I don't know what he's talking about. But it is a card there that both of those cards are actually very good against. Well, Yone is very good against Irelia because you try to hide that Yone, or you try to hide the Irelia in the backline. Well, Yone says, I'm going to conquer an open battlefield, and I'm going to hit the Irelia in the backline.
Yep.
And,
I don't care.
Yeah. Also gets to play Minotaur Reckoner, which says, yeah, I know you want to get this Irelia out of here. Can't move back to base.
No,
it's like Vile Mauslair on a giant Minotaur.
Yeah, we've got things like Bryn here, Thunderstorm, which is going to make a really big impact in a kind of over combat strong deck. You're thinking, oh, okay, how am I going to prevent my opponent from coming back at me? Well, I can just not allow you to play cards.
Yeah, it is a way you can have all the interaction that you want in the world, but Bryn here says, no, not today.
Not today.
But you know, taking a step back, I mean, I think it's just an awesome experience to be able to have a day two and not really be sure what we're going to see. I mean, we see a Volibear here. There's a ton of Azir, Rek'Sai, Jinx. I mean, Jinx. I heard the statement, Jinx is completely unplayable now that Miracle is gone. I heard people say it. So I'm curious, what are these Jinx decks? What are they running? I really want to see.
I think we should line those people up and make them eat their words.
Make them eat all of their Jinx cards.
No, then there's less Jinx in rotation. We want more Jinx.
That's true. We want more Jinx. We need to make them make more Jinx cards. There we go.
They have to play Jinx now.
They have to keep opening packs until they open Super Mega Death Rockets and give them to prospective Jinx players. There we go.
Yeah,
that's the community service.
That's it. Yep, perfect. We figured it all out.
But I mean, Jinx, I mean, we saw Annie. Annie's one that I think kind of very slowly went under the radar. Same with Master Yi. It was like, oh, Spirit Forge is out. That means that we can't play Proving Grounds champions anymore, right? That's kind of crazy, right? Those two were the two of the best decks in Origins, and they just
kind
went
of
away, and now they're back.
Yeah.
Now they're back. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw either one in top 8.
No, honestly, I wouldn't either. And I think that's the thing. When someone begins to underestimate a deck, when you're no longer thinking about it, when you're deck building, you're thinking about multiple things, obviously. But one of the main considerations with deck building is, what am I building this to achieve?
Right.
How am I getting my points? And how am I going to stop decks A, B, and C from doing what they need to do before I can do what I need to do. And realistically, you're going to be thinking about the top decks in that scenario. Well, just because it was a top deck in Origins, not Spirit Forge, doesn't mean it's still not a very strong deck and should not be forgotten and should be considered. Annie is one of these decks that can just keep fighting back because of that fantastic ability where you do get to reutilize your runes over and over again.
I'm secretly hoping that it's a Downwell loop, Annie, because that was a deck that I saw as a meme. Shout outs to Gale Wins for pointing that deck out to me. And it's a deck that can constantly play Downwell, bring back the Annie Chosen Champion, bring back the Downwell, and just keep bouncing over and over again. Is it good? Probably not. Is it one of the day 2 decks? I hope so, and I hope that we put it on camera if we have it, but it's unlikely.
That would be absolutely phenomenal to be able to see something like that come out of the bushes as such. But honestly, we've already seen innovation like that. Yesterday, we saw that Kai'Sa mech deck, which was something that was anticipated when Spirit Forge came out. I remember proxying that deck before the cards were out and having a play with it, but I couldn't quite get it consistent enough. And the players have cooked, they've worked with their teams, and they've come out kicking and shown that actually this deck is very viable.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point about the regional qualifier events specifically. You go to your next night, you go to your skirmish, you see even online tournaments, people are playing. They're playing level 1 decks. I mean, some decks are better than others. They're playing it. People say this is the meta. This is what you need to play. Well, you're playing an online tournament for fun. You're not necessarily showing all your tricks, right?
Oh,
you're holding them for the regional qualifier. This is where you want to win the most. So we're seeing everyone come out of the woodwork. We're seeing the optimized Mech Kai'Sa where, fingers crossed, seeing the Downwell loop Annie deck that's optimized and is going to take down this tournament. Maybe.
Maybe.
But this is the type of event where you will actually see those decks come to light. People thought Master Yi wasn't good, but someone knew that they were good. Well, it's really bad, everyone. Don't play it.
Terrible,
and then I'm going to bring it day 2 and maybe even top 8 this event.
And that's what it's all about. We're just going to make sure that you just let everyone underestimate you. And then here's a first vault runner in Kai'Sa, and another one, and here's Rumble, and they're like, oh, sorry, what? I thought we were playing Kai'Sa. I'm so confused.
Well, I literally made that face yesterday when we were watching the match backstage. I saw the Rumble, and I'm like, oh, they got a Rumble on. I'm like,
okay.
What? Wait, this is Kai'Sa. Why? What?
Where did that Rumble come from?
Why is there a Rumble in play right now? Just in play as Kai'Sa because it's Mech Kai'Sa.
Yeah, you can make that. You can make it work. Yeah. There are so many utilizations of mechs. Why are we not using them? Rumble is not the only one who can utilize mech mechanics.
Right.
We can put those in other decks.
Yeah, we absolutely can. I mean, and I think, again, we're planting the seeds in the early sets of Riftbound. And, I'm an old man. I've been playing card games for a long time. I know foreshadowing when I see it. I can look into the future and see future sets and go, oh, every time a mech comes out, I wonder how that works in Rumble. And I wonder how that works in Rumble. And then maybe in a few sets, we have a new whole mech set, and all of a sudden Rumble looks way crazier. These are the types of things that I think of. I'm here for a long time. These are the things I look into to keep my eye out for things in the future for Riftbound, and it's all very exciting to me. And we're even just seeing craziness right now, and there's only 2 sets out.
I know, and that's the thing, and there's so much to look forward to with these utilizations of certain mechanics, certain triggers, and certain keywords. You've got to really assess the potential of a card when you see it. Right. Okay, you think, oh gosh, I've opened so many of those. Well, okay, that's great, but have you read the card? Because it might not be great right now, but when something comes out that combos with that in 1-2 sets time, like Vendetta, you just don't know what's going to come out. So you think, well, actually, these common and uncommon cards I've got could suddenly become the strongest thing. Everyone's fishing around for them because people have counted them out.
Well, it's really funny. Did you know that Brynhir Thundersong was a legal card in Origins?
What?
No one played it. No one really played it. I mean, there was yes, I know. There were some Kai'Sa decks that played it in the sideboard. I know. High-level Kai'Sa. I know. But I also know that we've got a match here. It is a new match, actually. We were talking about Master Yi. We still have an Aurelia. We've also got a Master Yi here. We're going to be the battle of the calm decks. It is protect the president versus protect the princess. There we go.
There we are, and that's exactly what we're going to be trying to do. Honestly, I'm excited to see a Master Yi. We haven't been able to commentate one yet, so this will be exciting. Irelia, we've seen go from strength to strength in this event, but also we've seen her crumble. So, will this be her time? Will she keep on dancing, or will the Bladesman, rather than the Blade Dancer, take the crown?
Yeah, and this is an interesting matchup here because it could be multiple different types of Master Yi. There's a mid-range version, there's of course Aurora version, and you really don't know what it's going to be until it may be too late. But here we go. We are getting into the mulligans here for both players. I see that fabled monster, that absolute behemoth, Stellacorn Herder.
Oh, not again!
This is the battle of Stellacorn Herder decks. Both of these decks are actually able to run Stellacorn Herder. There's
there's three. Oh, we're gonna have a whole herd of Stellacorn Herders.
Wow, the herd of herders. What do you call a herd of herders? Is this just still called a herd?
I think it is just, I mean, it's pluralized already. It's just a herd. But it could get a little bit wild, drawing cards left, right, and center. But which one of our players will be able to craft that meticulous hand and make it through? Okay, we've got booties of swiftness. We love that. We love a bit of equipage for some ganking and extra might. And our first Stellacorn Herder joins the fray.
Yep, Stellacorn Herder. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. No man scares me, but that thing. It strikes fear into the heart of any deck, because any deck can be okay or can be better or worse against another, but when one deck has a full deck of cards in their hand, it is hard to deal with regardless.
It really is. And even just the fear that you strike into your opponent with a hand so large, you've got energy remaining, you've got to think about all the possibilities, and these calm decks have such potential for that. So we do have to bear in mind there's a lot that can transpire when you've got a lot of cards in hand and the energy to utilize them.
Yep. I want to point something out here. We see the turn happen from Irelia. They play Tide Turner there. They actually took quite a bit of time thinking about that play. And you may go, well, just play your 2-drop past the turn. It is not that easy. There is so much to think about with this Irelia deck, and we have seen, I mean, obviously this player is 8-0 right now in the tournament. They are making sure that they are taking the necessary time to actually plan out their turn, plan out their next turn, thinking about not just what I'm doing right now, but what is my game plan right now. So even little decisions like that are very important at this point in the game.
Oh, going straight in with Irelia, getting out.
Who played Irelia?
I know. Barksek played Irelia, not Gozit. But again, we're running that calm domain, so we can go ahead and also utilize Irelia in Master Yi, which is one of the things that also brings Master Yi into the limelight, makes it strong, makes it powerful, because Irelia does want to defend alone a lot of the time, so you're getting that extra might buff quite consistently.
Yep, you absolutely are. We are seeing the equip here from the Tide Turner. That is going to be 4 into 5 here. And we're seeing the Defiant Dance played out.
That's going to buff that Tide Turner considerably and debuff the Stellacorn Herder. So once again, seeing one of our strongest spells right now showing its stuff, giving quite a considerable amount of might to our Tide Turner, giving that the extra and taking Stellacorn Herder down to some depths, I gotta say, down to 1, which is quite scary, and then we go in and win with that 6 might.
Yep, take it down, get rid of that Stellacorn Herder. It's definitely one of the scariest things that can be out on the side of your opponent. But of course, that Irelia on the side of Master Yi. Now normally, Irelia, very strong in Irelia, also, as you said, very, very strong in Master Yi, and especially when there's that Vile Maw's lair on the other side, on that other battlefield. This is not a... This battlefield is way worse for Irelia than it is for Master Yi. Master Yi says, "Oh yeah, no, I'll just park here. I'll sit here forever." Irelia wants to obviously dance around, and Vile Maw's lair says, "Yeah, that's not going to be so easy to do."
No, I'm going to make that a lot tougher. So this was a great choice, especially for our game 1, making it really difficult for the pure Irelia build rather than our kind of Master Yi with a sprinkle of Irelia on top, showing that we've got our Irelia showdown right now as both are now in play. And now it's just the consideration of where to spend this energy. Do we try and get another Stellarcorn Herder out? Of course, we're both fighting over Zorn Warrens right now to try and get that early game card draw to push us into the driver's seat of this game.
It's just a Master Yi cosplaying as Irelia, and that's we love the cosplay here at the RQ, and of course Master Yi cosplaying as Irelia. That's, hey, we'll accept that as well.
I'd love to see it.
Yep, just going over a quick judge call here, making sure everything is up to snuff here. But, I mean, right now we're seeing the early game posturing. We already saw a Stellarcorn Herder get taken out. There's Aurelias on both sides. How are you feeling about this game right now?
I feel like we're taking it slow and steady. But I appreciate the aggression on the Stellarcorn Herder being really key to this, because you can see why they're both fighting over Zorn Warren right now. It is so imperative to both of these players that they draw lots of cards at the beginning, because then you not only have the knowledge of what's available to you, but you can plan turns ahead. You can say, okay, right, if I sequence this properly with all of this information that I have and all of these cards, then I can pull off a win. But the fewer cards you have in hand, the less you can plan ahead. And that's what this is about. This matchup especially is going to be a huge game of mental chess.
Yeah, absolutely. You're able to really take advantage of the fact that Master Yi wants to, but also kind of has to leave their units parked on a battlefield.
Yeah.
Well, Irelia does not have to, and if you're a sitting duck, well, or a Stellarcorn, you can move in. You've got a lot of combat tricks. Yes, Master Yi may have been able to fight over that that battle there, but when Irelia has a bunch of cards in hand and a lot of energy up, you really do not want to be taking combat trick fights with Irelia on a battlefield.
No, and that's exactly it. Both of these decks can use a lot of combat tricks. They've got them up their sleeve, but arguably Irelia has more. We have those Defiant Dance especially, which I think notably are going to be the turning factor when it comes to these larger combats.
Yep. Okay, looks like the dust is settled. We've got an Irelia coming in, conquering that Zorn Warrens. It seems like Zorn Warrens is going to be the contested battlefield of the day, sending the Lonely Poro sadly into the trash there for the Zorn Warrens, but that's okay because we've got a Ruin Runner, the big camel himself.
Ruin Runner was one of our stars from yesterday, which showed its stuff and how strong it can be to not be able to be affected by spells and abilities. The opponent cannot choose Ruin Runner.
Nope, you absolutely cannot. And in this case, it's really, it's good against, obviously, Rebuke. It's good against Defiant Dance. For the most part, Irelia is buffing her own units, but still just knowing for a fact that you can't be targeted, can't be charmed, which we saw be really big in other matches previously in the tournament. So that Ruin Runner is very safe and is going to be really, really big in the backline there. As the battle of the Aurelias has started. Get your memes out there pointing at each other.
Oh my goodness, wow. Okay, we've gone on guard on one side, discipline on another. This might is going up and down. It's wowza. This is like a ride of a century. We are not letting up on either side. And at this point, you've got to consider how many resources are you going to let go. At this point, Barsec is out of energy now. Goza still can keep going if they choose.
Yeah, there's still more cards in hand on the side of Irelia here. It looks like they are going to play another On Guard, which theoretically is going to cause this trade to happen. Or rather, not trade, this combat win to happen.
Victory.
Yes, we're going to use the Blade Dancer ability to ready the Aurelia as well. We're going to get a Zon Warren's proc. We're going to be able to move the Aurelia back, or rather, we could even move the Aurelia over to the Vile Mausoleum because we have the Swiftfoot boots if we so desire. So it's a matter of, do we want to leave the Aurelia on a battlefield here, go up to 3, or do we want to get her safely out of harm's way?
And that's the decision we have to make is it advantageous to try for a hold point here? Or knowing your opponent has a unit, is it safer to stay in base? I like this decision. I think you've got to, like we say, protect the princess, especially when you're up against another. However, Master Yi has lost their Aurelia, but we do have that Ruin Runner, which against something like Defiant Dance can just swing the tide.
And we've talked about it a lot over the broadcast, but it's worth reiterating. Getting that 3rd point in a normal game is not nearly as important as getting those even break points. So it's fine if you just randomly get it. If you hold and you go to up to 3, that's not a bad thing, but you do not want to spend unnecessary resources to get that 3rd point, and leaving the Aurelia stranded, especially on the Vile Mausoleum, is not where you'd want to be.
No, overextending is Aurelia's worst nightmare.
Yes.
It's honestly the worst thing that you could probably do by accident, but I think it's so easy. It's so easily done when you're up against a similar style deck. You think, oh gosh, I really need to stay ahead. And at the moment, Barsec is kind of leading that point war at the moment and just consistently going above and beyond. And this is where if you allow yourself to fall behind, well, I mean, that's going to be that, isn't it? Who's going to get to 8 first? Or if we're toe-in-toe at this point, it's quite clear.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And Master Yi, really good at holding, not necessarily as good at doing what Aurelia does, which is take 2 points a turn and get the units off. It's more of a, I'm going to set up camp here and really challenge you to get into combat with me. And Aurelia says, okay, that's fine.
All right,
I'm going to send in. I'm probably going to win the combat. I'm going to score on the other battlefield, and I'm going to get at least one of these units off of the battlefield as well. Is generally what Aurelia is doing. So you see Barsec get up to that 3rd point, but again, it's not 4. They have not progressed a turn further towards winning yet, which means that the point tempo, as we say, is on the side of Aurelia if they're able to get to that 4th point this turn.
Yeah, being able to just take advantage of the fact that Barsec wasn't able to gain that 4th point here could be a pivotal moment. If we're able to challenge the Ruin Runner and take Valmor's Lair, that could just catapult us into the lead.
And this is, I mean, this is day 2. This is both players at 8-0. So now the mind games start. If you are Aurelia here, you are very much thinking, what could possibly be in the hand of my opponent? What is the worst thing that can be? We know they have on guards, they've got disciplines, they've got punch first. So those are the cards that they are thinking, what range of pump spells can I play around? Am I willing to play around? Do I lose to? These are the things that are going through the hand. Even if there's not a lot of game actions being taken, there's so much going through the heads of these players right now that needs to be considered.
You also have to think about just how much energy has my opponent got to spend?
Right.
3, right, okay, so that limits the possibilities down a little bit because they can't play too many pump spells.
Right.
And that's really what we need to be thinking about, is what is the potential. And that's where these high-level players really gain advantage, knowing exactly what decks typically play, so they're able to react in tow. Just hiding a card and choosing to pass the turn. Holding on, appreciating that, you know, we're both not at that 4 yet. So if I can also strike a whole point, again, I'm just staying toe-to-toe with you.
Yeah, and this is exactly where Master Yi wants to be. Senses a bit of weakness. You know, Master Yi was holding up 3 energy and had a bunch of cards in hand. There's a wide range of spells that could be in hand there. Aurelia only has 2 cards in hand, so Barsec's getting the read here. There's not too much here. I mean, they could have had a pump spell. They could have even had 2 pump spells, but they were afraid of what I possibly could have had. So that gives you a read on the type of cards that could be in Aurelia's hand. And also, there's only 2 cards. There's only so much you have to worry about.
2. And that's why the Storm Warrens has been fought over so avidly at the beginning of the game, is that actually that card draw can be so significant. And especially now when we're seeing that actually down to 2 cards can be just not as scary as a flurry of cards in hand. Now Gauzier has the really difficult decision of what to activate. We can't win this alone, so Poro's going to need a backup from Ty Turner, dragging Aurelia from base into the fray.
Oh, right. And because of Vilemaw's lair, the Tide Turner can't actually move back, so it just pulls the Aurelia up. And now Ruin Runner may have gotten into a fight that they weren't ready to fight, but we see the Discipline starting it off. Going to try to draw a card, get +2 here to see if that is enough. But no, Gozer says not today, not going to draw that card. Let's see what we've
got a punch first. Yep. That's going to add an additional 5 might, taking Ruin Runner up to 10. It's not quite enough. Hard bargain comes down.
Okay.
Do we have a counter to that? We don't.
We don't, but we can you can just pay the 2 if you want, unless I don't know if it was repeated. I didn't see how much energy they had. I'm not sure if it was repeated or not.
The issue is the first punch just also isn't enough, so we would need to spend for the hard bargain cost, potentially repeat it, and then also play another card. Is it worth it, or do we allow that to just go through? We're gonna spend it.
It was repeated. They paid for it, and now, you know, we're not able to fully win the combat, but we take down an Aurelia and a lonely Poro, who wasn't lonely, so happy for the Poro. Not happy for Gozer here, who doesn't get to draw a card.
No, not at all. And I did a boo-boo. I forgot about Master Yi's champion ability being able to add on that extra might, and that because we were defending alone. So we do actually trade entirely on that one.
Yep, so the whole... as the dust settles, there are no units on the side of Aurelia. They quickly draw their card and pass back. And I mean, this is Barzak in the driver's seat here. They're going to be able to draw cards from the Clockwork Keeper here, from the Stellar Corn Herder. They're going to be able to get to that so important 6th point. And now, you know, presenting lethal just by passing is a place that you would definitely like to be, and that's exactly where Barzak is here. Gozer's going to need an absolutely massive draw here.
Trinity Force just to add on pressure. Going on to that first mate, we're really challenging this now. Gozi has got a lot of hoops to jump through and 0 units currently in play. We can get things ready, but it's not going to happen. Barzak takes game 1 of this round 9 here at the Lille Regional Qualifier.
Yeah, that is absolutely textbook there. I mean, it really... The start of the game, Aurelia got off to a fast start, was able to take out that Stellacorn Herder early, but slow and steady wins the race. That is Master Yi.
Oh, yes.
To a T. Nothing fast about the Master Yi deck whatsoever.
No.
Just taking a battlefield here, winning a combat here, holding and playing very methodically, and we saw that get taken down there. And here is a quick look at the Aurelia deck here. 2 main deck Vex. Love that card. Very, very strong, especially in these green matchups where there's a lot of combat tricks and these battles happening.
We just didn't see one.
No.
We just didn't see one. We've also got the Flash. I don't think we saw one of those either. Charm wasn't able to be utilized, so actually a lot of the deck was either just not seen or shut down. What do we think is potentially going in from the sideboard?
Yeah, we saw the Heart of Dark Ice, which was very good yesterday in the games we saw. We saw that hard bargain as well. One of the only ways to actually deal with a punch first potentially, which is certainly one of the cards that makes has the biggest impact on this matchup for sure. But Barzak, you can see here, has the sideboard notes written down. Now this is a tournament tip here. You can bring notes in and look at them in between the rounds. So if you know what you want to sideboard in for the games, you can have that written down beforehand. You don't need to try to figure it out on the fly. You don't need to try to remember it off the top of your head. You can have that written down. You can't look at it during the match, but in between games, you can look at those sideboard notes and have those ready for you.
Let's have a little look. We've got Sabotage, Auction, Defy, Not So Fast. A lot of these feel like they'd be good into this matchup, but which are the correct cards to put in and take out? I think that's always my hardest decision, is which cards I don't need in certain matchups.
Yes.
And being able to remember that. I'm much more of a write it down gal.
Yeah, if I'm taking a tournament seriously, I will have all of the top matchups written down for my sideboard notes. And then, of course, I'll play against something completely random and it will be thrown out the window. But for the most part, if I'm playing against the top, 5 to 10 meta decks, I'm going to have sideboard notes written down for those so that I don't have to think about it. I've got that mental energy spent elsewhere. And one card I do like from the sideboard of Barzak is a card that we saw a decent amount yesterday in a variety of different orange decks, and that, of course, was the Akshan. Being able to take that Guardian Angel from Aurelia can be absolutely backbreaking in some of these matches. And as we saw, Gozer lost a few units and then just never was able to recover. They didn't have any other units to refill with.
And that could be a problem solved by Guardian Angel.
Right.
So,
exactly.
Again, it's one of those things where actually it can be troublesome. I'm really curious to see which battlefields are going to get chosen, because we really saw the Zorn Warrens being so impactful in that game one. Both players fighting for it avidly because they knew they need the card draw, whereas Valmorlea was definitely left to the side. It was a really awkward one, and obviously the Zorn was much more advantageous at the beginning. Really, Valmorlea was only used in the late game to gain those extra points that we needed to push forward for that win. And so we need to see whether we're going to be able to utilize any of our card draw in other ways.
Yep. We see Forge of the Fluffed on the side of Master Yi with Targon Peak for the Aurelia. Now, Forge of the Fluffed, one that we see a lot in Lucian, and is a very, very good Lucian battlefield. Targon's Peak, really great, especially if you are going first and are able to conquer that first. So having a turn one play is going to be huge here for Gozer. They're going to be able to threaten that Targon's Peak right off the bat, get that energy flowing.
And we don't have a unit in response yet from Bartek, so we're back over to Gozer, and they're going to have free reign of it if they'd like to. And a Stellarcorn Herder now in hand as well. So, yep, that Poro is going in.
Yep, going to conquer, going to ready 2 runes at the end of their turn. They can even develop a Stellarcorn Herder now if they want, and still have energy left to protect it if they want. That's exactly what they're going to do.
I think that's a wonderful play, being able to utilize that battlefield perfectly, allowing yourself the extra wiggle room of having some open energy at the end of the turn and getting a Stellarcorn Herder into play. You can't make it up.
Nope, can't make it up, but that is now Lonely Poro getting 2 points.
What a good boy.
What a great Poro. It's so sad that he's lonely up there, but it is okay. Got a Stellarcorn Herder in the base that is going to be threatening to draw so many cards.
A much, much more dynamic start this time from Gozer, who's plummeting themselves into the lead here with 2 points from a Poro. Stellarcorn Herder threatening to draw more cards, being able to utilize Targon Peak. Amazing, with just an Aurelia and a Guardian Angel currently on Barsek's side. Now, it might seem small, but it certainly is scary when Guardian Angel gets equipped to Aurelia, so we know that the Fury is coming soon.
Yeah, the Fury is absolutely coming. And it's going to be a matter of, what can Barzak do to stem the bleeding here? They are now down a turn and a half in terms of point tempo. Obviously, that equates to 3 points here. But again, unlike Aurelia, Barzak is not really equipped to go in and conquer 2 battlefields and leave them safe. They're really good at conquering 1 and holding, but right now they're going to need to do more than that, because Gozer, if that happens, Gozer can just conquer the other battlefield, stay there, and if the game progresses, Aurelia's going to win.
Having a little look at that Forge of the Fluffed. Of course, we've got those Boots of Swiftness we could equip those. Just having a consider of where they might go, or whether we're going to play something else.
Yep, this is a interesting interaction between Aurelia and Forge of the Fluff, where you can exhaust Aurelia to use Forge of the Fluff, and they're wondering if they're able to. They're wondering if they're able to also use the Aurelia Blade Dancer ability. Okay, no, we're not using the Forge of the Fluff. We're just paying and using the Aurelia ability. Got it. There we go. So we're moving, getting the Stellarcorn Herder out of trouble there, moving it back, drawing a card for their troubles, and now we've got 2 not-so-lonely Poros and a Stellarcorn Herder with the Boots of Swiftness in the back line.
And it's a good place to be, but now Aurelia does have a little bit more free reign, and with a really nicely developed hand of useful cards, now it's time to act. So we've got Aurelia going straight into Forge of the Fluff for that first conquer point of the game, and we're going to use, there we go, our ability to equip and get some extra power, some extra might. So we've got an equip, we've got extra might. Aurelia's feeling pretty good in that situation. And we have lots of cards to back it up as well. We could even target those Boots of Swiftness with an Arcshot. I was about to say it, and there he is. We can target the Boots of Swiftness, and they are taken by Arcshot. We saw this kind of little combo in effect yesterday, and now we're seeing it today as well, giving him ganking, which is fantastic. Now charming the opponent.
Oh, very strong here. As that is going to be Stellarcorn Herder. Yes, you do still draw the card because Stellarcorn Herder is a busted card. In a good way, of course, but even on the way out, it's still drawing you a card. But that is Stellarcorn Herder gone for Aurelia here. Master Yi has set up camp with an Aurelia, with a Guardian Angel. It is... the princess is protecting herself at this point.
Oh yeah, she's strong enough to do that. She knows her place, and she is going to be standing firm, trying to now build up those hold points as well. Unlike the natural, firm stance of an Aurelia build, where normally you're trying to dodge in and out of battlefields, you're right, Master Yi is trying to do quite the opposite, and is trying to hold on in there, create this almost impenetrable board state on battlefields themselves. And we can see from the board state that Barzak has managed to create that is coming into fruition quite nicely.
Yeah, and you know, really big turn from Barzak, but look at the points. Gozer at 4 now. Point tempo certainly in their favor. They don't necessarily have to do too much right now. Yes, Barzak is certainly ahead on board, but they're behind on point tempo, behind on points. So Gozer could theoretically take a turn to develop and then pick these fights once they've actually got some reinforcements.
I think that would be a very strong position to start to put yourself back into this game. There's a lot of lonely Poros on this board. They're not looking so lonely right now. I think that's a bit of a fib, I've got to say. As we look to establish a stronger board alongside these not so lonely Poro.
Yeah, we're all alone in this together. Wait,
yeah, that's how it goes, right? Vex joins the crew.
Yeah, Vex sees all of the lonely Poros and is sad about it. So this is all playing on brand thematically for sure.
Vex has proven time and time again what a strong card it is. Even though some were to underestimate Vex, we've seen that it's a very good card in this deck, and I think good in this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. Any matchup where you're going to want to get into these pump spell wars, if there's a Vex in combat, you really don't want to be on the other side of it. It is a nightmare as someone who made the mistake of attacking a Vex battlefield once.
That one time, and I'll never do it again.
It was the last time. Unfortunately, it was in the top 4 of a skirmish, and I lost that game.
Oh,
but I learned my lesson in the next 2 games. It's all good.
Here we go. Boost of Swiftness joining our Aurelia to give her ganking to go and see that lonely Poro.
The Forge of the Fluff allows you to move the equipment that's on Akshon.
Oh my gosh.
That is insane and hilarious.
Poor Poro goes down to an Aurelia who went, oh, Akshan, just chuck me those, would you, buddy?
Yeah, and the Master Yi cosplay sees an Aurelia and goes, oh, can I borrow that? Yes, now my cosplay is even better. Now I literally have the boots of swiftness for my cosplay.
It's perfection. Akshan then goes into Forge of the Fluff, gaining that extra point. The momentum is building, and this board state is starting to become much more Master Yi looking with its presence.
Yeah, and here's an interesting thing. If Akshan dies, Gozer gets control of the equipment back.
That's true.
It doesn't unattach from the unit.
Nope.
It just usually does because if the Akshan usually is the one holding that equipment.
Yep.
But if he's not, it doesn't unattach it and give it back. It just says, oh, this equipment is still attached to Aurelia. It's just you control it.
Yeah.
Oh, can I unequip it? No, but you control it.
Yeah, Aurelia's like, I don't want to take these off yet. I'm not done.
These are my ruby slippers.
I'm not finished with them. You're going to have to wait. Vex going in and saying hello to Akshan, which is quite a vexing proposition.
Yep, and of course, Master Yi ability is going to give that +2 to Akshan right off the bat. So
discipline is necessary.
Yep, discipline is necessary. It's going to put Aurelia at +1 on this combat here.
We've got a response. It's a thwonk.
Thwonk. Does have to pay an extra energy and a power to thwonk, and it is going to be an extra energy and a power to defy this
defy.
So very expensive exchange here for Barzek, but necessary.
Both of them just going, no, 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 not so fast. Defy. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Yep, not so fast is able to counter the thwonk, so the defies resolve on themselves, but the not so fast can target the original thwonk, and that is going to be good enough there.
Vex has done exactly what they set out to do. Looking at the energy that Barzek has left now is incredibly thin, and I think they're just having a little chat about how that interaction you just discussed works.
Yes.
Where now Akshan's gone, the boost of swiftness, technically they're in Gozer's control, but Aurelia is still wearing them, so she just gets to keep them on.
Yeah, so, and then the question is, can you use Forge of the Fluff to then move them back? And I think that is what they are trying to determine right now, if they're able to do that. I'm not going to make guesses because I'm not a level 1 judge, but I think that is what we are seeing here. This is, you know, I've played a lot of Lucian, and I've played Akshan. I play Akshan in Lucian. I play Forge of the Fluff. I've not actually had this interaction come up yet.
It's a fun one, that's for sure. I'm curious to see how the judges resolve it. I was at a concert once, and someone did steal the shoes off my feet, so I know it can happen.
Yeah.
It's just whether that Forge of the Fluff, you know, was I there? Probably. Must have been, I guess. So we'll have to see.
Did you hear the story about how I got Akshan'd in real life?
No? Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna let the judges figure that out. No, I got Akshan'd in real life. I did in Bologna. We had the card slinging. I was there, played against some players, got my Trinity Force Akshan'd in game, and then I forgot to take it back.
Oh no!
So I went to register my deck, and I was missing a Trinity Force, and yeah, Akshan took it in real life. Now, it was a content creator that I know.
And that was easy to get it back. It
was an accident,
then.
Obviously, and they brought it back. I got an email from Riot in the morning saying, "Hey, someone brought back your Trinity Force." But it was just funny that like I literally got Akshan'd in real life from Akshan in game. It's like I feel like there should be 39 cards in my deck with my chosen champion, not 38. And I'm like, can I not count anymore? I go,
I lost that ability. That's one thing that I always do is forget to pick up my battlefield at the end of a game. I'm walking halfway across the venue and someone's like, Amy, your battlefield.
Okay, so after the judge call, looks like that has been resolved here.
Looks like the boots of swiftness are still on Aurelia for now.
Yes.
Whether that changes, another matter, but for now, she gets to keep them on. She's got ganking and that +2 might from them.
So we've got 7 might on both sides here.
Tide Turner in place, swapping around with Vex, keep Vex safer.
Just to get Vex out of danger there. We get that 4th point for Barzek here.
Yep, we get that hold point. Aurelia standing strong still in Targon Peak. And now we're going to be working with fewer runes than we were expecting on this turn. And is that just the one card in hand? We have nothing left after that combat scuffle as well. I think Vex really had quite the impact.
Absolutely. It spent a lot of cards to basically make your opponent spend cards too, but the problem is that you also spent a lot of runes as well. But Lonely Poros can cash in for additional cards there. As sad as that is, we get to cash in the Lonely Poro there. That's okay.
Yeah, went into the Tide Turner, did take the trade from both sides, managed to draw another card. I think it's an on guard by the looks of things, but that's not going to help us right now because we can't get into further combat by force. Lonely Poro could go ahead and take that battlefield now, which we are going to do for the extra point, but it leaves us incredibly vulnerable. Not many cards in hand. Of course, we have the energy to back it up, but Aurelia is just on her own right now. Is it worth bringing her back to protect her, or do we think we have enough resources just to hold on for dear life?
Well, and here's the other thing, too, is that this gets into those mind games of Barzak knows that Gozer knows that Barsek knows that you go back and forth and, like, they know that I'm choosing to leave this at a battlefield.
Yes.
So what am I representing? And then you have to think, what is my opponent representing? How many punch firsts can they have? How many combat tricks can they actually have? They have a discipline that can lead into more cards off the top of the deck. Again, how much am I willing and able to play around? And not only do you have to think about that as the player playing around, you get to think of that as the opponent saying, what am I going to pretend or feign that I have, and how is that going to change my opponent's play? That's why we're looking at this. That's why Barzak is looking at their hand, and they may not.
We're passing it across.
Play, but there's a lot of decisions to be made in that turn.
We've got all of our energy that's currently available, 2 cards in hand, but telling Gozer that this could be all I need. Was there too much contemplation? Does Gozer take the note that Barzak might be trying for a bluff here?
Right.
Or maybe Barzak does have exactly what they need. We're going to start with a charm, pushing Aurelia back.
All right, so I'm not going to worry about combat. I'm going to say you are not going to be in combat.
I don't really fancy going towards that Aurelia. You have left lots of energy in play. I'm not feeling good about that. Aurelia, could you just scoot back there a few steps? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a tempo play. We're going to be able to get to 6 nice and easy. We're going to be able to conquer that Targon's Peak as well.
Yep, just walk on in there.
And, you know, we were talking about playing around things. There are 3 Defiant Dances in hand. You can play around basically everything.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in a much stronger position than we were in game 1. And we are on completely opposite sides here. It was in game 1 where Gozer was reluctantly down to a single or double card hand, and now it's completely flipped. We're playing the on guard, putting us down to a single card, 1 card in hand as Lonely Poro gets above, but Defiant Dance comes through, and Vex catastrophically wins that showdown, taking Forge of the Fluffed once again. With just a single Aurelia now, can Barsek pull forward?
Yeah, Barsek essentially, you know, saying, hey, I know you probably have a pump spell here. Which one is it? I think they're actually quite happy that it is the Defiant Dance, because A, that's a Defiant Dance, 1 fewer Defiant Dance that they have, and also it's going to cost them a power, which a lot of the other pump spells won't. And they do still get to draw the card from Lonely Poro, but even if that is a favorable exchange here for Barsek, it is still an uphill battle, to say the least, because they're going to need to conquer. They're going to need to stop both of these battlefields, as Gozer is at 7 here.
Oh, we don't want Gozer to draw more cards, so we're going into the Vex, but that does make this combat potentially trickier. We're going for the Defiant Dance. Of course, that's going to put Vex up some might and Aurelia down, but Defy comes to save the day.
Yep.
That's 1 more Defiant Dance dealt with, but we had that second one in hand. We're going again, and that gives Gozer the win. We're going to a game 3 here, round 9, Lille.
Yep, game 3 for this, and this was in a really close match, but it was a different match for sure. We saw the units on the side of Aurelia actually be there. We saw them being able to take that proactive gameplay, take that Targon Peak early, and be able to play units and defend them as well.
The story so far is whoever draws more cards wins the game.
I never would have guessed it. It is cards in hand go up, win percentage of game go up. Nice and easy.
Good math, good math.
Yes.
And this is exactly what happened game 1 and 2. Whoever ended up with the much fluffier hand size ended up being able to pull out a win. And again, I liked their denying your opponent of the Lonely Poro trigger near the end there, saying, okay, I'm going to try for this top battlefield, although I know Vex is going to be a more difficult showdown. I don't want you to draw more cards because you already have more than me, and I don't like that.
No, not at all. I mean, Master Yi, in that game especially, has to play a game that is dictated by the tempo of their hand, right? They're behind. They're having to make these potentially suboptimal plays to try to get that little bit ahead and then finish the game from there. And if it doesn't work, you lose. It's not like not doing that play is going to cause you to win. You're actually going for the win there, potentially trying to see what your opponent does. You're also getting information about your opponent as well, how they play, the types of cards that they're holding in, how they're playing when they have these cards. All these little things are what high-level players are looking at, especially as we're going into day number 2.
You mentioned something really interesting there, and that is how your opponent plays. That's one of the things you're learning in a best of 3. You're not just knowing the matchup, you're not just looking at cards, you're learning your opponent's play style, and you're adapting as you go into this 3rd game with all of that knowledge. Both of you have won a game aside. You know the potential, you know what they are likely to do, and now it's, can you take advantage of that?
We see game number 3, Grove of the God Willow on the side of Master Yi's Sunken Temple on the side of Irelia. Grove, of course, a battlefield that is rewarding you for holding, which is exactly what Master Yi wants to do. Another great battlefield if you are going first and have a 2-drop to play, which I can see in their hand. It's a Lonely Poro.
It is a Lonely Poro, but we saw them to great effect last game, so let's see if we can do some more. Now, we do have 2 battlefields here that both draw us cards potentially, but it's much easier for Master Yi on that Grove of the God Willow.
Yeah, you're able to set up shop there and start drawing some extra cards. We saw cards in hand go up, win rate go up. It's easy enough to do that, and while there is a 2-drop to theoretically contest on the side of Gozer, well, when defending, all 2-drops are not made equal when fighting a Master Yi, as that Lonely Poro, for some reason, is going to be 4 might on defense.
Huge Poro, gets a lot fluffier. You can't quite get through it all. And I think forcing your opponent's hand here is also important. You've got to remember, if you allow your opponent to hold that Grove of the God Willow, they're going to draw an extra card at the beginning of their turn.
It looks like
that can get a little bit tricky.
Yep. Not a problem at all. Looks like we've got another judge call, just going to resolve that. But really great start for Master Yi here, being able to set up on that Grove of the God Willow early, because yes, Irelia can at least potentially contest that, but there's 2 energy up on the side of Master Yi, a lot of potential pump spells, and if Irelia is going to contest that, it's going to be costly. And if they lose that early exchange, it could be the whole game. We saw in game number 1 when they lost one of those early battles, lost some of their only units, the House of Cards started to crumble for Irelia, and Master Yi was able to take it over.
Exactly that, and we're trying to use, you know, those units with Death Knell abilities that when they do come out of play, you do draw a card regardless. It's like a rock and a hard place. It's, okay, I let you have the hold point, but then you get to draw an extra card, and I don't like that. But if I do take you out, then you get a card, and I don't like that either. So almost something like a charm feels good here, because you'd be able to push it back rather than allowing the hold point, but also not allowing them to draw a card through defeating the Poro.
Right, yeah, exactly. You're wanting to attack Master Yi by not attacking him, which is kind of the weird Maybe there's something philosophical about that.
Maybe
I don't know.
there is. Maybe there is.
I don't know. I just like cards in hand go up, win rate go up, and that's what Grove of the God Willow does for you.
Needs to try and pull themselves into the driver's seat and take this game. It was very clear from games 1 and 2 what the win condition was between these two, and so they're both going for it and both making sure that they chose these battlefields last to give themselves that opportunity.
Absolutely, and it looks like we have resolved the judge call here. Not sure what it was, but we are back into the game. We got the tide turner. There's a couple pump spells here. I think I saw a Stellicorn herder as well. And we're just, yeah, we're not fighting the Lonely Poro. It is an uphill battle. Even you can see the little hill that Lonely Poro is on. It's an uphill battle to try to fight him when there's a Master Yi backing him up.
It's so snowy. It really is horrible. I don't really fancy climbing it right now. But Stellicorn Herder will be much better at flying overhead. So that goes into base for now. Ready to, once again, draw some more cards. Yep. Lonely Poro readies on Varstek's side. We've got 2 Lonely Poro. And then we get to draw that card for turn.
Yep.
We're going to for that hold point on the Grove God Willow and then for turn. So we're actually drawing 2 cards right at the beginning here after our effect from there. And we're already that's a strong looking hand.
Yep, absolutely. And we are attacking in to try to trade down or actually win this combat with the Tide Turner. But there's a fight being put back up from the Aurelia side.
Here we go, defying the on guard. We're going to say, nope, 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 no. I know what that does. I play one of those, and I don't like it. So off Tide Turner goes to the trash as the Lonely Poro puts up quite the fight. Quite often, Lonely Poro are left to go to the trash, so you can draw the card. But in this instance, Master Yi doesn't want that. They need to hold this strong position. Only one Stellicorn Herder on the other side. You're thinking, yeah, you can only take one of these, and then I get a hold point, and that takes me to 4.
And you can take one of those, but you, as the Aurelia player, are going to have to act first. This is where the hidden power of Master Yi is, because you're attacking into a 2-drop. That's 4 might, so that means you have to act first. You have to play the first pump spell here, and then Master Yi gets to react to that. Generally, being the reactor is better in these scenarios. And we see here, it is the discipline starting off on the Stellicorn Herder.
Putting up a fight.
Thwonk.
Thwonk. Let's see if we're going to defy. Yeah, we're going to defy the thwonk.
We are.
And we're going to defy the thwonk.
Yes, I feel like there's some sort of rap to be made out of that.
I was thinking nursery rhyme. It's like the what is it? The cat that had the dog, that had the bunny, and it all goes down.
Yes, the head, the Poro, the head.
Yeah.
Oh wait, Ivern? Wait. Maybe? No. That's next set. That's next set. But yes, it's definitely an exchange of resources here, a battle. And unfortunately, it looks like the Stellicorn Herder was thwonked out of the combat there, which means another 2 points for holding another free card from the Grove of the God Willow.
Oh my gosh, and then we get to channel our runes and then draw another card.
Yep.
Varstek with these 2 Lonely Poro looking in a really strong position. Not only have more cards, but we also have more strongholds on those battlefields, not letting go, and that's exactly what Master Yi is trying to achieve.
Absolutely, and we see a card like Defy, very powerful in the right scenario, but even at its best, it is still costing you a card. It's a 1-for-1 when you play it. The thing is that when you're drawing an extra card every turn, you actually want to be making as many 1-for-1 trades as you possibly can. So all of these opportunities for Defy and for Charm are actually very, very good for Varstek.
Forcing the Stellicorn Herder forward, we of course do get the draw. It was a Defy, but unfortunately it's a little too late for Stellicorn Herder.
Yeah. Stellicorn Herder did, like you said, drew an extra card, but you get one now, but then never any more from that Stellicorn Herder, as Akshan, sometimes is good enough with just the stats. And of course, when those stats are bolstered by Master Yi on defense, you'll love to see it.
You do love to see it. Here we go. Aurelia joining the fray here as we bring her into base. I don't honestly know if there was a lot of choice there. We need to start rebuilding our stance, and we need to start building these units back up, and with just a Lonely Poro before now actually not looking so hot, so we needed to bring Aurelia in here to start that protect the princess mechanic. We're going to use On Guard to trigger, there we go, so that we can trigger the Blade Dancer.
Yep, we're going to play the On Guard. We're going to ready the Aurelia now, notably actually, yes, Aurelia there, going to be ready, going to come in and attack the Akshan.
Aurelia says, that was my Stellacorn herder. What do you think you're doing?
How dare you?
Winking at them like that. Oh, I'm coming for you now. So Akshan's in a little bit of trouble here. We've only got one energy standing. We are starting to get a bit low on the cards in hand for Barsek as well. Although we've drawn a lot, we have played a lot. Those combats have been really bouncing back and forth. Although, yes, everything is rather cheap, like our Defies and our Charms. Yeah, okay, they're one cost, but those really do add up when you're thinking about the cards you're left with in hand after all of that.
Right, yeah, Barsek able to make these trades. And there's a punch first. That is a big one. It's going to be tough to overcome that right here. And that is going to be Barsek now at +4. Defiant Dance would do it, but it looks like there may be a Ride the Wind, which could get Aurelia out of this mess and at least protect her.
Going for the Discipline instead. We're going to try and outmight this situation.
Okay, looks like we're doing some math here.
It's important. There's a lot of mathematics involved, especially with these two decks against one another, because we are just going back and forth with these spells that put might up and down and all around.
Yep. Looks like we've got 11 to 10. Oh, I just saw the point at the Master Yi. I think they may have forgotten about the Master Yi ability. We've all done it, but not at this stage of the tournament at 8-0.
Comes in clutch in situations like this. We've managed to draw some cards. Barsek's now got the Guardian Angel going on to hold. Wow, yeah, going on to try and take that hold point for the win. Just making sure the Akshan is going to stick around. And that's the handshake as Barsek takes it into the victory spot of this round 9 here at Lille for our Riftbound regional qualifier.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. These combat-oriented champions doing some of the very same things. In fact, Master Yi looking like an Aurelia cosplayer for a lot of that match, but doing them in very, very different ways. Master Yi wanting to set up and get ready, wanting to hold battlefields. Aurelia wanting to obviously dance around, and as we saw there, sometimes big numbers are good, and Master Yi just gives you numbers for free.
And that's what it's all about when you're playing Master Yi, remembering that defensive trigger. When you're defending, you get extra might, and actually that is sometimes enough, but you need to be defending alone. And that's why just having both units separated, having the Akshan with the extra gear just to buff him up and also have that protection. Lonely Poro draws me a card, so that might allow me to progress this even more. So actually, that alone, those two units seem maybe not so scary, but actually in the background, they have a lot of power behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. When you can turn a singular Lonely Poro into the same might as a regular Akshan, yeah, that's okay.
That's pretty good.
And yes, the stats alone are great, but just the fact, like we mentioned in the match, that your opponent attacks into it and they have to act first. They're going to have to spend their resources. They're going to have to show their hand a bit first before they do anything, because you just got that free might for defending. That's an advantage, and we saw little advantages here and there end up making a huge difference in that match.
And the mathematics of all the spells that were bouncing around also makes it incredibly difficult for the players. Keeping track of that is incredibly difficult, and also knowing when it's advantageous to play those cards, because you don't want to leave your opponent with too much leeway.
Right. Yeah, it was a lot about timing. You know, we saw Barsec in that last match be able to set up, get that Grove the Godwill, start drawing cards so that all of these defies and punch first that may be putting you behind on some resources, you're able to keep the cards in your hand because you're drawing an extra card every turn. You're able to take all these 1-for-1 trades, and if I'm drawing an extra card and you're not, all these 1-for-1 trades are going to end up with you with nothing and me with more resources, and that is, at the end of the day, it's a resources game. We saw Master Yi take full advantage of that.
100%, and although in game 2 that faltered a bit as we weren't quite getting those 1-for-1 trades, we weren't getting the, okay, you've destroyed my Poro, I gain a card, oh, it's 1 cost. We weren't seeing that enough to be able to keep up.
Right, and we're now getting into, or already in, the point of the tournament where a lot of these top-level players, if they're taking a look at a prospective metagame going into the biggest RQ ever, you're going to imagine there's going to be a lot of Draven, there's going to be a lot of Aurelia, there's going to be a lot of Kai'Sa. Well, there's also going to be a whole list of other things when there's 2,000 people in the event. We have now narrowed that down to just the day 2. So all of the players who tech their deck for Aurelia, did put in a lot of matchup experience into Draven, have their deck ready for the Kai'Sa matchup. All of that is now, we're going to see the fruits of those labors. Now,
100%.
You may have done that and then played against Victor and Lux and Rek'Sai all day yesterday, and you're not in day 2. Sorry about it. We've all been there. But in this case, if you put all that prep into the top of the meta, as we saw here, if you want to play Aurelia, this is the time for you because that is the most represented deck in this day 2.
In that respect, it can sometimes be more difficult in day 1 for you than it can be in day 2.
Yes.
Because in day 2, you're facing the expected. The unexpected is what day 1 can be made up of. And that's where things can really get a little bit shaky. And we spoke, you know, there was a volley bear here in day 2, among other decks.
Jinxes.
The jinxes. And you think, oh my gosh, they're still here. I'm still unprepared for them. How do I traverse that?
Right. Yeah, you may have put in dozens of hours into Aurelia, Draven, Kai'Sa, even Victor. Maybe even if you're looking even further, maybe you got the Rek'Sai matchup down. Maybe you've got the Azir matchup down.
Maybe Azir as well.
Maybe if you listen to me, you've gotten some reps into Lucian. No shot you have a Jinx game plan, because you know what? I have no idea what the Jinx deck looks like right now. So how could you know what you're going to be playing against? I have no idea.
Jinx was like almost cosplaying Draven last time,
right
before we had these bans, and now that we've had the bans, you think, okay, all the things that were allowing Jinx to do that are gone.
Right.
So where does that leave Jinx?
Right. I played against, in day 1 of Bologna, I played against the eventual best of winner of Jinx.
Oh, wow.
I did win, by the way, just saying. As Lucian.
Flex.
Yeah, you know. They didn't ask me on the broadcast for no reason.
Yeah, they had to get you out of the competition.
That's true. They needed to give other players a chance to get the best of Lucian. Is definitely it. But that deck would look completely different. That deck is absolutely illegal, the deck that I played against as the best of Jinx. So, you know, you can build it in a different way, and maybe we'll see later on in the event. But right now, we have got our winners interview with that Master Yi. Let's throw it on over.
Thank you, Blevins. I'm here on stage with Bartek, who is currently sitting at 9-0 with his Master Yi mid-range build. And first and foremost, congrats on your win. I would like to ask you a question. Why Master Yi? Why mid-range Master Yi?
Yeah, so after the big wave of bans, we got to testing as soon as possible. We tested some decks that used to be pretty bad into some of the banned cards. In particular, Fight or Flight was a big boon against for other decks against Master Yi.
Yeah.
And with that gone, we kind of defaulted that should be a good deck. We started testing it. We didn't lose to any matchup, honestly, besides one, and it's firmly in the other category. So we just kept iterating on the deck. We put a lot of hours in. We found a build that we really liked, and we arrived at what I'm playing today, and well, it seems to be working out.
So is your friend also, or like anyone from the test group, also playing it today?
Yes, my friend Pasa is, I believe, now 8-1 on the same list as me.
So 8-1 and 9-0, that's a testament to how the deck performs in testing, right? That's awesome to hear. Now, can you tell me what is the worst matchup for this deck, or do you want not to say?
We have not won a game against Volibear Aurora.
I don't think you shoshould be worried if that's the case, that's the one deck. But it will be so unlucky if you get paired into like one at day one when it's like 2,000 people, right?
I believe starting 9-0 is a pretty decent way to dodge volley with Aurora.
That's a good one. All right, so in game 2, we had this interaction with action and like then changing the control. How worried were you? I know that you lost that particular match game anyway, but how worried were you that your opponent will realize that he can move it with your battlefield still, because he's still the controller though?
Yeah, that is a bit of an awkward dynamic with Irelia, because that's the only matchup I play Vile Mosler on game 1 rather than game 2. But it honestly gives me much bigger advantage than it would give the Irelia player usually. It sometimes happens that will turn off their Irelia Legend from readying their units, so that's a big deal as well. So in that particular turn you're talking about, if they move the boots over to Vex, they cannot ready Vex.
Correct.
So it's also like, it would be pretty bad for me, worse than it played out, but still quite okay. I will be satisfied with that.
Yeah, okay. So now you're from the Polish community. How do you think the Polish community is sitting when it comes to the other communities? Do you think the Polish community is strong or not so much, or what is your perception over here?
Well, I think thanks to so many stalwarts of the community in Poland, we have a very strong community. I think League of Legends is a very popular game in Poland.
Correct.
And that has brought a ton of different players into the card gaming world. That's a thing I love about Riftbound, because I played all sorts of card games, and none of them can bring the non-card game player to the table. And I think Riftbound does it in such an insane way. To see Warsaw having 80-player Nexus Nights, to see Krakow, the city where I'm from, having 40-player Nexus Nights, and my local store running 20-player Nexus Nights. These are numbers that I have not heard of in any other game, and I think the Polish community is very strong for that. And I'm just so delighted to be able to play in such a large and loving community that keeps together as well.
Yeah, that's exactly the same opinion as I have. And the same numbers I see in my local gaming store. So I feel like it's something that is universal across Poland when it comes to the local gaming stores, which is awesome. Now, in the future, like, are there players that you are looking forward to playing against in this region, or you really don't care who we're playing against?
Well, I'm not looking forward to playing anybody because, well, they are 9-0, so they have to be fantastic players on great decks. But, well, I'm ready for any challenge. I think my deck is very good. Dare I say, the best deck in format.
Oh, you think so? That must be
I genuinely think so. I think there's a lot of metal card value as well, but I genuinely think that the deck is absolutely great. I like my odds. So whatever comes next, I'll be facing it with a strong mindset.
Okay, so you said that you think Master Yi is the best deck in the format. What do you think about the overall meta game? When you see it, I'm not sure if you've seen the numbers. Like it's 15% Irelia on day 1, 13% Draven, then 11% Kai'Sa, and then it was anything else was between 7 essentially to like 5% from the top decks. How is your overall perception of the meta game?
I think we sort of nailed it in our predictions, but the metagame is so open that you cannot really prepare for a metagame. We believe that Draven and Irelia are strong decks that are going to be at the top tables both in day 1 and day 2. We prepare for those matchups. I think our deck is good against both of those matchups. So no surprises there, and I like my deck against them. They're not easy matches, but they're definitely playable, and with some player skill and a little bit of luck, because that's always what you need in card games, I think I can push through them. Maybe a little bit scared of some of the more rogue decks. I played against an Azir player yesterday, and it was a very difficult match. A well-piloted Azir deck is very strong.
Yeah, we've seen it yesterday on the feature matches. When an Azir player knows what he's doing, the deck is completely different from like a mediocre player who's playing the Azir. But now, one of the last questions I wanted to ask you, is there a card that you're specifically happy that you have in your deck?
Yes, that would be Irelia Fervent. I think that's the biggest game changer we have found.
That's
in
something
testing.
new in this meta game, right? Because Master Yi was typically not playing it. So what is the reasoning here?
So Master Yi is a deck that holds very well, as you may know. It's a deck made for holding, and it does very well when holding. But one thing it's struggled with in the past, and you need to use a lot of resources towards, is retaking battlefields once you do get conquered. And now Irelia gives a breath of fresh air to be able to punch through big boards without using as many cards or without having as perfect of a hand. And I think that is a small upgrade that just puts a lot of pressure towards our opponent. If we open, like for instance, going second with a 2-drop into Irelia, there is very few good plays our opponent can make without losing their entire hand or their entire run base to combat that. And I can still come out on top of that.
It's kind of like a Ruin Runner, but it's cheaper. and it's more proactive, right?
Yes.
And it's super helpful. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Irelia Fervent is probably a great card against Kai'Sa.
Not as good as Ruin Runner, of course.
Yeah.
But yes, great against Kai'Sa. It's a pretty difficult threat to deal with. They have to use a lot of runes to beat her, and she's also very difficult to beat in combat, which many people don't realize. Kai'Sa is a unit deck. That's a unit deck
specifically
in a spell trench coat.
Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the interview. Congrats on the win. 9-0 is an insane performance so far, and looking forward to your journey in the next stage of the tournament. Any last words from you?
That's it. Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, Polska górą. Thank you guys, and go back to the casters.
Thanks, Lothar. And best deck in format has been called for the first time today, Master Yi. What year is it? Are we still in Origins? Master Yi and Kai'Sa? What? This is the beauty of the ban list, of the changes that happened, because it was one meta, very, very different meta in Bologna and Vegas, and now we're in a completely new meta, a fresh meta, as a lot of people, I've not really heard anyone say negative things about the meta at all. It's been a breath of fresh air, I think, for a lot of people.
The only thing they don't want to see is a volley bear. But I hear there's a bear on the loose at 9-0. Well, I don't know if they're 9-0 yet, but they were playing a match right now, so they could be 9-0. So Volibear he might not be out of the woods yet with that one.
Yeah, I do think it may be cursed to say what your worst matchup is in a winner's interview, because you are 100% getting that. I think that's just how the tournament gods work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so really, really crazy. First round of the day. We've still got so much more today here at RQ Lille, but we're going to throw it over to Barcode for some content, and we'll see you after.
Here with Neo, who made it into day 2 with the Lux strategy, actually with a record of X2, only 2 defeats. So you barely made it, but still you are in for tomorrow. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you very much.
So tell us a little bit more about your tournament. How did it go? And the Lux strategy, it wasn't expected to go to day 2. So tell us everything.
Yeah, obviously Lux, I didn't come to the tournament saying I will make day 2 and I win the tournament. It's just more with my friends. I'm the guy known to play Lux, the only one to play Lux. And so I just said, I have a different version from the internet, and I will just go for the best of metallic cards. And I just took the games round by round, and it did pretty well. So
yeah, you did actually pretty well, considering the fact that now you're still in for the top 8. Basically, if you do perfectly tomorrow, you're gonna be in. So that's actually insane. You told me something about the round 1, because there was something very funny. Tell us a little bit more about that.
So round 1, there are like 39 Lux players in the tournament. And so game 1, I have a mirror match against my opponent, also called Neo. So both guys nicknamed Neo, both playing Lux. There was like a 0.2% chance to have that matchup. And so unfortunately I won. I drew more kill gears and more balance breath, and so I won the token battle.
It was fortunately for you.
Fortunately for me, yeah.
Exactly.
And I won the tokens battle.
So now you're in for the day 2. Do you have more expectations for the day 2? Do you think that you can just make it into the top 8, or are you still? I'm chilling because I didn't expect that at first.
I'm chilling. I just made day 2 with Lux. I think it's just already a nice accomplishment. And of course, I expect more meta decks, top tier decks. In my first round, I played Annie, Master Yi, Lux. And the last round were 3 Victors and 1 Kai'Sa. So obviously, I will play against more and more top tier decks.
Absolutely. Well, anyway, wish you the best of luck for the day 2. That was really cool having a Lux in the day 2. Guys, we're gonna be back really soon. right, everyone, I'm with Diggy right here, who just made it into day 2 with the Jinx strategy and a record of 7-1. Congratulations for that last victory. It was absolutely insane. So tell us a little bit more about your tournament. How did it go? Your rounds, everything, the choice of your deck. Tell us everything.
So in general, I didn't have that high hopes for the Jinx. I've been preparing for a couple of weeks. You know, ever since the bans dropped, I had a backup plan, but it involved scrap heap. I didn't expect the scrap heap ban, so I had to go back to the drawing board. And I did like a couple of hours after every single day of work. And then during the weekends, I managed to put in like a couple of full 8-hour days. So this was my prep going into it. And the deck that I built, like the Jinx, basically I couldn't figure out how to beat Draven. So if I have to be honest, I'm super lucky that I faced 0 Draven today, because what I ended up doing is I sacrificed that match altogether in order to have a good match into Kai'Sa, into Victor, into Irelia. And guess what? That's what I played.
It worked, actually, and it worked very, very well for you. So at first, did you expect to go into day 2, or did you expect to go into top 8, or didn't you expect anything, to be honest?
Well, it is Jinx, so I'm not expecting a top 8. It is a Metal Hunter legend. That being said, I did win the best of Jinx in Bologna, so I have a little bit of experience playing Jinx against people. And people are, like, most people don't know what my deck does. So because of that, I feel like I'm winning matches that I should not be winning. And thankfully, in such a huge event, like there's 2,000 people here, probably the biggest RQ ever, when I play somebody, it's very unlikely that I'll ever meet them again. So they don't get to carry on that knowledge. So I think this is like what, besides not meeting Draven, the biggest one was people not being familiar with like this rogue deck.
I mean, and that's something very important that you just said. The fact that your opponents are not ready to play against your deck is a very, very important factor. So maybe you just took the right decision by taking Jinx. Are you confident that you can make it into top 8 tomorrow?
So top 8 is very unlikely in my opinion. I'll do my best. Like, of course I'll get there, but I need to lose no more games. Like X2 is almost impossible to go. I'm X1, so it is possible for me. But you asked before, I forgot to answer. I did expect to go to day 2. I did expect to go 6-2, so a little bit above my own expectations. And my plan for tomorrow, besides like being super like confident and saying I'll just get them on the Jinx, I'm looking to go with 2 losses. So just 1 more loss.
Okay, 1 more loss and it's fine for you. I mean, that's pretty cool. Anyway, I really loved your energy and I hope that you're gonna do great tomorrow. But for now, this is gonna be it for the interview. We're gonna let Diggy rest a little bit. Guys, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to round 10 of RQ Lille. James and Lothar taking you through all of the action. Yeah, we're into the real meat of determining the top 8 of the tournament. It's not the only thing that's on the line. Of course, once you reach, I think it's top 64, right, is you get a qualifier for the regionals way later in the year. You know, if you're already locked for that, you're like, great, I get to, you know, just look for some prizes in the rest of the year. But
many people forget about it. That some people think like, oh, I'm playing only for the medal for Legend. Some people are thinking like, I'm playing for the top 8. But actually playing for the top 64 qualification is a goal in itself. And many people just kind of forget about it existing because, you know, it's still so far ahead.
Yes.
Like, that tournament is not even announced yet.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be keeping you up to date on where we are with regards to the number of players left in the tournament. I believe we started today with 320 players, so we're still a few rounds away from determining that top 64 and then top 8. We are still, I would say, in the Metal Hunter rounds, I think is one way of putting it. If we have a couple of decks left, that there's only a handful of different players playing, and that's what we're going to try and bring to you when the round is ready. We are still in the middle of getting all of the pairings sorted. Of course, 320 players, got to finish all those games.
Just think about it this way. 320 players on day 2 is essentially like a really big tournament in itself.
Yeah.
Like if you do like a tournament in one country, like then it's just gonna be all people coming from that one country. There's probably 300 people coming to one place.
In order to enter that tournament, you have to win another tournament the day before. So you already have to be a really good player. Yeah, exactly.
Kind of crazy when you think about it that way.
Yeah.
You know, so many people competed in day 1. It's a feat in itself to be in day 2. That's at least my perception, and many people can also maybe will downplay a little bit, but getting a qualification for day 2, you should be proud about it.
Yeah, yeah.
If it's your like first card game ever, and you're in day 2, you did fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. I was speaking with Marshall from Riftbound Report, one of our featured players as well.
Is he in day 2?
Sadly not, but was like on the cusp of making it.
Okay.
I think it was like 5-2-1 was the score, which you're like, that's already impressive. Against the players in this room, a lot of players think that they would be able to like, yeah, I'll make day 2 easy, and then they come here and you know, you match up against, like, you sit down and Alan is the other side of the table. You're like, oh, okay, that's a rough matchup for me.
Yeah, good luck.
I think that's one thing that I think a lot of players that I speak to underestimate. They're like, wow, imagine the best players at your skirmish, and it's a room full of them.
Yeah.
Like, everybody here is to that level.
Typically, when you think about a local gaming store, you probably have like 3, maybe 4 people of a caliber where they're like trying to win a skirmish or something, you know, or like will be able to win a skirmish, and now you're going into round 9, and every single one of those players will be that kind of caliber player.
They're
but
the players
then you
that
have
clean up.
Yeah. But also from that caliber of players, you will have the next echelon, because there's a big gap in knowledge between the top players and between like the top, let's say, middle of the bunch players.
Sure, yeah.
Like there's a big skill gap, and it's not very visible, and that's the thing about card games. In general, a lot of its skill is not visible. It's something that is hidden behind the information of like in someone's head, because he's planning with the inside of his own deck building, his thought process and so on. So you have to analyze the entire decision making during the entire game, and not just see like one turn, oh, this is the reason why this person won.
And we, and you know, those of you watching at home in chat, have it as easy as it can be with the amount of information you have in a game.
Correct.
We obviously have both sides of the table. We have good understanding, and we're not the ones making the decision in that moment. I think players underestimate that when you are sat in a high-pressure environment, and that's even just on the floor, before you get to a featured match, when you're in that high pressure, you will make basic mistakes that you would not normally make in a practice game or something like that. You just think, oh, you know what? I know it. I've done it a million times.
I will tell you that on stage, the 2 most common scenarios that I see when people are not fully accustomed to being like in front of a camera is either playing way slower.
Yeah.
And they're like really making every decision, like they think about every decision like 10 times more than they would normally think, or they play way too fast.
Yes.
And then they make a decision and they didn't think it through, and they're like suddenly, oh no, I made a mistake. It's a blunder. What to do now? And then they go and slow it down again.
Well, and it's always like a mistake you'd never make, like something that is so like just ingrained. It's one of the things that you know, competing at anything at the highest level is so underestimated in the amount of work that it takes to get things together. But we're getting together towards round 10. A couple minutes left to go. Let's go over to Barcode to take the temperature of the room here at Lille.
Thank you guys, and yeah, actually I've got some good news from you from the top tables. I've been there and I've got a lot of insight, especially about the players. And as you know, we are about to get to top 8 very soon. The pressure is here, and some players might have a little bit too much pressure on their shoulders, sorry. A lot of players are just getting excited about it, and I've heard about one player who, for example, forgot to get a point from the arena's greatest, and sometimes, you know, it's a bit difficult, it's a bit hard. He lost the game thanks to it, but it is what it is. He's got to move on because he's got the round 10 real soon, and he's still probably in for the top 8. From now on, no mistakes can be made. Will the round 10 be without mistakes? That is the question. But for now, we're going to go back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Barcode. The music choice on that was great when he was like, breaking news.
Yeah, I was waiting for Jana to just like swoop in.
Yeah.
Forecaster Jana.
Forecast Jana. Love that skin. Great skin. I have some breaking news as well, and I'm sorry to be the one to. I have 2 pieces. Sorry to be the one to break this to Amy and Blevins, who I'm now calling Blamey, apparently.
Okay.
Blamey. Of course, we were looking at a Volibear going into our first round of the day today. I saw from Twitter that they drew up against a content creator, and then essentially, as soon as Volibear learned they had best of Volibear, they're like, I'm out. I'm like, it's okay, I'm going from this. So not exactly what we were hoping for from that one. The other one that I believe, I will get confirmation of this, I think one of our featured players, as we take a look at the standings, I believe Randy, unfortunately, has picked up a third loss on the way through day 2. We'll get that confirmed for sure, as we are looking at the top 32 of the tournament.
Spicy. Look at this. We have animation model on 8-1, who was yesterday on stream. If you were listening to our pre-show, I mentioned Yehosera, who is currently playing Ezreal. He's 8-1. I would really love to cast his game. Like, I am fully expecting something really weird in his deck list. I'm looking forward to that. Rock was yesterday on stream as well with the Azir, 8-1. Giovanni, both of those players on Azir next to each other in the standings currently, but this is looking really spicy. I love it.
Yeah, very interesting.
Okay, sorry. There was a guy called Wściekły Arbuz on the bottom.
Okay.
That is angry watermelon.
Oh, okay. Wow.
In Polish. It was just funny.
Fair enough. My Polish is not good. I will not try.
I can believe it.
That's the shady. So looking at our current top 16 now, a couple of players still, 5 players at 9 and 0. Vin's still undefeated technically. That draw does not count as being defeated. That's always something to keep in mind. So 6 players so far yet to drop a series. And a good mix once again. There's an Ezreal player
legends undefeated.
in here.
I mean, sorry. Okay, if you count the draw, it's not. But if it's 9 zeros, it's 5 different legends.
Yeah, 5 different 9-0s. That is very, very impressive so far. We got another Ezreal in there. There's a Rek'Sai just outside with Extasio, who we, of course, saw yesterday on our final full feature match of the day. So, you know, it's been such an interesting meta. I think, you know, you were talking with some of our players earlier about how wide the meta is and how well placed certain decks are. I think that's such a key point as we go through day 2. Is like we still have no one individual deck that is like blowing everybody out of the water.
Yeah, and I'm very happy to see this. There's 2 things. Because one thing can happen when the game has such a wide metagame that you can't really prepare for everything. One of the problems in that kind of metagame is that it becomes a little bit too extreme and you will have like some unplayable matchups. What we have currently is like a wide open meta, and there's basically maybe like one deck out of 28 different legends that you will have like an 80-20 matchup, for example, but everything else is going to be playable, which is awesome, because that means you can sit down against almost anyone and still play your game, and you're not thinking like, oh, I'm such a huge disadvantage, you know, in this matchup, which is one of the like feels bad moment when you play a card game. And here, like we have the top 3 decks, Irelia, Draven, Kai'Sa, all have really decent matchups in almost everyone. Maybe Kai'Sa into Irelia is not the best, but there are adjustments for that as well, right? And then, like, for example, Victor, I know he's a little bit under the 50% win rate, but he can have a game into everything as well, you know? And then Rek'Sai, similar, like, can play against almost everything. Every single deck that you will see here in this top that we're going to be playing now is not going to be a free win for anyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
And I think it's really important just to look back at day 1 rather than perhaps day 2, because I think this is more where it applies for what your deck selection. Maybe you're planning on being in Utrecht and thinking, okay, what do I do to try and qualify for day 2? When we look at statistics of decks and matchups, and we say like something's an 80-20, that is very much like a big pool of numbers, and on paper, yes, okay, one deck should be very strong. You still have to play that game out. It still comes down to the players, the decisions in the game, and eventually, you know, we'll get to a point where the best players can just win a bad matchup with the right kind of setup. So
look, 80-20 is not unwinnable.
Exactly, there's a 20 there, and it might be cope. It might be cope to say you can make it, but we're going to look at some metal card hunters right now. As I say metal card, to be honest, that's dismissive at this point. 8-1 on set.
Yeah, bro, he's doing fantastic.
Exactly, I'm being shady back.
All right, let's take a look at this deck list. We have Tomino here with the set, the boss. Any particular choices that in this deck are Okay, well, there were dragons there. So
yeah, I saw a
that's
Fey
the thing.
Dragon, I think is what it's called.
And that's a very expensive card for sets to be considering, because sets typically don't get to 7 energy very often. But let's take a look at this Irelia as well. No Siren in this build, which is one of the marks that we have to pay attention to, because that's typically would play like either 3 boots or 2 boots and a Siren.
Yeah.
Then other win condition over here is also the Draven, which is Draven Audacious, sorry, the big Draven, as you call him. It's something that I see a lot of Irelia players actually just kind of distance themselves typically, because it is a liability in some games, and it is a very risky play. And many people trying to like mitigate that risk by playing a secondary Irelia, for example, and do it that way. But at the same time, it's not a bad decision to have it in the deck. You just play a little bit differently because you have an option to win the game by having the Draven Audacious.
I think it's worth us coming into this matchup talking a little bit about some of the changes that were made in the recent erratas and FAQs, specifically Monastery of Hirana with Set. You used to be able to layer it to get the draw off the buff by conquering Set. I'm pretty sure it has now changed that you no longer have that option. Set has to already have a buff upon conquering in order to spend the buff to draw a card.
Yes, that is correct. The reason for that is to put an item on the chain, you will have to satisfy the requirement for it.
Yes.
So to put the Monastery of Hirana effect on the chain, you have to spend the buff. If you didn't have it before concurring, well, you cannot do that anymore. So this makes potentially like Warmog's armor way less efficient. But the thing is, Set doesn't really care that much, because your Set brawler has a buff by being played. So he can still do this. He can still go in, concur, and spend his buff that he already had and draw a card and then get a new one, because he's getting us a buff when he is
That's what I was going to say. You still get it right after the conquer, because you layer it up, so that you spend it first, and then you'll get the new one back. I wonder, I think this is a very minor thing as we do see the first couple of units coming out of the game. We mentioned Fey Dragon in the list. Of course, that is a big unit that you said is difficult to spend. One of the effects is when you play it, buff up to 4 friendly units. I don't think that is specifically in response to that, but it never is going to hurt buffing things in a set deck.
I've never seen this card actually buff more than 2 units.
That's so fair, yeah.
So it's basically just reads like give 1 or 2 buffs in most cases.
But
the thing is, in current metagame, having a 7 might is also pretty important. Guess why?
Yeah. Why?
Because of something that costs 6 energy and 1 red.
Ah, yeah, Ferris Forum.
So it goes over it without spending any cards, or there's like forces interaction from your opponents, right? The thing is though, with a typical set deck, you are not often going to that area when you have 7 energy, because the deck is just so aggressive at spending its runes to save their units because of the set's boss power, which is basically like a Zonia's or Guardian Angel on your legend built in, which is incredibly powerful, by the way, but it has a cost. And for this reason, when you play the Dragon for 7, you want to also have Bone Shivers, because Bone Shivers then are trying to make up for the loss of energy that you typically have in this deck.
Yeah, that is something we'll keep a track of throughout the game. That is Set being played already, Irelia as well, so both chosen champions are out.
And the Irelia is being pre-equipped with the Guardian Angel to make sure that she doesn't get caught by a challenge.
Yes. Such a key matchup, such a key card in a matchup like this, where like Irelia has to stay alive. So that challenge is going to be, you know, brutal if it ever does catch an Irelia un-Guardian Angel.
But there comes action. No, never mind. I thought it's
That's
action. But
funny looking action.
Saw it in its hand, in Tomino's hand, and it's one of the key also cards in this matchup.
Yeah.
For specifically the GA or boots. Because that's one of those key moments where Irelia will feel safe.
Yes.
And then action comes in, swoops in, mogs her of the boots, for example, or the GA, and suddenly she is out in the open without much help, specifically for the GA, right? So that's one of the key moments that we're gonna have in this game, where action will come into the play and affect the board state when Irelia will be on the battlefield.
And that's always one of the most difficult things about playing around set already is, how do I kill your units enough times to actually kill them? They keep coming back. There's always a way to keep them alive. So stealing your opponent's Guardian Angel, which is a card obviously that is not normally available to set, as it is outside of the domain profile for set as a legend. So Irelia goes in, looks to conquer and get the draw.
That was a stack deck.
Stack deck as well, yeah.
Yep. Let's see the decision over here. We are spending the boots to attach and untap it, and most likely double conquer, or we're going to base, depending on how the player feels when it comes to his hand size, the amount of buffs that he has in the hand, and also the fact that he has the GA.
So, in this matchup, are you trying to bring Irelia back to base as much as possible so that
context
the
dependent.
Pardon?
It's really context dependent.
Okay.
It's hard to say what is the current best play without seeing like how many units the opponent has, what is my hand, how many buffs do I have, am I like cantripping any cards. All of that is an actual decision making. It has an effect on your decision making,
of course,
because so many factors have to be taken into consideration.
And from my perspective on this matchup, which again, I'm not a set player, it feels like set has like big power spikes with regards to like a punch first, or using the buff that set has to jump really high with one resource in order to get high might. Whereas Irelia is like, okay, I'll on guard, or I'll discipline, and I'll do little bits, but lots of them in order to see a lot of cards, buff up my Irelia. So I'm interested to see how that plays out. There is the action you called on the previous turn, and now this is an Irelia potentially, in
Not
trouble.
so fast. That is so important, and in case of set, you cannot really riposte that, even when you're in the colors.
Yeah,
That's
of course.
only something that Fiora can do.
Yeah, not a signature spell. And for those of you that perhaps are not familiar with this interaction, not so fast also counters things that target a gear. So it's really important at that point that Akshan can get denied, allows Irelia to stay in.
Crucial moment of the game. If that not so fast wasn't here, Irelia would have been out in the open.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is a big moment. I don't think it does a second action in the hand right now. So.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. We'll take another look. Commonly, of course, we see not so fast that are used against spells, but of course does affect abilities too. So
it will come up next expansion a lot when Elder Dragon, for example, comes into the game and he starts, just spitting fire on your units. I think it's fire, no?
But does Elder... this is not important for this game, and we don't look at all the previews in enough detail. Does Elder Dragon target?
It is.
It does?
It does.
Okay. Oh, because it's 3. It's one from each.
You choose one unit per location.
Yes, you're right. I just assumed it comes in and nukes everything. I was like, this card's broken.
Bro, stop it.
Okay, don't listen to me.
He's good enough already.
Don't design cards based on me. Irelia going to move across to using the Boots of Swiftness. This is why I don't read the cards until we're actually coming into cast the tournament. I don't know what's happening in Unleashed. But Spirit Forged, I'm pretty good on still. As that is a clutch of cards for Irelia. We saw Defiant Dance in hand, saw an On Guard, Discipline, everything you could need to try and turn a combat back in your favor.
Yeah, and now because Tomino lost one of those outs to try to battle the Irelia, he needs to find another scenario where he will be able to achieve 2 goals. One, get the pumps out of his opponent's hand as soon as possible to get into a more comfortable position into the late game. And 2, find a way of affecting the Irelia when she's in base after the recall from the Guardian Angel. Now, without the action, we have to go and fight through the buffs first. So essentially, there are like 3 potential scenarios that have to align for the set to have a good outcome for him, which is not easy to achieve. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not even going to try to predict, because there's so many interactions from both sides here. Like, it's hard to calculate this, because you have to take into context of the tells that your opponent is doing, with how he plays his hand, how he plays the previous turns, and we'll see. Oh, that's the dude. I said what I said about the dragon, that I never seen it buff 4 units.
It is happening though.
It's literally happening now. 4 buffs.
They got to the.
Oh, we're reading the card.
It does explain the card, but you know, we talked a little bit about playing in a featured match area. This is a moment where
actually
I'm
3
sure,
units. I lied.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure Tats.
Well, actually, we could have spent the buff before doing it.
To buff up set to 8 if you're going in with it.
Yes.
Tats clearly, I'm sure, knows what Fey Dragon does, but at this moment, it's a card you're not used to seeing. So you want to get the exact wording correct on this card before you let it like enter and do things, just to be sure what's coming next. You're right, though. There was perhaps a little... It ends up buffing itself, right? Let me just double check.
Yes,
Is that
of
the
course.
fourth
It's
one?
+4. So it could have been a very effective way of getting the set to 12 potentially. But now, oh, you mean the dragon? No, it can target 4 units overall. Yeah. And now it's also a very interesting interaction, because that's not always something you see. Hirana can actually spend a buff that is not on the unit that is conquering it.
Oh yeah, of course. So I think they did. Yeah, just getting everything buffed, utilizing as much as possible from this turn. So we do see the Fey Dragon come out. That's clearly one of the reasons. And you know, we had wondered whether the changes to buffs and stuff would affect set in a negative way. That I think people were discussing how huge that was.
Overall, I think he's a winner in this metagame, because the lack of fight or flight is one of those cards that actually made the game almost unplayable for Set, because he cannot commit to any fight when there's a fight or flight potentially coming to his head. And
he has to, you telegraph everything when he says, okay, I'll spend the buff first before I do it.
And then you go punch first. And like, oh, unlucky, go back to base.
Very true. Is 6 points for Tats already in this game. Will ready, and will that be Irelia coming back to base? Looking at what we have, that's going to be Irelia coming to safety. And now we're down to how many challenges, how many ways of removing this Irelia are possible, or is the game plan for Tamino, I just have to weather this storm on the next turn, put the Fey Dragon on one battlefield, try and get just as much might as I can.
It is a little bit awkward, not gonna lie. Tats is at 6 points. There were like, what, 2 showdowns in this game so far?
Yeah. Not a whole lot of combat, and I think that's a rebuke right in the back of Tat's hand.
Yeah, that card still exists.
That exists, and that will deal
Fight or flight was a problem, because it's also reaction speed, right, when hidden, but rebuke is still an issue.
Yeah.
In the next set, there's a card that will repulse the rebuke, but it's not something that we have currently, so a set would need to find a different way of playing around it, and that's possible by having Sabotage.
So, yeah, Tats is a little bit vulnerable potential to a Sabotage. I can't quite remember whether there's a Defy in hand. I think there's at least one challenge there for Tamino. But Tats has to use the economy, the 4 runes available, wisely here, because a Rebuke is going to be costly. It's going to be half of the economy that is available for this turn. Set spends the buff, moves into the battlefield. Is going to not contest this one. There's, of course, no point, nothing to do for Irelia. This is about just getting to the next turn with this Irelia intact.
Yeah, and then ganking both battlefields and finishing up the game. So Irelia is going to have 4, 7, 9 energy to untap and play all of the buffs and try to finish up the game. It's not going to be easy for Set to set up defenses, and now Tamino will going to have to figure it out. Okay, how do I set up my defenses? Do I play all units on one battlefield, but then do I just lose to a potential hold from Irelia? Is that a factor? Do I have a way of affecting the Irelia when she goes to the first battlefield, or should I just maybe evenly spread out the might? Those are like really important questions that a player will be able to probably plan when you're playing the game and you have all the information of what you have in your hand and what you are tracking in your opponent's hand. But it's very complex board state right now. When you're watching this game, you're probably not thinking it's that complex, but trust me, it is incredibly complex. How do you figured out this puzzle over here.
And there are a few lines that get blown out really badly here as well. There's like a death grip in hand for Tamino. If that death grip goes off first before the rebuke, that is like back-breaking in a turn. If you say, okay, well, I'll kill one unit and then send everything in. Obviously, I don't think that is likely to be the one. Here comes the challenge. It will be defied.
Showstopper to move it somewhere else just to get the buff. That is probably not worth it, but the game is coming to an end, right? It's most likely going to be decided in the next turn or two on who's going to win this.
Yeah,
and there's the hidden blade, potentially.
Which, yeah,
the unhidden blade.
The unhidden blade. The more hidden than normal hidden blade by being in hand. That potentially does slow down Aurelia. As you said, there is a showstopper available if you want to move the set over to this other battlefield as well. On its own here, you probably have to spend a lot to keep it alive.
So it seems like we have a stack on one side, and then we're probably going to be sacrificing the set from the other battlefield first. We'll see. The plan might be... Now, it all really depends on how the Aurelia will play this round.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, Set is not winning unless he's double holding or like conquering and holding at the same turn.
I feel like Charm makes this really difficult as well, because you can already assume you're going to clear this first battlefield with Set.
Yeah,
and then you can pull something over and soften up that second battlefield.
So you have Charm and Rebuke, which is basically just canceling
remove two units. Yeah, exactly. Then you've got Defiant Dance.
Charm to base?
I don't think you need to in this one. I think this one, you just crush them. So yeah, as you said, remove 2 units, and then you can soften up the other battlefield, pump up Aurelia. I think this is a really tough spot to be in for Tamino. It does have a punch first, but again, it's down to sequencing of like, punch first is action speed, you let that fully resolve, then you rebuke, or however it goes. Let's take a look at which direction Tats is going to go on this. On guard first in the showdown.
We also are untapping, so we're going to be able to then pay 1 more energy to untap the legend if necessary, to even buff it even more.
Oh, yeah,
potentially. Because we're probably just going to do everything. If the plan is for Tats, because maybe it's different, I don't know. But if he's going to try to gank now, and I probably think he will, you're going to try to absolutely min-max the amount of might that you can get to the Aurelia.
Yeah. Did we... Is there an answer to the Hidden Blade? I didn't quite see it in hand. There is a Defy there, right? That is in... Yeah, okay.
Another Defy, yes.
That's huge. I think if this Hidden Blade goes off, it slows Aurelia down a little bit, because as you said, there's no untap on the Aurelia. It would be exhausted at that point, so...
Correct. If this would actually go through, then the Aurelia would be back to base,
exhausted,
because it would be recalled.
And it would be a double hold for Tamino. So actually, without that Defy, there was a line for Tamino to close this game out.
It's kind of funny when you think about it this way.
Yeah, 2 Defies. The challenge and this Hidden Blade as well. Really impactful Defies coming through. Here's the Charm.
Charm to base.
Charm to the Sunken Temple. Get over here for the Fey Dragon. This Aurelia is already big enough to be a Dragon Slayer right now, and I
actually think it's in base.
Oh, it is the base?
Yeah. Now
it could be. To be honest, from here, it doesn't matter.
No. Yeah, but
it's frightening the line. Okay, yeah, it's the base. We're not. See, you've done it again.
Yeah, you.
I will say that's not supremely clear that it's in base, but it's okay. I think the result is the same regardless.
Yeah, 12 to 11. Now let's see. There's 1 punch first in hand, from what I remember, and not much else. Defiant Dance is gonna do essentially a +5.
Basically punch first. in a
when
way.
You think about it, yes. A little bit more flexible.
Yeah, basically the same. Still one of, I think, the strongest spells from
It's absolutely mad.
It's just a little unassuming 1 card. Put the dice on, they're going away very, very quickly. Fold it all, pays the deflect cost as well. Rebuke back to hand means Aurelia should clear through this battlefield. Fist bump comes out, and that is going to be game 1 from Tats. Still close. You know, this is... It easily shows us how Tamino has made it to 8-1 on set, because that was quite an imposing board state, and if you didn't have exactly 2 Defies...
If there was another Hidden Blade...
Or another challenge, or anything like that.
Could have been... I mean, challenge probably not, because there would still be like a Defiant Dance and Response.
True.
And it would probably make it very, hard to break the Irelia, to recall to base and exhaust her. But if there was a second Hidden Blade, the game would have been over.
Yeah.
And instead would have just taken it. From a very unassuming position, by the way. Because and again, I wanted to reiterate what I said like 5 minutes ago when this turn essentially kind of started for both players, or maybe even longer than that. The board state was incredibly complex to finish this game. It might have not looked like that, but it was. Now let's take a look at Tomino's sideboard. We have potentially Sabotage, Cool the Weak, Hidden Blade, Salvage, and Action. And maybe Call to Glory. Those are... There's like 6 cards that you can consider sideboarding in. We don't know. I'm not sure certain what is gonna come in.
A card that we do not see very often in competitive marching orders. So that is essentially challenge that can be repeated. Choose a friendly unit anywhere and an enemy unit at a battlefield. So there's a little bit of limitation. They deal damage equal to their might to each other.
Yeah, the
and you can repeat.
Is that it's also weak to defy.
Yeah, because it's still defiable. Oh, if you repeat that, oh, that's painful.
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to
defy, not so fast. Like, there's a lot of things that can stop that. So yeah,
probably
maybe
not coming in against it. Right?
Yeah, maybe not against green. Maybe not against. That's one where you look at it and you're like, oh, that could help, and then you think about it for any amount of time, and you're like, ooh, I get blown out really quick.
I saw Cool the Weak being sided in, which is okay because the thing is though. Against most Irelias, the Cool the Weak is not really that strong anymore.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of 2-drops being played in Irelias as well. But at the same time, it's just good to have it because you most likely force your opponent to play around the Cool the Weak.
Yeah.
But even if you have it, at some point they're going to stop playing around it because they're going to be forced into a position where those 2-drops probably have to take a fight.
And then sideboarding on Irelia, are you looking at taking out 2-drops at any point? Is that one of the areas you go, or do you have to go somewhere else?
That's a very good question. I'm not an expert when it comes to playing Irelia, and I feel like I might be just saying some stuff that is not correct.
Don't worry, I feel like that for myself a lot.
In many decks, when you're going second, because you won the first game, you are siding out some of the 2-drops because you're starting potentially at 3 energy, so you can have like a different kind of mindset of what you want to play on turn 1, and maybe you just have more 3-drops, and that will essentially take the spot of the 2-drops.
Yeah.
But when you typically play against the yellow, I would not do that.
Okay.
Because Cool the Weak is really an incredibly powerful card, and it is something that affects the board state very early on as well. So if you ever played like a Kai'Sa or Draven, and you're like, do I Obelisk of Power my Draven on turn 1 and just die to Cool the Weak?
Yeah.
Answer is probably no.
Yeah.
So you want to avoid those situations, right? So you want to have those cheaper units as well.
Yeah, especially now with, as a reminder, Obelisk of Power, for those of you constructing your decks, not a legal card in the current game. So those choices are gone. I think that's a really interesting conversation around, like, sometimes you're sideboarding for game 2 and game 3, depending on what the result was of the previous games, can be different, where you're like, sometimes you side back in cards from your winning game 1 in game 3, right? It's like, I won game 1, so now I know I'm going second, but now I need the good stuff for the early game back in when I eventually end up with the series 1-1. Obviously, you're trying to close out game 2-0, but that's not always how it goes. There is an advantage to going first. There is generally that favorability of why players will do it. So can't really overlook that in the way that you're sideboarding.
All right. Well, it's an interesting match so far. I love watching this. By the way, did we even have a single activation? Offset the boss?
There was one. It was one played to go to 6. It wasn't for a showdown. I think it was just in order to use it.
Okay.
And I think that, I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe there was like afraid of some way of surprise defender or something like that. But nevertheless, I think we got one. It wasn't particularly impactful on its own.
Oh, there's Lucian. That's going to be helpful. Never mind. He's going down.
He's out of here. He's like, nah, get out of here. Fey Dragon.
2 challenges. Oh, okay.
We talked about how maybe it would be influential. And I mean, we are in a situation where, so Irelia here can go GA and then equip it to Irelia on the following turn, right? So you go GA turn 1, your turn 1 on 3, and then maybe I'm mistaken. I'm gonna see what happens.
It is definitely a play, like GA turn 1 when you're going second, and then Irelia turn 2,
you just attach it,
GA immediately. When you're playing around, for example, challenge. Hey, that's us.
That is us.
But the thing is, when you do that, judge call. Okay, so we're gonna be waiting a little bit for that. But let's speak about the potential. Like, if you go GA into Irelia like that, then you are kinda weak to some combos.
Okay.
By combos, I'm not saying like combo synergy, but like by just having multiple cards. Like, for example, call the weak into challenge. After like you have some unit, it requires a really deep board step, or like double pull the weak and so on. You're still like a little bit open. So in general, I would say like, if possible, Irelia will probably play a 2-drop instead of the GA on turn 1 anyway.
Which is exactly what we're seeing in this scenario. Is will come through with a Titana.
And we're playing to 9 in
Yes.
this particular game. Aspirant's Climb being a battlefield chosen by Tats. Do you think he has any Tats?
I don't see any. So I guess that's what they call work safe, is when they're
correct
under the shirt line or anywhere else. I've seen a lot of spells in hand for Tats. I'm looking for any other units. I think I saw a Rebuke in there. Not so fast to find dance. Of course, you have Irelia from the Chosen Champion zone.
What is very important is that there's not a single yellow color in Tomino's resources right now. So when you think about it, Tats doesn't have to play around some of the cards, like for example Hidden Blade. Cold Week is an option this turn as well, so you have a little bit of information. But next turn there's definitely going to be at least one yellow. Now we're going to start by playing a rookie that's going to buff our pit crew, and that is going to be not pit crew, first mate.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said pit crew.
That is the card, but I always think it's the same, like within the same group of cards I think about. I do the same, don't worry.
So, 4 might to 4 might. We have a draw currently. Now, let's see if Tomino is trying to win this combat. Winning this combat will also mean that you're drawing a card because Seat of Power is in play.
But it's Fey Dragon and 2 challenges in hand. There comes an On Guard as well, so that is going to hold the battle. That's 2 cards used.
Yeah. It's actually not bad, even if you lose this, because remember, we can just recall this unit to base with this set.
Yeah.
This essentially means we sacrificed a 1 energy and 1... That's it. You sacrifice 1 energy for 2 cards from your opponent, which one was cantripped. But that's still an okay, I would say, exchange for this set. We could consider this a small win. And this is going to be like a death of 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, and I think this scenario that you're talking about as well is changed slightly, where Irelia with Stellarcorn Herder draws a ton of cards. Irelia with Discipline in hand draws extra cards, which we've seen one already. But it's a Lonely Paro, no Stellarcorn Herder, so it is slightly lower cards seen for Irelia for the next couple of turns than you might expect. It's not that detrimental, but every time you get that extra spell, as you're talking about, it's something to consider in the way that you construct your next turn.
Yeah, and because the game is going to be going longer a little bit because of the Aspirant's Climb, I feel like one of the win conditions for Tomino could be playing for the long game and just like kinda going for the attrition battle. I'm not sure how feasible that will be.
Fey Dragon.
If Tats will draw the Stellarcorn Herder, we'll see.
You said it buffs up like 2 normally.
I don't know,
Both
man.
Times we've seen it.
Don't listen to what I'm saying.
No,
it's the second time we see it fall.
I believe you, though, because there's a difference between seeing Set playing Fey Dragon or Fey Dragon in general at other tournaments and then seeing it when you're at 8-1. There's a reason it's here.
It's not even that, I think. I think this is just this particular matchup.
I'm trying to save you here.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm trying to save myself as well. I feel like it's just a very slow matchup right now being played in both games.
That's very true. That is very true. But getting the maximum amount of buffs coming through from the Seat of Power as well. So we'll get that.
It's kind of crazy when you think about it. This is like 11 might.
Yeah, it's a lot added to the board. And yeah, Seat of Power, because it was under the when conquered, there was control of Aspirant's Climb, so we'll get the benefit from that. Basically fully buffed up as well from that Fey Dragon, so really strong base line here. And this is the difference in the meta that we've seen. Irelia, very strong, typically is a single unit with a lot of support from cards from hand and equipment, whereas we've seen now Set, but Rek'Sai and Victor and Azir go wide and present really big boards from multiple units.
Yep, correct. So a lot of puzzles over here. There's the Stellarcorn Herder. Okay.
That'll fix a little bit of the card draw.
Potentially, yes. there's going to be another puzzle for Irelia to solve, like how does this unit not die?
Yeah.
Because it will probably be targeted now by the challenge. So fortunately for Tats, he still has a lot of energy open. 1 for Defy, 2 for Not So Fast in case of like 2 removals.
And we're in a moment, you mentioned about challenge, which obviously it's a very valid target to attack the hand.
For sure.
Is the Irelia also, like, which you can... There's arguments for both. Is there a consideration that one is a better target than the other with challenge? Do you want to take out the Irelia
Depends
right
on
now?
the context, I would say. Again, we have to look at how many cards does Tats have and how many energy does he have open. Like, let's say we're currently... Let's just imagine, I'm not certain if this is the case, but I think Tomino might have 2 challenges in his hand.
Yes, he does.
If we double challenge the Irelia, we're going to have to pay double deflect. And if both of those get counted, how much do we lose on tempo?
That's a blowout. Yeah,
so,
you're right. Yeah.
But the Stellacon Herder is also a valid target.
Yeah.
And your opponent will probably use the counter spells for that anyway.
Yeah, and if you get the Defy out of hand and then you get another challenge and get the kill anyway, you're again fine giving over your runes for now to stop them drawing.
Yeah, so it's a safer choice to choose the Stellacon Herder, but we'll see. Yeah,
that's exactly the choice that you're saying, and I think there's a Not So Fast in hand as well.
Sure. And the Not So Fast is being chosen because it's more convenient to use it now instead of, like, for example, you're not going to be able to Not So Fast a Death Grip. But you're going to be able to defy a Death Grip. So Tats uses here the Not So Fast because it has less scenarios in which it can be played. So you want to use it a little bit more often. And also remember that Defy actually costs you more energy, so it's going to be easier to squeeze it in.
Yeah, that is a very fair point as we continue on through the turn of Tomino. So notice he got one of the cards out of hand to
the Brawler.
Stop. So a set Brawler is going to come in, will get buffed, and that is the pass of the turn. So Stellacon Herder is going to at least get to move, you'd imagine, to the Seat of Power. So we'll get 1 draw. So already Tats is like, fine, I got something from this. Draws into a draw.
Was that
That was a discipline, I think, wasn't it?
It was like a very confusing card for... What is this?
Let's see if we can get a sight. I was going to say Lonely Paro also needs to, unfortunately, hit the crash in order to get the card.
It's a sad Poro now. Okay, so...
no, it's a Vex, right?
Oh, it's a Vex.
It's a Vex, okay.
Vex Cheerless, which is a very powerful card. How much would you have to pay for Punch First if Vex is in the fight?
A lot. A lot.
Yeah, 2 energy and 3 power.
But does it affect too much of the rest of set? I feel like, there are some other abilities, other spells that are in there. So Vex is going to get played. And a Not So Fast, as you mentioned.
Not So Fast Defy, Rebuke. That is a nasty
that 2
hand.
rebukes? Ooh. That is a nasty, nasty hand. So Defiant Dance is going to come through. Oh, okay. This is the turn where you're turning the dial up. Because you're like, if I can get into this combat potentially, get all of my spells for low cost, like Rebuke suddenly becomes a lot more cost effective in these scenarios. If you can wipe out as much of this board state as possible.
I'm not certain what is the plan here for Tats, so I'm curiously awaiting the resolution of this combat. Okay, so
just gonna say no.
Just set the pause. But essentially here we're sacrificing the dance for basically a buff, right? Because Set is saving the unit, and now the dance and Vex will probably be a target of an attack. So the reason why I'm a little bit not certain about how is this worth, I would consider this a small win again for Tomino, because now he's able to push, go into like 7 or 8 and have a win condition for the next turn, while the Irelia is still far away from winning.
Is it a... I don't know the answer to this, just to give more context around the game. Is it perhaps also about wanting towards getting to 5 so that you can then Irelia double battlefield as often as possible, and like so
well,
you're
it doesn't have
four, true, that's actually really true, because I was just looking at like 4 going to 9 is a really big climb. That's 3 turns worth of point scoring.
Yeah,
I don't think that's the main
but the thing is, like, I'll be honest with you, I think this is not a good board state for Irelia anyway.
no, so, you're totally right.
Sometimes you just have to do plays that just are not the best. They're suboptimal, but you have no other choice. It feels like this might be one of those kind of situations over here. There's the
challenge,
not so fast.
Not so fast. Yeah. And this is one of these things we talked yesterday about. Sometimes you can be in the tank as a player or as a commentator looking at one line of things and not quite have the full picture that we're looking at. So definitely from Tat's perspective, as you said, he's playing up against a giant board state. May very well have one thing in mind that is, to him, very obvious, or to him, the exact way to go. So we'll see. Obviously, Vex in a showdown, we know how potent Vex can be. So you have to kind of calculate through, okay, what spells make Vex reduction the most deadly now? If you're Tomino going into a showdown, you're like, okay, how many rebukes can they play? How many pump spells can they play?
I feel like in this case you try to avoid the Vex for now and you try to kill the Stalacon Herder first.
Yeah.
But we'll see the commitment from Tats here, probably.
So
I
that
would
was
say.
buff being spent.
There has to be a rebuke here, yeah.
Yeah.
Oof. 1 energy, 1 power rebuke.
That card's good enough at 2 and 2.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is.
But still, doesn't really change much for the board state, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at what was in hand there. I think we'll
now
probably catch a glimpse. Now there's a set in hand. I did see that and I was like, I could say that, but I feel like that might be stating the obvious of what we just saw. So now Doran's played.
Doran's is a very boring card. It's just +2 might. But when you think about the equipment effect and the possibilities of juggling it between units now is incredibly important.
And also now going into a combat around the Vex means anything else is going to be costly. Plus Fiora will be switched on with, it's 3 keywords, right? It's like, is it deflect on this one, the Fiora?
Deflect, ganking, and shield.
And shield,
if she is mighty.
Yes, which now she is, right? With it was already with the buff, actually. But,
so, because we moved now into Stalacon Herder, I'm going to assume we're not going to attack the Vex at all, because we would like to attack for the Seat of Power. We first would attack into the Vex.
Which is
if
why
we would
that
like to let it live, then we just probably would go first into the Stalacon Herder anyway, right? And not try and make the attack into Vex. Because essentially now, the Rebuke was a hard removal. Right? You use this for 1 energy, 1 power, and the set is permanently removed. It would have to be played and then has to wait essentially 2 turns to be active, unless there's a showstopper, right? That you can use on the set who's playing from the hand to accelerate it essentially.
Oh, wow. This is just a full deflect cost rebuke in order to stop Tomino from going up to 8. Of course, we're on Aspirant's Climb, so as said, that's a game in which we're going to 9.
And
Tats
now
will go to 7 as well.
Tats is at 7, has 4.
Oh,
he's
scooped.
good.
Okay, yeah.
I was like, he's just showing the 5 for no reason.
No, I think it's fair. Like the hand was really not what you want at this point in a rally. Like a Stalacon Herder, a Defy, not really enough to keep drawing cards. And as we said, that decision making on what do you attack from that moment, the Stalacon Herder only getting 1 draw off is punishing for Aurelia.
Well, I would say overall. First, I would like to say Tomino played it really well.
Yeah.
I feel like he set up a win condition very early on. He was saving his units, not even going into battle. He was just trying to avoid the combat quite a little bit to amount enough amount of units and might at the same time to threaten Irelia's all the time. And those little small battles that he was winning before, when there was this Discipline, no, was it Discipline and Guard being played? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think
Discipline and Guard from 1 combat, right? Then unit didn't die because of recalled to base from the set's ability. All of that kind of small battles that he was draining out the cards from Irelia's hand were impactful in the long term. And for Tats, I feel like because he was lacking the card draw early on, he was not able to catch up in the late game, because one of the weaknesses of Irelia right now is the fact that you don't have a lot of card draw. And that's the thing because of the bats. We don't have Dreaming Tree, we don't have River's Road to actually just also have more potential movement with Stalacon Herder, or just saving your Irelia from combat as well.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of cards did hit Aurelia, and she still is performing well though, as the deck with I think the highest representation here in
and
Day 2.
Great conversion. 1 out of 4 players playing Irelia converted to Day 2. The population of Irelia's increased overall in the tournament from... Did I take my notes? I don't think I took it with me.
I gotta remember now off the top of your head.
It was 15% of Irelia day 1.
Yeah.
And now it's 22, if I remember correctly. So
it's around that, yeah. I think you're correct on
there's
on that.
more of Irelia on day 2 than on day 1 when you think about the entire population of the players that are here to play in this tournament at this stage. And so yeah, it's a very powerful deck. It's just a little bit less consistent, thank God. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly. A little bit less consistent. And, you know, we get to see these somewhat unorthodox matchups of Set in Spiritforged against Irelia. Definitely one of the more fringe matchups from Tomino's side of things, as there is kind of a benefit of running a deck and coming to a tournament and knowing that you know the matchup better than your opponent.
Correct.
Because the chances of Tats grinding this game against Set again and again and again is unlikely, whereas Tomino will have said, well, Irelia is going to be one of the best decks in the room, so I will play 100 games against a good Irelia player and just as practice.
Yeah, you can record your statement and just change like the names of the characters.
Any decks.
And and essentially say that almost in every single metagame, because it's a very true statement. It is an advantage when you're playing, to some degree, of course, because you're not potentially playing the best deck in the format.
Sure.
But you have secret informations, or like your opponent will have less experience to your deck, which will make him maybe misplay, maybe plan not correctly, because he doesn't know the interaction, or whatever option in your deck can be. You can catch people off guard because you're playing one of the surprise cards. Like, one of my favorite green cards is Block.
Okay, yeah,
I almost never see it being played. But one time it's going to be played, and someone is going to get completely outplayed, because it's like, wow, it's +3?
Well,
what the hell? That's not the math that I expected. And suddenly the combat goes the other way.
That was a little bit like Vex at Bologna, where people knew kind of what Vex did, but nobody else had the math on, like, okay, how much do I have to pay in a combat for what now?
That was also a very interesting interaction with Vex, when you were able to just essentially play a free Bellows Breath if you have Ezreal Prodigy.
Yeah, no longer the case.
Yeah, and there was also a stage in pre-showdown. There was already combat, but it was not combat.
Yeah.
So it was like pre-showdown, where the Vex didn't make the spells yet cheaper, but you could play spells during a showdown. That's not the case anymore, so we don't have to explain it. But it was the case before. There was like a lot of new ones.
Thankfully, we don't have to explain any of that so much anymore. But we are into our game 3. Lonely Paro plus some boots as Lucian on the other side of the table.
And we have reopen energy because of Targon's Peak.
Yes, of course. Everyone wants to be Annie in this matchup. So some core cards here. There's a Hidden Blade. There's an Akshan in hand. I think there's a Ruin Runner in the back, if I'm not mistaken, from Set's hand.
It doesn't feel like the Ruin Runner is that great against Irelia.
No, there's a few things that it'll deal with, like a Rebuke, obviously, and a Defiant Dance can't go through on it. But yeah, you're right. The majority of what Irelia wants to do is focused on Irelia.
Yes, exactly. So it's much better against decks that, like, for example, Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
We have Warmog's armor, but we didn't equip it. That's an interesting case, because that means we are not trying to deramp. So we can read from this position a little bit. We go for the action. He already knows what's happening.
Yeah.
And he's weapon mastering the Warmog's armor on the action as well, and then equipping the boots from the effect of action.
So not waiting for the Guardian Angel, but in essence, this does slow down Irelia quite a lot, right? Because you no longer can just do the loop of getting points from both battlefields. It now kind of requires a second unit.
But also, this essentially is a very hard board state for Irelia to solve yet, with like a potentially charm to kill the action. And next turn, I'm going to assume that Tomino has a plan to buff the action and keep it safe, because it essentially gets a GA. So it's going to be harder to kill and get the boots back because of it. Ideally, it won't be by, like, for example, concurring with the Warmog and letting the action be on the battlefield, because that is putting it in danger. So ideally, we would like to see a buff and be in base and be a threat.
Yeah, Irelia, I think, is the only unit option available here to play. I think, is that a Zhonya's? I know there was...
It was a Guardian Angel.
But also, I think there's, like, next to the Rebuke.
And On Guard.
I think there might be a Zhonya's Hourglass in hand, which is what is coming out. hidden card.
Hidden card. And it's not yellow, it's not hidden blue.
No, exactly. Still, I mean, now that Fight or Flight is gone, there's not too many cards that you would imagine in Aurelia that are hidden anymore. I mean, Tide Turner does exist.
It can be a block!
If it is.
No, that was no block in the deck list. But this Sonya is essentially an insurance
if it is
against Cool the Weak here, because even if this Poro dies, Poro gets recalled to base essentially because of the Zonyas, and then the Cool the Weak still doesn't have an effect.
Yeah, because you also am I mistaken that because of the way that things now happen with something still on the chain? No, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. I think I'm actually incorrect.
It's getting recalled.
Yeah,
but you probably wanted to like replay it on the.
No, it's fine. You know what? If it comes up, we'll delve into it. But I think I was about to make an incorrect statement based on the recent rulings. Yes, as you said. Now we're into Akshan going on to the Sunken Temple. And we'll see what follows up here. Pit Rookie is going to buff up the Lucian, move into Battlefield. Now we get to see what the revealed card indeed does. And sorry, I should say.
It's very important that this buff was here on Lucian, because now this Unguard doesn't represent the Poro winning the combat. That is huge play. Very important that Tomino did this. Like, otherwise, this Zonya could have been used on the Irelia next turn. So it is pivotal, or like, of other importance for Tomino to make sure that this Poro gets recalled and not something else.
Yeah, now the On Guard will come through.
Yeah, we're gonna have to force Set now to use his Set the boss, unless Tomino doesn't want to deramp, or maybe he wants to use something else to go over the Poro. Probably not, but we'll see.
It is going to use on, yes. So as you said, it will...
Oh, okay. So, wait, am I mistaken?
So this is what I was wondering about, and I'm sorry, chat are going to light me up if this is wrong, so I'm sorry if it's wrong. There were changes to when the battlefield control is lost. And I did hear rumblings of, like, if you can Zonyas after losing a unit, because you technically don't lose the battlefield until after the cleanup.
Okay, that's
but I wasn't
actually
sure.
Not certain.
I would love to get a ruling on that from for our sake, from the judges, not necessarily from the stream matchup. And I apologize if that is incorrect. It's one of the very minute details that were recently changed within the game. But it looks like that is the impact of what has happened in this game. As a reminder, we as casters do not have like any kind of control over the game or the judging decisions in the game, and the judges will only step in when they are asked for by the players. So I think it is an important thing to note on that one, as Irelia will continue looking at the game as it is being played from here. And again, I apologize if any of that is not 100% right. There have been a lot of changes recently. Irelia now going to get the Discipline on top as well. We'll get the card draw, see more from the deck, and potentially look to threaten. I wonder whether this is going towards the Targans or just to try and blow out both battlefields this turn. It will be Sunken Temple first with the higher might.
10-8, and it forces Tomino to do something about it, or just set back to the base. There is a Hidden Blade in the hand, but with Zonyas and Guardian Angel both open, it's like something that doesn't look that inciting. You have to deramp by 2, you're gonna be back to 5 energy on your follow-up. And if that gets counted, then you have to still use Set the boss ability to save the action, because you have to. That's one of the very important things. You don't want to give ganking to Irelia now. So you would deramp back to 4. That is way too much.
Yeah, that is a painful spot to be in. Ooh, hard bargain in hand. So we know that already Set is low on economy. That's going to make it even more punishing if those challenges come out late in the turn, where there's no real way of maintaining. Haven't really seen too much presence in the showdowns from Set. That's the difficult thing. A lot of this game has been played of conquering battlefields, especially in game 1. We were expecting a fight over, but actually both players have kind of passed away from each other, or like passed by each other, and that's what's going to happen again here as Akshan goes over to Targon's Peak. One way of getting runes is untaping them at the end of the turn. That's
not exactly the same, but yes.
Yeah,
For the hard bargain, actually will matter. So yeah, you have a good point here. Now action again gets the buff, so he can get rescued again and again and again. Obviously, unfortunately, the problem will be once a charm comes in and like a double combat will happen. We have the Ruin Runner being slammed in base and pass and open 2 runes for that potential interaction with a punch first or a hidden blade. Or a challenge. It's still an action speed that's something that can be used during combat. But now with only 2 open, the hard bargain essentially will affect every single spell.
Yeah, and there's a few different things you can represent with 2, right? We know there's a salvage there in hand. There's I think there's a hidden blade. Yeah, hidden blade. You know what? Everything in hand other than
all spells.
All the week. I mean, everything technically is. You have the runes for. Not all able to do it, but
so there's a rebuke though.
There is.
That rebuke also will solve the problem of not having the boots, because if you rebuke it, if you rebuke the action to hand, then Tomino will have to replay the action to take the boots back. But the problem is, if you do that, you kind of open also the GA for the action.
Yeah.
Because now he can change the target, right? It will be costly because you have to replay action and pay again 2 power. But it might not be ideal to lose the GA, so probably Rebuke is not the play.
That's a fair point. There's also Defiant Dance and a Discipline in hand. There's a Tide Turner there. A few different things when it comes to the lines available for Tats, and that Zhonya's is still in base. It's just going to be pass. Just saying, okay, I'm at 4 points. Pass the turn over to you. Don't want to play into those 2 open runes. And we move on as Tomino will hold to 4.
It's all 3 of those games are just so slow on development when it comes like very meticulous in how they're being played. It's really a different kind of gameplay that you would typically expect from 2 decks that are all about brawling it out. Yeah. It's literally a character called Brawler.
Yeah, it's right there in the name. And yeah, such a interesting spot to be in now is this Ruin Runner. We talked about, is it as influential against Irelia as you might think? And Irelia is Defiant Dance there.
Okay, so this is an interesting spot. You're going to be, again, we're going back to the game 2, where small battles might be something that Tomino will be looking at as his win condition. He's going to be trying to grind out the Irelia out of cards, because again, Irelia doesn't have a lot of cards right now.
Yeah, it's been a painful 2 games for Irelia with like low on the Stellarcorn hurdles, low on units. So Defiant Dance comes down.
We have Irelia goes to here? 8 and to 6. So now, what are the plays over here? How much Tomino wants to sacrifice? Nothing. He just wants to go back. A small battle being won because it is 1 card out of hand from Tats. And that is a Defiant Dance, a really big one when it comes to like swapping the amount of might that is on the battlefield.
So 6 and 1. In fact, I guess that was 7. Oh, because 1 floating. So 7 and 1 total as Fey Dragon going to come down, buff up a bunch of units. Will replace the buff that Akshan just lost.
And now, this is an interesting spot. Tats goes up to 5. Most likely will stay at 5 on the upcoming follow-up. That opens up Tomino to go up to 6 for the follow-up, because otherwise Tats will have to hold the battlefield. Oh, here we go. That's going to be the semi-ganking.
Yeah, so we'll be able to move the Irelia over.
That's a big move.
That's a big difference.
Yes. The reason why I was explaining that, because Tats would have been not presenting a win condition, not presenting a potential lethal. Here, for Tats, that is absolutely so important to do this. So it's a great play by Tats to recognize that he has to put the pressure on set.
Yeah. Is the line now for Tomino, clear out the Tide Turner, salvage one of the gears to get rid of it, kill the Irelia to get rid of the other, and cull the weak to get rid of it a 3rd time?
That works perfectly if there are no counterspells.
If there are no counterspells. That's what I'm saying.
How many
line, which is basically everything. Tats does, I think, have
4 cards. You know what I very like? That we're actually moving our heads like it makes a difference when we're looking at TV.
Tilting to the side. I'm like,
yeah,
please.
It doesn't change the parallax, you know?
It's like when you have a controller in hand and you're trying to tilt it.
All right,
salvage
that's the salvage. Not so fast is the only way. No, sorry, that's not the only way.
There's the Defy as well, right? So it will be Defies. There's 1, so that first thing is gone.
The question was, which one is better first?
Yeah, that's what
Is
I'm
better
wondering.
to challenge first?
Are there any challenges in hand? I know there's a Color Week. I know there's a Hidden Blade. So it might have to be... I think you... Can you still get there? It's kill the Tide Turner. But you have too much limitation on being at a battlefield because you can't Hidden Blade and win via a showdown.
I feel like you have to go to 6 this turn.
You have to, yeah. So this is going to be... Oh, okay. You can do it the other way around, where it's win the showdown against the Aurelia, force the Zhonya's Hourglass, because you have to get that out of the way first. Otherwise, the Tide Turner will.
Well, you could be doing it on the Tide Turner,
but then it'll come back with the Zhonya's, right? So you want the
Tide
Aurelia.
Turner, yes, the Tide Turner will gonna come back with the Zhonya's if you kill the Tide Turner
first. But don't you want the Aurelia to come back? Or is there a way... I guess either way is you have to get through multiple other things in order for Cull the Week to kill the last remaining unit,
okay,
right?
You're on the plan of the Cull the Week.
Yes,
correct.
exactly.
Right. Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, that's okay. That's fair. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Is like there's so many steps to get to an open board state if you're Tamino compared to Tats. That there's multiple ways to get there.
So we're now at 14-9 this turn. Tats is actually also utilizing the additional might from his legend power. So he is valuing the additional might here because he wants to... well, does it actually make a difference for anything now? No, there has to be a reason for this. So let's wait out for what is happening next.
That's the Zhonya's.
We're recalling the Aurelia to base. Now we're gonna be getting the effect of the Targons at the beginning of the next turn. We're also paying 1 to activate the same thing that Aurelia has. When you conquer, you can pay 1 to untap your set, which is something that many people forget. As you can see, Taz was actually reading it.
Yeah, I also think this. I think there's too many restrictions on things being at a battlefield in order to get this GA off the Leona. I think the salvage had to hit. Looking at it, I think the salvage needed to be the one that made it through in the end. If you wanted to wipe the board completely, whether that is what Tamino needs or not, maybe Tamino can just stack enough to make it that...
Well, he doesn't have a Hidden Blade yet, right?
Yeah, which I guess on the next turn can be used. I guess it doesn't have to happen now.
Well, he also got a Call to Glory. Dude, this is so complex right now.
I know, and I'm probably making it worse with my yapping on things.
No, we just have to kind of think about like a lot of scenarios over here.
Yeah.
There's the Hidden Blade, not so hidden anymore because it's gonna be... Oh no, it's a Call to Week. Okay.
Yeah, so this will hit the Aurelia to get the GA off, and then next turn you at least can Hidden Blade when Aurelia has to go aggressive because she has to contest one of the battlefields. So I was a little bit too much do everything now, whereas you don't have to. You can wait.
Yeah, and do we rescue this unit with the set? Probably not.
Don't need to.
Yeah.
You're kind of winning this from here already. Do you have enough resources available? Yes, 3 runes up, and we're going to get a Targon's Peak untap as well, right, at the end of the turn?
So now we're probably hiding the Hidden Blade.
Now it's a not Hidden Blade.
Not so Hidden Blade.
As Targon's untap. Now it's really off this top deck. Needs to provide more card draw.
If you could just have it in your hand.
Oh, Defy is enough to deal with the Hidden Blade, but a Defy, a Hard Bargain, and a Rebuke will not give Aurelia enough to survive this turn and next, right? Oh, Hidden Blade, I guess, is now... because it's hidden...
Can be used in response.
Has to be used in response.
Yeah, so now this is a great insurance. Because now it's not even about that. It's you're able to rescue your action, and it goes back to base, so he doesn't get his shoes back.
Oh, and we're now in that situation as well, where the wording of the card specifically.
Heads-up play. You have to play Defy now.
Did Hidden Blade get errated to say if it dies? That is a really good question.
That's not even important. Right now, the most important interaction over here is, if Tats will not defy this, then the action doesn't die, and the boots don't go to Aurelia.
Okay, that is huge. So can't get to 8 this turn. There is the... I think we're gonna.
I think
probably have a judge.
Might be having a judge
here.
over here.
It looks like the 5 coming
yeah,
out.
he realized too late. He realized too late.
Yeah, because I believe we've gone to recycling. We have stepped past it. The judges are going to come in. Again, we at the caster desk can't actually impact this, so we'll let the judges resolve it.
The thing is that the rebuke was resolved.
Yes.
And because the rebuke was resolved into the graveyard, that means that the reaction speed Hidden Blade
has already resolved,
so it's already resolved as well. So it looked like Tad's already confirmed, yeah, this is done.
Yeah, because we had things move.
Correct.
So,
but
we are, of course,
it's up to the judges, not up to us. We're just explaining what could have happened.
We are at competitive rel, which means this is the moment where decisions like this are make or break for a tournament. And also, at your Nexus night, we may very well say, actually, okay, yeah, sure,
well,
maybe.
Whatever, bro.
But here, judges will come in, will help the players resolve this situation. It wouldn't surprise me if the rebuke, because it had resolved, was done.
I mean, it was the moment for Irelia, because with the boots, now you're going to be able to equip it after you move to one of the battlefields. Equip it, untap it, and gank to the other battlefield, which without the boots you're not able to do. So if I'm not mistaken, again, I can be wrong because I can't remember every single thing that was happening there. That's very complex board state. But I think without the boots, there was no way of setting up potential lethal, and the only way would be playing not to lose the next turn, and then it depends on the card draw on the next one.
There is a thing, just again, for newer players or players that are not used to playing at competitive rel. When you resolve a spell, the board state is new and there's new information. And part of that new information is, am I getting those boots back or not? Yeah. And if you're not getting them back and you're like, oh, well, then I would have, which is not what I'm saying is happening, but you know, at a Nexus night, you'd be like, oh, I don't get those, maybe I'll do something different. But at competitive rel, like that level of information interaction is what goes into the difference of whether something resolves or not. So.
And it makes also a difference between a player who is playing on top of the game today or not as well.
Which is rough. All of these, like, right down into that minutiae of, like, the card is stacked on top of each other, and I got to remember exact wording. And this is why we say, whenever somebody reads a card, like, that exact wording on how an effect plays out is key at this absolute top level. We're going to let the judges resolve, but this is right down to it. You could not be at a more tense
that is a
moment
tight spot.
in Game 3, and you're basically continuing through, aiming for that top 8. So we will give that a little bit of time.
Well, it's still far away from the top 10. We still have 4 rounds. I mean, including this one.
Including this one, but I guess this is actually almost at that tipping point of qualifying for regionals.
That is true. When it comes to the top 64, this is a very important match for sure.
Yeah.
It will be, because you're also winning. How do I explain this? The later you lose, the higher potentially your tie breaks are.
Okay. We have apparently
what is the resolution over here? It seems like action is alive, so the Defy didn't come through because of the resolution of the rebuke.
Yes, okay, which was what we assumed would end up resolving, but it is, you know, we, of course, and as we said, we're not the judges here, so that does make it really difficult to test, and that is going to be a scoop. That is an unfortunate way to...
That Defy needed to be played.
Come through, yeah, unfortunate. That is a difficult spot, but it is going to be... Actually, the other way around, this graphic is not.
It's Tomino who's winning.
Yeah,
correct.
Tomino is winning, so we will get this.
What a legend.
There we go. Tomino gets the graphic. As Tomino will advance. Obviously, it is a very tense situation at that point in the game, and not the one that you want to be on either side of. Everybody would be looking for a clean resolution to that game based purely on what is the sequencing going on in front of you. Well, to be fair,
it kind of looked clean because
I guess
the chain was very visible from the board state and also like the body movement. It looked like it was confirmed, this is resolving, and now after the realization of what's the outcome of this Hidden Blade and that the set will rescue the unit and the action doesn't die, the player went like, wait, maybe it's fine.
Yeah, that's what I mean about clean and not clean is I think it's one of those frustrating ones, right? As a player where you're like, that's not how I want to lose a game on that. So I do definitely feel for Tats in that moment. But Tomino, a big win.
Everyone was in the spot at some point when playing card games. This is one of the moments when you learn a lot and you're like, okay, I will never make this mistake again. You know, it's like one of those things when I'm going to start paying more attention a little bit to those small details of like how do you order the chain and what is resolving first and so on. So it is a but that's what I love about card games, because you do have this kind of a skill when you have to plan your turns so much ahead during even like, or even actions, not turns ahead, but like actions ahead, and know the potential outcomes of it. It's a beauty to watch players who are playing it at the highest level, and that's what just makes this card game really fun.
Yeah, and this is where we go into now. This isn't an elimination match.
No,
like Tats is not out following that, and obviously that's not much of a silver lining from this situation. Would have been looking to advance, and again, as I said, that is a really difficult end to the game. This is where it comes into conditioning of like, when you lose a game in a frustrating way, how do you turn that around? Like, what is your own personal way of pulling yourself back together and saying, okay, I dropped that one, but I'm still in contention. I'm still looking to win out for the rest of the day and make it further in the tournament.
I think just taking the lesson from this, right?
Yeah.
Because it's in many cases, many people would say just forget about it and just play your next game.
Though.
No, you cannot forget about it, because as we know, card games are a game of knowledge, and the knowledge is the most important thing that you need to have in your game, right? So you have to learn from the mistakes, otherwise you're never gonna get better.
Yeah.
So you have to take this in, you have to think about this, you have to realize this is a moment where I get better as a player, because this is something that I could have played better. And now you win from this lose. You have a win when you become instantly a better player, because you're not gonna make this mistake again. And with that mindset, you go into the next round and you go smash it. You know.
And we will keep an eye on Tats and whether that comes back as a bounce back and smashing through. But one player that is smashing through well on the set, which is not a deck that lots of players were expecting to play against. It is one where we're talking about the meta. It sits just under the meta decks, and in one where a good player can pilot it to wins. Clearly, Tamino, very proficient at the set in these matchups.
And it's also bringing something that you pointed out before, which is you don't have a lot of experience against set right now. In Spirit Forge, there was almost no set. Now in the Spirit Forge 2.5, or like 1.5, whatever you call it, we have set going back, because the yellow-orange combination is getting a little bit better because of the Fight or Flight not being in the game anymore, right? So I was fully expecting, when I was making a tier list video before going to this tournament, I was saying Fiora is surprisingly good into this metagame, but Set is not far away from her. The difference here is, first and foremost, the difference in signatures. Fiora's access to riposte is really incredible.
Where Showstoppers comparative to riposte.
Depends on what the context is of the particular matchup. But when it comes to the set's ability, that's a powerful one.
That's the difference.
Also, you can see how important experience is against set, because if you are allowed the set to like use two of those abilities in one turn because of the Conquer and then untapping it, right? You don't see it often, but it does actually affect the game by quite a lot.
And that's something we're seeing in this meta. There are quite a lot of wide board states, but there's a lot of decisions being made of which exact units do you save, which do you kind of, on the unit-based, on the equipment-based decks, which do you cascade with, how does that sequencing play out, which leaves an insane branch of paths for each turn of like which units get saved, which do I put in first, who do I utilize different spells on, and that is one of the real like complex but beautiful things to follow in a tournament like this, is like which line is the one that takes you over the line, gets you that last point, and advances you in the tournament. And we are in the middle of our second round of the day, but it's round 10 of the tournament, and after 10 rounds. There's been a lot of fun Riftbound. A lot of fun stuff. We've seen some sets. We've seen... Yesterday we saw a Volibear. We've seen...
the Volibear game, if you didn't watch it, Volibear didn't play a card till turn 4.
Nearly had it, though.
Yeah,
and turned the corner.
And he almost made a comeback. It was like...
Almost.
It wasn't close. But it was. But it could have happened if the stars aligned.
Always an optimist in my chat. I'll try and be as positive as possible. Somebody who will be looking positively on a win in that round. Advancing in the tournament is Tamino, who is chatting to Amy right now.
Thanks, James. I'm here with Thomas, the winner of our feature match with set. How are we feeling going further in the tournament with this fantastic record?
I mean, I'm feeling very good. The game was really close. He didn't realize how one interaction works. I probably won thanks to that, but yeah, it was a tough match.
It is, yeah. Did you expect to go this far with set with so many kind of Aurelias flying around?
I mean, the Tempo Irelia is, I think, an okay matchup for set, but yeah, this Irelia is harder when they're just playing with the one unit, but it's still playable. But yeah, I'm mostly scared of Dravens.
Oh, have you seen many Draven yet?
I fought them once, and that's my only loss.
Oh, that was the only loss? Oh, wow. So hopefully you keep dodging the Draven as you go through this event. What do you think is the most powerful card in your deck?
Probably Challenge, but as a combo, I like to Varmok with Fiora on Tempo or Varmok with Ruin Runner, and I can just save it every round and get trades and outvalue him.
Absolutely. We've seen that come to fruition in so many matches today. That Ruin Runner is so powerful. I think people are underestimating it, which is great for you. Do you think you can go all the way now?
I mean, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, that's what we absolutely love to hear. When choosing a deck for this tournament, what made you gravitate towards set?
I also played set in Bologna.
Yes.
I got the best of in Bologna, actually.
Yes, congratulations!
And yeah, I just stuck with the same deck because I played it a lot, and it's still the same format.
Yeah.
And Draven got nerfed, which was the hardest matchup. I was like, hopefully there's less Dravens.
Honestly, I think you're doing the right thing. You're a master at the deck already, so why not run it back? Have you got anyone you'd like to thank or shout out while we're here?
Shout out to my friend group, NLV, I guess. That's about it.
That's perfect, honestly. Thank you so much for talking to us, Thomas. I really hope that you do well throughout the rest of the event. We're going to throw it over to Barcode for another interview.
Thank you.
And speaking about someone who's doing very well at the event, we've got Romain right next to me. So we had an interview before, so I wanted to have a bit of follow-up because yesterday you told me that you were not really well in the tournament. I mean, it was hard because you didn't sleep a lot. Today, did you sleep better?
Well, not better, at least 1 hour less than yesterday. But maybe it's the tech for me for performing, so I think it's okay. But less sleeping and more pressure, so I don't know if it's good, but for now it's going pretty okay.
So yesterday you were undefeated. How did it go in the morning?
About my two first one, so the first one was against an Aesir and it was a loss. I think I didn't handle pressure well, and with the little knight I have, I forgot my point with Arena Gradus. So when you're 8-0 and you forgot this, I think my opponent was like laughing in his head, but well, it was my first loss. But after I faced another Aesir, and luck was with me again because he didn't draw gears that he wants, so it went well for me. So now I'm in 9-1, so I'm still in the tournament. So I think it's pretty okay for the moment.
I mean, yeah, I think this is pretty okay considering the fact that you're still in. A lot of players would like to have your record right now. Speaking about your record, you are still in and you are one of the last French people right here in the tournament. Does it add any extra pressure on your shoulders or are you still chill?
Honestly, for me, it doesn't change anything. I guess if a French player can win the French tournament, it could be better, but I'm not that patriotic, so doesn't matter for me.
It doesn't matter. Only victory for you is what matters. So for now, there are only a few rounds left. Are you confident in the fact that you can just get to top 8 and maybe win it all?
Honestly, my mindset is mainly go game after game, not thinking about top 8 or any prize because it's just gonna make me more pressure on me. After the first game, the pressure went down a lot, so now I'm pretty chill in the game. I'm still doing my 6 to 7 points to low down the pressure, so it's just game after game. I try to get as win as I can, and that's it.
I think that's a very good mindset, to be honest, to take one game after one and to just chill a little bit, because I saw a lot of people, they had a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and when I see you, to be honest, I think that you are pretty confident. You're just taking things like they are.
Yeah, I try to, when I'm meeting my opponent, to try to talk a bit, where do we come from, because I'm trying to say good luck and have fun. I know it's lots of pressure in the tournament, but we're still human, so we can talk, and that's why I'm trying to talk when I can, to have a sportsmanship behavior, behavior to when he wants to replay. Or we are not here to shark. We are here to play as best as we can and to try to get the win. And my opponent and I are wanted to play as better as they can. So I'm not here to shark, just to play and enjoy the tournament as much as I can.
I mean, that's an absolutely great mindset, and I totally love it. Speaking about opponents, your opponent might be at your table because the next round is just around the corner. So why not just go back to the stage?
Welcome back, everyone. Regional Qualifier Lille. I'm Blevins, joined with Amy, and we are here for another round of action here. Only a few more rounds of Swiss here in day two before we get to that top cut.
Honestly, I've been glued to the broadcast where I'm here with you or backstage watching when we're having a little break, because the action has been undeniable. The buzz in the room is filtering through to every inch of this room, and honestly, you can feel the anticipation as the pressure builds as we get towards that top 8.
Yeah, the action is undeniable, and also the Akshan is undeniable.
Ooh,
we have seen Akshan actually be a very key piece in a lot of these sideboards.
Yes.
For Irelia, even for Draven, for a lot of these decks, they have these very key pieces of equipment, and Akshan just goes, yoink, I'll take that, and you no longer have it. And also, by the way, I get to keep it and keep it equipped to my Akshan and use it against you.
And I think that's something that is shown through the bans, that although the format may be similar, it's different enough that gear became more powerful. So then we need things to deal with gear, but not just equipment and spells to deal with gear, but also units themselves. Akshan immediately got a buff through the midst of other changes and tweaks, and I think there are still cards that are yet to explore with that.
Yeah, it's addition by subtraction there. By taking out cards, some other cards got better without even doing a thing, and that's great. But people who have been doing a lot of things are at the top of our standings, so let's take a look at who's performing well in this here. We have got our top 32 right now. Of course, a good number of Irelias here. Trying to take a quick look through. We just saw that set at 9-1. Amy, you've got to be beaming over that one.
Oh, I'd be over the moon. You could not make it up. 9-1. Imagine playing 9 games of Riftbound, only losing 1. I feel like, honestly, that just feels like a lunch break, you know?
Right.
You're like, yeah, okay, that's all right. That was my refresher.
Yep.
Maybe it was my warm-up at the beginning of the day. And then you go beyond that, and we're looking at Pedro, Neutral, and Barked, and we're looking at that 10-0 record. And one thing I'm going to note really clearly is they are all different decks.
Yeah, that is crazy. I think maybe if you ask some insane people, you'd say, oh, I think that after 10 rounds, Azir is going to be in first place. Not many people are going to be saying that, unironically, but it is here today. Draven coming in at 4th. So we saw Barczek on stream earlier with that master. He says in his own words, best deck in format. Well, Pedro and Natural also having a contest to that. Of course, likely one of those players, two of those players are probably going to play against each other. Not obviously, you know, once you have a 2,000 person tournament math goes out the window, so I'm not going to try, but it is possible that two of those players are going to be playing against each other, and we will potentially only have one 11-0 after this round. A sole person sitting atop the standings in first place, which would be absolutely crazy if it's not Aurelia or Draven.
Phenomenal. And I mean, the chance of being Draven, nope, not
Won't
happening.
be Draven.
Not happening. Now, the other thing I like to note when we're looking at standings like that there were a few standouts. We had an Annie in top 16 there in current standings. We had Fiora there as well. So when you do the math on how many decks are different out of 16, I'd say we're on about 50-50.
Yeah, it is a lot of different decks, and I will note that one of the top 16 Annie is my boy Prismat, who I've been following for a lot of games. We saw top 8 in Bologna, doing very well. Got the best of Draven in Bologna in a stacked field there, and really, really is one of those players. And we talked about this backstage, where when I first saw them in other games, I was like, this person really good. Casanova was like, no, you need to be watching this player. I go, are they really that good? See their play? Nah, I wouldn't have made that play. Nah, I wouldn't have made that play. I wouldn't have made that play. And then on the 5th turn after that, I go, it all came together, and I go, wait.
They're a genius.
They've been setting this up the whole time, and they end up winning the game from this crazy line that they took. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'm bought in. I'm bought into the Prismat hype train. I think a lot of people in Riftbound already are, because the results speak for themselves. I mean, you are not. They're going to all these tournaments. We're seeing them. They were one of the early players before the game was even out, you know, playing in the online tournaments. They won a lot of those events as well. And just if you see Prismat play, it's with a level of precision. It's with a level of, it's just a high level that you really don't, it's very rare.
There's a skill to be able to do really well in a circuit, playing a different deck each time as well. These are decks that, yes, they have similar nuances between Annie and Draven, but you're taking a different deck. You've already got a best of. You're going for a different best of, or going all the way, which would also get you best of, which I think is just an unspeakable amount of skill within that, being able to do that. I just spoke to Tomaz, our amazing set player, who got best off with set already. Going for a second time running. Which is fantastic. I think that's I think it's like having little trophies, right? You'll have a set of trophies.
I see what you did there.
But going for a different one almost gives you that ode that you're not a one-trick pony. You're not a one-deck wonder. You're giving us so much more. And I think that there's so much skill in that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'd be fine being a one-trick pony. I'm a zero-trick pony right now, so I'll take even a single trick. But there's still a lot of action to come in this round. We actually did ask the public a few questions about Riftbound, so let's see what they had to say.
So, where do you come from?
I'm from Germany.
Poland.
From France.
Belgium.
Bulgaria.
From Belgium.
I come from Germany, man.
What's your favorite legend?
My favorite legend is Victor, and I'm honest, didn't play any other legend till now. So yeah, but I'm very fine with Victor. Even with the Draven nerf, right now it's getting stronger in my opinion, and I love him.
My favorite champion overall from League of Legends would be Xayah.
Ornn, I think.
Ezreal.
Any?
Legend, it has to be Teemo.
Teemo,
Yeah,
really?
I love the hidden mechanic. Being able to just flip up, surprise the enemy. Ooh.
What's your favorite card in the game?
Favorite card, I think Imperial Decree for Victor.
I think it would be the Spirit Blossom Ahri. She's so gorgeous, she's so pastel, everything. Oh, I love her.
I think Ornn is my favorite card.
I really like Fizz.
I have to say Rebuke. I love just paying 2, and then returning their high cost. It's just so good.
I think my favorite card is Kai'Sa, the red one. It's a lot of value, it's a good body, so yeah.
I think Fight or Flight, but it's banned, you know.
That's a bit hard, yeah.
What color combination do you like the most?
Then I gotta go with the blue, yellow one.
So it will be purple and yellow.
Green and orange.
purple and red.
I like all the combination with blue.
I think I hear Israel, so blue and purple.
Okay. I must say it's blue-purple. It's just so many like trickery and like from hand, from hidden.
In your opinion, which deck is gonna win it all?
I think Aurelia is pretty strong right now, but I'm confident today, bro. I think Victor, maybe I'm gonna take it all.
That's a bold statement.
Let's say Ari. Let's put it on Ari.
I will repeat, but I think Azul can do a really good thing.
Draven or Irelia?
Definitely not Draven. We can't have Draven again. I think it's going to be Alan ZQ with an Ezreal control.
That's a take.
Let's take out takes and say Victoria.
I think Irelia, because after the bans, Irelia got really strong. Because her biggest opponent, Draven, is nerfed really much, you know.
It actually makes sense.
Welcome back, everyone. Regional qualifier. Lille Blevins joined with Amy, and I think I heard pairings just start to go up. So players are going to be walking to their seats here, and we're going to be getting into the action very soon here, Amy.
I'm so excited for some more games. We have some riveting action so far, and there's much more to come. Right, Barcode's discussion there. I've got to say, those are some great questions. Who's your favorite champion?
Well, I mean, it's not really a secret that I'm a one-trick Lucian. Despite what Casanova has said on this very show, I have actually said that Lucian is very fun, and I have pointed out that he's very good many times, including on this very broadcast, but did not listen to me. But that is neither here nor there. We have got our 8 and 2s here, so on the cusp here, need to win here to be in contention. We have got Ezreal versus Azir.
It's all to play for. There's a lot of pressure on these players, but we're bringing two very different style decks to the table. We've got Ezreal, of course, who is kind of using these cheap units, taking advantage of showdowns and trying to out-resource your opponent with efficient card draw tactics. Although we lost a few of those, the legend ability there still allows us to draw many cards, and we're going to utilize cards like Stack Deck to get there.
Yeah, and absolutely, we can see the deck list here. Very much the control style. A few interesting choices here. We've got acceptable losses in the main, which is a nod to that gear removal that we've seen. You know, Akshan we're seeing in the main. We're seeing salvages in the main for a lot of these decks. So it's definitely a nod to that. But a deck that utilizes gear very, very well. That is, of course, Azir, who is making a lot of those Sand Soldier tokens, using the full effect of equipment like the Brutalizer, like of our friend Harold, whose eye we have here, and of course that all-powerful signature spell, Arise.
Arise, we've seen it happen once, we're gonna see it happen again, I imagine. And of course we've got that fantastic charm, that uptick of those in the deck, and lots of not only equipment but also spells to be able to try and prevent our opponents from being able to employ their own tactics. We're low on units in the main deck because we don't need them. We're going to make Sand Soldiers instead. And so then you have more space in the deck for these tricks and for equipment, because we're not playing active unit, because we don't need to. We're making our own. It's like a build your own unit. You can just I'll start with a Sand Soldier for a base, and then you can have a sword, he's gonna have a shield.
Yep, absolutely able to take advantage of that. And we saw it yesterday when, you know, you can play these spells, Singularity, Falling Star, kill 2 Sand Soldiers. Yeah, you've destroyed 2 units technically, but they were token units. It never quite feels as good as getting rid of real units, especially when Azir can go, all right, I'll play a BF Sword, make another one, I'll play a Rise, I'll make 5 more Sand Soldiers, and kind of go from there. And the thing that I want to point out about both of these decks, playing very, very different styles of a game, but both of them are, I would say, 2 of the higher skill cap decks in the game. So if players have been putting the time, putting the reps into these decks, they are really going to be able to show it off here.
And it's whether they choose to up the tempo or not. They both are decks which thrive off of a slow start. But if one of them chooses to try and go more aggressive, are they going to just push forward? If we make enough Sand Soldiers in the beginning, is Azir going to be able to kind of overcome what Ezreal's trying to push upon them?
Right.
Especially because their units just aren't as valuable to them. So if Ezreal does try some of these kind of control tactics, it's kind of like, okay, I'll make some more anyway.
Yeah, it is tough as a control deck in general. If your opponent has a built-in value engine that you can't really interact with. You can't stop your opponent from drawing equipment, playing it, and making a Sand Soldier. When you're playing a control deck, it's really hard to answer the infinite amount of value, so you have to be quicker a lot of times. So this control Ezreal deck may have a little bit of a struggle there, having to actually put on pressure against a deck that is actually also very aggressive.
Yeah, and can be flexible with that as well. That's the nice thing about Azir, is that actually you've got more flexibility than a lot of people, I think, give it credit for. You've got flexibility because of the gear. You've got flexibility because a lot of your units are kind of what we've been calling cheap units. They're discardable and you don't really mind. And quite often you could be destroying your own units for advantage. And so if your opponent is trying to sort of lock you in a battlefield or take out a unit, you're like, okay, well, I'll destroy my own and then I'll draw some cards. And actually, that's kind of what I wanted. And that can be a problem.
Yeah, when you're using a Singularity to destroy a Sand Soldier, which they then say, I'll just destroy it myself and draw 2 cards, that just feels horrible.
That feels horrible, right?
You're like, let's just go to the next game at that
Yeah,
point. Which you shouldn't do, but I definitely feel like doing when I'm playing.
It's horrible because you don't want to waste resources. Ezreal is a deck which thrives off winning out of having more resources than your opponent, using them efficiently, having cheap resources as well. But actually, if you've got enough Sand Soldiers and you just don't care, then you can just keep the board overwhelmed. And that's, I think, where Victor decks as well can do quite well into Ezreal sometimes, because it's a similar kind of formula where you're like, I'm just making recruits, man. I don't care what you do to them. It's fine. I've just got a load of them.
Absolutely. The one thing I will say for Ezreal, of course, I mean, the deck has spoken for itself already. Obviously, won Bologna with Alan piloting it. Different version now, but still the same idea here. Being able to have an answer for all of the questions that your opponent is posing to you. One of those answers is a preemptive one, and that is Mind Splitter, a card that we've seen be so good and be able to take some of those interactive spells late in the game, or even just nab that Arise right away from them. And that can really put a
dampener on things.
It can put a damper on the Azir's
raining on their parade, aren't they? And that's the problem. We saw it yesterday. We saw the exact scenario yesterday where a Mind Splitter took the Arise and we were like, oh no! And then it took tons of card draw to get back to the Arise. They managed to pull through, but if then you can't get back into that flow, it can be all over before you know.
Absolutely, but it looks like the players are sat in and ready. We can see the spread of battlefields on both sides. Looks like all of these battlefields are very much for themselves and not really necessarily going to be good for both players. As we see here, Ornn's Forge on the side of Azir. We've got the Sigil of the Storm for Ezreal. So let's kick back and start off game number 1.
Let's kick it off. We are going straight in. Ornn's Forge. That is a battlefield I haven't seen today yet.
Yeah, this is one that I was actually running in Lucian for a while. So when you control this, your first non-token equipment costs 1 less to play each turn. So you can now, if you control that battlefield, some of your one-drop equipment are now free. You don't even need to pay for them at all, which is kind of crazy in a deck that runs a lot of one-drop equipment.
Yeah, that's kind of a big deal. I'm gonna say it. That's kind of a big deal.
And we see already the Call of the Week played on turn number 1 to get rid of a Raven Bloom student. That is someone who knows how this matchup is supposed to go. They know Raven Bloom student is actually very, very scary. I needed to deal with that now and use one of my more powerful removal spells against it.
Yeah, taking away that early lead from Ezreal is exactly how you deal with with him. You kind of take away exactly what they're trying to piece together, which are those cheap early game units that gain them a lot of advantage, and you just push that back. And if Ezreal then can't come back from that with another cheap unit and keep developing that board, it can spell disaster. And in fact, we couldn't do that, so we are forced into bringing the Ezreal from the champion zone.
Yep, we're going to play Ezreal right away and actually discards the Arcane Shift. Couple reasons for that. One, a lot of players are playing around Arcane Shift, making sure to not give the Ezreal combats unnecessarily when they have 3 energy up. The other reason is that the card Fizz can actually recur the Arcane Shift. It normally can't, because when you play Arcane Shift, it banishes itself. But if you just discard it, it doesn't banish it. It has to actually be played.
I love using Fizz to kind of make the trash a secondary draw pile. You're stashing that away for later. And it's really kind of smart to be able to actually have that as a resource that you know you constantly have access to.
Right. When you're playing Ezreal, it now says put a card into your hand still. Keep a card in your hand and then draw 2. So it's just a draw 2 at that point when you're discarding a spell and you have access to Fizz. So really, really strong. We're seeing the Ezreal take first blood here, get that first point, and pass it back over.
Straight into that Orn's Forge. They know the value of its might, and not wanting your opponent to take that right now, probably wise, just putting a fight up. And Ezreal has a fantastic effect, just being able to draw so many cards. We have managed to make that hand a lot larger this turn. I can't say that name. Rotorato. It's harder in my accent, okay? Rotorato has a tricky situation now. We've started to see the Ezreal come into play. Your opponent has lots of cards. They can do lots of things. So let's tenuously move this Lonely Poro into Sigil of the Storm. See if our opponent has any reaction to that, or whether it is just we're going to score that first point.
Yeah, there is actually a lot of different options that Ezreal could have here. There's a couple hard bargains, or sorry, a couple of Wages of Pain, a few Stupefy. So there's a lot of tricks on the side of the Ezreal, and Rotorato actually just testing the waters to see what they are able to get away with here. You know, let's see, what do you have in hand? Are you going to do something against my Poro? Are you going to choose something else here? Are you going to wait and try to protect your Ezreal? And it looks like they have made the decision to do that.
Eye of the Herald comes down. We've got our first gear in play. Well, second, sorry. I'm silly.
We've got Herald. Poor Herald. He's without an eye, but we've got it for you, buddy. Don't worry.
Sand Soldier's looking after it.
Yeah, Sand Soldier's got it. If you need it back, just come see us. We'll get it for you.
It's all good. It's all good. 2 Sand Soldiers so far. Well, the sand count has begun.
Yes. Did we get the sand, the accumulating sand graphic, man? Did we? I don't know. I don't know if we got that done overnight or not. But the count is at 2. And oh, how about the leader of the Sand Soldiers himself, Azir, coming in down in the back line.
Azir joining in, commander themselves. A great addition, much higher might naturally than these Sand Soldiers, so it doesn't quite need any equipment right now to make them a fearsome opponent.
Yep, and here is a rare moment where the shields are potentially down for a calm deck here. If there's something like a Singularity, we could take out an Azir, which is actually a real card, and then you don't feel as bad about using the other half of Singularity on a Sand Soldier if you actually get to take out an Azir. And there are no there's no energy on the side of Azir here to actually interact with that. Just going to go for a Wages of Pain, take out that Poro, get our gold gear, get Ezreal out of dodge, and then pass the turn.
Keeping it simple. Ezreal's safe, we've got gold to spend, and we've got a handful of cards that are going to be able to be played next turn. Again, this is how Ezreal does. It looks like you're not doing much, but actually you're building up to these big combo turns later.
And there's a lot of subtleties going on in the underneath the game, within the game, if you will, where, on the one hand, we saw Azir spend all of their energy last turn, maybe saying, I don't have something like a Discipline or a Pump Spell to save my units, saying, if you got Singularity, play it. I'm ready for it. And then, of course, on the Ezreal side, they didn't have a Singularity, so maybe both of these players, without actually playing any cards there, are getting subtle bits of information, doing the hand reading that we see at these high levels of play in Riftbound. These are all things that are being considered in all of these turns, even when a card's not being played.
Absolutely. You've got to take all of the information given to you, even if that's subtle nods, how many cards your opponent has in hand when they have certain amounts of energy, and then the likelihood of them drawing into cards with the amount of energy they've got to use. So when we're looking at cards like Singularity and like kind of those big ones like Time Warp, well, if you're not on 10, you can't cast that.
Right.
So we know that it's safe. And so actually taking the amount of energy that your opponent has access to into account can honestly save you a lot of thinking.
Yeah, absolutely here. Looks like we are equipping a Brutalizer in, getting a Conquer here for the Sand Soldier.
Slow and steady wins the race. Now we've got 2 Sand Soldiers and a Recruit across 2 battlefields. And, oh, okay, going for a Stupefy. We're going to draw a card and reduce that Sand Soldier a little bit. Just make him a little less mighty.
Yeah, make him a little bit smaller.
I like using Stupefy, not necessarily for the full effect, but because it's not your turn, you'll get to, because you are gaining the advantage of the card draw, it's progressing your turn further.
Yep, absolutely. And you not only that, you're also giving one of the 2 necessary procs, or targets rather, for Ezreal, which allows you to draw an extra card. So Stupefy, already a good card when you draw 1 card. When it draws 1.5 cards with Ezreal, it looks even better.
Exactly. So it's okay that it didn't really have as an effect on the Sand Soldier. It doesn't matter because the card has extra abilities thanks to Ezreal's kind of passive abilities.
Yep, absolutely. And the Conquer does happen. The Sigil of the Storm is going to recycle that rune there. We're going to make a Sand Soldier.
Do what?
We're going to make a Sand Soldier. The sand keeps flowing here for Azir. And how about 2 more Sand Soldiers? That's Desert's Call. Ring, 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 ring. It's, guess what? More sand.
You know what? I think we need some more Sand Soldiers.
Yep, and we're thinking about the Weapon Master here because, again, it does not matter that Azir himself didn't make the Sand Soldiers.
Nope.
All Sand Soldiers have Weapon Master. So if you want to move one of those equipment from the battlefield to one of these Sand Soldiers in the backline, you can. It looks like Rodorado chooses not to and passes the turn back to Ezreal.
I absolutely love passive abilities like that.
Yes.
Just having that legend allows you to always have Weapons Master on all of those Sand Soldiers. Passive abilities, I think, are some of the strongest and most underutilized in the game. And this is really showing where the natural power of this deck excels.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you go, oh, this makes, 2 Might Sand Soldiers. That's cool. We've seen other decks play it. Just sometimes you want 4 energy, 4 might, that's fine. But also, as you just get that added benefit of sometimes being able to move your equipment over. And looks like we are jumping back here. Hi, everyone. We're just getting some things straightened out in the game. But yes, like you said, those Sand Soldiers, or Azir gives you that passive ability. I also love myself a passive ability. It's like something that I have, when I'm playing Qualifier, only I get the rune when I play a mighty unit. It's like, I like that ability to have that passive ability just for you.
Yeah, exactly. It's always on. It's either impossible to turn off or difficult to turn off whenever a passive ability is in play. And honestly, I think that a lot of people forget about them as well.
Yeah.
It's not because they don't respect it. It's just because there's so much going on.
Yeah.
It's also been a very long tournament. Yeah. And so naturally, we saw it earlier with Master Yi's ability, it can be really difficult to remember all of the factors in play, especially because it's not something that is actively played or activated. It's just there. It just happens. It constantly exists. And we have a lot of this in many card games, but I think it's really well utilized in Riftbound because it gives that choice of the champion really to the players in regards to, actually, do I want one that I have to activate I have to look at cost. I have to see whether I can achieve that cost and how quickly I can and how reliably I'm going to be utilizing that. I think one of the reasons that people underestimate set is because the ability is kind of expensive when you think about it. And so it may be underutilized within a game. And that's why a lot of people went over to Fiora, who, although there is a cost to that ability, it is worth it. It's so advantageous. So you have to weigh up the pros and cons when choosing a champion, whether you would like something cheap, passive, or expensive, but worth the risk versus reward.
Right. Yeah, and you also, the beauty I feel for Riftbound is that you can lean into or take advantage of the legend ability to the extent that you want. There are some decks that are built entirely around their legend abilities, and there's some decks that it's there.
It's there if I need it. It's like Jinx. I think that's a really good example of that, actually. A lot of people don't think it's that powerful a legend ability, but in certain circumstance, it is. And it's not, you're not striving for it. It's not something you're actively going to want to happen every single turn. You're not trying for it, but when it happens, and if it happens, that's great.
Yeah, it's so good to be able to do that. And I think it's a cycle we see in a lot of card games. We saw in Riftbound in early stages, and we will see in Unleashed as well, where it's Legend comes out, I see what Legend is doing, let's put all of the cards that say the same thing as Legend in a deck, and I go, oh, this deck's not really that good. It's, you know, feels kind of like a starter deck. It's a little bit clunky. Like, I don't need to put, why I put every ambush card in my Rengar deck, why isn't it working? And then you start to get iterations and optimizations, and it's like, oh wait, I can also play the old cards too with some of the new ambush cards that are really good, and all of a sudden you've got a real deck, and we're playing in day 2 of an RQ with it.
Creates presumptions as well, because the only bit of information you get when you start a game of Riftbound is the legend and your chosen champion, right?
Right.
And we saw yesterday that presumptions could be quite negative with a certain Kai'Sa deck that we saw yesterday.
Right.
You see Kai'Sa as a chosen champion, and you think, oh, okay, I know what this deck does. I know all about it. I know I basically know their entire deck list. Wrong. Wrong. And then setting up for the game, especially in the early game, can be you can almost put yourself onto this one track that actually leads you to damnation, because you've accidentally kind of put blinkers on, and you've put the Kai'Sa blinkers on. You can't see anywhere else, and then Rumble's over there, and you're like, sorry, what?
Absolutely. And I've been actually taking advantage of this in my testing recently, because I am still playing Lucian, but I've been playing Lucian Aurora, of all things. And let me tell you, no one expects Lucian Aurora ever. And especially the Lucian player. The Lucian mirror when I'm playing Lucian Aurora versus a traditional Lucian is one of the funniest experiences you can ever have. When they're playing all of their units and I go, I'm going to play Catalyst of Eons on turn 2, and they're like,
what is that?
And then I play Aurora, and they're like, oh, you're just playing a bad Volibear deck. And then I play the combo on my Cadrigan. Yeah, it works out pretty well. It ends up working out pretty well sometimes. I mean, it also fails horribly a lot of the times, but it's the iteration process. You've got to walk before you can run, and maybe someday we'll see Lucian Aurora in
Nobody expects Lucian Aurora, not even me.
No, no one does. I think there should be a specific category. There's best of Lucian, and then there's Aurora. There should be best of Aurora Lucian. I'm putting it out there. That's a freebie for you, Riot. There's a free idea for you from the broadcast. I think that should also be a category for best of.
Oh, that really tickled me. That was a good one. Well done.
Yeah.
The thing is,
Amy thinks this is a joke. This is
no,
the bit.
no,
This is real.
I know you're not kidding, and that's the best bit. That's the bit that's really tickling me, is I know you're not kidding, and you've made this monstrosity.
Yes.
Oh my goodness gracious. Well, you know, that's why you're on the desk, because they didn't want to let that loose in this hall.
Yeah, they said, hold on, we need to. Unleashed is next set. We can't unleash this on the world yet, but we're back into the game. See a little bit of a Bellows breath coming in here.
Ooh, stinky breath, and the Sand Soldiers aren't a big fan.
No, they generally don't like that. We do get the free proc of Israel.
And again, that just adds value. That's always adding value to these sorts of spells, is that we're getting extra value for money. We're getting an extra effect. And that's where, when I was talking about the value of your legend versus your chosen champion, this is where Ezreal has always been considered powerful, because you're gaining so much. Every single card essentially has that extra effect.
Right. Yeah, every card that chooses something of your opponent's has draw half a card tagged onto it.
Right.
Half a card rounded down, put on it. And Bellows Breath plus Watcher is a wombo combo that we have seen many a time here. It is going to be threatening to kill not 1, not 2, but 3 units on the side of Azir, including the Azir himself.
Combo! And that's where Thousand Tail Watcher, even though considered a late game unit, is great against a deck like this. You don't need to go aggressive. You don't need to accelerate it. You're just wanting to reduce the might of those Sand Soldiers who have already taken some damage because of the Bellows Breath.
Yeah, and you get to get that damage on first, and then the Watcher will reduce the might. The damage does not go away, so the might gets reduced. They say, hey, wait a second, you've got 1 might and 1 damage. That means you are going to the trash here.
You just kind of watch the Sand Soldier fall apart, the armor clinks on the floor, and that's it until we can make some more come back. But yeah, making sure that we take away that recruit as well. He's out of here. And the board state is significantly less sandy now.
Yes, way less sand there. Chose not to accelerate. The Watcher could have accelerated and potentially threatened that other Sand Soldier, but that would not only be paying the extra power to accelerate the Watcher, would also be effectively paying another power because you are conquering that Sigil of the Storm. And as we've talked about throughout the entire tournament, it's not just what you're doing on this turn, it is how you are playing this entire game. You've got to think about the future.
And that's it. These pro level players, they're thinking 5, 6, 7 turns ahead. They've got almost the entire game kind of set out in their heads, and now it's their opponent's job to try and thwart that plan. It's time for a rise!
Yes, we are arising here. That is 1, 2, 3 Sand Soldiers by my count coming in here, and of course 2 of them can enter ready, and they of course again still have Weapon Master themselves, so if they want to move some of that equipment around, they are free to do so.
Indeed, we are arisen. We have got that board state back under control. Thousand Tail Watcher did its job alongside Bellows Breath, but those Sand Soldiers come back easily, and that's where these sorts of decks like Azir can really pull forward, because you're able to recur those units so easily. Thousand Tail Watcher still in play though, has a mighty 7 might, and so that is going to come into effect. But when you've got so many little units, again, we're doing the same thing. Just throw 1 in, score a point, overwhelm this Ezreal, and you know, we don't have a lot to work with when you're Rug.
Yep, we are looking to retreat the Ezreal, and Azir says, not today. It's going to get defied.
I defy thee.
Yes, it is effectively a 2-for-1. Not a lot of the time that you can turn a defy into a 2-for-1, but being able to not only counter the spell itself, you're also effectively killing that Ezreal, which is going to be great here for keeping that board nice and clean on the side of the Ezreal.
Absolutely, and that's what we want to do, is limit the amount that Ezreal can physically do by pressuring them into playing these big units like Thousand Tail Watcher, because they're not going to be able to rinse and repeat that.
No, they aren't. It's not going to be able to get a lot of value, additional value out of the Thousand Tail Watcher. Now, of course, there are ways to do it, but they are a little bit harder, though we may actually see one here. Fizz on the Ezreal signature spell can actually rebuy the Watcher, which allows you to replay it, but that's not what we're going for here. We're going for the Bellows Breath in this case.
Yep, gonna start that little combo again, and Bellows Breath to put some damage on those Sand Soldiers. So they're going to start out with some significantly less going on. And then I imagine we're going to try and kind of finish those off in a little bit with just assessing the cost there of Fizz and then the Bellows Breath after the fact.
Yep. So we're just figuring out which of these runes are exhausted here.
Which are spent and which were recycled.
Yep.
There go our handy dandy judge coming over to save the day and have a little look-see and see which costs need to be paid.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting points with Ezreal and with Fizz, of course, as well, is that, like you said before, your trash is all of a sudden an extension of your hand. So every one of these turns, even we already saw Ezreal has like, what, 5-6 cards in hand? That's not to mention the 5, 6, 7, maybe even more cards in the trash that can be rebought with Fizz. So you got to think about all of these interactions. What are you going to play now? What are you going to, what card are you going to cash in with your Fizz? Is it going to also have an Arcane Shift, which can then rebuy the Fizz or rebuy the... All these things are being thought of in all of these turns and all these interactions. That's why, a deck like Ezreal, I just would not bring to, personally, would not bring to an RQ, because you will be seeing steam coming out of my ears as early as round 1, and I have a buy in round 1.
Oh, gosh. That's, the Ezreal players that are out here that are at these top tables are phenomenal. They've got a lot to think about, a lot to sequence properly, and you've got to know when to utilize those resources well. Otherwise, it's all going to crumble and fall apart. And I think with the amount of card draw that Ezreal provides, you've got to remember that actually, discarding cards is just as powerful, especially if they're spells. You want to kind of use that extension of your hand by cherry picking the things that you want to get back later, and then you almost don't have the risk of them being things like sabotaged either.
Right.
Like, no one can do that. Your Fizz is a unit, so it can't be sabotaged out of your hand, and then you've got the spell you need safe in the trash, which is not something we'd expect to be saying, but it is almost a safer zone for it. You don't want it in the deck, you don't really want it in your hand in certain matchups, but actually the trash is perfect because I can just Fizz, I'll have that now, thank you, and then I'll play it right now so that there isn't a risk of you being able to interact with it from my hand.
Right. Yeah, we are at a point right now where there's a few ways to interact with the trash, but not a lot.
No?
Not a lot with your opponent's trash, for sure.
No.
It is almost, like you said, it's a weirdly safer place for cards to be when you have access to recur things from the trash like Fizz does. But Fizz is a card that has been, it's been good since the beginning. I think people saw it and were like, oh, this is amazing.
That's
and then it came down a little bit. It's like, okay, it's not the, you don't want to be playing it in every single purple deck every single time. And now I think we're building decks with Fizz in mind, and he's really, really shining. I mean, this Ezreal deck is a great example when you can set up with your Ezreal being able to discard your spells to effectively draw an extra card, or at least still have access to it. It just gets really, really good.
I think when you're deck building, especially with a deck like Ezreal, it can be tempting to say, well, why am I playing Fizz? I could play a cheaper unit, and then I could just play more of the spell I want, and then I'm more likely to see it again. But you can't really think of it that way, because that's not what Fizz is achieving. Fizz is not only achieving a unit on the board, which Ezreal has quite few of realistically, but also you get to use that discard pile trash as a secondary draw pile. You can use that to discard things, cherry pick them later, to reuse things, and you've got more flexibility within that because you're not just relying off those card draws. You're not relying what's coming off the top of the deck. You know what you've got, and you can strategize and plan around the trash, which is a much larger resource pile when you think of it that way. So actually, instead of thinking about, oh, but it's a unit and I don't really care about that, I could just play more removal spells. Like, no, you can't really. You've got to be flexible, and that's, especially with these control variants of Ezreal, flexibility is exactly what we need to get ahead.
Yep, and we are back here. Looks like we have resolved the board state. Ezreal's going to draw a card. We are seeing the Bellows Breath played, some units getting removed. Fizz still on the battlefield, or Fizz still in the base, as well as the 1,000-head Watcher on the battlefield.
Again, just giving ourselves that extra unit. Another fizz comes down. We're getting real fizzy over here as we grab another spell. We're going Wages of Pain.
Yep, that is a Wages of Pain, which is just pure value. We're going to destroy a unit here, make a gold gear token exhausted, while also making a fizz. And what else do we have? Oh, our good friend Raven Bloom Student, who is really managing the back line here. You'll love to see it.
That's a lot of units for an Ezreal deck. I don't hate it. I like it. I like it. Thousand Tail Watcher's still going to stay in that base and try, 7 might is considerable, especially when you're against Sand Soldiers, although once they get that equipment on them, they can be quite troublesome. So let's see how our Azir player chooses to combat this kind of overwhelming board state when you think about it from an Ezreal perspective. This is very unusual board state, but it's working.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And Fizz, once Fizz is in play, he's pretty much just a vanilla unit 3 might, but Ravenbloom Student is anything but that. She is has the ability to get very big. She is not vanilla. She's what I would call very cheesy, able to really pile it on and get bigger and bigger for every single spell that is played. She's getting even bigger.
Ezreal likes spells, Fizz likes getting spells back, and Ravenbloom Student loves to take advantage of those. So now that we have kind of power on the board, Sand Soldiers, of course, come back quickly with Desert's Call and with our ability. So we've already got 3 back in play, which is pretty standard as far as Azir goes. But that's all she wrote on that turn. And we're back over to Rub's turn.
Yep, this is pivotal turn as usual. We saw the build your own Arise turn, but those notably did not enter ready, of course, which is not actually Arise, but still quite good value, but is actually going to fall behind in point tempo, assuming that Ezreal takes this Sigil of the Storm. They're going to get to that all-important 6 points first. They're going to do so at a relatively low cost, likely sending a Fizz unless they want to do battle and send up the Ravenbloom Student, potentially maybe even sending everything if they want to try to hold, but they don't necessarily need to. They want to get to this 6 point, set up in the backline potentially, and then say, I'm going to threaten to win next turn. Don't need to worry about it now.
Exactly that. We're building up, Ravenbloom's going in, scoring that 6 point, and now it's kind of okay. We're at the stage where you can leave those units there. You can just kind of challenge both battlefields. You can challenge for a whole point, and it's looking a bit shifty if you're Sand Soldiers now, because there's not that many of them for what we need to achieve.
Right, there is 3 Sand Soldiers, decent amount of might, though not a ton. There's no BF sword back there. There is, I believe, there is a Brutalizer, which is effectively a BF sword on the turn that you equip it, but it's not necessarily going to be, it's really not good at defense, which is what they need. We're going to see the Mind Splitter come down and strip the hand of Arodorado.
Ooh, that's a huge Mind Splitter, perfectly timed. We're on that 6 points. We don't want our opponent to be pushing ahead here. We have seen the chink in their armor. We're taking advantage of a slow turn that had to be taken. We don't want them to be able to come back from this. So now being able to go into their hand, not only gain the knowledge of what's in there, but also remove a card.
Yep, and that is off the top deck now for Azir. What are they going to be able to do? They need to take both of, well, they need to take at least one of these battlefields to potentially defend, but they're going to need to defend against a lot of might. I believe 20 might in the backline right now.
With only 1 card in hand, we're living on top deck city, and it's an uncomfortable place to be.
Yeah. I think I saw that was Herald's Other Eye, which is certainly, I think, not going to do it. I'm no math wizard, but I think 20 is bigger than a lot of what's going to be able to be defended here.
But unless we put up a fight, we're not going to progress the game. We can't let them just have the battlefield, so we're going to have to contest it, going in with the Brutalizer, attaching it, kind of like you say, being that pseudo BF sword, and challenging the Ravenbloom Student.
All right, we get to play acceptable losses at action speed, which is going to force the sacrifice of a gear of each player's choice. Of course, Ezreal has no gear in play, so it's a one-sided. Each player destroys one of their own gear, which is also, of course, going to give the Ravenloom student +1.
Tricky decision. Do we go for the Eye of the Herald knowing that we have another? If we need it, we've got one. Yes is the answer. And then we, of course, do win that combat. So we do get the point, but it's going to be tough to keep hold of it. So at this point in time, are we going to have to kind of build up on that one battlefield? Are we just going to have to put everything in and hope that it's enough? But I don't think it's going to be enough. We've got so much might on the other side there that being able to stop our opponent at this stage is going to be a tricky feat.
Yep. Absolutely. It is a tough one, and there's so much might in the backline, like you said. Quick maths, it doesn't look like it's enough. I think Rotorado is even just deciding, are they going to even try to do it here? And it looks like they are not. That's going to be game number 1 here in round 11, going to Ezreal.
Ezreal proving once again that slow and steady does win the race. We have managed to build that board up using cheap early game units until it was time to bring out the big guns, Thousand Tail Watcher and Mind Splitter, not only to disadvantage our opponent, but also just pose some really big threats on the back line so that, you know, victory was in sight there.
Absolutely. I did see a card in the sideboard of Ezreal, Pickpocket, which normally is used to destroy seals or destroy gear, or sorry, to destroy gold tokens, but it does in fact say 1 or less. So some of these 1-cost gear, which are actually very, very important for Azir, can actually be picked off for value with the Pickpocket. So that can actually be quite a devastating card to see for Ezreal.
We've said it once, I'm going to say it again. Gear got better, so gear removal also got better. And having it in your sideboard, no matter what deck you're playing at this point, I think everyone's at least considered one gear removal card, and I think most sideboards include them at this stage.
Yeah,
you've got to respect it.
Yeah, unless you're, of course, playing against me on Lucian, in which case you don't need that gear removal at all. No need for gear hate. We love gear. Don't need it. You just don't need it. But yes, I am going to keep spreading this misinformation about how to play against Lucian, specifically when I'm playing it. But I think everyone knows, yes, you want your gear removal. You want, it did get a lot better because gear got better. Like you said, it is a very, very strong. Some decks like Azir, like, I know, Lucian and a few others are completely built around gear and utilizing them. Then we even see decks like Irelia, who aren't necessarily built around gear, but very heavily use them.
Yeah, and the gears that can be crucial to your overall strategy, being able to take those away, yes, please. And that's why we see even Akshan and things like that, who is able to take those away from people. We saw it in the last game that we cast together. That was used to very full effect. And honestly, it can be the sort of turns that completely change the pace of the game and can give you that opportunity of a comeback.
Yep, absolutely. We just saw we really did see the Ezreal game plan come through there. It is control the board, keep up with the cheap units, and then control the board, clear the board out, and then potentially overdevelop there and get that big swing near the end here. We see Mirai Spire on the side of Ezreal with the Treferian War Camp here for game number 2.
That's a pretty good one. Mirai Spire. When you control this battlefield, friendly repeat costs cost 1 less.
Yes. So, of course, Ezreal going to be taking full advantage of that battlefield, but Azir does have a few cards. Of course, the Desert's Call is a repeat card, so maybe able to even get value himself. But I think, for the most part, Ezreal is going to be the one that is taking full advantage of that.
Absolutely. And again, it begs the question, do I use the Trifarian War Camp to prevent that combination of Bellows Breath and the Thousand Tail Watcher that we saw last time, or am I taking away the excess repeat cost from my opponent? So the decision of which battlefield you're going to move into here could be a little bit tricky.
Absolutely, yes. you definitely need to, you're wanting to consider. It is not just an easy, oh, I'm going to take the Mirai Spire because I get an extra ability and I'm preventing my opponent from one. Yes, that's true, but also then Eye of the Herald is a lot better when your recruit is a 2-might instead of a 1-might, and having extra units at the Trevarian War Camp effectively makes your board stronger, and that's exactly what Azir is thinking here. That's Eye of the Herald, making that recruit token, getting that first point of the game.
Yeah, you get an extra might per unit, and we can make those real quickly. And you can just overwhelm the opponent in that way. And honestly, I think it's a really great shout. We've got our Doran shield, another piece of equipment down. We've got our gold that we can still spend at some point. Going ahead, Sand Soldier on that, holding on to the gold for now. And we've got a couple of energy to wiggle around with if we need it.
Yeah, having that energy up is, of course, always going to be very strong. We see a pair of Bell's Breath and the Watcher. We see the acceptable losses, which is a great card in this matchup. The problem is you can't really cast it now because you cast a card sharp and gave your opponent a gold. They said, I call your bluff. I want that gold. Thank you.
And that's the problem. Card sharp, although great for advancing your own game because you get a gold, but if your opponent chooses to take the gold, well, it can be a little bit tricky.
Yes, I would say that the free gold gear token that my opponent gave me is an acceptable loss that I can take in this scenario. And we're seeing a Bellows Breath actually get discarded from the Ezreal. Of course, as we've mentioned many times in this game, Fizz does have the ability to potentially get that back, but still one Bellows Breath down in this case.
Trevarian War Camp really putting in some effort as well there. Bellows Breath not being as valuable as it could be right in this moment. So stashing it in the trash for later, kind of helpful. You're just putting it at the top of the trash pile. You're like, okay, I'll just leave that on the top and I'll come back and get that later.
Yeah, it's hovering.
No one's going to go in there because it's the trash.
Yeah, it hasn't broken the seal of the trash. It's hovering above the seal of the trash. You can still get it later, right?
It's okay.
Right?
It's the 3-second rule, right?
Exactly. It's only been in the trash. It's a 3-turn rule. If it's been in the trash for 3 turns, you can still eat it.
It's still fine.
Wait, what are you doing with these cards in the trash? Anyway, we are back here. Azir has now taken the turn, getting that hold point, which it is not only the hold point that you're getting, you have the ability to move that Eye of the Herald around, and when you do, that is going to create even more recruits. Now, you have to ask the question, do you want to move it out of the safety of the Trevarian War Camp? I don't know the answer to it, but Rotorado is going to be figuring that out as they play a Brutalizer for this turn. See what the rest of the turn leads for them.
Brutalizer really does look like just that. I don't want anyone to hit me with that.
No, I think I can pretty safely say I don't want to get hit with any of the equipment that is currently in the game, including Herald's weird eye that is, randomly missing.
I was going to say the eye, I'm like, oh yeah, it's a bit creepy, but fine. The shield, yeah, okay. Brutalize, no. Just
the squishing noise is what I think is really gonna do for me. I won't do it for broadcast. I don't think broadcast is ready for me to do the squishing noise on camera. Maybe for the top 8 we'll save that. But yeah, that's it's not the pain. It's everything else about the Eye of the Herald that is creeping me out here.
More equipment, and it's all going on to the same Sand Soldier. We, of course, get the bonus for the Brutalizer on this turn, so we are going to be moving that straight on in to Mirai Spire.
Yep, and we talked about this yesterday in the Azir match. We saw this is a scenario where Fight or Flight would be a really good card against this. It would basically stop the whole turn. It would strand the equipment on an exhausted unit. Well, Fight or Flight does not exist anymore in this format, so now don't have to worry about Fight or Flight. We are going to see the action, speed, acceptable losses here, so choice needs to be made from Rotorado. They're going to go ahead and hit that Eye of the Herald on the other battlefield.
It's irrelevant right now. It's not important to this. We have more eyes. We can have them later.
Yep. We do. That's what everyone says when they lose an eye. I've got more of those.
It's okay.
Poor Herald.
Just go down to the store and grab another one.
All
Waves of Pain, looking like we're wanting to make those gold tokens again for ourselves.
Make a gold token. Also put 3 damage on to the Sand Soldier, which currently is, I believe, not going to be enough. I think we're off. Yeah, we are currently off by 1 might here to actually take down the Sand Soldier, and not going to happen here.
It's such a shame when you don't get to quite use it for full effect, but maybe the gold token is important for a future turn if Rub has some important cards in hand that are going to cost a little bit extra.
It is also, again, it's technically draw half a card. If you're able to get another choose this turn, you can pop your Ezreal, which is not irrelevant for sure. Not sure if they're going to get the ability to do so, and it looks like they may not.
Another Sand Soldier comes into play, Weapons Master activates, and we've moved one of our equipment from our existing Sand Soldier onto the new one, bringing our Sand Soldier and Recruit back from Trifarian War Camp, assuming they're a little bit safer, but actually I wonder whether they are still in danger due to Bellow's breath, kind of them not having that extra might because of the Trifarian War Camp might bite them.
Yes, it very well may, and also a little bit of an optimization thing here. We saw them move the units back there. Could have moved before that combat with the Eye of the Herald, and there would be 1 more recruit in the battlefield now, or in the base. Now, it's possible that because the sequence of the turn happened the way it did, that it changed what they were going to do. But if they were going to move it there anyway, they could have gotten that recruit beforehand, and maybe that could have changed it. I don't know if that's necessarily correct. It's just something to consider here as another acceptable losses is played, and that is a Doran Shield hitting the bin.
Acceptable losses coming back via Fizz, proving that we're afraid of this equipment. The Sand Soldiers on their own, they're okay, but when you get to build your own and you get to kind of put your own unit together using all this equipment, it does become rather terrifying, and we're limiting the effect that a Rise can have.
Absolutely. I think that is, you hit the nail on the head. That is the absolute biggest reason here, is that a Rise really can turn the tides here. And there it is. The Bellows Breath repeated is going to do it. Now, that will take it out. Now, of course, the extra recruit in this case would have gotten hit by one of the extraneous Bellows Breath targets. So it didn't end up mattering, but still something to point out in case it might have.
Yeah, still a consideration to make, and again, we're always trying to assess whether we're using all of our cards to their fullest potential. And in this case, it didn't matter, but it's always worth considering.
There's a theoretical game state where it would have mattered, but it is not here. So we move along, and we're now at the same point tempo here. Currently, if Azir is able to conquer this other battlefield, they're going to get that all-important 4th point, which will put them ahead. But the hand looks a little bit clunky, and now that some of these equipment have gone, even
not feeling good.
Yeah, even a top deck, a Rise is not looking as good as it once would have.
No, not at all. I mean, we would get, what, 2 Sand Soldiers out of that, but that's a little bit lackluster because you're using a Rise, but it feels like a Desert's Call.
Yeah, an expensive Desert's Call is not usually where you want to be. We're instead going to play Guards! And yes, you have to say it like that. It has an exclamation mark in the text. You have to yell it. It's canon.
That's why I let you do it.
But Guards! It does equip the Brutalizer with the Weapon Master here, and it can enter ready, which they choose to do, and that is going to go for that 4th point here, contesting the Ezreal on the Trifarian War Camp. But that is not necessarily always a safe bet when the opponent has cards in hand and energy available.
But it was all a bluff. Ezreal goes down, or it just wasn't worthwhile spending the energy right now. Ezreal wasn't worth saving right now. We've got other things we might be able to do later. And now we're using Desert's Call, and we do get more Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, actually, the Mirai Temple is actually relevant because they only had 3 energy left, so they're able to use the reduced cost of the repeat to make both of the Sand Soldiers. That's actually crazy.
Chef's kiss. Beautiful. Being able to utilize your opponent's battlefields. We've seen it once before. We're seeing it again here. Not just your own, but your opponent's can be so advantageous to your end game.
Yes, and we are seeing here, we see a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, we see another Fizz, we see a Mind Splitter. A lot of decisions here on top of a Wages of Pain as well.
Again, like, Fizz allows you to, you see him fanning out the trash there, because we're considering what the other options are with Fizz, and we're using it like that excess kind of pool of resources that we have access to.
Yep, we're going to see a Fizz come in, kill a Sand Soldier that got stupefied. That's going to conquer that battlefield up to a 3rd point now. Their repeats are going to cost less, which is relevant here because there is a Fizz and a Bellows Breath in the trash.
And that might just be what's about to occur as we kind of get that energy ready. And here comes Fizz. Or maybe not. Here comes Fizz.
Yes, there's Fizz. Question is, what is being targeted here?
Oh, it was the Bellows Breath. That was instantaneous.
Yeah,
they knew what they were doing. You were absolutely right.
Always going to be Bellows. Going to take down 2 Sand Soldiers for effectively free, but it cost runes. It's not nothing. You do get to recoup a card with Ezreal, of course.
All that hard work to bring back so many Sand Soldiers, and we're left with 1.
Yep, just the 1. And there she is, the Raven Bloom student in the back line.
Always studious and ever so good at learning from those spells, learning how to get bigger every time one is cast.
Absolutely, and leaving anything on a battlefield when your opponent has a Raven Bloom student that can attack and cards in hand is a very tough call to make, to say the least.
Yeah, I would say that. It's not a unit you particularly want to be left kind of hanging around, especially when we get into those Spellslinger-style combats, which these decks are both known for. So I think that really goes to tell that this is not something you want to leave alone if at all possible. It's time. Go on, do the thing.
Guards!
Thank you. Going ahead and grabbing ourselves another unit which can be readied. And we're going to, of course, do so.
I think they need to make an alt art. Now, this is another, I know I've been saying you get one for free, right? But here's another free one. It's a Nexus Knight promo card that is an alt art of guards, but it's Judge.
Yeah, I love it.
I think that should be that should definitely be an RQ promo or something.
Yeah, absolutely. With a gavel as well, like the whole
thing.
The whole shebang, yeah,
I
absolutely.
think that's a great idea.
Here we go. Sand Soldier challenging Fizz for that Mirage Spire. Looks like we're going for a retreat.
Yep, the added value with Fizz, you can bring the Fizz back to then play the Fizz, to then use the retreat, to then retreat the Fizz again if you wanted to. Now, of course, then the retreat would get recycled, so it's not an infinite cycle, but you can spin the wheels a bit if you'd like.
You can indeed. We also get another little rune exhausted there, which is nice. Good tempo for Ezreal. It's what we need to be able to keep up with all of this sandy madness on the other side of the board, is always being able to come back. Now we're only going into his turn with 2 Sand Soldiers this time, so maybe Rub can kind of take advantage of that weakness now.
Yeah.
We're low on points.
We're low on points, but opponent is absolutely not low on points. Few resources potentially here, but Ezreal needs to thread the needle because there are still cards on the side of Rotorado here. There is not a ton of energy for Ezreal here to be able to play all of the cards in their hand. They're going to have to pick and choose, and if one gets countered, they need to be able to see, are they able to come through anyway?
Raven Bloom student trudging into the Trifarian War Camp just to gain that extra point, get us that momentum, get things started. Now the nice thing is our opponent doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. There's only 2 Sand Soldiers, there's 2 equipment, but there is also always the potential of making another Sand Soldier. So even if you were to disrupt your opponent's hand, even if you were to take cards out of it with Mind Splitter, you've always got the opportunity to make more Sand Soldiers. So it doesn't necessarily matter. You can you can squeeze them for every unit they've got, and they can still make another Sand Soldier.
Yeah, any equipment off the top of the deck is just another unit that you can play that can wear these equipment and all of that. We're going to play a Fizz to the battlefield, likely going to get back a, or at least potentially going to get back a Wages of Pain, maybe the Bellows Breath. Nope, that's just another Wages of Pain. Nice and clean. We've got a 5 might unit with 3 damage on it. We can use 2 or put 3 more on it, which would, of course, threaten to destroy it, and get another gold gear token for your troubles.
I love this kind of bouncing Fizz back to yourself to be able to play it again and get that really strong effect. Fizz is showing off really why it gives that flexibility to your play style, and I think it gives a lot to the various matchups that you're going to have to traverse throughout the day, especially when you come up against things that you maybe weren't expecting as much. Azir, I don't think, was something that people were preparing for in quite the capacity they clearly should have been. So maybe it's something that would trip up certain other deck styles. However, Ezreal is so flexible with the way that they play that they can pretty much get out of any situation.
Absolutely. Azir definitely is one that it was on people's radars. I can't say that it came out of absolutely nowhere. But, like you said, it was not at the top of people's gauntlets that they were, testing against. It was almost certainly Irelia, then followed by Draven, followed by Kai'Sa, followed by Victor, followed by
I was going to say the only kind of similar style deck that you see being played that people might have prepared for would have been Victor, and the play style against this deck will be similar to that of Victor.
It is a bit similar, for sure, in terms of the being able to generate those units at a very consistent clip. But the problem is that it actually ends up also playing quite differently because it plays a bit of a more control variant there. But Azir hanging over in the Chosen Champ Zone, able to come in, accelerated, move that giant unit over, and take that winning point for game number 2.
All of that gear removal just wasn't enough. We managed to kind of squeeze everything out of the Azir as we could, took down the Sand Soldiers, essentially did exactly what we did in game 1, but it just didn't work out this time.
Right, and cards like acceptable losses and the other gear removal are strong against Azir. They're necessary against Azir, but Azir doesn't necessarily care when you kill one particular piece of equipment. They just want a number of equipment, and they're going to get value off of them, especially when they get to choose what to actually destroy. Oh, here's a Doran's shield I'm not going to use. Here's an Eye of the Herald that's already made a recruit. I don't really care after that. It's just, I just want a number of equipment I want a number of gear and equipment in play to be able to get that value off of Arise.
It's getting tense now. We're in round 11 here at the regional qualifier in Lille. And this is the impactful game of the series. This is the round where you need to be in it to win it.
Absolutely.
These players are not in the clear for top 8 yet. Both of them need this win to progress. We're on 8-2 apiece on Ezreal and Azir. Who's going to win the 3rd match of this fight and see it through and get closer to that championship title of our regional qualifier?
Yep, and we see here Targon Peak as the opening battlefield for Ezreal, with Vilemaw Lair on the side of Azir. Targon Peak, of course, we've seen it time and time again, be a very, very strong battlefield when you are going first and have a play on turn 1. If you're able to conquer that Targon's Peak first, you're at a massive advantage, and we'll see if Ezreal is able to pull that off, or if they're just going to pass no turn 1 unit.
Oh, we don't like that. We don't love that from Ezreal. Really what you want to be doing is getting those cheap units down. A lot of the time an Ezreal player will mulligan towards that, and we didn't quite pull it off this time. So Eye of the Herald's going down, and of course, what are we going to do?
We are going to make a Sand Soldier. Every single time we see an equipment, we're going to do that. It is nigh impossible to miss when you're going second here. We've got that early acceptable losses, but again, this is a relatively acceptable loss on the side of Azir. If you had to choose an equipment to have to get rid of, it's probably Eye of the Herald a lot of the time.
And this early in the game as well, kind of you did what you wanted to do. You made the Sand Soldier, had an equipment, it doesn't anymore, oh well.
Yep, and we see Wages of Pain come down to try to stop that Targon peak, but no,
Defy.
that is a Defy.
With not a lot of energy because we're so early in the game, that Defy goes through without a hitch.
Yep, goes through without a hitch. Now, this does slow down the game plan of Rotorado a little bit because they would have definitely liked to have played the BF sword and made a Sand Soldier with it rather than just a Doran's Blade. But I think getting that Conquer, getting that Targon's Peak is certainly more important than just developing another equipment and unit.
Absolutely, and you know, being able to get that pressure of having this early game point when there's nothing on your opponent's side of the board as well, that's kind of huge. Going for a Stupefy, I imagine just for the card draws.
Yep.
Just again to give us all of the options that we're going to have to work with on this turn. And Wages of Pain again. Here we go.
Here we go. Stupefy to draw a card and prevent any shenanigans there. Wages of Pain finishes off the unit. And, of course, when they both have draw half a card on them, you get to draw that card with the Ezreal Prodigy.
Here comes Ravenbloom Student, one card that you don't want to see early on, but here she is to play, and we've got a lot more resources to play with now with that gold token additionally. So we're going to need to start seeing some more Sandy shenanigans from Azir to really push forward. Going for that second point. Okay, the BF sword finally here. And of course, we're going to plop a Sand Soldier to wield it.
Yep, why not? Let's get one of the best equipments that you can get with Azir and get a nice Sand Soldier as well. Get some runes ready to get that second point, which is oh so important, and keep the pressure on. And now it is on Ezreal to see what are they going to be able to do. How are they going to try to answer this? It's going to start with a Fizz.
What's coming back?
Looks like I'm assuming maybe a Wages of Pain would be a nice clean potential kill here.
We have the potential for it.
Could also be the acceptable losses. Could be a Stupefy as well. Just say, I need to draw a card here.
Yeah, I need to keep pushing forward, and it is going to be the Stupefy on this occasion. Sand Soldier not feeling as wise in this moment. The Ravenbloom Student obviously benefits from that. Stupefy makes Sand Soldier go down. It's almost like the Ravenbloom Student just took a little bit of a brain cell from them.
Yes, took one grain of sand and put it in their hand here. It is now 3 fighting into 2. A lot of resources on the side of Ezreal and 3 on the side of Azir as well with some cards in hand, but it had to decide, is this a fight actually worth taking? Says, not yet.
Nope, early game. We've still got our equipment. That's the important stuff right now. Sand Soldiers can come back. Equipment is forever. Wait, no, that's not right.
Not always.
No, equipment is the name of the game here, though. Yes. That's what we want to keep developing so that our RIs have maximum effect. And as we saw in the last game, our opponent was quite eager to be getting that gone.
Yeah, trying to get rid of that equipment as fast as possible. And there is a pair of 2-drops here. We're going to get 2 runes readied from a Targon's Peak. Of course, Ravenbloom Student sitting atop the peak right now in danger a bit, or at least being threatened here. We, of course, see a decent number of cards on the side of Ezreal, and it is much like getting into a fight with Aurelia or getting into a fight with Vex.
Yeah.
Getting into a fight with Ravenbloom Student is not always the safest.
No, they're going to try out some of their new spells that they just learned on you, and sometimes they're quite dangerous.
Sometimes they can just explode.
I wouldn't want to be in that line of fire. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Looking like we are taking the fight to the Sand Soldier. That's going to be hard to come back from. So I imagine this Sand Soldier's probably going to go down, but it is our last one. So is it worthwhile kind of fighting back on that? We have the energy to do so. On guard, I say.
Yes, it was 3-3. It is now 5-3 on the side of the Azir. We've got the retreat just to get the the Ravenbloom student out of trouble here, valuing having those resources, valuing having Ravenbloom student, and looks like Rotorado is going to conquer, which of course is going to proc the Targon's Peak. It's going to get another point. Are they going to be able to get this third, or they got the third point, are they going to be able to get this fourth point is the question.
A hold point's going to be difficult here, so to get to that fourth, we're going to have to take that bottom battlefield. We need the Valmor's Lair, or we're just going to have to leave it until next turn, which, if you're wanting to really put the pressure on your opponent, you want to try and score that fourth point now.
Yeah, you would like to score, but again, you don't necessarily want to leave too many of your resources stranding if you don't have to. So this is a very key moment of the game here. We are going to play the Arise for just 2 equipment, but that's okay. Or for 2 Sand Soldiers, rather. That is going to get 2 readied Sand Soldiers into play.
And that's the key part.
Yep.
They're ready to go. And so we can get to that fourth point. If it wasn't advantageous to do it, we wouldn't be doing it. 2 Sand Soldiers, not ideal. We do want a little bit more than value for our energy usually. But in this instance, actually going up to 4 points is really important. So pushing for that now is worthwhile. We're not expecting these Sand Soldiers to stay there. We're not usually gaining points via holding. That is rather irrelevant. We just need to get this fourth point because it really puts us in the driver's seat of this game 3.
Yep, and notably, of course, Targon's Peak proccing there was just going to ready 2 of the runes there. Having 3 energy versus having 1 energy opens up the field of cards that you can have quite a bit. So Ezreal's going to have to play a little bit more cautiously. Going to start by playing our chosen champion there, get a couple of new cards.
We need them. Our hand is looking pretty thin and sparse as it stands. So Ravenbloom student, who our opponent already knew about, is going into the trash at this stage. And now we're looking towards what to play because we need to start with some harsh removal on some of these Sand Soldiers. Fizz just going in there, taking out the easy one. We knew that there wasn't really going to be a pushback because that's not what these Sand Soldiers are about. They're not necessarily about holding. And right now, for Rotorato, they are ahead in points, so they don't mind if their opponent is gaining via Conquer.
Yep, we are seeing the arcane shift happen. That is going to banish the Fizz, then you are able to replay it, which of course when Fizz is played, he gets to then recycle a recycle a spell and recast it as well.
Yeah, the arcane shift kind of Fizz disappears for a minute and then flashes back into play, and we get to re-establish that ability. It's an incredibly powerful spell. Like you said, a lot of people have been playing around it, which is fair because it's so powerful in combination with Fizz.
Yep, absolutely. And we see both of these combats, or effective combats, happen. No pump spell played on the side of Rotorado. I think we may have seen at least one if there was one. So Ezreal is going to have that hand read of unlikely to have something like Discipline or On Guard, or if they are saving it for a very specific moment. But this is potentially the moment right now. Only 1 unit left on the side of Rotorado. Playing that Arise last turn either means they really didn't have anything better to do, or maybe they have a second Arise. But it is not a sign of power, I wouldn't say, if I'm sitting in Ezreal's seat.
Yeah, Rub is at this point with their Ezreal deck kind of using resources very wisely. They're not overextending, but they're doing enough just to push back at Rotorato, who unfortunately is in the point momentum lead right now. And if they stay that way, they're just going to win, and it is game 3. We can't let that happen, so we need to start piecing together our own board in the back while also just continuously dealing with these Sand Soldiers.
Yep, we've got the Fizz there with the Frigid Touch.
And a Bellows Breath.
It's a Bellows Breath. Yep, we are removing the unit. And now, again, there is Accelerate, obviously, on the side of Azir. We see it in the Chosen Champion zone, of course. But the not having anything on board is certainly not a place that is super great to be.
No, and there's few cards in hand at this stage as well. I think we've only got 3, which, again, kind of signals to your opponent that you're starting to falter. The momentum in your play is going to start to lose pace. So although we're ahead on points right now, can we back that up? We need units now.
Yep. Absolutely need to do something here. Desert's Call, not bad. I mean, it's effectively the same number. Well, it is literally the same number of units that the Arise made last turn that an Arise this turn would have made. Of course, does not have Accelerate, but it is still that board presence. This is not likely going to be an attack turn. It's going to be a set up and get things going turn. There's a Shears. There's an Azir proc. So we have got the...
That allows us to grab our Sand Soldier and pop them onto the Shears. We have a couple of energy left, so of course we're going to put a Poro. We've got 0 cards in hand, which is an interesting kind of predicament to be in. Yes, we want...
Mind Splitter.
Yeah, that's true. It's a weird way to play around Mind Splitter, but it is a way. Having cards in your hand is knowledge, and knowledge is power. Being able to take that away from your opponent and them getting the read that there's literally nothing you can do, there's no way for you to respond. Even if you had energy up, you've got literally no cards in hand, so you cannot respond. That gives your opponent so much freedom on their turn. There's no what ifs, there's no buts, there's just play.
Yep. Absolutely. The board, I mean, not looking bad on the side of Azir, but we are potentially, I mean, we're actually still technically ahead on point tempo for Azir, but there it is, the pickpocket we talked about in between the game, being able to destroy one of those equipment for free and also get a gold gear token is just so strong.
I think being able to pickpocket a whole shield is really impressive. They clearly are skilled.
Yeah, where, I mean, he just putting it under his shirt, using it as a backpack. Yeah, I had this thing the whole time. Don't worry about it.
Oh, and we're bringing it back. Wow, okay. Going again with that combo we mentioned earlier. Fizz is back in the hand. We can reuse that later to get back from our trash and just keep on going. Going to spend a gold token there as well. And again, that just kind of allows us to stash resources so that we can carry on playing this turn out. We can play the Bellows Breath and not have to overextend. We're going to use that other gold token, of course. We just need to pay the 1 for the Bellows Breath, and then we can go ahead and damage these Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, in the rare scenario where you actually choose to reduce the energy cost of the additional Bellows Breath rather than the power cost with Ezreal, you're able to just spend power to pump up that repeat on the Bellows Breath with Ezreal, remove a few Sand Soldiers, and go from there. Now, the thing about this for Azir is that they still, if they get to 6 points this turn, they're still threatening to win on the following turn. Now, the problem is they've got 1 card in hand, and I don't know what that card is, but we are potentially, looks like we may actually be in turns right now. We've gone to time. This is actually the first round on broadcast that we've gone to time. I forgot that that was even a thing.
I honestly haven't been paying attention to the timer, I'll be honest with you, because I was so glued to the game that it completely passed me by. We are within a potential win scenario because of points, so we're still looking good for being able to close out this game.
Yeah, it does certainly look like it would potentially be a possibility to win the game. We see the acceptable losses happen and the Sacred Shears, it gets taken down, which is, it's a tough pill to swallow considering you really want to be able to draw some cards, and not going to be able to now that the Shears is gone. Makes future Arises worse. That's an Eye of the Herald. Our good friend Herald coming through here with his eye.
Going to make a Sand Soldier.
Yeah.
And possibly play the Azir from the champion zone as well, I imagine, just to continue to press forward, even if we don't accelerate it, even if we just kind of have it in base, because we have the energy to do so. We get the extra recruit, which is great, because that's what we need right now is bodies on the ground. We need to be able to stand up a little bit against this backline that we see that Ezreal's built up.
Right, and there is the Sand Soldier there. We're seeing Azir get played. Yep, in the back line. We are face up here. No tricks to be had. Ezreal has a free reign here, but notably at 5 and not 6.
That's a huge difference, especially in Riftbound. We need to get to 8, and we can only really gain 2 this turn, so this isn't going to be a winning turn. But if you can take enough power away from Rotarato, then we could be in an advantageous position to win the game.
Yep, we need to send this into you. You have the ability to set up exactly how you want here. There are no tricks. There's no cards in hand. There's no onboard tricks here.
Nope.
So you can set up the combats exactly how you want as Ezreal here. So it's a matter of figuring out the puzzle. What is the best way to do this that leaves you in the best position to defend against what is in play and one random card off the top?
It might even be worth just holding back here. We're on 6 now. We need 8 to close out the game. So taking 2 battlefields next turn might be better. Or we can just go ahead, score that 7th point so that we are in a stronger position, knowing that our opponent is low on units. So we're going for the Plundering Poro in there, grabbing that 7th point. We also generate that gold token, which again might further our stance for next time. And just going really all in on Varmor's Lair.
Okay, we pass the turn over. We see a card drawn from Azir, surveying the battlefield, seeing what they have access to. Are they going to be able to do it?
This is so tense. It could go either way, and both players need this win. We're at 8-2 here, and round 11 of our regional qualifier in Lille.
Okay, starting off, we're floating in energy. We're going to equip the BF sword.
Where's it going to go? We're just counting up there. We've got 10 might total on Varmor's Lair. We need to be able to take both battlefields, but that would secure a win. We're going on the Sand Soldier to begin with, and we're heading in to the Poro, taking that 7th point. And now it's just about that bottom battlefield. Can we deal with it, or do we build up knowing that it's going to be difficult for our opponent to put anything in there?
Okay, it's an on guard. Not
that
sure.
boost is here, and we're going in.
We're going in. I don't know.
And bringing everyone with us.
Yes.
Come on, chums. And
That is
that's the handshake.
Wow! The on guard able to get it in the end there. Azir taking down that match against Ezreal and keeping the tournament life alive.
Phenomenal plays, and fortuitous top decks brought us into the winning spot just in a nick of time.
Yeah, absolutely insane there. And I mean, this has been, it's becoming the talk of the tournament here. Azir is overperforming. It is a deck that was not in really that top echelon of people's discussions coming into this. I think everyone said, here's the top decks. It's Irelia, it's Draven, it's Kai'Sa, it's maybe Victor. And then there's a bunch of other decks that can also win. I am one of those people that said those things. Don't worry, you're not alone. But Azir has risen to the top. We've seen Rek'Sai, we've seen a few other decks really putting up not just one of the best of decks is doing well. We'll see a random deck in top 8. It's like, no, Azir and a few of these other decks are really making a run for the actual win of the tournament, which is crazy.
Honestly, the fact that we've now got that Azir just rising to the top of our event, we're going all the way now, being able to go with X2 in to the next round is
Yeah.
just phenomenal. Being able to overcome Ezreal and its flexibility and the bouncing of those fizz, being able to continuously grab back those spells. It was impressive to see Azir overcome that.
Yeah, and we said before, an expertly piloted Azir is a very, very scary thing, and I think we are going to see a bit more of this as we progress through the tournament. But that is it for this round. Of course, we saw it go to time, but we do have some interviews over with Barcode.
All right, guys, we're back. I've got a booster pack right here, and you can get it. But first, we'll have to find this card. You can ask me anything. Now is your time.
Okay, let's go. What energy cost?
I mean, 1 energy and 1 power.
1 energy, 1 power. 1 energy, 1 power. Is it blue?
It is not blue.
It is not blue. Is it green?
It is green, actually.
It's green. Is it Spirit Forge?
It is not Spirit Forged.
Is it Origin?
It is Origin.
1 energy, 1 power. Is it a spell?
It is a spell.
It is
and
Defy?
a very good one. And it is Defy. You get a booster pack, actually.
Are we cracking it open right here, right now? For the.
What do you get in there?
For the Ari. Classical.
Okay. Serity Dirk, Wages of Pain, very good card.
Temptation, Sun Shifter, Pickpocket, nice one. Apprentice Smith, not so good. Forgotten Monument. Pickpocket
Another
foil.
one.
A Azir. And
Okay, so which color is it?
The color is green.
Green. Is it a unit?
It is a unit and a very good one.
What's the energy cost?
The energy cost is 5. No power.
No power. Green 5, a good one. Is it a champion unit?
It is actually a champion unit.
That has a legend?
Yeah.
And 5 green that has a legend. Is it set 1?
It is set 2.
Set 2. Is it a female character?
Absolutely.
It's Irelia Green.
It is Irelia Green indeed, so you've got the booster pack. I mean, sometimes things are very simple. Congratulations, here is the booster pack. And here is the card. Are you ready?
Yes.
Perfect, let's go.
Is it a purple card?
It is actually a purple card.
Right. Is it banned?
It is not banned.
All right. How much it costs?
It is like a 2 cost, but also have a power cost.
Is it a common one?
It is actually a common one.
It is Riderwind?
It is Riderwind! Congratulations! This was the card, so here is your booster packs. Set 3 is going to be unleashed real soon, but what card do you expect the most from the set?
The card I expect the most is, of course, the Bewitching Spirit, because I'm an Ezreal player and I want to play it, make someone discard, play Arcane Shift, make discard, play Retreat, replay, and remake discard. So I'm rating discard a lot.
For me, Vi Hot-Headed.
Overnumbered Bike. I'm excited to play Baron because I'm an Aurora player.
It makes sense.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that it's time soon. Yeah.
One of the main cards I expect is the signature spell from Rengar, which is, I think, a perfect way for a deck that want to play with units to just dodge removals, because such decks are always weak to removals. And this spell just allows to dodge a removal and then in the same time conquer on the opposite battlefield, which is a crazy card.
It is insane.
Yeah, I think I will personally really enjoy the card.
I think it's done on purple because in Israel it will be amazing.
Same colors as Diana for Israel.
Yes,
Makes
for sure.
sense.
For sure.
Maybe Rengar's only a signature spell or Star-Crossed. It's broken. Star-Crossed is a crazy card, so yeah.
I really want to play Vex, so I would say the purple champion unit Vex. Really excited for that card.
I think it will really offer new game plan, new possibilities for set 3, so really excited about that card.
I really like the Vex Overnumber. Normally I'm not like really into collecting the rare cards, the expensive cards, but that one really caught my eye. I really want to try and get that one.
I'm expecting Elder Drake to be very popular in Dazzling Aurora, and I enjoy a lot Dazzling Aurora, so might just put some Elder Drakes on the board and win some games.
Time for round 12 of RQ Lille. James and Lothar taking you through all of the action for this round. And now we really are determining who are the top players of this event. Earlier I was kind of teasing us with who's going to make top 64, that type of thing. Now we actually are looking at who is getting those last spaces and last wins on the road to top 8.
Those are going to be important matches. One of the most important matches maybe of your entire career, because not always you're in a spot when you're going to be playing for a potentially a way to get into the top 8, right? So remember that with some of the players might just not even play the last round because they might just get a draw, right? And that's it, and just get in for the top 8. So that's also a thing.
Yeah, always have to do the calculations of are you IDing at any point. We'll actually make it a little bit easier for everybody and show the standings.
Here we go.
And we can take a look at exactly where everybody is. So this is the top 32 players that are left in the tournament. Of course, I think
there's a lot of Aurelias
in there. A lot of Aurelias. A couple of Rocklo is there as an Azir. We've been talking about Rocklo across the weekend. Extasio, a Rek'Sai player as well, potentially in the running. All of these players on this part of the screen, there's no question they have to win. Like a win here gives you a chance, I believe.
It's going to be very
low. It's going to be low chance.
Very,
like
very low chance.
When we look at then the next screen, it should be the top 16 players. These are the ones where now, if you're 10 and 1, these are the ones. Yeah, you know what? Actually, probably out of the running for it. Now that I'm looking at the math here, I really would say the cutoff is likely at the 13 players that have 10 wins to their name are the ones that we're looking at. So going from there, Prismaticism's there, Animation Module we saw on screen. A lot of big names, but you know, not to hit someone perhaps while they're down, but Alan's name does not feature on this list.
Correct.
So our reigning champion has been dethroned. I think it is pretty much official at this point with the standings as they
definitely.
are.
Like if he's not on this first page.
Yeah, exactly. He is not likely to be anywhere there. It's not like, you know, there's no like Money in the Bank contract type thing from wrestling. You can just cash it in and be in a finals.
But quite interesting standings when it comes to the legends. We have a lot of variety over here.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of variety. We're following a couple of the different legends here as we come into the last few rounds. We are, of course, looking at the top table, so there will be some similarity over the rest of the games. I think, you know, we're wanting to see, it's surprising to say, wanting to see a little bit more Draven, and we get a Master Yi matchup at the same time. So days gone by would be like, ooh, another Draven matchup, but actually at this point in the tournament, we've seen not so much on featured match.
Yeah, on featured match, I think this is the second or third time, if I'm not mistaken. Master Yi is also appearing minimum the second time, at least today it's the second time. And Master Yi is absolutely making some appearances in the top tables. In the round before, the top table was Barczyk playing against Azir, and that was essentially Master Yi versus Azir, but I also seen 2 other Master Yis as well in the top tables. So Master Yi mid-range deck is actually making a splash. But let's talk about this Draven mid-range. Anything surprising over here?
I'm looking through.
There's a Teemo.
There is a Teemo. That
highest Teemo ever been.
Best of Teemo. No, not really, because you're not in the chosen champion zone. Yeah, there's a few different things here that are just, you know, standard in different lists of Draven. I always am surprised, even though it is normal to see Edge of Night, I'm always like, oh, there's an Edge of Night in there. Like, we do see it from time to time. It's been in a lot of the mid-range decks since the deck was made.
Yeah, there's potentially a lot of hidden cards here. We have Tide Turner, we have Edge of Night, we have the Teemo, we have something else?
Switcheroo can be hidden.
Yeah,
as
Switcheroo.
Well.
So that's 4 potential different options when it comes to the hidden cards. So there's a lot that has to be played around once a card is hidden. So this is why you have so many one-offs as well, to just make your opponent question stuff. And
let's come back to Timo in game. Let's talk about that as well, because I think I have some thoughts on that as we look at Master Yi this time around. One thing to know that we're not on Unleashed. This is not quite the Master Yi that we're looking for today, as Master Yi still the one from Proving Grounds. There we go. The one that gives +2 to a unit when it is defending. Let's take a little look at the list. I'm assuming it's going to be fairly standard as well. From what we've seen,
a little bit different.
Okay,
because this one is, let's say, a lot of people are innovating in a way they're implementing, like, for example, Irelia Fervent.
Okay, yeah.
So that's one of the inclusions. And here we have a little more previous metagame version, where we do have Ruin Runners, mostly, right? And then the Navoris card is a 4 energy drop with no power cost.
Yes, you were talking about that yesterday a little bit. Is that the reasoning, is you don't deramp to play a Navori Scout compared to some other unit?
Well, definitely you're trying to put that to battle like Kaisers, for example.
Okay.
You know, it's like this is a very annoying unit for Kaiser to deal with, right? Because 4 HP, 4 might is not an easy number to get with removal.
Right.
And then the deflect essentially makes almost every single spell just super clunky to use against it. So it's a very just weird unit to deal with as a Kaiser, for example, against a Master Yi. That was one of the main reasons why I have it in the metagame. But in this case, Irelia Fervent is just another step in that evolution, right? We know that Ruin Runner is just a little bit awkward because of the 6 cost, and it's like you cannot deramp at any point in the previous. If you're going first, like you cannot deramp if you ever want to play him on turn 3, for example. So you're a little bit more restrained in a way that you have to play the game. And with Irelia Fervent, sorry to cut you off. With Irelia Fervent, you don't have to do anything because she doesn't have a power cost, and she has a similar role to Navori Scout and to Ruin Runner.
But in this deck, right, it's the Navori Scout version rather than Irelia. So that's something that we may see later throughout the rest of the day. We're talking a little bit about Timo, and while we have a stack deck resolving, I want to kind of bring back just one benefit maybe of a Timo. One of the things that made Draven really annoying to play against is things like Spinning Axe that can't be countered, where it's like you add power to a battlefield that can't be defied or can't be riposted or can't be, insert counterspell here. Timo fulfills a similar spot where he's going to add 4 might to a battlefield and just out of nowhere come out, okay, I'm going to turn this a little bit. I don't necessarily think it is a must play or anything like that, but when I'm looking at what would the reasons be to run a Timo, that feels like another version of that effect.
It also has a synergy with the Draven Legend because it adds another body, which makes it easier for you to win a combat and stay relevant on the battlefield to draw a card.
Right.
Yeah, so Timo is nice as just adding a little bit of spice in the potential hidden cards, essentially. Another thing I wanted to talk about here, we have Forge of the Fluft for the Draven as the first battlefield, and the reason for that is because we can now swap the position of the Spinning Axe, for example, to be on a safe unit, so it doesn't get overrun. Because you see from the boat state alone that maybe the unit with the Spinning Axe will lose, so you can move your Spinning Axe to a unit that is in the base.
But this is one of the unique things about Riftbound, where Sean, I was looking at their battlefields. They run Forge of the Fluft as well, and in this matchup, you're like, oh well, I will utilize that Forge of the Fluft and has tapped the Master Yi in order to attach the Trinity Force. So we'll kind of skip a little bit of the D-ramp that perhaps you might expect to have come through on that
It's
turn.
actually incredibly impactful over here when you think about it, because not only you save the 1 energy, right, but you force your opponent to do something about this hold. Otherwise, you're getting 2 points.
And that will be
in this
2.
Case, that's the thing that is happening right now. And Sean is getting just 2 points with this 1 Sand Soldier.
So now you get to have 6 runes on this turn rather than the 5 where you...
Wait, is it a Trinity Force that is being played underneath it?
I think so, wasn't it? We were showing Trinity Force in the bottom right. Apologies if that wasn't correct on my side. I just assumed...
I just assumed, that you're right.
It was.
But
and we were showing it. There is one in hand, so that very well may be... And he has gone up to 3. Yeah, it must be. Okay.
I was like a little bit uncertain because we didn't go to 3.
We are trying to win the game quick with a hole.
You cannot have 2 Trinity Forces in League of Legends. No? So this is like game breaking.
Tons of winning points on this. Now, two runes up. 2 runes in a Master Yi. So there are quite a few things. That is a Kai'Sa, that of course is going to be able to get into the battlefield. Ooh, but not too much that's going to help.
Well,
not too much to break this.
We have 6 energy, I think. No, 7. So we can play a Darius into a 2-drop, in this case whether be a Teemo, or Ride the Wind to try to combat the Sand Soldier with the 6 might. But the problem is there's 2 open energy, potentially a Punch First, a Discipline, maybe On Guard, maybe 2 On Guards, right? So when you count the amount of might that can be added with 2 energy for a Master Yi, is pretty high. Like, worst case scenario, it's actually +7. Punch First and On Guard.
Yeah, and you know, this is a really, really rare circumstance. Wow, that's actually just Ferris Forerunner.
Oh my.
Just accepting that my opponent's going to 6. This is a very rare situation where your own battlefield choice is going to bite you really quick in a game. We don't often see this. Like this
We've seen it yesterday, but it was like chunked.
Yeah, but it's never this fast, where you're like, I play a battlefield and my opponent is going to 6.
It was
really
like Grove of the God Willow,
Board.
draw multiple cards, and win the War of Attrition.
The reason I want to say that's impactful, yes, you probably could have played 2 Trinity Force anyway, but not deramping is what allows you to have the extra resources available there, to have 2 up and play around that. And now on this turn, you can just get to play whatever you want. Make sure that you have control over the battlefields. And this is a really tough spot. So I understand it's Ferris Forerunner to represent a push on the next turn. Obviously, you lose if you don't dethrone this Sand Soldier on the battlefield. So,
yeah, of course, like the Sand Soldier here represents 6 when it comes to like spells and stuff. But when it comes to defense, it's going to be an 8 as well, right? So,
yep.
When I was saying like +7 from the hand, you have to, I completely forgot to mention that the +2 basic from Master Yi as well.
Yeah, that is one of those effects that is really easy not to count for. Okay, so this is saying you actually need to take both battlefields this turn. So now it depends, how big can that Sand Soldier get? That is, was that?
The Sand Soldier now is going to be a 6 on defense, if it's going to stay there. And Poro is also going to be a 6 on defense on Viamar's Lair. So now, I really like this play by Sean, because it sets up, like, it diversifies his win condition.
2 roads to winning off this, and you have to answer both of them.
1 point, right, in this case. And it doesn't matter if he holds it with the Trinity Force or not, but he just divides the amount of might that is on both battlefields. So it's very clunky for, how do we read his name? Kamzi?
Yeah, let's go with that. And this is a direct result of battlefield choices for Draven in Game 1 being banned out. Reaver's Row was always one that you could reliably say, okay, maybe I'm playing that Game 1. There were other choices that you could make. But having to swap to other battlefields has put us in a situation where, okay, I'll try Forge of the Fluffed.
Maybe we could have chosen a different one. You know, you never have to start with the same one.
True.
Yeah. Anyway,
but I think foreseeing this down the rabbit hole of double Trinity Force is
not
quite,
that easy.
Yeah, exactly.
So both of those units now are representing a trade with the Ferris Forerunner. And you have to deal with both units, because otherwise you're just straight up losing, right? Kai'Sa is not strong enough to go through the defenses of any of the units on the battlefield. And so those are 2 drops, by the way.
So it's Darius plus what as an option? I haven't been paying attention to...
There's also Ride the Wind.
His hand.
Which can like help Darius to untap.
Activate
and
the
plus
Darius.
2, yeah. We have the Darius.
There is Darius. So 4 remaining up. So there are options. Like, this game isn't over completely. It does depend, as you said, there's a Ride the Wind.
But the problem is that even though if you break those battlefields right here and you don't lose this turn, you still have to play around what your opponent's going to be doing next turn. And next turn is like most likely
Master Yi from the champion zone, and then throw the Trinity Force back on it as well.
So how do you deal with that then, right? And now you still have to calculate. Your opponent has free energy open, was almost not spending anything. Like he didn't use any spells before, essentially.
Yeah.
So do you think he doesn't have anything in hand? It is a possibility, but you have to calculate that as well.
Oh, Thwonk. There were a lot of cards that were painful in this moment, and Thwonk is perhaps the most brutal to just say, well, now you just got a Kai'Sa at 4, so what else have you got? Hard bargain comes through, and that's going to get repeated.
I love the hand gesture. He's like, yeah, okay, you got me here.
Yep. That is key. I saw 4 going, and I was like, you don't need to repeat it. And luckily, he realizes he doesn't either. There's only 1 rune available for Sean. So now what else is there? 1 there. If there is a punch first in hand, it kind of has to be now. Or you could save it for the Lonely Pro if you really wanted to. But that Darius does untap from the hard bargain. We'll get the extra +2 might as well. I hope our players don't end up forgetting that. That's a significant change in this game.
Who's dying here? The Kaiser's dying to deny the card draw.
And also to deny the 2 mechs, right? The 2 bodies, the other side.
As there are, actually, would be giving back the Draven a little bit of tempo.
Yes.
In this position. So that's something that Sean doesn't want to do. And it's a very smart assessment of the situation in the board state. Now, we see a 7 attack to 6 might.
On guard.
And that's the on guard. And if you don't have anything...
There's a Ride the Wind, right?
You can Ride the Wind, the
Forerunner?
The Ferris Forerunner, and help out. But you kind of have to.
You have to, right?
Yeah.
Depending on what else is in the
lose.
hand. I mean, I see units. Yeah, it's going to be Ride the Wind.
Yep.
Ferris Forerunner comes over. Will, of course, put this battlefield now in favor of our Draven player.
The thing is now that you cannot move those units back because this is Viamar's lair as well.
Oh, wow,
So
that is huge. Yeah, you're so right.
You can, I feel like what can happen here is Sean might not kill any unit. Wait, he decided to kill it.
Which is going to give the 2 mechs, right? But if you kill the Darius and the Forerunner...
No, you cannot kill the, well, you could. You could kill the Darius, right? Because he
because
used
you on guard, so
yeah,
you should be up above the Darius.
So I'm a little bit surprised.
To give the mechs, because otherwise Forerunner is stuck on the Violmores, and you'd end up in a situation.
Anyway, let's go forward. Mechs are now in base. There's also a hidden card.
It could be
now.
4 cards now. It could be Switcheroo, Teemo,
Switcheroo,
Titan,
and the Edge of Night.
Edge of Night, yeah. We got that. it's a quiz on which of the cards are still hidden.
So, in the worst case scenario is +4 might for Master Yi when it comes to breaking that battlefield. He's completely tapped out. It's a 5 on defense. And so it can go up to 9. I'm not certain, though, that Sean will even calculate that there might be a +4. He would probably just say +3 with the Edge of Night. But now he's drawing a card from conquering the Fort of the Fluff.
From being a 7. And honestly, through all of this, I kind of had missed that there was a first mate there as the second unit. Because I was thinking, oh, you got to conquer both this turn. But that's not too difficult when a Master Yi is going to come in readied. It's just down to the hidden card. And in this situation, in the old meta, you'd think fight or flight. But in the new meta, you have to consider other options. We gave you the 4 choices from it. Which is it? Gonna reveal a hidden Teemo.
It's a Teemo.
And now it's just down to, is there enough power left in the hand of Sean to get this conquer through combat tricks and end up winning the game? So Teemo gets played, I believe that's 9?
Yeah, that is 9. I wonder if there are any like counter spells for Sean. Also, one of the reasons why maybe he allowed the Ferris Forerunner to die last turn was to essentially force the defender to do something first, because otherwise he would be attacking 6 into 6.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that the calculation as well?
That's why.
So you know that you're attacking with both. I think that's actually the line that you're talking about. So attacking into a 5.
See, that's why I'm never saying someone made a mistake on the broadcast, because I might just be missing something. Someone else might be missing something. Maybe there's a complete different line of play.
Whoa, no combat trick in hand. Is there something else, though, that can be played out? We haven't seen Sean's hand in a while. I do the same thing where I stack my hand on the table. I realize how annoying that can be when you're trying to see what's in the hand.
We didn't utilize any of the Trinity forces, though.
Am
I missing something?
Yeah, am I missing something? Were they on the battlefield? Did they go to trash? Did they accidentally go to trash when the units were picked up? And he should
No, they're here.
Oh, they
He's
are?
attaching them right now.
them.
But I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't attach it to Master Yi.
For the might.
For the attack.
He did control for the fluff.
You saw his body language. I feel like he just maybe
forgot about it. Moment. You're right. Because you had Forge of the Fluff, could have utilized it while
for 0 as well, and then pay for the other one before attacking. But yeah, let's assume that maybe he had a different.
Yeah.
But okay, so now we get to 5 points from Kamzi. or Mzi. The K is silent.
And the X is silent.
Yeah, as well.
It's one of those.
We're scooping it?
Are we scooping? We'll get confirmation. I see the game tally has been added to Sean's side of things, so it looks like like there wasn't enough in order to disrupt that battlefield with the hold on the Trinity forces. So apologies for losing a little bit of track of that end game. I think Sean was surprised to get to 7 points quite so quickly after that.
Yes.
And so were we, if I'm being
caught
totally
off guard.
So were we. I was not quite expecting it to go that quickly. As now we look for game 2. So Draven in the sideboard. I have to feel like. So first of all, this is Sean's sideboard for the Master Yi. So what do you bring in at this point? Not so many spells that you'd want to counter. We're talking about exactly that with the spinning axes and maybe Teemo, that type of thing.
Well, it feels like to some degree we didn't get a lot of informations from this game as well. So the amount of sideboarding that can happen from Master Yi's side is actually not that big. It's more on Hamzi's over here, who's gonna probably go into the Mind Splitters. Like, the information is so crucial, specifically when you play against the decks that are green and they're like having those tricks in their hands, right?
Would you say that was kind of a warped game 1? Because I think if you only look at game 1, you'd be like, well, gear removal makes sense. But I don't think game 2 is going to play out in the same way. So you don't want it, right? And that's my point, is like, somebody that maybe doesn't know this matchup might look at it and say, well, the Trinity forces were the problem. Well, maybe only in that isolated incident.
Correct.
But you have to draw them and then have the ability to play them. So I agree on the Mind Splitters. Definitely seems like one way to go.
And if the removal for the gear is gonna be 1 thermal beam, it's like, oh, that's a super expensive card.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
to like affect 1 card from your opponent,
not worth
that
it.
might be played even before you have a chance to use the thermal beam. So that's one of the things that you have to consider as well. And in many cases, like, okay, there might be a Guardian Angel, and that's probably more important. But then it's like the board state is affected more by the Guardian Angel, even though it's a less expensive card than the Trinity Force. You know?
And I guess you play spinning axes. You play Edge of Night, so you kind of don't want to thermo beam. Yeah, it's really awkward. Really, a strange game 1 in order to come into a game 2 and decide how you're going to change it. Wouldn't be surprised to see Forge of the Fluff here from Master Yi.
And we said it might not go the same way.
It might not. We'll see what we are going on to for game 2 as we update.
Sean is very animated with his reactions.
I love that, though. I like that.
There is the Forge of the Fluff. Second one. Okay, so we have Targon speak into Forge of the Fluff.
If it happens again,
I
would be so surprised.
Deja vu? Are we in the Matrix?
Didn't get to see the hand. It's okay. No Trinity forces now.
Does
So it have to come off the top.
This is actually a decent hand.
Yeah, this is like a consistent hand. Is my feeling on that. You got a turn 1 play. You got good turn 2 plays. On the other side, Draven playing Overzealous Fan turn 1. I think is like the quintessential Spirit Forge turn to open the game.
All right, now we have. It's so different when you don't see a windmill slam of a Draven Vanquisher on turn 2. It's just like sometimes it was a consideration. Oh, maybe I'll just play him on the battlefield alongside the fan, you know?
Yeah. But that felt so brutal to try and play around.
So now we have the trigger from Targon's Peak. We're gonna get 2 energy up. Oh, there is the
Thermo Beam.
Okay.
Wow.
We do have a spinning axe as well, so we'll probably try to utilize the axe before we have the chance of using the thermal beam. Also, there might be a 0 chance of using the thermal beam in the future if no equipment is being drawn.
Yeah,
from the
exactly.
as well.
And we've seen that Sean's hand is unit focused and unit heavy based on the quote traditional Master Yi that we've seen over the weekend. But that's kind of like the thing about a closed decklist tournament like this is if you only see Trinity Forces as like the winning combination from that game, you're like, well, maybe my opponent's running a weird list, right? Maybe my opponent's running an equipment-only focus.
But here you can see the impact of the bans. Instead of a Draven Vanquisher being played this turn, you have a Game Jammer and nothing else. That's one of the reasons why there are two schools of building a new way of Draven, which is either including some 3 or 4 drops or just including more 2 drops instead.
This is Sean saying, I want a card. I'm going to make you lose that Overzealous fan one way or the other. There's no reasons for you to push me back unless you want to deny me a card. I'll take the trade. I'll get the unit. I'll get the card. And we can move on with the rest of our turn. Wouldn't be surprised to see Stellar Cornherder come down following this. And it's actually going to be a Desert's Call.
Yeah, Desert's Call with repeat for 2 units, which is nice. Now it's going to be able to utilize both directions of the battlefields here. And also because Kamsi had 4 resources open.
That's scary.
This turn. You didn't want to like even give him a chance of utilizing anything right now, which is kind of nice because Kamsi essentially wasted the turn too.
Yeah.
Like he played the 2-drop, but doesn't really impact the game that much.
And I guess if you play Stellar Cornherder, you're vulnerable to like Falling Star if your opponent wants to take that choice.
I mean, you're still vulnerable to Falling Star over here.
But I don't. I mean, you do care about 2 things, but the comparison between losing a vital unit like a Stellar Cornherder is I think, the thing there.
Okay,
Tide Turner.
We're swapping the 2 drops. Not that doesn't matter much. And now, remember also that there's a Defy in Hand of Shore.
Okay.
So that's going to be something that is going to be very important to keep track of. And also remember that Falling Star cannot be defied.
Right,
because
that
of the
second power cost makes it undefiable.
But Piercing Light is something that really doesn't like Defy at all.
And you got to know your ins and outs on that. You got to know which counter spell hits which thing, what you can't catch with the counter spells in hand. That's something that, again, for newer players, you've really got to drill that. You got to just play it again and again until you know it.
Here we go.
Force. So it wasn't in hand at the beginning. So now will the Thermo Beam pay off? Because there's no equipment on the battlefield for Kamsi.
But that's very interesting situation because now Kamsi has to make a decision. Do I play Spinning Axe?
Ooh,
I do.
Will
to win over the opponent most likely, unless Sean is going to buff his unit. But then, if you want to Thermal Beam this Trinity Force, your Spinning Axe is going to eat it as well.
But if Sean wins his combat, Spinity Force?
I mean, yeah, if he's going to win the combat, it's going to die anyway
drop off, right?
because
So
of Temporary.
Spinity Force will get out of there at that point. Punch! Wow, that
is a big commitment.
A big commitment, but that then shows you how much the Trinity Force strategy of holding in Sean's mind is necessary.
Ooh, a reactive Ride the Wind.
Okay.
So we're using the Ride the Wind to move out our Tide Turner to the other battlefield.
Or to base. There was a tap in the back.
Right to base?
Yeah, it's the beneficial one of Charm to base. Yeah, will get brought back. Noting that Targon's Peak was conquered this turn. So this tells me Thermo Beam's not coming now. You wouldn't do this if you were going to blow up your Spinning Axe anyway.
Definitely not. But it is kind of interesting because you could attack the Forge of the Fluff. It would have been 5-4, forcing Sean to use another spell.
I guess are you all exhausted and therefore don't want to follow up something that then turns the corner?
Your resources are pretty in a bad spot.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna be at after that Ride to Win. If that attack would fail, you're gonna be at 6 resources and you will have 2 and a 1 might unit in the base, not looking great into breaking potential defenses of a Master Yi. Because now we have a 4 defense on Forge of the Fluff and we have 6 defense on Targon's Peak and 2 energy open for the Defy and potentially for a On Guard or a Discipline, depending on what the opponent does. Now Kamsi has to play around all of those options. You have to now think about how do I sequence this to make sure that I don't fall into a trap of a potential On Guard, Defy, On Guard, punch first, Defy, and Discipline.
I don't remember.
Did I miss something?
Possibly. I was too distracted by the runes and the units and the gear all being side by side. I'm like, I can see it. Luckily, I have the vision here, but if this was my board state, I'd be like, I can't handle this. I need to move it around.
I definitely can understand this.
So some big cost things in hand for Kamsi. It's a Ferris Forerunner and a Thermo Beam. And as we said, you wouldn't save the Spinning Axe on the unit if you were just going to thermo beam immediately after.
I like the planning of the Right to Win, because if you're able to do the Conquer on Forge of the Fluff this turn with more reasonable positions maybe, then you can transfer the Spinning Axe after you conquer Forge of the Fluff and then maybe go into the other battlefield as well.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. And the showdown going to begin.
And we're pushing with 2 units. Very nice play, because the reason, in many other cases, you would probably attack 1 by 1. But because Draven wants to win the fight,
yes,
you have to win with at least 1 unit.
You want to get the draw.
Yes, you want to get the draw. And in this case, even if one of your units dies, it's okay, because you get the draw from the top of the deck.
Yeah, which is so different to like the Azirs that we see that want to cascade the equipment from unit to unit. As you said, very different dynamic in how that plays out.
Sean is thinking hard about this showdown. 7-4. What does he have? What would be? Oh, a Twonk for the 5 might.
Yeah.
And that is something that I didn't mention. See, I missed something. And Twonk is actually the worst case scenario, because the thing is, you cannot now transfer the Spinning Axe.
Yeah, but you don't conquer the battlefield, so you don't have control over it.
I mean, yes, you can.
And it's stuck on there as well. You're
and
right,
the unit didn't die, so the Spinning Axe is just sitting there, idling.
That's what you meant by it. Yeah, I understand what you mean on that. That's a very fair point. As again, the Master Yi static ability, let's call it that, potentially the legend ability, is going to give that Sand Soldier the +2. That's why it didn't end up trading. And for again, those of you that perhaps don't play against a whole lot of Master Yi, you've always got to remember that when you're defending alone, you're going to get that.
Look, I will tell you one thing: if you ever missed a trigger of the passive of Master Yi in one of your games, don't feel bad. I know pro players in our game who are missing it constantly.
You count up and you're like, yeah, I think I got everything. I move in and your opponent's like, taps the legend.
Yeah, it happened more than you think at regional level at like 10-1 boards.
Forced to transfer at that point by not really having any choice, as the Lonely Pro is going to go over to the battlefield. Sand Soldier will come back. Again, saying if you are going to conquer this battlefield, I'll get a card from it.
And we get 2 points from Trinity Force, by the way, this turn as well. So that is actually happening again.
Oh, I said forced to transfer. What I meant was the Spinning Axe was off the unit, but of course that will be temporary and dies at the beginning of the turn. So it does go over to the trash. Now it's just a Ferris Forerunner and a Treasure Hunter.
Rebuke is being as well drawn.
Oh, but none of these units, you don't really want to Rebuke. Like, it's 2 Sand Soldiers. Yes, it's removable.
Sand Soldiers removed, and the
Trinity Force drops off, I guess.
Is resolved as well. You can attack with the Treasure Hunter to Targon's Peak and then use Rebuke mid-combat to see if your opponent... If they have a not so fast, well, unlucky. But if they don't, then you will draw a card as well, because you do it mid-combat and you win the combat because of it. So that's one of the options that we are able to do as the Draven player. You can also just go and potentially trade, with the Sand Soldier that has the Trinity Force when you push with the Ferris Forerunner, or you can just start the turn. Oh, a Judge Call will be now done, so we're gonna be. Let's talk a little bit now.
Yeah.
So potentially, you can also go into the combat and then pass. It's gonna be 6 versus 6. Your opponent might do something, might play like a buff, and then you might just not respond. But the next, when you get priority, you can play your Thermal Beam and destroy the Trinity Force, right? Because it can be used as an action. And then essentially you negate the value of a potential buff with like a discipline, for example, right? So you still end up trading. But the thing is, I don't know if this is worth it. Like, use again, just playing for this board state doesn't win you the game. You have to think ahead. It's like, what is the thing that I'm gonna do after this turn? And it doesn't, like any of the scenarios here, doesn't look great.
Yeah.
It's literally the same as the previous game. Like, when you go here and you try to do something about the board state, like next turn is gonna be Master Yi.
Yeah, it is indeed. Thermo Beam does come through. We'll end up taking out the Trinity Force. So Sean will not be able to jump up towards winning the game. I mean, that's a dangerous place to have been in, because Sean would have held to 8.
Yeah, that might be critical.
that Trinity Force had stayed. So I think that's another thing to consider there. That would have been a winning line from having the Lonely Paro. Of course, you could have got the Paro off that battlefield, but still a dangerous situation for that Yi to come in and look at scoring the second point. Whereas now, Sean has to wait at least another turn to try and represent lethal.
We also moved the treasure hunter to generate the gold, when you think about it, just because we're so low on resources when it comes to Kamsi, so he feels like he needs more.
I never feel like I wouldn't want more gold, if possible. Is this what you give for it? What is the what is the trade-off?
It's would be nice if the treasure hunter would generate real gold.
Well, if you're good enough with it at an RQ, it can.
Ah, okay, so it's printing money anyway.
Exactly, exactly. As these players are playing for, you know, they're playing to give themselves the best chance of making top 8. It is hard to know exactly with the current scores on the round, and we do feel like some of our players are going to be looking at tiebreakers to get in. As Master Yi comes out of the Chosen Champion Zone, Sean is going to send everything.
Everything is going in.
At Targon's peak.
Drawing first for the movement. That's a first mate, so it doesn't really matter that much. Now this
rebuke in hand, right? Yeah.
Is going to be a huge punch to the gut.
So that goes, I guess, on the E? Yeah. No Defy, because the second energy cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
It's
like,
not
no,
available.
Good.
Nope.
You know what you're talking about.
I got that one. That would have to have been a not so fast to have stopped that one.
Treasure Hunter dies for this entire exchange. That's the toughest Treasure Hunter I've ever seen in my life.
Just give me the gold. Just give me the 1 gold and get out of here.
But it took a 4-might hit. Now, the thing is, though, there is the Master Yi in the hand. By the way,
which card sleeve.
Is it? Technically, according to the rules, you have to like replace the sleeve now to match the rest of the deck, but not really that important, I would say.
I think it's pretty. At this stage, it's obvious.
I think Kamsi might be onto it. That he has it in his hand, you know?
And have we had an effect that's like discard a card at random?
No, not yet.
Okay. I think when that comes in, then it'll be more important.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Titan.
Oh, another rebuke in hand.
That's pretty influential.
That is huge.
So I was thinking we were on Vilemors, but we're not. So Titurners are actually really useful at this point to move the Forerunner where you need it to be.
Hey!
Lothar,
I am sorry.
We don't affect the game.
My bad.
I think we all see what happened on the stream there as the green sleeve is being removed. I see. That is funny, though. And actually, it is a good point because part of it is information, and it is a big glaring sign that the Master Yi hasn't been, discarded to trash. It
happens so often when you play Kai'Sa, and you're just like, oh, I retreat my Kai'Sa, and then you're like, there's like a... You're holding the hand, and there's just one sticking out. It's like, I'm here. Hello, I'm here.
Oh, what's in hand?
Oh,
who could know?
Did he shuffle it as well?
Yeah.
You will never know where it is.
I would leave it in the green sleeve and shuffle. Just be like, my opponent will never know. Never know. Oh,
how many cards do you have in hand? 4. Is there a Master Yi in it? You will never know.
If he doesn't show a Master Yi and ends up out of cards in hand, something else has gone wrong. It's funny, but it's part of being prepared for a tournament is having the correct, sleeves, replacement sleeves, all that kind of thing for those that want to play. Oh,
actually, we're not leaving open. Never mind. Titurner. Okay. Yeah. So you essentially are swapping a 6 for a 7. I mean, you could reinforce what I'm talking about. You could reinforce the Targon's Peak with the Draven from base,
right?
Which would essentially be a 7 might.
Yes, because this version of Draven Showboat is going to get a point, get an extra might for every point you have. So currently at 4 for Kamsi, that would be, as you said, swapping 6 to 7.
That hand is clunky.
Yeah, there's a...
2 not so fast at Defy, first mate, and a Master Yi.
And that means the Rebuke last turn, when it was only 1 rune available, that was the difference there between, Rebuke cannot be defied, it can be not so fasted, but you have to pay the 2 for it, and it wasn't available.
Yeah, what are we doing now? Because playing the Master Yi, I mean, we're not in a problematic situation, I'll be honest with you. Sean, I feel like, could just reinforce the battlefield by playing a huge unit on the Forge of the Fluffed and retreat the Toro. And because of that, you're just setting up a lethal with your Master Yi there.
Now, we know there's another Tide Turner in hand, and that'll be played to bring the Ferris Forerunner back to the base and allow it to go then to the Forge of the Fluft with the Draven. So that is a lot of damage.
And unfortunately, you cannot not so fast a Tide Turner.
Right, because it's targeting the opponent's thing. So.
Imagine how broken that card would be if it would target opponent cards as well.
Yeah, that would be broken. I think that is likely to be the sequence here, as if that Yi falls, I think that is a lot of the presence that Sean has on this game. Do we have to make him swap the sleeve back to the green one? No, that's not a real thing. I'm memeing.
Defy on the stack deck. Don't look for answers. Hard bargain.
Is it worth it though when your opponent's only got one rune up now? Because wouldn't you rather save the hard bargain for the punch first?
He already
if there is one.
Yeah, but he has already good answers in this against this board state within his hand. And if he would play a hard bargain, 3 runes are open, so you cannot play Tide Turn and Rebuke. So I feel like that's probably something that you want to avoid, so you just let this go through.
You're just like, yeah, that's fine, that's okay. Does he even have a hard bargain? No, it's a Tide Turner and a Rebuke.
No, Tide Turner and Rebuke.
Yeah. Sorry, I realized what you were saying on that.
So, but what you said before is still possible to be done. You can the Tide Turner.
That's...
oh, okay, he's just shortcutting. Okay.
Shortcutting, a little bit of representing it a little bit unorthodoxly, but yeah, that will be what happened. Is the Ferris Forerunner, while ready, gets Tide Turner back to the base, will go from the base over to Sean, Sean's battlefield of Forge of the Fluft with the Draven. Forerunner will be enough to overpower from there. Now holding a Rebuke, Kamzi's in a pretty good spot to hold both hidden cards. So we've seen 2 Tide Turners. Could be an Edge of Night, could be a Teemo.
Correct.
Could be a Switcheroo.
And that was a card drawn after winning the combat.
Exactly. So important to give another option now, knowing there's a Rebuke in hand, knowing now there's at least another Tide Turner for Might.
And this Portal will now be useful because you can sacrifice it by going to Target's Peak and 1, force the hidden card to be used.
Yes.
2, even if it dies, you still get to draw a card.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're starting with this. There's a pass.
This one's a Tide Turner because it was played earlier in the turn.
It was it's the Tide Turner. They can swap places. I was just joking about the Tide Turners, but yes, this can also happen.
This also can happen, which makes it kind of tricky as Forerunner doing its best job of being at every battlefield at once.
Is there another unit alongside the first mate? Because the first mate is in hand.
Earlier we didn't see one.
Yes, and now we saw the unguarded. Sean is shaking his hand.
There's a factory recall.
So most likely, there might be not another unit now. That's the first mate.
And does that mean Sean passes the turn and it is going to be going up to...
Oh,
there is another first mate. So it depends on what the hidden card is. Did you say there was
both of them are a disaster. Because you cannot counter any of them.
But do you have enough with 3?
3 plus on guard is 5. If it's a Teemo, it's dead. So you rebuke this and you essentially win the fight, but you can also just reveal the hidden card first.
Oh yeah, because you got a rebuke as well, so you win the fight. Yeah, exactly that. There's the rebuke is the other option to this that is clean. It just says rebuke the first mate out, but there's not so fast potentially available.
Yeah.
But then you have the hidden card. Every option just depends what that last one rune is used for from Sean. If you follow it down that rabbit hole, which version comes out on top? Kamzi, really, it's the debate between rebuke or hidden card. It's rebuke. It's going to get revealed. Not so fast is going to follow this up, and that will force the hidden card.
Yeah.
And now it's just down to...
Is it a Teemo?
And it's also just down to what is...
Wait, what is going on? I'm just
surely you got to play the hidden card.
Yeah, surely.
It's a switcheroo. So it was...
okay.
But now if there is an extra additional power here, if there's any combat trick, On Guard should put it up after the switcheroo has resolved. It's going to mean first mate will take down the Tide Turner. And now it's just what even can come through for this Forerunner? You have to get the Forerunner from one battlefield over to the other, or it's like an accelerated Kaiser. It's Ride the Wind, accelerated Kaiser, any unit that can come out, or a damage spell.
Accelerated Kaiser doesn't do
Oh,
it.
because of the Master Yi. Yes, exactly. A damage spell would do it. I didn't see
Two
what came off
Titanners
the
were being
top.
played, so another Titana would have done it. Right? Because you can play Titana and exchange places and just do it again like he did before. What is that? There's nothing, no?
No, it's a 2-drop. It's just, is that a...
yeah,
that's it.
Whoa, what a close match.
That was down to the wire. Impressive from Sean. Just coming out of the gates from game 1, stacking the Trinity Forces, jumping up, and then playing around that last part of combat just enough to get over the line, make sure you could hold the next turn, force Draven to rely on the top of the deck, and it did not deliver as Sean picks up a win in round 12.
With the mid-range Master Yi. That I got a lot of comments about how I'm wrong about saying that mid-range Master Yi is a good deck.
Vindication.
You know? Yeah, I am being vindicated a little bit because this is the third mid-range Master Yi that is currently at top tables, and I put mid-range Master Yi in my A tier, like saying like this is really good deck right now in the metagame, coming after the bans. And you can also see how the bans actually affected the Draven.
I'm going to pull up your YouTube and leave good comments right now while we're on stream. I'll be like, look, that was right, vindicated.
So, but you can literally see how the bans are affecting the Draven. The lack of really good curve on turn 2 was affecting both games. In game 1, we had a game jam. No, wait, that was the game 2 game jam. Game 1, was it... can't remember anymore. But anyway, both turns were like half used. Essentially, so you're not putting a incredible amount of might like you had been before with Draven Vanquisher. Draven Vanquisher just represents a conquer against any 2-drop from the Master Yi.
Yeah.
Like, that is such a huge dynamic change when it comes to this particular matchup. This is why I think mid-range Master Yi is just so good right now, because it's not easy for any deck to break that hold when you're playing the 2-drops, right? And even if they break that hold of the 2-drops, they probably sacrifice a lot of resources for that because you have 4 might units on your battlefield. So it's a really well-positioned deck. Very happy to see it perform. And I would want to say well played by Sean, although the Trinity Forces from the game 1 didn't end up biting him back as well when he forgot that they existed for a moment. But yeah, it was funny. It was an unorthodox game overall.
It was.
The game 1 was double Trinity Force.
And I think that really warps the way that best of 3 played out because of the battlefield changes to Draven. Like, Reaver's Row not being an option, a big hit for Draven, on top of everything else you were saying. And that's what, when we talk about the meta, yes, okay, Draven is still performing very well at the tournament in general, but it has to find different answers to before. Perhaps Draven's route to playing was a little too easy with the curve that was being played, the security that was being played, the consistency that the deck had. Whereas now you have to find different options, and we're finding a couple of other decks like the Master Yi there say, that's a really cool Forge of the Fluffed. What if I use that against you really well in game 1? So yeah, it's such an interesting dynamic of where we are in the meta right now. So many of the decks, though, there's a trend emerging, like Azir and Master Yi, these Sand Soldiers with additional capabilities, like the Master Yi Legend ability that is granting +2 on defense, surprisingly difficult to break.
Yeah, and also cascading your equipment is one of the biggest signs of this metagame, how it changed. Because Fight or Flight was directly affecting the possibilities of essentially cancelling the juggling of the equipment, because the unit just gets bounced back to base, still holds the swords and the shield, and be like, well, now I cannot give it to someone else. Like, I cannot give it to you, and now you cannot attack, right? We have seen this type of interaction when someone gets stunned, but the tools that are stunning people are definitely less flexible than Fight or Flight was, right? So it's a very interesting dynamic. We finally can see the full power of equipment cards because now they are just like shining. They are in the spotlight.
We needed to get that pesky Fight or Flight out of there. Just needed to go, and finally the equipment were able to shine. It has been a really cool set of games that we've had the fortune of casting for the last couple of days. That was the last Swiss round that Lothar and I will be bringing you, but we do have one more Swiss round left. That'll be after an interview and after a few more things. Let's throw it over to Blevin. Blevin says on the stage.
Yes, there's more than one of me here, but actually maybe it's just one. I'm Blevins, and I'm joined here with Sean, who has just secured a win with Master Yi. Congratulations. How are you feeling? I can see it on you. How are you feeling after that win?
I can't, well, I've got no impression. I'm still, it's a rough game. It was really good.
Yeah.
But still impressed of it. Got my whole team with it, and they also like partying for it, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, so Master Yi, I mean, if we look back at Origins, was one of the top decks for sure, and then it seemed like everyone sort of forgot about Master Yi and Spirit Forge. Bans happened. I didn't really see many people talking about Master Yi. What led you to this path?
I tried to grind it since day one. I tried to do the best with it, and just got a short intervention with Sivir for a month. But after it, I saw there's still a good place with it. There's still with punch first for the second thing, and not so fast. So there's big improvement. And also after the bans, when Kaiser gets stronger, Yi gets stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't have to worry about the fight or flights being in there. You can stop worrying about that. And one thing that I really love about Master Yi and these versions of it is the Trinity Force. I'm a Lucian player at heart, so I love a Trinity Force. Tell me about Trinity Force and Master Yi.
Okay, the first game was quite wild because I instantly get my Sand Soldier.
Yeah.
And next turn I got the Trinity Force, attached it with my battlefield.
Yep.
And following turn I got it again. So got 3 holding points with it, and that was wild, really wild. But I'm happy it worked.
Yeah, and the Sand Soldiers, I saw you were running Desert's Call. That's one that we've seen in a lot of the Master Yi decks, but not all of them. Has that been a really great card for you?
Completely. I think Yi got one big problem, and it's against yellow. When it got Cold Weeks, and I have to do something against it, so I put Desert Call in it, and it's sometimes that second turn the best thing to protect my king and queens.
Yes, the kings and queens being protected, but you're here at this event. You just got a massive win. When you were coming here to Lille, were you thinking this is where I'm going to be, or is this beyond your wildest imagination?
It's wild. It was my plan to do well, but not that well. I'm completely happy, really.
Yeah.
It's a big road, it's a big thing to do it on that way, so I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
Can't complain with that. And obviously, we saw you take down a Draven. What has your road been like so far? Have you seen a lot of Dravens, a lot of Aurelias? What has it been like?
Draven, Kaiser, so it's the third Draven, 2 Kaisers, I think, 2 Victors.
Okay.
So it was quite the meter game.
Yeah.
But some other things. Like, I think my last match yesterday was Darius. The best of Darius. He was really, really good.
Yeah.
And so, quite good. But no Aurelia. So,
no Aurelia yet.
No,
how do you feel about that matchup? Because I have to imagine, I haven't seen the exact spread right now. I have to imagine you're probably going to see it at some point if you keep winning.
Yeah. I'm happy that I didn't see it, because when I'm second, it's a bit worth about, I think, 45% win, and when I'm first, it's even getting better. But dice roll a bit.
Right, dice roll. Well, you've won a number of dice rolls in dodging the Aurelia. Is that sort of the worst matchup for you, or are there other ones that you're like, oh please, don't be my next opponent?
I think my worst matchup is really Leona when I see her. It's really uncommon, but we got a Leona player on our locals, and she throws all the stuns at me, and I'm like, okay, I can do anything.
Yeah, you're doing so well at the RQ, but because you played at your locals, you're like, oh, this deck's not that good. I keep losing my Nexus Knight. But it turns out Leona has not done
I'm
well.
a bit happy that that's good.
Now, obviously you're doing great in this event. Master Yi, are your eyes set on Master Yi for Unleashed? Have you even thought about that yet?
Yeah, I thought about it. There's some very good new cards for it. So, like the new Nami, it's perfect for it. It got stun, it can make things ready, and a buff, and also Rengar to put it in. And I think maybe I'll play it for the third set also.
Yeah. Are you going to still play the same Master Yi, or are you looking at the new one?
No, I want to stay for the old Yi.
Oh,
I think.
nice.
It's, The OG one. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's done well so far. It's continuing to do well for you here. Now, if you had to pick your path up through the top 8, what would you want to see coming up?
I would like to see some Kaisers first to make it a bit easier probably, but no, it's still a hard matchup, of course. And when there's the Watcher and I don't got Trunk, it's always hard.
Yeah.
But first Kaisers would be happy, Draven would be good, and maybe Irelia for the last. We'll see.
Yeah, just to prove that you were there for it, but that is absolutely fantastic. Any other last thoughts you have? Any shout-outs you want to give?
I'm happy for doing that big event here. I'm happy that you do it so professional here and want to see you next time again.
Yeah, well,
perfect.
Really appreciate that, Sean. Thank you so much for this interview and congratulations. I'll let you go get ready for your next round, but we're going to send it back to the desk.
Cheers.
Thank you, professional singular Brelevin. We're like, I love that people are saying like they're so professional, and I'm here forgetting my co-caster's name. James Lothar here, ready to show you. I lied, by the way. That's how professional I am. I lied and said we were done. We actually have a second feature match to round out for this round. So apologies if you were hoping to see the back of us for the
again,
first
Bartek.
round.
Okay, nice.
And another Master Yi, Bartek, and we just heard about this matchup from our players in the interview where less than 3 Uwu is on the Kaiser, which we just heard him talk about. Master Yi is Sean talked about how good Master Yi into Kaiser can be.
It is. It was a good matchup in set 1 as well. No, sorry, not set 1. If you were playing mid-range Master Yi in set 1 already with like a lot of deflect units, it probably was not the choice.
Yeah.
Right, but in set 2, it was definitely something possible already. And because of that was really bad matchup for the Kaiser. And here, unless the Kaiser build that we're gonna see here is gonna be more unit-oriented, you're not gonna see a lot of, we're not gonna see a great matchup for less than 3. Oh.
We could nickname them Heart if we wanted to, but that would be...
That is not a good opening. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you've got way more important things to say.
That is not a good opening. I was thinking like, maybe that Stupefy is there to like activate a Noxus Hopeful, maybe?
But it was just to card draw?
Yeah, just to card draw and pass. So what do we have here? We have a Smokescreen, a Watcher, a Falling Star, a Bryn here, a... I'm not certain what else is there. But overall, with this kind of start, your chances are really looking bleak because now Master is just running away with holding a field and just reinforcing it. And because of the lack of pressure from Kai'Sa early on in the game, Master most likely is gonna will be able to build up his resources. When Master Yi builds up resources, it's kind of similar to like a Irelia. You don't want to play against a Irelia that has like seven open all the time.
And that's a Ruin Runner, right? That's a Punch First and Ruin Runner, I think?
Punch First and a Ruin Runner. So we're thinking about setting them up on the top of the bottom, depending on how important they are. And Ruin Runner is helpful
Pretty good against Kai'Sa, yeah, exactly. So much of Kai'Sa's interaction is based on targeting. Looks like Ruin Runner's going to the top. In the current way, it looked like Bartek was about to put those cards back.
The punch first is not yet that important because you are most likely not being under pressure for the next turn as well.
And it's action speed, right? So it's not just like answer everything.
It's not going to be helpful against a Falling Star, not going to be helpful against a Singularity, for example, as well. Get excited is a possibility depending on which kind of build of Kai'Sa we have. And that's a retreat. Woof.
Ooh, that is not what you want to see when you don't have the units there. Of course, Kai'Sa is available from the champion zone, and sometimes you do just have to do that.
Yeah, I was... look, I was not trying to like question the turn 2 play because I was thinking the Stupefy is there for a reason, right?
Yeah.
But we could have just played the Kai'Sa on turn 2.
But then, I guess, are you concerned that of like a charm coming through?
Yes, of course, that's always a consideration.
Okay.
But the thing is, what if there's no charm? And
yeah, is it better to do do the thing and
your hand was really bad.
Yeah.
Like really, really bad. And
because you are getting one card
yes.
from that situation. Yeah.
So accelerated Kai'Sa gets the point, gets a card draw, but now is stuck on the Vilmos lair. And, by the way, it's so funny, I never had somehow connected it, but this is literally Vilmos lair, the unit that we're going to be getting and unleashed.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
How did I not connect those dots?
They're different stats, it's fine.
Okay, right. Or I cannot read.
Fair. It happens to the best of us. I'm sure something like that is going to be the case for me too. And there actually is a charm, I think, in hand. Yeah, there is one. So if we didn't quite catch the hand at the beginning to note, but had that charm been in hand at the beginning, that would have been a very difficult scenario to play the Kai'Sa out into. And when that does happen, Kai'Sa really struggles. So now Stupefy into Hextech Rate.
That's going to clear the battlefield.
Of course, as a reminder, you don't get the Yi bonus if you're not defending. So if there is no showdown happening, you just have the might printed on the card plus the equipment of the GA that was there.
Now the retreat will actually come in handy after the attack from potentially the Ruin Runner trying to just destroy the Kai'Sa and the Vilmos lair. And the Ruin Runner, like holding a Vilmos lair, that is a fine unit to have there. Like you're not really being punished by anything, and you cannot be destroyed by spells, so it doesn't matter if the spell is targeting battlefield because Ruin Runner cannot be targeted. Now, Rearguard is not a unit that we often see in a Kai'Sa deck, but it's a reasonable addition. Also, specifically, is more useful in decks that do play a lot of equipment. For example, because you have, like in Lucian, you're going to see some Rearguards because they are able to utilize the equipment that otherwise would be maybe standing there still. Defy or Notify? Notify. Kai'Sa, oh, does he have
the same sleeve, right?
Does she have the same sleeve?
It's there. It's like the outline looks like it's correct. That's an interaction. Just again for newer players, I like to give some things that perhaps you don't always see. First of all, retreat puts the card to hand, so Vilmos Lair's effect does not prevent that from happening. Vilmos just prevents going back to base only. So
correct.
Very basic point that we've seen many times with Kai'Sa, but always good to refresh on the very basics of the game. For those of you that are joining us for the first or first few times, welcome if you are. Hope you're enjoying Riftbound so far. What you won't be enjoying if you're a Kai'Sa player is your opponent having 2 Ruin Runners because they cannot be targeted.
2 Ruin Runners, they are totally secluded, like they cannot be affected by any spell from Kai'Sa, but they can be affected by your own spells and abilities. So you can still play anything that you want, Discipline, Unguard, bring it like, more might to those units.
And that makes it really difficult. When this second Ruin Runner maybe goes to Candlelit Sanctum eventually, or if you're holding both battlefields with Ruin Runners, in the Yi deck, they're 7. In the showdown, right? So that's already difficult. That matches Darius plus a card, depending on what the card is, if Kai'Sa is in fact running that. So it matches some of the higher end. Now, the one card that will dig you out of that spot is Thousand-Tailed Watcher, because that effect does go around the side of the Ruin Runner's effect, because it does not target. So a Watcher is exactly what is coming now. So we'll be able to get through the one Ruin Runner with relative ease, and then the first mate will also fall to the Legion Rearguard.
Well, not exactly, because you're getting to one
the
but
Yi is going to add after.
The Yi passive is going to be only mattering when it's in combat.
You're so right. I even warned myself about that to begin to begin this game.
So now we're going to have a 7-4, and now the punch first is making a difference. It's going to be a 9-7.
And just even the Watcher.
Oh, actually, sorry, 8. Is it 8? Should be 9, no?
I think you just retreat the Watcher regardless, right? And you just say...
Defy! On the second retreat. Now, I unfortunately cannot remember if that second Defy was already in the hand, but if this Defy was in the hand on the previous turn when the Kai'Sa was being retreated and we didn't see it used, that is such a heads-up play by Barczek over here, because it would mean that he understands what can happen to his Ruin Runner, what is the lose condition over here. This is... I would really, again, I'll have to check if he had it in the hand before, but if he did that choice while having it, and that was a heads-up play, that is really showcasing how much he understands this matchup, because the Watcher is the thing that will be affecting his board state the most nothing else is as important as the Watcher here.
The good news for less than 3 is that there is another Watcher in hand.
Correct.
So that retreat would have basically represented a third Watcher that needs to be answered, but there is still a second. So it is now down to Barczek to find enough of an answer. You know, we just saw one punch first, deramp, but weather through the storm and take one out. Trinity Force is, I'm trying to do the math, would help, but you'd still be one short, I think,
You're
on
at
Watcher.
7, then you're going to get to 4, and then you're going to go up to 6.
Yes, you're one short compared to Watcher alone.
But the thing is, now we have a lethal on board.
Oh, and there's
less
another
than
punch
3.
first.
I'm not certain if there's.
I saw it in Barczek's hand.
Okay, well then that is a
pretty
big
sure.
problem. And less than 3 has to find a solution to this entire debacle over here. And I it could have been maybe the Trinity Force could have gone over as well to the first mate, to like put a win condition on the first mate as well, because you want to kill the Ruin Runner with your Watcher, right? Again, replay the Watcher, kill the Ruin Runner, but then if you do that, you cannot allow the first mate to live, because the first mate just wins the game by the hold with the Trinity Force. But now the puzzle that less than 3 has to solve is we can kill the Ruin Runner and we can allow the first mate to live.
I guess the thought process here is there is only one answer to this Ruin Runner, and it is the Thousand-Tailed Watcher.
That is correct.
Whereas first mate would die to a Falling Star, even with Trinity Force, so that would deny that lethal line. Here's that punch first comes through,
that's it.
And the fist bump comes through as well. For Barczek, is going to go up to 11-1. Punch first goes onto the Ruin Runner with the Trinity Force. That'll be enough to hold.
That is incredible now. 11-1.
Master
with
Yi
the
looking good.
mid-range Master Yi. Master Yi is making a resurgence over here. Like, really making a splash.
Truly is, as Barczek does get the win in this game, and that will round out our round 12 for us, as Barczek knows his stuff with TCG history from that deck box, is all I'll say. Those are the players you got to be afraid of. The ones that show up with that deck box
like
that is
really worn out.
And specifically that one as well. When you
I had the same deck box like 20 years ago, like 18 years. No, 18 years ago, I would say, something like that.
That strikes fear in the hearts of those of you that know in TCG competitive scene. That is going to be our final one from round 12. Again, Master Yi, I think, really showing in some of these top table matchups the pressure that it can apply by holding, which is very different to what we've known. We've known it to be all about kind of attacking and combat in Spirit Forge. Now we're a little bit in holding, and we'll hold space for a moment for Barcode, who has an interview with the winner.
Thank you guys, yeah indeed, I am back in the venue with some very good news. You see this man smiling, and of course for a very good reason, because I mean we can almost say that you're in, right?
Yes, so I have 11 wins, I didn't lose, I have 1 draw. I think it should be enough for top cut.
Yeah, actually it should, so congratulations John. You were playing Irelia the Blade Dancer. What led you to that choice?
So at the beginning of set 2, I will play Aurelia. Like, she looked so much fun. I love the movement. I love the control aspect from it. And I was playing a lot of Aurelia, you know, before the bans and everything. And it worked good, you know. Draven, mid-range Draven was very strong because of Fight or Flight. And after the bans, I was like in a bit of crisis because the meta changed so much. I played Aurelia and it felt different. I was like, oh, I don't understand the deck anymore. Really, I was like, I don't understand the deck anymore. And like this week, like in the last 2 days, it switched. I switched my deck like 3 times, the deck list, and I had a switch. I played online games. I won like 9 games in a row. I was like, okay, this is the deck. And yeah, it's such a good deck. I think it's the deck with the most versatility. It can do the best from going second. So I think Aurelia is the best choice for a big tournament like this.
I mean, to be honest, as an Aurelia, defender, I really like this champion. I totally agree with you on this one. But tell us about you. How do you feel right now? Do you feel released? Did you expect to be in the top 8? Tell us everything.
Oh, I'm so excited. Right now, I'm really like, I can't even believe it's true. I'm like, oh my God, is this like, you know, it's a dream come true. I was like, when I was like 12, I wanted always to go to, you know, TCG tournaments. And I was, you know, cards are expensive and you have no money as a 12-year-old. And now I'm like, you know, fulfilling my childhood dreams. And I'm like, this today is crazy. Yesterday was crazy because on Friday in the pre-Rift, I went 4-2, so I was a bit shaky, you know, I didn't play that well. It was enough, but, you know, not like now 11 wins. I'm like, oh, insane. I feel great.
That is actually insane, because when I saw you, I saw your smile on the face, and I have to tell people, off camera we talked a little bit, and you had such a good energy. You were always happy to be there, and always, you feel very confident indeed. You told me that yesterday, yeah, it wasn't, I mean, on Friday it wasn't very good for you with the 4-2, but now I see a man who is very confident in his ability to win it all. So now, I mean, you are in top 8, basically. Do you think that you can take the crown?
Ooh, I don't want to be arrogant because we have so many good players. But yeah, I feel confident in my deck. I feel confident, especially in the mirror, because I played 3 mirrors, I didn't lose one. So this is like for me, okay, I know the mirror has a lot of irregular players. And yeah, let's see. I think I'm very happy with top 8, but you know, more is always better, you know.
That's actually incredible to have you there. We will let you go into your next round, but for now, we are going to go back to some more content.
Hello, everyone, and I guess we're the content, Amy. I am Blevins. This is Amy. We are here on the precipice of round 13 of RQ Lille. Now, if you are not paying attention at home, round 13 is the final round of Swiss before our top 8 cut. So this is the win and ends, the make or breaks. This is the time for players to shine.
It's crunch time, and we're going to see who makes it and who doesn't. There are a few guarantees there. We've got some players already locked for top 8, but this is where everyone has everything to play for. It's incredibly important they bring their A game because there's not a lot of time left. The clock is ticking. And we're going to have some action real soon to see which of our players is going to continue to advance throughout this tournament.
This is the time, this round specifically is the time that you imagine while you're playing at your Nexus night, you imagine while you're playing at your skirmish, you imagine in the hours that you are testing for this event. This is the time that you have been testing for. For a lot of people, it's going to be a win and in, a lose, and maybe top 32, but not make top 8, not get that best of. This is the difference maker. This is, for a lot of people, the most important round of Riftbound they have ever played. And I don't mean to set the stakes so high and put the pressure on, but it's true.
The stakes are high. I don't know how they got up there, but we do know. I know, they're all the way up there.
I can smell them.
They're that close, but ever so high. And I imagine the pressure is gaining on our players. They've been diligently battling it out in this tournament. And thus far, we've had so many rounds across the 2 days. We've had amazing feature matches. We've had incredible diversity of decks like we've never seen before. And I imagine that's going to continue into our top 8.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Master Yi have a breakout performance. Took a little time off, had breakout performances in Origins way early on. Even fell out of favor a little bit in Origins, too.
A little bit.
Came back, just had an interview with Sean there, who won that last round with Master Yi, talking about how he's been on it since the beginning, and he actually thinks it's gotten better. It did fall off a little bit. We've seen Azir being played so well, Rek'Sai in the earlier rounds, and I think that there may still be one or two floating out there in contention, having these breakout performances. We've not really seen, we've certainly not seen Azir do, well, we did see Azir top 8 one Chinese event a while ago, and then never do anything since then. Now we're actually seeing these decks rise to the top with this set 2.5 meta and really make an impact.
And that's honestly the most exciting part about today, is that we're seeing the impact that the first bans have had.
Yeah.
And they're significant. They're significant enough. The decks have changed. People have adapted. New decks have come out of the woodwork that were maybe being suppressed by some of the cards that were just a little too tricky to get around. And now we're seeing this wonderful kind of bonus format.
Yeah, it is something that is really beautiful to see, but let's take a look at the standings. Let's see who's in contention, who maybe has locked their spot. Let's take a look. This is the first time I'm seeing this, so we got our top 32 here. Got a number of Irelia. So most of these X2s in the event, it is certainly going to be a lose and out. It's not necessarily win in. As you can see here, there's a full page of 10 and 2s. There may even be more after this, so it's not a guaranteed win and in. But if you lose, you are certainly out in here. But we see some Annies. There's a Yasuo down there at 10 and 2. What?
That's incredible. Love to see it. Yasuo, Annie. We've still got the Azir and Draven and Kai'Sa representing. Of course, we've got Irelia. I'm expecting to see at least one in our top 8, but there are others such as Fiora still battling it out, and of course we've got a huge Annie up there as well from Prismaticism.
Yes, my boy Prismat. I talked about him earlier.
You did.
At 11, 1 and 0. Again, top 8'd in Bologna with Draven, looking like they may be able to ID. Again, I'm not going to try to do tournament math, especially when I am not in the event, but certainly in a good spot here to top 8. But we see a lot of these players are not necessarily going to be able to. We're going to see, depending, because there's 10-1-1s, there's a bunch of 10-2s, there's a bunch of 11-1 and 0. So there's going to be a lot of these players that in a smaller tournament may be able to ID here, but the math is certainly murky, and it gets murkier once you have a 2,000 person event like we had here.
It's a long way. That's a lot of games to win. And, you know, the stakes are ever so high, and it's just getting to the wire now. We've not got long to go. And there's some interesting matchup math in there as well in regards to the amount of mirror matches that are going to face off. Will they knock enough of each other out to have that diverse top cut? We can see a lot of people at the top of the standings there on a variety of decks, which interact with each other very interestingly, and I can't wait to see that unfold. I'd love to see like an Annie versus a Azir, for example. That would be a really fun one to watch. So there's a lot that could go on, and I think there's a lot to look forward to.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just off the top of my head, Annie, Azir, obviously Irelia, Draven, Kai'Sa, Victor. That's 6 decks that we saw on that front page. There's probably more. Fiora again. That's 7 different in the top 8. I mean, it's a we could possibly, and I'm probably jinxing it here. Sorry, there's no jinx.
No, there's no jinx.
I'm probably jinxing it here by saying we could possibly see a 6 to 7 different decks in the top 8, which is certainly, I think we saw 5 in Vegas or Bologna. I can't remember off the top of my head, but certainly this could be the most diverse top 8 we've ever seen at an RQ.
Absolutely, and with that diversity of decks, it brings diversity of matchup and of skill, and it really is going to put our players to the test. There is no easy way out here. There's no, oh, it's fine, it's all Irelia, and I win against Irelia. This is, oh my goodness, every single game is going to be different. I have to employ different tactics. I have to be flexible, and I have to keep my head in the game to be able to keep going forwards.
Yes, and like we said before, almost certainly all of these players have tested for Irelia, they've tested for Draven, they've tested for Kai'Sa. I would say most probably tested for Victor. And then once you start getting to the people who are really going deep, then you've gotten getting the full matchup spread. But even then, you only have a certain number of hours in the day, and the bans really weren't that long ago. This is the first big event on the bans. There's been a few online tournaments here and there, but there really has not been, there certainly has not been an event of this scale for this set 2.5 meta, post-ban meta, whatever you want to call it. This is the first big one. This is the biggest one. I mean, it's the biggest RQ we've had. So this is the test. Has your testing and preparation put you in a position to win this round and potentially top 8 the biggest event?
Was it enough? That's the question.
Yeah.
Was all of the preparation enough? Were you ready for Annie? Were you ready for Azir? Were you ready for Master Yi? Or even Yasuo?
Were you also potentially needing to be ready for Yasuo? I think I'm going to go ahead and say if we asked all 2,000 players, I'm going to say under 1 was testing for the Yasuo match specifically.
And
I'm picking the under on 1.
That's because their best friend plays it.
Yeah,
I know that.
It's because their brother is the one playing Yasuo in the tournament.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I need to know.
I need to know this matchup spread against Yasuo. I think, I played a little bit of Yasuo in Origins, but it's certainly a different deck now.
Yeah.
I mean, X2 is nothing to sneeze at.
No,
for
not
sure.
at all.
I mean, we could easily see a Yasuo in top 16.
It could
Again,
happen.
I'm not going to try to do math. Can you float all the way up if the stars align? I don't know. Maybe. I hope that would be the craziest thing. I think the entire venue would pop off if they announced a Yasuo in top 8. I think that would blow the roof off of this venue.
At least the stakes would come down.
The stakes, yes. The stakes would fly up if the roof flew off off the window. But here we are. We are here in the final round of Swiss here, round 13. We've got Irelia versus Draven, the clash of the Titans.
A classic tale. Who will prevail when we have Irelia versus Draven? Draven, notoriously tough, wants to get into combat, wants to be big and intimidating. Irelia, quite the opposite, has very few units, not giving Draven the opportunity to use their combative skills to draw cards. Instead, Irelia says, actually, I'm going to use some combat trickery to buff myself up and allow myself to stick around.
Yep, going to, as you so eloquently put it, protect the princess, get Irelia out and protect her, have her dance around with her ability and her combat tricks to be able to do that. And protect the princess is great, but protect the absolute monstrosity that is Stellacorn Herder is the way to do it. Now, here we have our deck list here. Now, this is a very interesting one. 2 Dravens. I have not seen many lists in recent memory with 2 of that purple Draven. Draven Audacious. It's one of my favorite cards in all of Riftbound, and we see 2 here in the Irelia build. Maybe a bit of bolstering to the unit count in an Irelia deck.
Honestly, I think this is going to be a great matchup against Draven when we're using Draven Audacious against the bigger units in that effect. I think that's kind of the way to go with this, and it might be what we need to just really trample over the big threat that is Draven, is kind of take him a taste of his own medicine.
Right? Yeah, we talk about in a fair and honest game of Riftbound, you're able to score 2 points in a turn, and that's why those even point thresholds are so important. Getting to 2, 4, 6, and then finally getting the winning point as 8, very important. However, Draven Audacious, he's an audacious cheater, and he can take points from anywhere, can get those extra points with the purple Draven. But we've also, of course, got Draven Legend here using some of just the best cards that you can play, as we see here. Kaisa, it's got Spinning Axe. We, of course, know our good friend Ferris Forerunner is there, and we've seen these Draven decks really leaning towards the removal package with Falling Stars in the main deck.
Yeah, we've also got that Cleave, a card that's been coming back into decks a little bit more, and Brynhid Thundersong, who we have assessed has been one of the bigger threats when facing Irelia.
Yeah, just such a... Irelia spends all this game building up resources, building up their board, building up combat tricks in hand, and Bryn here just says, no. I don't want to have to deal with any of that. You're going to need to play it all now or not play it at all. And that is a really great spot to be in if you are the Bryn here player, because the Irelia needs to try to guess how much they need to commit and play face up, right? If you can turn the game into a math problem, well, I have a spoiler for you. A lot of these players in contention for top 8 are probably pretty good at math.
Yeah, I would say so. Strangely enough, it's something that is a skill that is definitely necessary in Riftbound, and I gotta say, I'm not the best mathematician, but playing Riftbound has made me better at math.
Right.
So actually, this is just a learning moment. We're only getting better together, kids.
Right, and we as casters have to do less math because we've got the awesome graphics, the might counter graphics, courtesy of production, so that we don't have to stumble through trying to calculate how big that Stellacorn herder monstrosity is. But we'll take a look at the battlefields here on the side of both players. We've got Target Peak, Aspirant's Climb, and Sunken Temple for Aurelia, with the Target Peak, the Forge of the Fluff, and the Treasure Hoard for Draven here. I don't know if we have seen two Dravens have the same spread of battlefields this entire event.
No, and I think that's I think that is a props to the designers, to the team who made this game, because battlefields are such an important part of your game plan, but they're also really flexible, and they allow people to deck build in original ways. And you've got to weigh up whether your battlefield is too good for your opponent.
Yep, and here we are. The fists have been pumped. Game number 1, round 13, Aurelia versus Draven. Let's start it off.
Just a lonely Poro, but he won't be lonely for long. We know that Aurelia loves to look after them. Stack deck comes into play, one of our most ferocious consistency factors, but that looked like a really good hand. That well, it looked like a really good stack deck.
Yeah.
And we can only pick one of the cards. The others are going to have to go to the bottom, and we won't be seeing them for a very long time.
Ooh, that is a very nice way to start your turn 1 if you are going second. The stacked deck into the Noxus Hopeful, being able to put the most amount of might into play for just 2 energy. And oh, by the way, you get to draw the card that you wanted from the top 3.
Even better. Even better. Can't make it up. But Noxus Hopeful is a mighty unit at that. A whole 4 might is really big when it's essentially a pseudo 2 cost at this point, which always feels good. Lowly Poro going into the Forge of the Fluffed to hopefully find some friends later on, but for now, some Swifty Boots, and there we go. They're going to get attached thanks to the effect of Forge of the Fluffed, and moving over.
Yeah, Aurelia, a deck that I dare say can take better advantage of Forge of the Fluffed than Draven can. It is a deck that runs a lot of equipment. It's not an equipment deck in the same sense that a Lucian deck or perhaps a Nazir deck is. She's not technically proccing off of specifically equipment, but equipment work very, very well in Aurelia, and we tend to see, 6+ pieces of equipment in these Aurelia decks.
So not only does it work for you, but it works for your opponent, and maybe choosing that first is a wise decision, because we're getting this game 1 off. We have the least amount of knowledge about our opponent's deck lists at this stage, so getting a battlefield that is advantageous for your opponent out of the way early can allow for a bit more flexibility in game 2.
And we see, of course, the Spinning Axe there able to take a favorable trade on to that Lonely Poro and be able to take down some of that material, and also, draw a card, because that's what Draven does.
Draven does that, and it does it very well. I like that 3Bet has clearly played this deck a lot. And not just throughout this tournament, but every single time Stack Deck is going down, it looks to me like there are some great cards coming off the top of the deck, but they know exactly what they want, and they're taking them with pride.
Yep, and there's Overzealous Fan, a card that has been the bane of many attacking players' existence, because Overzealous Fan, yes, Fight or Flight got banned. Overzealous Fan didn't, and Overzealous Fan does a really good Fight or Flight impression.
Yeah, he does indeed, and that's why being there with a Noxus Hopeful and a Spinning Axe is quite the scary feat for an Aurelia player. We don't currently have any units in, but Aurelia is going to come and fix that. She's coming into play, attaching some gear, and off we go, but still no progress. We're going to get a hold point here for 3Bet going up to 2. And that's going to start to help just pick up the pace a little bit here. But we've already got a lot of units out, and we're going to see some more this turn, no doubt.
Yep, this is where these mid-range Draven decks shine. They get ahead, and they, they're not doing anything too fancy, right? I would imagine we're probably going to see a Ferris Forerunner here. We're going to see some units moved back. If we want to get cheeky, we can potentially leave the units there for a hold, but I would imagine we're probably going to see just a develop of a Forerunner past the turn. You're ahead on point tempo, and again, you don't need to be fancy like Aurelia, but if you can still score those 2 points a turn, you're going to get the job done.
Absolutely, and that's what we really need to do. So I think Ferris Forerunner might be a very good shout here, as we see...
Surprise, surprise!
There it is! And yeah, we're coming back because I think, being a bit too overzealous with attempting a second hold point there. is probably a stretch, especially when you're up against Aurelia, who could potentially come in there, do some trickery, and grab all of those points and take down your units.
Yeah, and of course, Aurelia really good at getting those 2 points a turn, getting out and going from there. What Aurelia is generally not amazing at is getting ahead, pushing ahead on point tempo here, which they're currently behind, but this version of Aurelia has not one but 2 copies of Draven Audacious, which is in fact a way to sort of sneak an extra point, jump ahead on point tempo, potentially out of nowhere, and really catch 3-Bet off guard. It may be feigning a lack of power here and then coming out of nowhere and getting that extra point with Draven Audacious.
Speaking of Draven, it's 3-Bet's turn once again. Aurelia stuck at Sunken Temple right now, but does have lots of gear to back her up, so not too worried about that. Leaving her there is not an issue, but we have a lot of cards we can play this turn. We've got a decent amount of energy as well, and we've got 3 units back here on the side of 3-Bet. It's just choosing where to deploy those. We want to get the 2 points this turn, but Aurelia's kind of being a bit of a pain. She's in the way. We don't really want to have to go through her. Will if we have to, but I don't like the amount of energy that Nembrot's left up.
Yeah, Draven is not really that good at playing combat tricks, but Bryn here, we talked about it before, says, I don't care what you've got for combat tricks. Let's see them right now, or else you are not playing them.
Yep. Your opponent's not going to be able to play after this, so it's now or never.
All right, we are going to get the Aurelia up to 10 with the discipline. We could go up to, I think, as much as 17 if my quick maths go, if they play both of the on guards and also ready the Aurelia, that would be 17.
Is it worth it though? You'd be doing yourself out of resources for
Yeah.
future turns, and I just don't know if that's going to be worthwhile. Bryn here is really making a big effect here, and it's why it's snuck into these decks quite so importantly, because Aurelia can really struggle. It forces you into a corner, and Aurelia doesn't like that.
Well, the question becomes, how much does 3-Bet want to trade, not for Aurelia, for this Guardian Angel? Because the Guardian Angel is there, so even if you kill the Aurelia, it's just going to send her back and get rid of the Guardian Angel. Yes, you'll, of course, conquer as well, but that's not really as good as, of course, getting rid of the Aurelia fully.
No, it's not dealing with the crux of the problem. It's getting our 4th point, which is very important, do not get me wrong, but not really actively dealing with the crux of the issue, which is Aurelia is still about. Now, of course, we get those 2 mech tokens from the Ferris Forerunner getting destroyed, but we still are on that nice, even count of points. So actually in a really lovely position here. Although we've spent all our energy, it kind of doesn't matter too much. We don't mind at this stage. Going ahead and, of course, moving that spinning axe down to Bryn here to keep it safe in base rather than having it on Noxus Hopeful, who's probably not going to be sticking around too much longer.
Yeah, Forge of the Fluff is not one that I've seen a lot in Draven, and I was wondering what really is the use case for it, and we're seeing it right here.
There it is.
That spinning axe is so strong when you've got all these units. You can cascade that spinning axe into a lot. You can get that extra might, and a lot of players play it as though, I'm going to get my buff. If I win the fight, I keep it around. If I don't, that spinning axe is gone. But 3-Bet really putting value on keeping that spinning axe around, and it's a different angle that we've seen Draven here. Obviously, it's working out in their tournament, and we'll see how it plays out in this game.
It's a nice way to circumvent the fact that you are out of energy on this turn. Utilizing that to that Forge of the Fluff ability, genius. Absolutely wonderful. And it also makes it really kind of tempting for Nembrot to then go for that Overzealous Fan, which is exactly what they've done. They've kind of fed into the plan a little bit there. And yep, Overzealous Fan's going to suffer from that one. not too much of a problem. Really doesn't mind our units going down at this point. And again, it's just those cheap early game units. We're not too worried about those right now. On guard coming into play. We're getting that Aurelia ready to go again. Probably going into this Noxus hopeful as well. There we go.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one because the overzealous fan actually used the ability on Aurelia, which of course does have deflect, so had to pay that power cost to target it, but it did prevent the Aurelia from getting that conquer, from actually getting that point, obviously. So now not on 4, but instead on 3, but able to get it back into the base and gets pushed back into the base and then get it back into the battlefield via the on guard. And now it is big enough to take out the Bryn here, and therefore that spinning axe as well.
So we're on an awkward numero 3 in points, but knowing that we have the audaciousness to do so means that, you know, later on we might be able to take a cheeky extra point, and then it doesn't matter so much. So actually, Nemrok has ways of manipulating the amount of points they can score in a turn, which means that actually we're not too worried about that. We don't mind that much. This is fine.
Yeah, especially at this point in the game, the sort of the mid-game points totals, at least it's fine to be behind a turn. You can make up that leeway. It's about chipping away at the resources, and as we saw here, Aurelia was able to take out a lot of the units, able to take out the spinning axe as well, and that is very, very strong, as there are only 2 mechs left here to contest, and I doubt that we're going to want to send one into this Aurelia.
No, Aurelia certainly isn't someone you want to mess with in this scenario.
No.
So it's going to be a little bit sticky. We do have another spinning axe in hand, so it can come back into play, but on a mech, it's not quite so well used.
No, not the best. And if you lose the spinning axe here, it's a lot of resources to spend to try to, you know, kill an Aurelia. Now, of course, if you can kill the Aurelia, it's very good, but it is just, that's a tall order with 3 energy and a bunch of cards in hand. That's going to be a tough one to do.
But what is the play this turn? Do we build the back line? Are we re-establishing a board so that we can then kind of fight a little more toe-to-toe with Aurelia? We don't really want to overextend here. We're on a decent amount of points. We, as far as we know, ahead of our opponent and kind of comfortable in that spot.
Right, we are that turn ahead, so I think it's going to just be develop and see what we can do. What can we get into the backline? What kind of resources can we preserve here? Looks like it's just a Darius played into the backline. Not one that you generally see with just the single card played Darius in the backline. No need to get that second or that ability to ready him. Just playing that in the backline to get 5 might unit. Certainly not the ideal usage of Darius.
No, but we do need to re-establish that board. We need to be able to put up a fight against Aurelia and all of her combat tricks. So sometimes you do just have to be ready to go aggressive next time. And sometimes these kind of, you know, these decks that do just have that potential to be exclusively the aggressor just need to build up a little bit first.
Yep, and here we have the good old Reed Forge of the Fluffed. Certainly a common one. We've already seen that come up in an earlier round with how it works. It looks like we're even going to take an ask of the judge and how Forge of the Fluffed interacts with Aurelia. Certainly one that is, it's not necessarily the most obvious, but it looks like we've figured it out.
Boots of Swiftness become attached. We obviously get some lovely extra might from that. And Aurelia's looking pretty good in regards to sticking around for a while, which is exactly what we want. That's what the deck's trying to do. Although we have very few units, it doesn't matter. And we're going to charm that Darius right on over to Forge of the Fluffed.
Yeah, Darius getting charmed over. More resources being taken away from 3-bet here. Not what they want to see. I think they're deciding here, are they going to try to fight over this? It is an uphill battle. I don't know that there's anything that they could have here. We do see that spinning axe, but it's certainly not enough.
No.
That'd be spinning axe plus something else.
I think that's it. I don't think Darius can take it. Darius is down. Aurelia has stayed strong and dealt with a unit that could have become troublesome on a future turn all in one go.
Yeah, the consolation prize is that at least your opponent isn't drawing a card when you lose a combat. If you're Draven and you're playing against Aurelia, you just lose your unit. But in this case, it feels like it is going to be not great for the Draven player here, as that board has been relatively taken away. Now, of course, if you can score with this mech here, that will put you to 6. Then you can at least threaten to win on the following turn. The question is, are you going to be able to do that? Are you going to be able to put up enough might while also being able to contest that Aurelia? We are going to have to see here.
This feels like a consideration of an accelerated Kai'Sa. We're going to take the point first, and then we have Sunken Temples to ourselves from the mech. Ooh, we're going with Draven.
Okay, we've got our chosen champion Draven and a Kai'Sa spending all of our energy here, putting as much into play as possible. Quite a bit. We've got a 9 might Draven with a 4 might Kai'Sa, of course. But when your Aurelia opponent is willing to just pass the turn and play nothing, sometimes it's great. That means they have nothing. When they have a bunch of cards at hand, it could not be scarier.
No, that is absolutely terrifying when they're just like, yeah, I'm good here. I'm gonna hold. You're like, what? What?
Yeah, I'm not
Aurelia?
even gonna bother playing anything here.
No.
I don't need to. I'm gonna keep cards in hand because I've got so much interaction, and that's, exactly what it seems like is happening here. Even drawing another card from the Sunken Temple, going up to 7. So now it is make or break. Draven is going to have to break this Aurelia here. An Aurelia that has a bunch of cards in hand, a lot of energy up. And are they going to be able to thread the needle and actually be able to crack the defenses?
At this point, Nemrot's looking at needing to play another unit just to score that last point. So I imagine that's going to come down. Yep, there we are. And now it's Nemrot's turn to be on the back foot and just try and keep this Aurelia alive at all costs. 3-bet is going to need to take it down this turn to have any chance of winning this game.
Absolutely going to have to try to take it out. The currently 8 might Aurelia, not necessarily going to be 8 might forever. We see that 7th point come out on the side of Draven. Going to be a Kai'Sa Conquer, which is going to draw a card. Now we've got the resources for the turn. What do we have? I see a couple of flashes. Those aren't going to help you win this turn. They're not going to help you be offensive.
We need to either, there's 2 choices. We either got to build up Forge of the Fluff so much that that lonely Poro can't jump on in there and take the final point, but we also need to take down that Aurelia now, otherwise Nemrot just wins.
Right. Yeah, we need to stop the double conquer next turn, but that comes after we deal with this Aurelia. I'm not sure what we're going for here. Going to start with a Darius coming down, Darius Trefarian, and there's nothing more scary than one of those and a spinning axe here. That's going to be 5 + 2 + 3. That is 7 might on that Darius Trefarian, of course.
We're going all in on that Aurelia.
You've got to.
Brothers in battle, here they go.
Yep, and that's an extra 1 on top for the Draven. So we've got a 10 might Draven, a 10 might Darius, hand holding 20 might into this Aurelia.
The
past priority
of battle. Here we go. Let's see if Nemrot can do enough, or whether that is a handshake. And the first game goes to 3-bet.
Wow, there it is. A ton of energy, a ton of cards in hand, and it's not even really a bluff called. It was just a forced play. Had to go for it, and sometimes big number do good. That's what we found out in this game.
Big guys go bash.
There we go.
That's the latest here for the Riftbound Regional Qualifier, Lille.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the sideboard for 3-bet, we've got, of course, that Mind Splitter, another Ferris Forerunner. I'm not sure. I'm conflicted on the Forerunners in the Chaos matchup because they can get Rebuke, but also, like, what about the games that they don't have Rebuke? Seems fine. We've also got the Thermo Beam, which, again, Aurelia is not necessarily an equipment deck, but does utilize equipment very well. If you can use a Thermo Beam to get rid of something like a Guardian Angel, that's really, really good. We could possibly see that come in the sideboard of Aurelia. What are we looking at, Amy?
I kind of like this sideboard. We've got 3 Tide Turner, really flexible Mind Splitters, which we love for being able to just pluck something out of your opponent's hand, but also give you that extra oomph that you're going to need in units. So I don't dislike the idea of having that available right now. So there's a lot of interesting decisions that could be made. I'm just overtly aware of headphoneage. I don't want to say too much.
Well, the one thing I will say is that you can potentially make these, have your sideboard guide pre-prepared. So, you know, if I see a Draven, I'm going to sideboard this way. Well, the thing is, was the Draven that you were testing against playing Forge of the Fluft? I'm going to go ahead and say probably not. I didn't see any of those lists floating around. I'm not in all of the secret discords and all of the high testing groups. People don't want to talk to me about that because all I want to play is Lucian Aurora. But that's besides the point. There are, you know, you're not necessarily teched against these very heavily teched out Draven decks and different Aurelia decks. I mean, we've seen anywhere between 0 and 3 charm in the main, and that the difference of each one of those cards is very impactful for how you are playing the matchup. So yes, you may have your sideboard guide for Draven, but not all Dravens are created equal, even though they're technically the same mid-range Draven still.
Yeah, they do very similar to what they used to, but there are definitely notches in the armor now, and there are a lot of ways that, as Aurelia, you can now start to fight back against the Dravens. And if we do see the Draven Audacious, which wasn't revealed last game, that could really change what happens in this game and how 3-bet reacts.
Right. I mean, you imagine a Draven Audacious comes in. There's a few times that the Aurelia basically took a free battlefield by eating a mech or eating a Tide Turner or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but one of them was definitely a mech. Imagine that it was, I'm going to play Draven Audacious, I'm going to play an on-guard Conquer it, I'm going to get 2 points. And go, my math of how this game was going to play out went completely out the window because they got an extra point.
Yeah, went very sideways there. We've got our new battlefields. We've got Targon Peak and Treasure Hoard. Both pretty okay for both players, actually, I'd say.
Yeah, I think Targon Peak is one that we have seen. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Very good if you have a 2-drop unit to play on your first turn to be able to conquer that and take that advantage of the Targon Peak extra energy generated. And, well, no punish because 3-bet also did not have a unit to play and potentially go after that peak.
That is a slow roll when you're playing a Draven deck. It's not the most fun. We've got Guardian Angel down for Nembra, which is a great start, but again, no units in play on either side currently.
Yeah, this is what we old-timers like to call draw go, where you draw your card, channel your runes, pass the turn. We have not seen anything really get played except for a Guardian Angel. No units being developed at all. I'm wondering if this is I can't quite see the hands of both players. I'm wondering if this is a specific decision being made to not play units, or if it is just a side effect of not drawing them. Well, there's a Tide Turner coming in for a 3-bet, and off to the races, as they say.
Yeah, just holding fire, going slow. Aurelia's back. She was a menace in game 1. Let's see if she's going to be a menace in game 2. And of course, she's got her trusty Guardian Angel.
Of course, few things scarier than that. Just hard to deal with. Very annoying. I mean, you could technically Falling Star the Aurelia now, but you're going to have to pay the 2 runes that it costs plus 2 deflect. And then they're probably, oh, I guess you can't defy it at least, but that's just going to proc a Guardian Angel, and that's just not great.
Ty Turner swimming on in to the Targon Peak there, gaining our first point of the game. Of course, not going to be sticking around for long. Doesn't matter. All we needed to do was just get started. We need to now start this back-to-back playing of larger units just to make it really difficult for Aurelia to move around.
Yeah, we're just playing Darius Trifarian in the backline. I don't know if I've ever seen this many Darius just played as a 5-drop unit.
Yep.
I've never seen him look worse, but also still be fine with him being played back there. Got to develop that might and get him in. I think I see. Do I see 3 rebukes?
I think that might be, yeah. I've been trying to count them myself, and I was like, there's a 1 again?
Yeah, it sure is.
Oh, wow, this is going to be a game of all time.
Well,
oh,
and,
Mind Splitter. Oh, well.
Gotta get shown.
Yep.
And cue the laugh track in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wow.
Oh, sorry, 1 was a ride the wind.
Oh,
okay.
it was, okay. All right, 2 rebukes.
Okay.
Fine.
No need for the laugh track.
No. But still some interesting decisions that need to be made here. Which one's gonna say goodbye? The early Mind Splitter, a huge unit. I was hoping it would come into effect this game. A little more kind of aggressive play from our Aurelia player as we try and target down some of Draven's larger than life units. We've gone for the Rebuke, knowing now that only 1 can be played. It's a shame we can't go for the 2.
Right, if you could just take all of the copies of a card, that would make a card that is already very, very good somehow even better in the Mind Splitter. But that, I guess, fortunately for us that like cards, not the way that the card works, but we are seeing that Mind Splitter in the back. We're seeing, of course, the Aurelia holding down the fort on the Targon's Peak. 2 energy up. Is it going to be enough? I mean, we could threaten the Rebuke, but we're representing at least a few combat tricks, potentially a not so fast as well. Would not necessarily be good. Yes, we know.
Yep, factory recall.
No factory recalls coming, yep.
Yep, Nembrot was like, yeah, I'm ready, go ahead. They knew exactly what's in the hand, and this is the power of hand knowledge. It's not just getting a large unit. It's not just being able to take one of those cards and put it in the trash. It's also just knowing what can potentially come your way this turn.
Right, it's about knowing the likely line of play that your opponents are going to take, and that is another Darius Trifarian. Well, what's scarier than a Darius Trifarian? It is 2 Darius Trifarians, both proccing off of that second spell being played, and that is a 14 coming in to the now 4 of Aurelia.
That, I think, yep, we're gonna on guard. That's gonna help a little bit, but not quite enough.
Yep, and that'll give +3, potentially +4 if they want to ready it as well.
I think we're potentially just going to try and take out one of the Darius. Yep, just to reduce the ongoing threat.
Right.
So the on guard was just to kind of weaken 3-bet stance there, take him down back to 1 unit rather than 2. We still do take down the Aurelia itself though, and that is a really bad position for Nembrot to be in.
Yeah, and I don't like to point out misplays on the broadcast, but I have to. You've got to kill the alt art one for sure.
Yeah.
When given the choice, you have to destroy your opponent's alt art.
You've got to
Darius.
go for the pretty one because I mean
it's demoralizing.
Yeah, you're like, oh man, now I got to take the beautiful one out of play.
Right.
Do I have to?
Yeah.
You go, yes.
Yes, you have to. That is the one I should judge.
Mind Splitter's ready, but on their lonesome. And although Aurelia decks do thrive when there's only 1 unit out, because they're pretty used to it at this point, it is going to slow down our scoring potential.
Yeah, it sure is. The good news is that Mind Splitter is pretty good, and you can dance around the Mind Splitter, and you know, I do want to imagine this giant like cosmic horror dancing around in the sky, but also that's horrifying. But that's what's happening right now potentially.
Yep, and that might need to be what happens. But again, we might be passing the turnover with a lot of energy up this turn again, and again, that's scary. I wouldn't want to get into a fight with those Mind Splitters when we've got quite a few energy still remaining. And yep, Guardian Angel's coming back down. We knew that was still in the hand, so it was a very likely outcome.
Yep, Guardian Angel coming down here. Looking and seeing what do they want to do. What does Aurelia want to do with their turn here? They can Guardian Angel, they can Blade Dance, ready the Mind Splitter if they'd like, move it back. A lot of different options.
Yep, going to equip the Guardian Angel for now and try and keep Mind Splitter safe as currently their only unit, which makes a lot of sense. We want to keep that in play for as long as possible. Now Aurelia's not here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these Aurelia decks struggle with unit counts, right? We talked about in a previous round how an Aurelia lost their Stellacorn Herder, they lost a few of their other units, and they just did not have the ability to win. They had a bunch of cards in hand. It was all a bunch of combat tricks. Well, they're not that good when they don't have a unit to target, but speaking of that, Draven also not really with a lot of units in hand.
No, not at all. Darius going into the treasure hoard, but he's having loads of fun in there. And of course, we get to get the gold for the Conquer effect there on that battlefield. But now it really is about rebuilding that board state. We do only have that one unit, so both players are slowing down when it comes to gaining points, although 3Bet is in a much more advantageous position as far as they're aware.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing good friend Draven coming in. Let's see, he's going to be a 7 might. That second spell will ready the Darius, be able to move him back. We've got Overzealous Fan, so we're head on point tempo.
Yep.
We are head on point tempo. We've developed a lot of might in the backline, and this is exactly what Draven generally wants to do. And they're gonna have to use those spells remaining to try to thread the needle, get to that winning point.
That's what we want to do. Bring everything back, bring everyone into the safe zone for now. We're going to go in together. Teamwork makes the dream work. We're going to win combat. We're going to draw cards. We're going to get points, and that's how we're going to win this game.
Absolutely. And there's a charm starting to get rid of a bunch of the might on the side of 3Bet. Get rid of that Darius to start it off. We're going to get the Boots of Swiftness as well. We're going to equip, and we're going to gank on over.
Over to the treasure hoard, score a point. Now we're neck and neck, making it happen. We know that you can't respond. You've got no energy, mate. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to float around. We're going to gain some points. But again, is it enough? Do we need more units? Or are we just going to keep this energy up, ready in case we need to use some spells to try and avoid scary combat? Of course, we're going to spend 1 to get the gold token because of the effect of Treasure Hoard and pass the turn over.
Yep, we're banking up those resources with that gold. We've got 3 open, not a bad place to be. I see a Rebuke on the side of 3Bet, so potentially could make a move here, could get that 6th point. The problem is if you have to Rebuke a Mind Splitter, it's not the best. It does very much slow down what Nembrod is doing here, but it is scary to have to Rebuke a unit that is such high value.
Indeed. But sometimes that's just what you've got to do to keep this advantage. Because at the moment, 3Bet does have that momentum. They do have the point advantage as far as turns go right now. Nembrod does have ways of bringing that back, but we're yet to see any of that yet. Cleave.
Okay, we're
going.
We're just going for it now.
Dang,
We've got
okay.
8 plus 3 is 11. All the way to 11 versus a 10 on the side of the Mind Splitter. Yep, in that showdown. That's going to be another +2 for the Mind Splitter, which will put them ahead here. And
by
now
1.
3Bet has to decide how are they going to sequence this. They've got a few options.
We're going to keep going. What do we
Looks
do?
like a rebuke.
Rebuke. We're going to say absolutely not.
Okay. We are going
And
to
that's
rebuke.
it. It's down.
Yep.
Ooh.
Mind Splitter goes, which means we are going to get that 6th point here. We're going to be able to draw from Draven. We're going to be able to potentially make a gold and see what we do from there. Do see the hard bargain and flash, so potentially going to be able to deal with what Aurelia is able to put forth. So we're going to draw from Draven. Another card looks like a Noxus Hopeful, which is a good amount of might and still leaves some interaction as well.
Really cheap unit to play right now, as we've made so many actions so far, so we get that Legion effect.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Are they wanting to bank this energy?
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Nox is hopeful. We're just gonna really buff up the Overzealous Fan. Overzealous Fan loves to have another unit in with it. It always is a little bit more dangerous that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's the Mind Splitter. The question is, are we going to flash now? That is the question. Looks like we are. What are we flashing? Looks like we're gonna flash Draven. Makes sense. We don't necessarily want to flash either of the other units because, like you said, that overzealous fan is there. But
ooh, defying that.
Defy the hard bargain. All in response.
Ooh.
That's a way to play around Mind Splitter. Hey, no hands. Look, Ma, no hands.
You can't have a look. If there isn't anything in here, I've played it all.
Yeah, again, another misplay. You gotta give the jazz hands when you've got nothing in hand and your opponent Mind Splitters. I mean, that's again the mental game needs to be played here.
They must be exhausted. It's got to be that.
Yeah.
It's got to be that.
Yeah, most of the time they don't miss that one.
No. Most of the time that happens. You know, they played 12 rounds across 2 days at this point.
All right, everybody gets one. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. All right. We got a single Mind Splitter. If we haven't got much more to work with, we might be equipping. We're going to do a little cheeky equip.
And we certainly have to equip here because we need to conquer this battlefield, or at least present the ability to try to do something against the battlefield.
Yep.
We're equipping Guardian Angel and moving in. It's going to be 8 on the side of the Mind Splitter. I mean, we're going to need to at least put the boots on because the Draven is going to go up to 10 here on the hold. Again, we see it. We're going to go up to 10 as well. So now it's off the top for Draven. Are they going to be able to find something to interact with this Mind Splitter? If they do, that is going to be the game and potentially a top 8 berth here for Draven.
What's that top deck going to be? I couldn't see.
I think it was a Forerunner, which doesn't win outright. However, we now have to decide if we want to trade for the Guardian Angel. I'm not sure that we necessarily need to.
No, I don't know if it's worth it.
We can just hold.
I think just holding is wise here. You know Nembrot isn't going to win on this next turn unless they pull some real shenanigans.
Right.
And they could, don't get me wrong, but 3-bet might be in a solid enough position just to go, I'm going to wait and draw another card. Take a turn, man.
Right. It is a tough one. And I have to.
We going in.
My gut definitely says hold is correct, but I mean, this is where you take your time, right?
Tough decision.
It's such a huge one. It is a potential make or break here. It definitely does not feel great to get rid of a maximum power Draven for a single proc of Guardian Angel, and that's not what they're going to do. They're going
we're going to hang on in there.
Yes, we
and
are.
And a Ferris Forerunner.
Ferris Forerunner. We now have 22 might on the side. 5 energy for the Aurelia, going up to 6 here. They need to break this. They need to break 22 might through an overzealous fan with just 5 energy. But if there is a deck that can do it, it is Aurelia. Let's see what they've got.
They gotta try and take this away from 3-bet. They can move the Mind Splitter. They have Charm, so they can move another unit away, which will help a lot because you can move that Draven across, or you can push back the Ferris Forerunner, so that doesn't pose issue. We've got enough in hand to be doing something, but it isn't enough, and we had to expend so many runes. We have recycled a lot of them last turn, so we have really limited energy, and if we use up too much, that's not going to leave us in good stead to be able to continue next time, especially if we do manage to take out the Ferris Forerunner in combat. That's still going to allow 3-bet to have 2 mech tokens next turn.
Right. If we have enough for Rebuke, plus On Guard, plus Charm, I think we might, weirdly enough, be able to survive here, because we're going to need to Charm probably the Forerunner, if I had to guess.
Oh, no. Yeah, the Overzealous fan.
Yes.
That makes sense. Yep,
you can charm the Overzealous fan over. That makes a lot of sense. Okay,
That's
so now
good.
this attack gets a lot easier here.
Yeah, now, but we are still 20 to 10. And
yes,
we've got, okay, so my concern here is that even if we do get through this, right, let's think of the next turn. 3-bet's going to have 2 mech tokens minimum, and then whatever the top deck is it going to be enough? They won't get a card draw out of winning combat, because if they win the combat, they just win. We're rebuking, we're bringing that down to 14. Defiant Dance!
Defiant Dance! I didn't see the Defiant Dance.
That changes everything, and an On Guard, using all of their resources to wipe 3-bet's board completely.
Use every piece of your hand
This is
to
it.
do it, and 3-bet is in absolute disbelief as they look at the top of their deck. Is there anything they can do? No, we're going to a game 3.
Phenomenal play from Nembrot, using literally every single resource, not only in their hand, but also using pretty much all of their energy up by recycling those runes, taking the big gamble that there was nothing else that we could have done to jump back. We would have needed an acceleratable unit to have had any chance to come back into that game and clutch the win. It wasn't there, and now we've got a little bit more sideboarding time just to make sure we're putting every single advantage card into our deck, make sure the ball is in our court solidly for this game 3.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, you don't get to take those runes into the next game. Might as well use them, put them back in your rune deck. It just makes it easier to shuffle up for next game.
Yeah,
Had 11 of their runes in the rune deck there as they get the win there in a really back and forth game. I thought in multiple points in that game that either player, like if we had an advantage bar, it would have been moving wildly from side to side there, saying, oh, this player's going to win. Oh, no, this player's going to win. I'm like, oh, well, Draven is 100% going to win. But actually, maybe it's 99, and we found the 1% to actually get there for Aurelia. So we are going to get the pleasure and the treat of a game number 3.
Just a little treat for all of you guys. We're going to do another one. And honestly, I could not be more thrilled. Love seeing this matchup. Love seeing some old favorites. And 2 of the decks that were expected to be going really far in this event. 2 of the decks which we know they're strong. But what happens when they interact with one another? Draven has had a lot hit by those bans, and Aurelia has said, oh, actually, I can deal with you now. Earlier, that was a little bit tricky, but now I have maybe a little bit more of an advantage than I used to. So finally, these decks feel like they are on what I would call as equal footing as we've ever had.
Yep, and we get to see equal footing here in game number 3 as the fists are bumped. Good luck, have fun. Let's start it off. Aurelia versus Draven. Aspirant's Climb on the side of Aurelia, and Targon Peak on the side of the Draven.
Ooh, everything to play for. It's an important game. We're needing to push ourselves into that top 8. This is Game 3, Round 13, our final Swiss round.
Yep, and we are seeing a tale of two Targon's Peak. Before, we did not see a unit on turn 1 to conquer that Targon's Peak. Well, that is not the case here. We're seeing a unit, and a great unit to get out early. The Treasure Hunter generating that gold, generating that effective extra energy as well via the Targon's Peak.
A much better turn, and we're continuing with that really fantastic early game advantage with this stacked deck to have a look at more cards, decide exactly what we'd like, and pop the rest to the bottom of the deck. That's going to help cherry pick exactly the cards that are going to help us win like we did in Game 1.
Absolutely. There.
And another one!
How about another one? If you don't like the first stack deck, try again. Looks like that was maybe a Darius there taken, I think, potentially. So getting some mid to late game there.
And it's a pass over to Nembra.
Able to keep all of that energy up. And while you may be able to contest this, you just don't necessarily want to when your opponent has everything in play. You just don't necessarily want to do that. We've got the Irelia here.
And we're passing back over.
Just playing her out.
Yep. Sometimes that's what you got to do, is just build the board it on both sides. That does allow 3-bet to take the whole point, which again launches him into the commanding seat in this game. But we saw how Nemrod didn't mind last game. It didn't matter that he allowed 3-bet to go ahead. That was okay, and that could happen again.
Yeah, and I don't think that we see one, but we do know that there were Falling Stars in the deck of 3-bet. This would be an opportune time, even though it would cost a lot. It would probably be worth it to throw a Falling Star into an Irelia when they have no resources up. Really just sort of forced into playing that Irelia here. Naked, if you will. No protection whatsoever.
Well, it'd be a nice thing to see. It'd be a very spicy little, oh, go on. Let's see if you can respond to this.
Yep, absolutely. But I don't know that 3-bet has anything to interact with the Irelia yet. I imagine that would be slammed as fast as possible if there were. Instead,
Ty Turner have a little swiftly swap with the Treasure Hunter there, and that does indeed gain us more treasure. And guess what? If we move it back again, we get some more.
Yep, even more treasure. We're getting that third point again. Don't necessarily want to overextend to do that, but when a Treasure Hunter has already generated 3 gold, I think you're pretty much okay with it.
Yeah.
It's done its time.
They're doing their job at that point. Now we're at the amount of energy where we can consider the facts. We already have 1 unit in play. We've got a boost of swiftness. Our opponent doesn't have many high might units. So I was going to say exactly this. That's surely the time to play Mind Splitter. And then you can cherry pick possibly a bigger unit from that hand and know what's coming.
Yep, you absolutely can do that. We've got Spinning Axe, Bryn here, Thundersong, Hard Bargain, Darius Jafarian, and Rebuke. So a couple pieces of interaction, a pump gear, and 2 relatively big units. So really what Nembrot takes here is, of course, going to paint the picture of what game they are trying to play here.
It's a tough decision. I don't want to see the Bryn here, I don't want to see the Rebuke, and I don't want to see the Darius. We've gone for the Rebuke. I respect it.
Yeah, the Rebuke here is likely the scariest because it is the one that definitely prevents Irelia from attacking here.
Yeah.
Irelia can equip if they need to, or just even not equip. Oh, no, they can't equip. They've got no chaos energy. They've got no chaos runes here, so can't equip. Is able to take out the Treasure Hunter, who found a lot of treasure on their hunt.
They did a great job. Now they can go rest in the trash.
Yeah, but now this Irelia is a sitting duck. We know that there's a Darius plus a Spinning Axe here that's going to threaten to kill this Irelia.
I suppose that's the risk you have to take. The risk versus reward at this stage is great. As we're in our game 3, you kind of do have to take those big turns. And although we do have the Irelia kind of as a sitting duck, we do have at least we do have a big 7 might unit in base. So next turn isn't looking totally fruitless.
Yeah, it's certainly not a complete wash here. That Mind Splitter is, of course, being very, very impactful here. It's a matter of, you know, yes, you have the resource to expend, but is that what you want to be doing? Of course, maybe not left with much of a choice. As we see the Darius come out. And now... Oh,
Yep,
Treasure Hunter, even
Hunter.
better, because you don't actually need the might from the spinning axe. You just needed the proc, because Darius is going to be a 7. That is going to take out the Aurelia for free, which is going to get another point up to 5, which in this game with Aspirant's Climb, it is odd point totals that we are looking for.
So we got to go that extra little step. We gotta go all the way to the tippity top. Game 3 making us go that extra reach to get to the top of Aspirant's Climb, but with no energy in sight, we had to take the nod from our opponent that actually Darius was going to easily win that showdown. Nembrot's turn begins. I think we're just considering what on earth we're going to do, what the approach is going to be here. We have a lot of spells in hand, but nothing kind of active that we can go for. I think it might just be having to run into combat and see if we can just keep the pressure up.
Yeah, this looks a lot like set 1 Riftbound. A lot of combats happening, a lot of trades, a lot of units being stranded, but it's just the texture of the match. It is what has been necessary. We do, fortunately, have the Boots of Swiftness for Aurelia, so we can jump this Mind Splitter around if we want. We, of course, have the Guardian Angel to protect it from any sort of shenanigans there in case they are able to threaten to kill it. We're going in to 3-Bet's turn here, facing down this gigantic cosmic horror of all sorts.
It is rather large, and it's got a Guardian Angel to back it up, which also can be rather problematic. And we saw it to great use last game, so I imagine it's going to come in pretty handy this time too. Now, we've only got a couple of smaller units if you're 3-Bet. We've only got our Titurner and our Treasure Hunter. We have a lot of energy, though, and 2 gold tokens, so we can go for these bigger plays. Speaking of...
Yep, there's a Bryn here. All right, let's see what you got. And now, this is an interesting one because, again, if Nemrot wants to do anything, they have to do it at reaction speed, and they have to do it literally now, or else it's not happening. So 3-Bet is essentially saying, hey, what are you willing to do? How much do you want to commit to try to protect the Mind Splitter? Nemrot says, nothing. You ain't getting anything out of me.
Nope, it's now or never, and we've chosen never. So, well, next turn, I suppose.
Bluff called. 3-Bet says, okay.
All right, sure. Sure thing. Kaiser goes down again, just building up that board of larger units ready for combat in the future. We're ahead. We've got 6 points to 2. At this point, you can take your time a little bit, build up that board, and then go in with a fury and try and wipe out Nembrot's units, of which currently there is only the 1.
Yeah, we are holding on to the strand of a Mind Splitter here. We're still behind on point tempo, but we are trying our absolute best to keep up here, defend these battlefields. I mean, you're behind on point tempo, but if you're scoring 2 points a turn from bouncing from battlefield to battlefield and your opponent is only scoring 1 point, you are going to win that exchange eventually.
Exactly, but that's why 3-Bet really needed to start building up this board, so eventually we can go for a really dynamic showdown. But Nembrot has cards in hand and all energy standing, so they're really signaling that threat of, if you're going to come for me, I'm ready.
Yep, I see a Ride the Wind, a Spinning Axe, hard bargain.
Ooh, okay, that feels like enough toys in the pram to have some impact. Let's see if 3-Bet decides to go aggressive now, or if we're just going to take the slow road, go to Aspirant's Climb, take an extra point, maybe put Draven into play this turn, and just continue to build the board up ready, because we do need to be quite confident we're going to win if we're going to go in. Ooh, okay, Nembrot's going aggressive, going to Ride the Wind.
Yeah, that is a way to break point tempo. Score points on your opponent's turn. Why not? we're going to also threaten to kill a unit here, and this is something that I would imagine 3Bet did not want to send Kaisa into the fray for, so just the lowly Tide Turner going in. Nembrot seeing the opportunity to not only get rid of a piece of material on the side of 3Bet, but also, hey, I'll get the point, I'll go ahead, that'll put me up to 5, I'll score, I'll hold to 6, and then conquer to 7. That is within striking distance. That is going up a full turn in terms of point tempo here for Nembrot.
Now what do we do? Do we try and go aggressive? Do we have enough? We have the spinning axe, but that's not going to be enough. And yeah, indeed, we just don't have the push we need. So Nembrot does go up to 5 here. And that is really significant because if we now don't respond, going up to 6 and then being able to bounce that around still is looking a little bit sticky.
Yeah, it's not looking super great here if you are trying to get through this Mind Splitter right now. I mean, it is massive. You really need something like a Rebuke. We saw a few Rebukes on the side of Nembrot, but I've not seen one on the side of 3Bet yet. But Draven is a big boy here.
Draven's coming in to reestablish that big, strong backline to eventually have the strength to deal with that Mind Splitter. But for now, 7 is enough. 7 is within the range of what we need. We need to get to 9 because of Aspirant's Climb. And Nembrot is currently on 6, so can't do it this turn unless there's some shenanigans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how crazy would it be to have a Draven Audacious here? I guess it wouldn't actually be pushing you forward, but it would be a scary proposition if there is another Ride the Wind or something that you could possibly threaten to win on your opponent's turn with Draven Audacious.
That's what I'm talking about. We scored a point in our opponent's turn last time.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we've got a judge call, so just going to make sure that everything is up to snuff here. So going to come back to us. I'm still Blevins, that's still Amy. We are in the heat of this match here. Again, this is absolutely some of the highest stakes match. I mean, this is...
It really is.
It's not necessarily a win and in for both players, but it is definitely a lose and not get into top 8.
They need to be able to try and win this game to even have an opportunity to get there. And it also pushes them forward when we're thinking about potential best-ofs as well, like where those final standings end up sitting. This could push them forward towards that. So at this point, every single player who's out there is playing to really progress and put themselves as high in the standings as possible. Whether that catapults you into top 8 or not, sometimes there's more to be playing for.
Right, absolutely, yeah. It is an event unlike many other where deep into the event you are seeing players playing for those best ofs, continuing to play on, and at X3, X4, and in a world where normally it's like, okay, I hit X2, I maybe have a chance here. I hit X3, I'm probably not making it. In this, it's like you may have someone at X4 playing the most important game of their lives in the last round, because that could be the make or break between getting a best of or not.
Yeah. Exactly that, and that's why everyone, you saw it out there in the crowd, everyone is now eagerly anticipating who's going to get into that top 8. We're going to see everything fall into place, and everyone's got to try their best to make sure they're in the best possible position to allow for that eventuality.
Yep. Absolutely want to be in that absolute best position. You don't want to leave anything to chance when it comes to events like this. You want to control your own destiny, right? You want to be able to make it or break it yourselves. And of course, we're seeing this in the heat of this round 13. We're not even in the top 8, and the stakes are high here as we jump back in to the match here. Mind Splitter is ganking over. Looks like we are going to see a Ride the Wind ourselves here.
That's one way to get out of a sketchy combat, but Defy comes into play. Ride the Wind will not conclude.
Yep, Ride the Wind is not happening here. Defy will stop that, though we do technically
We have another.
We have another one, and we have the ability to hard bargain potentially. Doesn't look like we need to do that yet.
I think possibly we play the next one, and then if that also gets defied, then you have the hard bargain.
Yeah, I do like that.
This is a tough decision. This is a really tough decision.
It's a really tough decision. It's a really impactful decision, because this is potentially for the game, because if that Ride the Wind resolves and there's not a way to bring the Mind Splitter back over, that would be an 8th point for Draven. And if they're not able to get it over, that would be the holding for the 9th point, which in this case is the winning point.
It's a huge turn. The stakes are so high.
Yeah, I can't even see him anymore, Amy.
They're gone. And we're in game 3. So we've got all to play for. You can't really take a risk. You need to be doing what's right. But you don't know the ifs, the buts, and you don't know what's in your opponent's hand. You don't know the potential that is still looming over this game. And so making these decisions under this really high pressure environment can be so tough. But we need to do what's best. We're going to allow that Kai'Sa to go down. Nembrot going up to that 7 points. Just pushing themselves into that position where they could get the extra points to be able to clutch this win. 3-bet on their turn is going to be looking to try and take both battlefields, and that's why this Tide Turner comes in, just to put more aggression on that Targon Peak.
Yep, we see here, this could be the turn. 7 points is within striking distance for 3-bet. What are they starting off with? Well, the thing you want to start off all of your potential winning turns with, it is Bryn here, Thundersong, which means interaction needs to happen now. It is now or never. And if it is never, then it is a math problem for the Draven to try to solve.
That is a tough cookie to follow. Bryn here really bringing the pressure, saying, look, I know you've got a lot of energy up there. I'm not really feeling it. So you could do things now, but then we're gonna take a little pause, and I'm gonna see whether I can confidently take this battlefield. Defiant Dance is going to come into effect. I'm gonna have to choose what targets that's going to be plopped onto.
Yep, targets are being chosen. That potentially does throw a bit of a wrench into the plan. And there's an on guard as well. So we now have 15 might on the side here.
The nice thing about this Bryn here is what it does is it forces your opponent to play down those cards so that you know exactly what you're dealing with. It takes away the what ifs. The what if Nembrot has this in his hand? Well, actually, he's been able to play it, so now I can return the favor, and I can know exactly what I'm dealing with without risk of something coming back to bite me.
Yep, here we go. We're going to start by conquering the other battlefield here.
That's up to 8. We need that, but it's not quite a win yet. We got to get to 9 because of Aspirant's Climb. It rhymes, so it must be true.
Yes, 9 for Aspirant's Climb. It rhymes, so now is the time for Draven. They say in League, it's Draven time. We are Ride the Winding, the Bryn here over, and that is 2 spinning axe, and the handshake is extended. That is a Draven taking down Irelia here in round number 13 in spectacular fashion.
A very typical play. Draven bringing their heat regardless of the bans, bringing the double spinning axe to close out round 13. 3-bet taking the win.
I've never seen someone so happy to win a potential win-in for top 8 as 3Bet is right here. I mean, not a smile cracked there. That's okay, buddy. We're happy for you. What an amazing match there, Amy. I mean, back and forth, not just in game to game, but the match itself. I mean, we got a game 3. Both players threatened to win multiple times that game.
It was phenomenal, and both of them played to every out. They made sure that every single energy was accounted for. Every possibility was assessed. The level of play there was phenomenal, and I'm so glad we got to witness it.
Yeah, I mean, that's an iconic matchup. I mean, we called it Clash of the Titans, Battle of the Band, whatever you want to call it there. That is 2 of the top decks in the meta. Regardless of what you want to say, we've seen some breakout decks here, but the two forerunners, fairest forerunners here, the only one deck can actually run it. The 2 top guns coming into this event were certainly Aurelia or Draven. If you asked virtually anyone, we saw that play out there, and I don't know, I think you mentioned it earlier in the match. The matchup is way closer than it has been previously. Depending on player skill, depending on deck choices, depending on card draw, that matchup can play differently every time.
You're right. There's so many factors that go into it. Some of it is luck of the card draw. A lot of it is player skill. And a lot of people like to think that Aurelia has a little bit more of an advantage than it used to into Draven. And we saw that because we went to a best of 3 and it was so tight. It was so tight that you could have thought either player could have won. And there were moments, big swing turns in there, and moments that made it so clear that these players are very, very well versed in this matchup.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you can have, we saw the rebukes in the hand of the Aurelia go, I can't possibly be touched. And then you see the Brynn here, Thunderson go. Not a chance. Can't play these action speed spells. Not on my turn at the very least. And we see the Draven take it down there. Again, I'm not going to try to predict tournament math when in a 2,000 person tournament with a pair down, a pair up. We don't know who ID'd, all this stuff. So I'm going to leave it for that announcement to happen. But I mean, you certainly have put yourself in the best possible position when you win that game there.
Exactly. And unless we have a Draven in the top 8 guaranteed, that again just launches you up into a possibility of being best of Draven. I don't know. We don't have anyone kind of locked necessarily for that top 8. We need to have a little check on those standings later on, I'm sure. But for now, we have a little bit of a preview of what's going to be coming soon, as we got to play a little Unleashed on Friday.
Hey everyone, and welcome. We've got a really special game here today. I'm Blevins, joined with Amy. We're going to be playing some Unleashed champion decks, and I've got Vex here. Amy, you've got Vi, and you told me you've actually not seen these cards at all. This is the first time you're seeing these cards, and we're going to be playing them.
It absolutely is. I'm really excited. I don't like seeing things before I can see them in the flesh, so I'm really excited to draw cards from this deck and discover them for the very first time.
Well, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to start it up. I guess we'll do a quick even or odd. Your choice.
Ooh, odds, please.
Odds. That is odds. It is going to be your choice. We'll draw up and start to play here. Okay. Ooh.
Let's have a look.
These look like some fun ones. Ooh. Well, that has a keyword I like here.
Okay, we're gonna go for 1.
Yeah, I'm also gonna mulligan 1 here.
Ooh, yes, that was perfect.
Yes, and with that, I think we are ready to play.
Let's
Good luck,
go.
have fun.
Okay. First up. Ooh, 2 Fury. That's nice. I will use those to play Inferna.
Ooh.
So they've got Ambush, so I can play it as a reaction, but it's a nice easy 2-drop for the beginning as well, because I do like that it's got the Assault. So
the most surprising thing is playing it not as a surprise.
I know, right?
All right, I am going to channel 3 here as I'm going second. Okay. Ooh, I want to get this started off early. We're playing one of my favorite characters in Riot lore. This is Trevor Snoozebottom.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, he's a sleepy boy. I feel him right now. He's got shield, and when he holds, I get a 3 might sprite. So I'm going to get the sprites going here, and I'll pass the turn.
Incredible. He is adorable. And I very much feel the snoozy part. Okay, there we go. Channel some more runes. And oh goodness, he looks scary. Okay.
I don't like to hear that.
That's interesting. Let's go for it. Why not? So we're going to go for 3, but we're going to pay an extra and do a cheeky recycle because I would like to accelerate this Sharkling into play.
Ooh.
And then...
That is terrifying.
Thank you. And I think I would like them to head into Zorn Warrens.
Yep. I've got no responses to that.
Lovely. We'll score 1 point. I'm just going to mark that here. And then I get to discard 1 and draw 1 for the Conquer. So I'm going to discard Rite of Conquest and draw 1. Lovely. And then I'm going to go ahead and try and move Inferna into Ravenblue.
That's good for me.
Lovely jubbly. Let's go for a 2 there. And that's going to be my turn over. Over to you.
All right. I don't like being down 2-0 this early, but I don't really have much of a choice, I don't think. Okay. Oh, that's an interesting one. It's not that interesting, though. Or maybe it is. Okay, so we are going to start by moving our good friend Trevor into Zorn Warrens.
Now, when he's not attacking, Sharkling's a little more shy, doesn't get that assault force, so
No,
he goes away.
Not quite as strong. That'll give me my first point here, and I will trigger the Zorn Warrens, which is going to discard here to draw a card. All right, now we're going to get a bit cheeky here. I'm going to exhaust 4 runes and hey, 1 chaos power here to play the blast cone. So this says when you play this, I move an enemy unit. When I move an enemy unit, I may exhaust this to stun it.
No.
So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And normally Inferna would be trading with Trevor, but she's a bit stunned here.
No, I can't do anything. I don't have any.
There we go.
Thing to come back with.
Trevor may be snoozy, but he's still all those Yordle
tough.
ears are very sharp here. And with that, I'll pass.
Oh
the turn.
goodness. Okay, right. I feel like I'm starting from scratch now. Let's channel 2 more runes and draw for turn. Oh, okay. Ooh, tough decisions, I tell you that for sure. I think it's going to be best for me just to bring Vi into action now.
Yep.
And then simply pass the turn, unfortunately.
Okay.
Taking all my units away did fluff me up a little bit there.
I am doing what the deck wants to, which is holding. So that will give me my second point, which also says Vex. When I or an ally hold, I may exhaust me to draw 1. So I'm going to go ahead and do that because that sounds good. Then I am also going to get my Sprite token.
No!
Which is great. That's going to help me defend for the next turns. We're going to channel, and we're going to draw for our turn. Okay, what do we have here? 2, 4, and 6. Well, I do like Trevor being at a battlefield, so I think we're gonna keep that going. I'm now going to pay 3 energy and 1 calm power to play a Moss Stomper, which is going to feature the new mechanic here in Unleashed, which is XP. When he conquers, he's going to be giving me XP, and when I get to level 3, he's going to be even bigger. But from there, I believe I'm actually, you know, I'm going to go ahead and pay another power because I can. We're going to We're gonna hide. We're gonna hide a card.
Ooh,
Pay no attention to that.
okay.
There's
No,
nothing to worry about
nothing
there.
there. It's fine.
There's nothing at all to worry about there, and I'll pass the turn.
Oh, I think I am worried.
I
Okay,
would
Koki, let's go. Let's go ahead and channel and have a card. Oh, that's nice. Oh, wow. Okay. Crumbs. All right, so we've got 4, 7. Okay.
Even the art of Vi is just menacing. Like, but also, how are you gonna punch Trevor?
I am.
You can't punch Trevor.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna
illegal.
Go ahead and play Vault Breaker.
Oh boy.
So we've got an Assault 2 and Ganking this turn.
Okay.
Now, so that brings me up a little bit.
Yes.
And then... 5...
Vi is effectively 1 billion if you want it to be, I think.
I know, that's what I'm thinking is
that's the scary
what
part.
the right way to do this is. But
Yeah.
I think I will go for it.
Yep.
And we're going to double the might this turn.
Yep. So
6 might.
She's 6 might with Assault 2. Yep. Yep.
And then I'm going to go 4 for square up.
What is that?
So I've got repeat discard 1, which I am going to do.
Yeah.
Give a unit Assault 4 this turn, so it'll be Assault 8.
Okay.
10. Assault 10, Power 6, so an
Yep.
effective 16.
That's
I'm
big.
going to discard Mage Seeker's Investigator.
Yep.
And then try and move Vi in on this battlefield.
How could you do this to Trevor? And look how cute that sprite is.
I know, but as Vi would say, plan? I don't need a plan.
Well, unfortunately for Vi, I did have a plan.
No!
And this is back off. Vex wants nothing to do with this. This just stuns a unit. I'm going to stun Vi.
Back off.
Yeah, just get Vi out of here. So
I tried.
we'll have none of that.
No. Okie dokie, I'm done then. It's over to you.
Okay, so we're gonna shortcut through this a bit. We're gonna get our hold point here up to 3. We're going to exhaust Vi to draw a card. Temporary is going to kill the sprite. Trevor's going to put the sprite back.
Yep.
And we're going to channel 2, and then we are back and ready for action here. Ooh, that's a fun card. That is a fun card here. All right, well, let's start off by moving Mr. Moss Stomper over here.
I have nothing to say about that.
That's
He may
go,
stomp the moss.
That is going to go up to 4. That is going to get me 2 XP, 1 away
Ooh, that's
from a
scary.
big old Moss Stomper. You know what? I really liked Trevor on that battlefield. Let's put Trevor on this battlefield as well. And no need to hide anything. We'll play face up here. Pass the turn.
Okay, right, let's go. Oh no, come on, Vi. Okay, fine, right, we're gonna try and head on in here.
Okay.
And I think let's do the, I should have done this beforehand.
Okay,
but
so
it's
yeah,
fine.
you can do that
Gonna-
before to double Might's
the
fine.
might.
Yep,
Yes,
that's
so
fine.
that's up to 6
Yep.
now. So we would be trading at this stage.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, I don't like that.
And a 1 to move a Vi Peacekeeper
Oh.
in there with ambush.
Yeah. And when I attack, stun an enemy unit here. Okay, so you also get to stun a unit.
Yes.
I don't like that. I'm guessing are you
I will be stunning Trevor, yeah.
My boy. Look what they did to my boy.
He's stunning.
He is stunning, and unfortunately for Trevor, he is also no longer.
We take up to 3, and I will discard 1, draw 1 because of Zorn Warrants. And because I conquered, I didn't... Oh, I did more than 3 excess damage.
You did.
So I'm going to ready Vi Peacekeeper and
Yep.
bring them back to base.
That makes sense.
And pass the turn to you.
Okay. Let's do this little song and dance. We'll go up to 5 from the hold. We will exhaust Vi to draw a card. We will make a sprite, and we will channel. Draw a card. Okay. You know what? Let's fortify here. We're gonna play Shadow. So this is Vi's chosen, Vi's signature unit here. I've got the ability to stun units. And if I played it to battlefield, it enters ready. So that is good to go there. And because I had so much fun the last time I did it, let's hide another card.
Oh, no.
I don't need to do anything else. Let's pass the turn.
Okay. Let's go. Let's see if I can do it.
And you'll get your hold point for
hold
this.
point? What's one of those?
In the
Oh my
rare
gosh.
case that Vi actually
I've done it.
holds.
Wow. Okay. So currently, this
3,
is level
6,
2.
Yep, 9.
Which
It's
is
12.
just when you conquer, you get.
Yeah, so this is just 12 face up right now.
So I'm going to go for 2 for a soul harvest on the moss stomper.
Oh no, I've got no response
Kill
to
a
that.
unit at a battlefield with 3 or less.
Except that I'm sad.
And then we'll go 1 here for Vault Breaker on Vi Peacekeeper. And I'm gonna. So I'm at 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7.
Yep.
We're
I'm currently at 9.
Oh, I don't know if this is gonna be enough. Do I just go and assign damage? I'll bring this Vi back.
Yep.
I'm going to go for 2, and we're going to get rid of this rune as well for this one.
3 Vi's?
3 Vi. How many Vi do you want? All of them.
I feel like there's a Doa meme somewhere here.
And I think I am going to go in, because when I attack, I get to stun an enemy unit.
Yep.
So I will choose to stun Shadow.
Shadow is no longer going to be doing damage this turn.
And then I'm going to do, what was it, 5, 6, so an
here-
effective 7.
Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Is that Shadow, whether they're stunned or not, I can still stun the Vi.
You can stun the Vi.
I'm going to
so
go ahead and do that.
Sadness. So that is Vi all done and dusted.
So she's,
So,
how big was she?
It's a 5, but an effective
So 7. So she just bounces back because I've
So-
only got 6 because the
Yeah.
Shadow was stunned.
And it's over to you.
Okay. Let's do our favorite song and dance here. We're going to get up to 6 points. We're going to draw a card from Vex. This does ready. Let's go here. Let's draw a card for turn. Ooh, that's a fun one. I see your 3 Vi's in play.
please.
Another Vex. The scary one from Spirit Forge that is currently doing a lot of stuff in the meta. Okay, so I want to do a tricky thing here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna reveal Evelyn, who says, when I play me from face down on my turn, I can move an enemy unit at a different location to this battlefield.
Oh.
And while this is a giant Vi, this Vi can get very big. So I'm gonna go ahead and move this Vi, and when I move a unit, I can stun it.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and eat that Vi. And I do actually get the Ravenbloom Conservatory trigger, which is gonna put a unit on the bottom. But with that, I'm going to pass the turn and hope that you can't break through my fortification.
Well, I don't have a hand, so let's see. We're playing off the top deck, and maybe it's good. Oh, okay.
I don't want to hear that.
I can play that maybe. Okay, so I feel like what are you on, 6? Should we go all in? You can stun. You know what? I'm not afraid.
Oh, no.
We're going to go here
Yep.
and So with my with ambush effects, I can just kind of go in now, or do I have to wait for you to?
No, you can.
I can
go
just
in now.
go in. I thought
Yep.
so. I'm just gonna go ahead and just pop Lord in there as well.
Oh.
So all of my other units get assault this turn as well. So assault 1, but it's only my other units. So
Yes.
these two have assault
Yes.
each. This one's, because I'm attacking, is going to stun an enemy unit.
Yep.
Going to stun
Vex. Yep.
Cheerless.
Yep.
And then we've got an effective 6, an effective 4, and then the 5.
15.
Yes.
And I've got 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. Well, first things first. We're going to go ahead and stun. We're going to stun
Yep.
Vi with Shadow here.
Yep.
That is definitely happening. You still got
10?
9.
No, 9.
5 and 4 is 9. I've got 3, 6, 9,
10.
11. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11.
11, yeah.
Yeah, Evelyn is still there.
Yeah.
I think... Yeah. Because my spells cost 1 less, I'm going to play another back off.
Oh,
Say, back off,
gosh.
Lord Broadbane. I'm saving some of my units here. Because I played it for my hand, I get to draw a card. And let's resolve the combat here. You get to deal 4 damage.
I have 4 damage to assign. I will go for Shadow, please.
Shadow is gone. And I think your this Vi will survive.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I had 11.
Oh, you did, yeah.
Yeah, I had 11, so I can this and the other Vi. Yeah, 5
yeah,
plus.
you want to do that?
Yep.
Yeah, no worries. And
Sorry.
then this will come back. No, that's
Yep.
fine. That's me.
Okay.
I have no cards in hand.
Yep. Alrighty. Song and dance. We're going up to 7 here. We're gonna draw our card. Let's do this. We're gonna draw a card for turn. You know what? We got some big stuff. Let's do it. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're playing. I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. Yaskula. I tried to pronounce it. We're gonna pay a power here. We've got a lot of stuff on here.
Gosh.
I'll let you do the math. Pass the turn.
Oh, no. I don't like doing the math. I don't need a plan. That's the whole thing. So we're just... oh, gosh. Okay, so... Oh, God, no, I definitely can't do enough. And then you will go ahead. So I believe that is a good game, sir.
Good game. Well, that was the Champion Decks Vex versus Vi. I maybe wasn't a believer before in the Vex, but that was kind of crazy. I am excited to play Vi as well. Let us know what you think. What decks are you excited to play with in Unleashed? Is coming out soon.
I'm just going to leave it on that for a
No,
moment.
I'm going to get screenshotted.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in, I guess there's like kind of like that purgatory now, I guess you could say, between the Swiss and the top 8. So don't expect us to go into game just yet. We have to get everything sorted. For
we are
top 8.
patiently waiting
Yes.
for the final top 8 to be announced. But not only that, because not only the top 8 is important, the top 64 is important, and also the best-ofs are important. And we're going to have a lot of high-stake matches in the top 8 as well, because not all of the legends are going to be decided when it comes to top 8. So, when it comes to best-of, right? Because some of them will still be probably in conclusion during the top 8. So there are additional stakes apart from winning the entire tournament.
Yeah, there is a lot still being worked out by our judging team in the background. I think the announcement has gone out in the venue, but of course, as we are making sure we got everything in line, we will have that update for you ASAP. You're with us, though, for a few minutes while we can recap the Swiss portion.
15
do you know what?
rounds.
Yeah, 15 rounds, and we've learned a lot from it. I think There's a couple things to touch on. Rek'Sai, I don't believe, has made the top 8. And that's one of the decks that people said, oh, it's going to be good coming into this event. I mean, and it has been good. It was solid. I think so. But I think it just misses the cut.
Well, it wasn't super populated, right?
Yeah.
It was like 5% of the entire field, which is not a lot, but it's still like in the top 8 of most played decks, I think. At least during day 1. Day 2 was definitely a little bit worse. But in general, I would say that Rek'Sai still showed up in numbers when it comes to like the results on day 1.
Yeah.
And it looked like it's a solid deck. Although definitely the red version was going... I don't even know, we didn't see any single yellow. But I feel like the yellow version is just not flexible enough to actually perform during such a big tournament like this.
Similar deck that hasn't necessarily shown up as consistently, I believe has put one in the top 8 is Azir. Still has been good. Azir has looked good in a lot of the featured games, but I think it's one of those decks that people were wondering over the last week or so, like, is it going to be the top deck? And I think the consistency of the deck has been a little bit of a liability coming into the tournament.
It's questionable for sure. And it's also another thing that you can question about this deck is like, maybe it's not the deck, but the player that is actually performing. Who knows?
Oh, is performing. I thought you were saying is inconsistent.
No. I was like, maybe it's not. Maybe this player would have been performing on a different deck.
Sure.
You know, like maybe it would have been better. We don't know. But it's a good moment for that Azir to showcase us. Like, is it worth to be playing an Azir in a big tournament? And I feel like this is still the best ever performance from the deck overall, like from the Azir overall during a big tournament like this.
Yeah, I think aside from the China regionals back at the very beginning of Spirit Forge, before we really had figured something out, I think we did have that Annie Azir like finals, but that again is a specific tournament, and we're talking on such a bigger scale of the number of players, the width of decks that are here at RQ Lille. Another deck, and this doesn't say any of these decks are bad, by the way. If you're thinking, what do I want to play at my skirmish, all of these decks will take down a skirmish for you. Just being confident, being practiced will do well, especially at your local games. It's about the execution.
Not the Draven.
No, not the Draven, but Victor, another deck that is like really, really strong. But sometimes has a few consistency issues.
Which is funny because when you think about it, Victor should be one of the most consistent
You think
decks
so?
Because it has the ability to always play a 1-drop, right? Literally a 1-drop.
Yeah.
Right? It always has ability to fill out the curve, but then even though with access to blue, you are not consistently like having enough answers to the board state or like not enough card draw to like match it, right? So it's kind of like a semi-reactive deck that maybe should become more proactive to have a chance to perform. But I would still like to see the final results to see like the judgment on how the deck performs. Because I feel like we still had decent showings from Victor's overall during RQ level.
I agree. In fact, all 3 decks we've just talked about, I would say, have been decent and above, perhaps above average on the way of playing. I think everyone was talking about Kai'Sa, Irelia, and Draven coming into the tournament. I think it is generally where we're at. I want to check the top 8 actually for the number of Kaisas. Part of me feels like
if I'm not mistaken, there will be 0 Kaisas in the top 8.
I think that's correct.
Like the highest Kai'Sa, I might be very off about this, by the way. But if nothing change, it should be around like top 13.
Okay.
Something like that, So not the best showing from Kaisas unless something will change after the entire top 8 is going to be finalized.
As we said, of course, we will get updated details on the actual placement of all of the legends. Irelia and Draven do feature in the top 8. We do know that for sure. Another champion that joins them that some people were expecting. I know that you put it in your videos of Master Yi. The mid-range build, not the Aurora build. We didn't see any Aurora Yi, and I would guess that of the 2, there's no reason to play Aurora right now. It's mostly about that mid-range.
So. Definitely with the yellow being up in numbers overall in the metagame. Seems like Master Yi Aurora, even though it's probably the best Aurora deck to be played right now in the entire metagame, it's still probably not a wise choice in this open metagame where you will have to face Victor, Rek'Sai, Fiora, to some degree also Set, which can play like Cold Weeks as well. That might be problematic, right?
Yeah.
So.
Whereas mid-range, you have good little units. You have like Desert's Call, allows you to use Sand Soldiers, some equipment in there, the Yi legend ability, bumping up your units on defense. So it's been A surprise if you haven't been paying attention is the way that I would put it. I know people have been talking about Yi for about a week or so, a few weeks. If you were coming into this expecting just the meta with a few bans and Draven will still be good, Irelia will still be good, you probably weren't prepared for Master Yi.
That's the thing, like, not sure if you remember, but after the announcement of the bans, for like the first 48 hours, people were saying, oh, Draven? Ah, not worth playing.
Yeah, true,
like,
true.
I mean, not as dramatic as I just made an impression of it.
Some people were.
Where? Okay. But in my eyes, he was still very playable. Like, instantly after the bans, I was like, yeah, the mid-range Draven still is okay. Like, you can curve out still and be fine, you know? So it wasn't that big of a surprise to me to see that Draven still performs, but it is definitely a more fair deck.
Yeah. That is very fair. That it is a very more fair deck is the way that we should put that. And yeah, never underestimate the ability of community members to be vocal with a very whiplash, you know, posting about this deck's rubbish. It's out of here.
I
Get
love
it
pro
out of
players
here.
listening to them talk. Like, no, this card is utter garbage. It's trash. Never play it. Then it's being played in 15% of the decks next week. And, you know, it's like it's always like that.
Everybody has an opinion. Somebody whose opinion, or at least thoughts I want to hear about, is barcodes.
All right, I've got a special one. Yamato, welcome again.
Thank you very much, man.
We saw each other on Friday for an interview, but now you have 2 more days of competition behind you. How do you feel?
I feel more addicted to Riftbound than before, which is dangerous. The matches didn't go my way, but that's fine. Like, I went 5-2-1, so I didn't make the top cut for the next day, for the main event, but I had the backup rebound, and that didn't go too well. Like, I woke up early. I should have slept longer and just skipped it, but it was fine. It's like, it's always unique because you run into decks for the first time, and I have to read cards, and you learn, you know? You learn.
Yeah, absolutely, but I mean, what doesn't kill you makes you learn more. That's what we usually say.
Yes,
so,
sir.
I mean, now you've got been taught some very useful things.
Yes, sir.
I
Yes,
hope
sir.
so.
Yeah.
But in general, what do you think about the atmosphere, about the event? Because on Friday you told me it was absolutely insane. Now you've got more experience about it.
Yeah.
How is it?
You know, for me, I think the Riftbound community is the best community I've ever interacted with. It's not even close. People are always nice at events, of course, like in League of Legends, at events and so forth. It's always been nice. But, you know, a difficult thing for me is that I spend my entire life in esports. So all my friends, like my best friend is in Texas. I have a friend in the UK. It's like we don't meet. And playing with the local community, like in my hometown and the towns that are close by, it's good to feel that I've met friends this way, you know, that I can hang out with, which is really nice. And then to go here with them and to spend that time, it's like after every game, rush out, and it's like, oh, how did it go? How did it go? Oh, you didn't get a 2-drop on your turn 1? Oh, sucks, me too. Yeah, it's like, I love that aspect, and everyone's super, super nice. I didn't have a single negative interaction. It's just good to come to this event and feel like a child again, you know? Like, I feel like the entire outside world is just closed off, and to have that moment feels good, you know? It feels like all the responsibilities, they take a back note for just 1 weekend, which I think everyone kind of deserves sometimes, you know?
True that, and yeah, every single time when I'm asking some people, they always tell me the same thing. They are so happy to be there. They always have some good interactions, even on top tables. I see some players that managed to be in top cut, and they were so happy, you know, relieved, and that feels so good to see that. So I can totally relate with what you are saying right now. So you told me that you were, I mean, a bit more addicted to this game. So are you going to train for the next event?
I will way harder, because I played more Riftbound during these 3 days than I have had played in total. So like I felt I was getting better and better, so that's nice. But for the Unleashed in Utrecht, like I'm a competitor at heart. So this is a very dangerous combination. So I will be playing so much Unleashed. I will be Unleashed.
Oh, you will be unleashed?
I will be unleashed.
We will be unleashed, because I actually will train as well. So maybe we will train together. We'll do something like that, and we'll see who's coming out on top after the next tournament. But for now, we are going to go back on stage for what's coming up next. right, we're back with Bartek, who is here and who is qualified in the top 8. So first of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been such an insane run, and I'm so happy to have made it.
I mean, we can see that you're always smiling. I saw you in the row and you were very happy. This is insane. You are playing Master Yi, and to be honest, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I didn't expect Master Yi to do that well at the event, and I think there are 2 or 3 Master Yis right now in top 8 or in the top tables. I mean, did you choose Master Yi knowing that it was a very good deck in this meta game?
So of course the metal card added value was of course there because I knew this was not going to be the most popular deck. But we started testing it right after Fight or Flight got cut from the standard format, and we believed that we just kept winning. We just couldn't lose against anything. So we kept iterating on the deck, and we arrived at a deck list that I believe is just favored in the most of the meta game. And well, I was hoping for top 8, of course, but I was not expecting to get this far. So yeah, Master Yi was definitely a little bit of a metal card value pick, but also we strongly believe that the deck is very good.
So now the top 8 is absolutely secured. You're fine. And there are 3 more games to win to get the title. Are you confident, and do you think that you can just win it all?
I'm gonna do what I can, and I'm confident that my deck is great, and I've been playing very well today. So let's get it.
Any final words?
I think that's fine. Thank you everybody for tuning me on. I've gotten so many messages on Twitter, on Discord from my friends. So everybody was rooting for me, and I truly appreciate it. So if you were rooting for me, thank you so much. I love you all.
He said absolutely everything. You know what to do. Wait for the next round. But for now, we've got some more content. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Barcode and Barcheck. Yeah, put that back. Put that back. No stealing. Don't tell them where all the unleashed packs are that we're hiding back here.
I have top secret informations here.
Oh, you do?
No, I lied.
Oh, okay. I was going to say. Well, it won't be top secret information very long because we are soon to find out our top 8. Very close to getting there. And I promise you, once we do show you the top 8, we are going to get quite quickly into game as well. So lovely to hear from Barcheck there, one of the Master Yi players.
It was awesome to see him earlier in the feature match, because now we have some kind of storyline that we can follow, right? Because we have seen him, how he played in his game, and we're going to be able to now follow his top 8 journey as well.
And here it is. Here's the top 8. Here are the matchups. Here is everything that we're going to have for the rest of the day. We are down to 8 players. So it is Pedro, also known as Squirtle, and Barcheck at the top. It is Azir and Master Yi. We have Natural, Irelia going up against Sean's Master Yi, so it could very well be a Yi team kill later, or it could be Irelia, Azir, who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Then we got Zayden on Draven going up against Irelia with Martin, and then Prismaticism makes his, I believe, third
appearance in a top 8. We have to a little bit spend time about talking about this. This is insanity.
Yeah.
Prismat is able to get a 3rd top 8 in a regional qualifier in this short history of Riftbound now. That is absolutely mental. This guy is so talented, and he's doing it, if I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong, but I think it's with every time he did it with a different legend.
We'll have to double check that. We'll have to make sure. I think you may very well be right. And then Irelia to round things out at the bottom of the bracket for Alex Shands. So 3 Irelias, 2 Master Yis, and Azir, a Draven, and an Annie.
I'm very happy with this top 8, I think. Because first and foremost, okay, never mind. Let's talk about the deck list from the Annie. So we have a very aggressive list with the... Actually, no, it's not as aggressive as I thought it would be, because there are no deck hands over here, right? Am I missing deck hands? No. We have seen already Prismat play once this deck on stream. The Rengars were coming really in handy. Rengars found their place currently in a deck which just untaps, you know, energy during your opponent's turn, and suddenly you have a defender potentially for 3 might on your battlefield that you control, or just a ready unit in your base whenever there's a trigger open and you can play it.
And if you are using it aggressively, it's extra might that can't be countered. It's not a spell that is going to do things against like an Irelia that can counter in the meta right now. And it is an Irelia matchup that we're going to see from Prismaticism and Alex Shands. Of course, we are showing you the deck list now for this match.
Doing like a because I see two Draven Audacious. That is not a common choice.
Okay.
Because when you have two Draven Audacious, what this tells me is I am trying to actually have them as a win condition. Like,
Sure.
it's not a one-off that sometimes comes in and not. Like, I'm actually planning my game around a two-off in my deck. So this is a very good signal to have when it comes to, like, now deciding also how the...
That is not
Those are not those two
Prismaticism and Alex Chance, but we'll get that
This is
swapped over.
Barczyk and Squirtle.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
I
rather,
was going to
Squirtle
say.
and Barczyk. But I wanted to say that this Irelia with the double Dravens and Squirtle, not Squirtle, and the Scout Deckhand is something that is like trying to squeeze additional points. We have Ride the Winds, we have Scout Deckhands, right? We have the Draven as well to close out the game in an unexpected fast manner. So that is pretty aggressive from like an Irelia deck. I'm actually happy to see this kind of deck in the top 8 as well.
Yeah, and there is some variance there in the top 8 as well. We've got a number of Irelias. We will focus in on this matchup in just a second, as I'm sure you can tell. We are just making sure everything is in place before we go in. As you said, some variance there. Irelia is going to have a few different types of matchups to face down. You've got some wide boards. You've got the Annie with some direct damage. But yeah, I would say this Prismaticism list, I'm intrigued to see where this matchup kind of ends up for Prismaticism against
possible, would be
Irelia.
awesome if we could bring up the list from Prismat again on screen. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible before we go to the match, but his list is unorthodox, I would say.
Yeah, I was trying to place it in my head of like exactly how much damage is in there, whereas how much of it is unit based.
It's I can remember if he plays flashes as well.
I saw. Ooh, I'm thinking because whether it was in Irelia. What I'm sure you do in Annie is you get the untap. It always is such a consistent a moment to be. It's such a foundational card from Proving Grounds as Annie plus
Annie
Flash.
is.
Yeah. This is what our players are playing for at the end of the top 8.
Regional qualifier, first place 2026. That's what it says.
Only the second European RQ winner from this, and of course that puts you in a great position. It's the Blade of the Ruined King.
So what if you want to play with this champion card, by the way?
You actually have to just put that in your deck.
No, no, you just have to make every single card in your deck
slap your deck.
Exactly,
yeah,
like
exactly.
That.
Do that.
It would
just
probably
need to shuffle.
be over this my hand over here, right? So when you would be shuffling, you would. I don't know
You're
how.
Recycling like this. Yeah. Do you want to cut?
With what? With a chainsaw or something?
Exactly that. Yeah, it is an incredibly... I don't want to say unique, because obviously our Bologna winner, Alan, did, of course, get the Blade of the King, but hyper-limited is the way of putting it. You have to win an RQ to be able to get that
Exactly.
promo.
Yeah. I think it's a awesome, unique aspect. Like, we have few things when it comes to Riftbound that is like this incentive to perform well in a tournament. We have the top 8 cards, we have the champion card, of course, and we have the metal foil cards. And when you think about it, the person who wins the entire event gets the metal foil card and gets the champion promo, which is insane.
That's a lot of swag to have from your wins. There are a couple of players in the top 8, though, that will know that they are the best of. For instance, Prismaticism will know.
The only Annie.
Is the only Annie, so best of is already locked. The best of cards, I believe, for the Swiss rounds have already been handed out in the background as well. So I'm sure you all can... I know people are tracking. People are keeping an eye on who's getting what best of at home. We see you. We hopefully have been telling the stories as best as possible throughout the weekend. But with nearly 2,000 players, there's a lot to follow.
It's going to be easier, though, in the future.
Yeah.
Because the more history we get with the Riftbound events that we have over here, we're going to have more players that are we're getting to know them better. We're going to get the names in our heads that are going to be, like, now ingrained there. Like Prismat for now is already one of those kind of players. Alan is another one that is ingrained as well, right? Those are the people who are just consistently showing up. And we're going to have repeated history of those players. They're going to be performing all the time, most likely in the span of years, and then we're going to be building those storylines. So in, like, for example, hopefully in like 3 years, when we're going to be sitting and watching a regional, we're going to be going, I know this guy.
Yeah, from RQ Lille.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Bologna, and
yeah,
so on.
That's the interesting thing. We've got some recognizable players here, some names that we haven't really seen too much before in Riftbound, and a big omission in that we're going to have a new RQ champion here for Europe, as we are just getting through things for our feature match of the top 8. I believe we'll find out exactly which matchup we are following, as we need just a couple more minutes before we actually get there. We're just building the suspense for you. We're just
to finish the train of thought, but since we have a little bit
of course.
time to yap, I love yapping, if you didn't know. So what I wanted to say, even though I kind of wanted to showcase that the more games we get, the more tournaments we get, we are building up this kind of storylines for players. But what is the beautiful aspect of card games is that it doesn't matter if you have history or not. You can still perform and you can still win a card game-based tournament. So there's always an opening for someone new to suddenly pop up and perform, and because it's a 1v1 game, you don't need a team or you don't need a staff of people just working with you. You can literally do it by yourself, and out of the blue, you can just show up, go into a tournament and be in the top 8, and suddenly you're there, you know? It's like, because you did it yourself. It's a beautiful story that many people associate with, for example, esports, where people just form teams and just suddenly perform with a qualifier, go to a major tournament, win it, and suddenly they're stars, you know?
Yeah.
And it's something that can happen in card games as well.
Yeah, it can, and it certainly has. You and I both have a storied history with card games and different esports, as you said. So I always love that team aspect. I look forward to more Riftbound teams forming. It's why whenever I look at the standings and you see, Challenger TCG are there, Challenger TCG are there. All the way down the line, I've been talking to Alexander the Greatest, who's one of the players that is heavily involved there, and talking about how well the players have been
He is
performing.
always teasing me, by the way. Like,
They're not the only...
We'll get you, Alex, at some point, you know?
They're obviously not the only team that is represented for Riftbound. We do have a few others, and I would love to tell your stories as we do more and more events. So if you are forming a Riftbound team or a collective of pro players, reach out to the broadcast team. We want to showcase your stories. We want to put you forward in the spotlight, because as much as we love yapping, we need things to yap about. We need to be able to tell your stories. So,
but the beautiful thing about card games is, even though we might be in a team, it's still a 1v1. Although, our game is built with multiplayer in mind as well.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe in the future we're going to have different formats than a 1v1 that are going to be competitive, right? I'm like always imagining, because it's League of Legends, it would be so cool if you had like a team versus team 5v5 where you divide people by lanes, right? So you have the bot lane, top lane, mid lane, and you choose legends accordingly to their characteristics in League of Legends. And then you play against another team that also does the same, and you have a fight between the lanes, you know?
And that just means the 1v1 portion has to be top lane on an island.
So you have a 1v1.
They play over there.
Look, that would be so cool. 1v1 top lane, 1v1 mid lane, and then you have a 2v2
bot lane?
Of bot lane.
Yeah,
and the jungle doesn't matter.
Noodle around.
They're AFK anyway.
Yeah, so just as an update, we, I believe, are jumping to our other featured match of Azir versus Master Yi, which does mean we are following our highest seeded player of Squirtle coming into this bracket. So we were looking at Prismaticism before. It is actually going to be Squirtle and Barchek that we are following for this first round of the top 8. So we will hopefully get you deck lists and things like that before we jump into the game. But we will be getting there soon. We will be there.
Look at the players contemplating, meditating.
In your setup there, where you're talking about the different positions, do you also have to basically draft your team? Like, do you have to like look at the Riftbound pool of champions, and you have to say, okay, I'll pick a jungler, I'll pick a mid laner.
But you should still go prepared to an event with a deck already, right?
Yeah, I mean, that always is the most interesting part about League, when you have people run random things and make it work. As we will get your information up on stream for the deck lists, as these two are awaiting their top 8 match. Both of these players have played on Featured Match a number of times over the weekend and have been very successful in their attempts, obviously bringing them to the top 8. So.
Now, this is because I was thinking about the matchup between Annie and Irelia before. I'm actually now giving it a little bit of thought. How do we expect a Master Yi perform against a Azir? And I'll be honest with you, this is going to be one of those matchups that I'm going to be learning as we go a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's theorycraft
There's
a
some
little bit.
similarity, is what I would say. But there's both tend to use Sand Soldiers plus equipment. Obviously, Master Yi only wants to put one unit at a battlefield. So the question there is, how does Azir select which units to go aggressive with? Because you're unlikely to be able to cascade in this matchup. You're unlikely to be able to send just one unit in to overcome the Master Yi.
I think you kind of have to change your strategy a little bit. And instead of, for example, using Sand Soldiers that, you know, use the Weapon Master to equip the different equipment that you play, and then you become like, oh, you have 4 Sand Soldiers, each of them has 1 equipment.
Yeah.
Instead, you might actually not use the Weapon Master on the units and just build 1 Giga Soldier.
One big Sand Soldier.
What would be the upgrade from Sand Soldier to what? What would be
Sand General? Well, I guess he is kind of general. So
what would he upgrade the word Sand? What would it be?
Oh, I don't know. Sand. Yeah, I don't know where that's going. My geology is not really where it should be. Rock Soldier.
Yeah. But the thing is, if you build up 1 huge soldier with potentially, like, you know, multiple BF swords and then a shield on top of it, then you have +7, so you're at 9. Now you can attack one of the holds from Master Yi. So you're not going to utilize the Weapon Masters from the Sand Soldiers, but you're trying to fix the matchup in this way, right? So you're potentially finding a way in to break the battlefields, and then Master Yi has a bigger problem in how to break it back, right? Because Master Yi does struggle with reconquering the battlefields that they lost. But the thing is, Bartek is, and a lot of Master Yi players are currently, and also Jax players, by the way, because this is the same direction that the green color was taking, are including now the Irelia Fervent in the decks like Jax, like Master Yi, where the Irelia does actually help into being a little bit more aggressive, because now you're going to be able to essentially turn any kind of spell that targets the Irelia into an additional +1. So we have a Discipline becoming a +3. We have the on guard becoming also +3, right?
Yeah.
Of course, if she's alone in the base, which
Right,
is not
right.
always the case, by the way, with Master Yi. It's not, you know.
Yeah, sometimes it is, sometimes she isn't.
But then you can always play it in a battlefield, what I'm talking about. Anyway, the point is, there's going to be an interesting dynamic between those 2 decks, and both of them are also playing counterspells, which is going to be important. The Defies and the... wait, do we have any Wind Wall? There are 2 Wind Walls in the list from Azir in sideboard.
Although, yeah, we should, for just a moment, without seeing the players in game with their headsets on, I don't necessarily want to.
Okay, yes. I mean, no. This should be public information.
Okay, in that case, that's fair. I know that as we are in between the rounds,
there
I
are
think
a few things that are changing in top 8.
Yes.
One of the rulings that is affecting players in top 8 is the higher seed is choosing who's starting.
Yes, which
For
is
example,
important.
There's no dice rolls, there's no rock, paper, scissors, or whatever. There will be scissors in this setup.
Yeah, there will be, yeah.
And there might be some rocks as well. Small sand is small rocks. See? That's where the conversation was going.
I see, you're back.
All right, so I'm rambling a little bit.
You were saying about deck list being
yes,
potentially...
and the deck list should be completely open, because now, once we establish in top 8 the informations to be fair and to have a competitive integrity, everyone should know what everyone is playing in their decks, because some people could be exposed to more scouting or less scouting, or literally on the broadcast and so on.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to equalize the state of the informations, and because of that, top 8 is open deck list.
Understandable at that point. So you were talking about the Wind Wall.
Yes, and in the sideboard we do have the 2 Wind Walls that are gonna... Actually, they are not as important, I would say, in this particular matchup when I'm thinking about it. It would be important if the Master Yi player would actually have the Wind Wall, because that would potentially stop the Rise.
A Rise, yeah.
But that's not going to be happening. For Master Yi, though, we have 2 actions in the sideboard. which is something that might actually fix a little bit of the aggressiveness in this particular matchup. It will deramp you by 2 runes, but getting a BF sword, and then Azir doesn't have an easy way of dealing with the Action, who might be just sitting in a base, might be something that will be problematic. Also, one of the bigger targets for Action will be, for example, the shears. Because if you don't have the sacred shears, you cannot fix the main problem of Azir, which is card draw.
Yeah.
Another thing that can happen as well, the one Guardian Angel that we have in every single Azir being played on the planet, can also be a nice target for the Action.
Yeah.
But this is all happening in game 2, potentially 3, because those are sideboard choices. And in the main, it's gonna be a little bit more honest, and the thing. Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay.
And I'm gonna check your memory. What was the deciding factor in the games of Azir that we did see on the broadcast?
Was that today? It feels like a long time ago.
I don't know, man. We watched like 15
rounds.
rounds.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
But the card that was finishing the game, there was a specific 2 energy card that was grabbing, 2 energy grabbing.
Yeah.
What can be grabbing? Something.
Oh, do you mean Death Grip in that regard? Yeah, okay.
Death Grip is one of those cards that might be important.
I'm going to be honest. I intentionally forgot some of those interactions with Death Grip from yesterday. So I figured I wasn't following you on that. I'm with you, though. Death Grip. Yeah,
Death Grip was one of the deciding factors in the previous Azir matches.
It certainly was.
And in this particular matchup, I feel like it's also going to be important because you're going to be able to utilize one of the units from the other battlefield after already like being buffed by the equipment. You go conquer one of the holds from Master Yi. Now the unit is kind of useless there, so you can Death Grip it, unlock the equipment from it, right? And then also kind of double the might from the equipment already on the other unit, then potentially equip the equipment again, and now push to the other battlefield. And Master Yi doesn't really have much to do apart from defying the Death Grip.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of targets for the Defy to be like actually considered here, and how important some of those guys are. Like Phase Breaker, we have potentially Guards, Hidden Blade, there's Salvage, one Salvage. There are so many targets of Defy that you can have to plan.
Something we haven't talked about too much is the players do seem to be getting into game, which is where we want to be heading. We talked about how Squirtle, also known as Pedro on stream, has side selection. So that means you know at least in game 1, and then should you need a game 3, you'll know that you are the one playing first, which means you are likely to be the one conquering first, and maybe put Master Yi.
Shouldn't be Barchek who's higher?
Squirtle's 11-0-2, so should have an extra point, right?
No, it's Barchek who should have one extra point, right? Because
wait,
losses are in the middle.
Losses are in the middle.
Ah, okay, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Valorant is
yes, and traditional sports.
Oh, traditional sports
are putting draws in the middle. Yeah.
Okay. No, it's 11-0-2. I haven't realized you can't draw in Valorant. It doesn't matter. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't do shooter games. I haven't done that in a long time. What I was going to say is Azir on the aggressive side means Yi is in that awkward spot of trying to break holds a little bit more often, potentially, depending on how the cards come out in the opening hands. It's possible that Barchek has to play the conquer game, like to retake. Now, there's a shooter game term. It has to retake battlefields rather than be the ones to.
How much utility will they have for the retake?
Just don't peek. That's what I've
Wait for your teammate. Don't go alone. Although in case of Masti, that might be a feature.
Actually do go alone on this one. Don't wait for the teammates, otherwise you don't get that +2.
But that's only on defense and not on retake.
I think we've exhausted the limits. I haven't played Valorant in quite a few years, but we're playing Riftbound. That's the important thing. We're into the game. It is top 8 time between Squirtle and Barchek. We've got Azir going up against Master Yi.
Halls of Legends will not be a battlefield that Master Yi will like to utilize a lot. Although, there is actually a use case here because Forge of the Fluff will be able to utilize your Legend to be tapped in some degree.
Oh yeah, you could potentially do some ready-unready.
Yeah, and you move like a piece of equipment twice in a turn.
Watch
Possibility it probably will never happen, but yeah, it's gonna be fun. Anyway, we're gonna have Pedro, aka Squirtle, starting on Azir with turn 1. Let's see if we have an equipment for turn 1. There's the eye. We're going to spawn the Sand Soldier, and we have an aggressive opening already.
And this is exactly what I was kind of alluding to, is being on the play as Azir. You get that from being the top seed here in the top 8. It means you can play the first unit. It's a good sign for Barczek that there is a turn 1 play here. I think if there's no turn 1 play, this game starts getting quite difficult with the Sand Soldier moving towards a battlefield to begin.
Yeah, and it's also even more important where if there would be a turn 1 play, but it would be equipment.
Yeah,
exactly. Much, right.
Interesting goes over to the Hall of Legends. So, of course, that Azir was exhausted in order to
see the
do the
value
thing.
now.
And yeah, of course, there's the second Sand Soldier. So, because there was an equipment played, because it was readied off Hall of Legends, suddenly 3 Sand Soldiers already on the board, each with some version of support. There's a recruit token, of course, on the one side, and then equipment on the 2 that are in base. So now it's down to Barczek to say, okay, what are my plays here? Looks like there's a Confront in hand. I think that was an Irelia Fervent as Barczek flicked through.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, now we have to establish, do I want to control the Forge of the Fluffed for the upcoming turn and signal how much potential energy can be spent on buffs? Or do I just develop the board in the backside and leave the Clockwork completely open? Because he's dead on site. Right?
Yes.
We have a 5 might, actually 6 might with the attack with the eye, that potentially can go into that battlefield, right? It will be exchanged for some of the units from the opponent, but that is a calculation that Barczek needs to do because he needs to set up this turn and then the turn after that. So we are on the curve, we're playing the Irelia Fervent. In the next turn, we're potentially looking for spells to buff the Irelia Fervent and like maybe play a small unit to base, or maybe we're gonna go for the Master Yi if it's gonna be strong enough to actually go into a battlefield. But that again would open us to interaction from the opponent's Azir. So that's not ideal.
Shields are down right now for this Irelia. It's not so big of a deal compared to the Irelia matchup itself, and there's no Color Weak in the main board of Squirtle's deck. So that is something to note, that is a difference to what we perhaps would think about on the Irelia matchup specifically, but that Irelia is a little bit vulnerable when you don't have the protection there. As mentioned, though, it is not the linchpin of this deck. It is not everything that you need. There's
also no charm in the main.
Okay, so difficulty in actually attacking the Irelia.
And when you think about it, this changes the dynamic of the game so much, because when you're playing against closed deck lists, right, you might be thinking, oh, okay, I have to play around Cool the Weak, I have to play around the Charm to some degree, I might be doing different kind of plays than I would typically do. But here with full information, you can actually play in a way that kind of would not make sense when you're playing in a closed deck list environment. So we have Irelia with 5 might, and on the battlefield we have currently 9. If you are first time tuning in this weekend, at the bottom of the screen you have both battlefields mentioned, and they have updated might counters in every single moment, and they are updated very fast and very quick. Thank you, production, for that. And it's this way it's very easy to understand what's currently happening.
So Confront, see if there's a response. We did talk about how there are some cards like Defy in the main board for Squirtle. We'll let that resolve. So get to Confront into Confront. As card draw into card draw sometimes isn't the worst of things, and it's card draw into card draw later. As well, now actually, sorry, because of the Confront. So we'll draw off the Stellarcorn Herder. So card draw into card draw into card draw.
Always good. Always good. This game is going to be a little bit slower now. Well, actually, I said a little bit slower, but judging by the way that we're just advancing the number of units on the Azir side, we might actually just be speeding up a lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at what is in the main deck of Pedro. Potentially, if this was a big swing from the Irelia, it won't be. It'll be a pass then to begin the next turn for Squirtle. Now, as the ready step comes through from Awakening.
We have 1 energy open for Barczek, so he's going to be able to play On Guard. That's basically it.
Defy or Punch First, right? From
oh wait, is there even
Barczek?
On Guard? Yeah, he has 3 On Guards, of course.
So there are a few options.
Punch First in 3 copies, I just realized. Wow, that is a lot of Punch Firsts.
So you are representing multiple pieces of interaction on Barczyk's side. So now it's down to Pedro, to Squirtle, to figure out exactly which the best way forward is, and just put another BF sword onto the battlefield, or at least onto the base for now, and will get equipped.
In theory, Azir has limited amount of units that he can generate during a game, but in practice, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
like the game will just end at some point. Either the Azir loses or wins with the amount of units that he can generate.
Because now you can potentially use the Legend ability. Now that you played another piece of equipment, you'll get another unit from the Eye of the Herald moving in. So it really is a case of just trying to overwhelm some of these individual units from Master Yi and just get as much small additional resources, small units like these recruits on the back end of the trade. Wow.
We are transferring the battle. See?
So here is the Rock Soldier.
Yeah, there's the Rock Soldier. I told you to do 2 BFs. I said, and a shield has an eye.
No shield. Who needs a shield? Just get more swords.
I was wrong. But it is one big soldier, and that is what is happening currently. Well, okay, it's accompanied by a recruit. What is currently happening, and then for Master Yi, this is not an easy decision to make.
Oh, good. It seems like if you're Barczyk, it's an easy decision, and just slam that punch first and say, okay, does the math work out with the Master Yi? +2, now +5 on top makes it 10, I believe, and now we've got a discipline coming
which goes
through.
to 11, and there's no energy to
cannot be answered, so that is D-ramp plus losing the unit for Barczyk.
Yeah, you can see the difference. I feel like Barczyk is a little bit, I'm not sure, certain, like he's not, he's thinking about what
deciding what, because he, as you said, it's 11, but the 1 is coming from the recruit. So the recruit does conquer, but you do lose all of the might at least, but the equipment just will return to base.
There's legit a decision here, because this equipment would be stuck on that battlefield, on that one particular unit. So to some degree you can think about the decision, should I kill it or not? Or should, in this case the decision was still to kill it, because your opponent at least has to reuse energy and routes to attach the equipment there.
I think also if it's like Vilemores, it's a slightly different conversation, but in this game where you can move freely between battlefields, it certainly is a little bit more fluid in the way you can get those equipment pieces moved around. If we had like a tempo checker of like who we feel is ahead, I would say it feels in the Azir control quite heavily right now.
Yes, I would agree.
Barczyk is going to need to make every single resource count in order to turn this game back around, because that is a big stacked battlefield on Forge of the Fluffed. Plus then, just these recruits are being really annoying, getting 1 extra point, 1 extra thing per turn. Confront draws into, I think that was a Lonely Poro by the looks of it off the top. So. That is not what you need at this point, because there's just too much equipment on the side of Squirtle to be able to use a small unit like that on the attack, and that's the problem we said with Master Yi. Defending is where you want to be, holding is where you want to be. But against this Azir going first, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, and I feel like I have a déjà vu here. Like, we've already seen this.
We have Confront Interstellar Corn, draws card, so we'll get another option.
We're with one open. And that was the decision with the punch first the last turn as well, right?
Yeah.
So the problem is that when Barczyk made the decision to play the punch first the turn before, he was open to one of the disciplines, one of the death grips as well, open to Engard. There were potentially 8 cards and also a Face Breaker, right? Because you can then recruit Face Breaker the recruit and the opponent, right? So there were like 9 cards that would go over the top of his 1 punch first. So it could have been a consideration of, is it even worth doing this, right? But I feel like when you do this kind of play, it shows a little bit of, I don't want to like use the word desperation, but it kind of is.
But
right?
looking at the,
you have to
your
play
only
to your
option
win.
There. Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
you have to play to the out. You have to make
this is your calculated decision where if you hit it and you make your opponent not have the answer, suddenly you might be in the driver's seat.
Yes, but then it comes with the big caveat of if your opponent has the answer, then you were doomed for it anyway, and it's just the same kind of thing here with the On Guard. It will be a trade from the On Guard. So again, trying to just eat into the resources, but that pesky little recruit is there once again, can look to re-establish control of the hall if necessary, but Squirtle already being at 6 points means a potential turn as we go towards the next turn for Squirtle, just setting up for that final hold or final double conquer, and it's a really difficult spot for Barczek to be in.
Yep, he would have to deal with the units, but then every single unit that is newly being played still has the ability to re-equip the equipment and be a threat. So there are like multiple angles of what Barczek needs to do to find a solution to this problem on the board state, and it's not looking great. I'm telling you that.
And it feels like it basically has to be Yi from the champion zone.
And then he's tapping out essentially because he's gonna have two open.
Yeah, so you're
very limited interaction.
Is that even enough with the amount of might that is stacked? There's another BF sword there to put onto a unit, which is in
9.
Yeah, just shove it all on one battlefield. You don't mind losing the other, but this is stacked so high that you kind of have to. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to go in with both, and you can't. It's a Desert's Call to put more soldiers, raise the army more onto the board.
And it's in the base as just a security. Like 12 might, you would have to go Yi and Irelia onto that one battlefield,
which
but then the recruit
don't get the
smiles.
recruit.
Yeah,
yeah,
the recruit
exactly.
goes, yeah, I'm big enough to win this game, you know?
Oh, is that 3 Lonely Poros? It is a fluff of Poros. There is a Forge, but it is not what they needed for Barczek in this game, and that is Squirtle going 1 and 0.
In this game, when you get 3 of the kind, you don't upgrade them higher?
They become the giant Poro, like the Poro
it's
King.
not. There were lonely Poros, now there are pack of not so lonely Poros.
Yeah, exactly. It is a fluff of Poros. that's the in-universe term for it.
Correct,
so,
correct.
Yeah, that's. Sorry, there's a wealth of random knowledge in my head from 15 years of League of Legends, and that is one of them. So Barczek now will have to look towards.
Here we go. We're taking a look at the deck lists over here.
Yeah. So players like, wait, I get to see? As players will communicate with the judges. I think
I wanted to talk a little bit about the previous games.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
So I wanted to highlight how important was the battlefield selection over here, because I'm actually not certain if Hall of Legends is a battlefield that typically Pedro would be opening with, because that is the one that you want to go first with.
Okay.
Like you can see here how it actually mattered.
Yes.
Like turn 2 was massive. Creating 2 Sand Soldiers in one turn is incredible, and that's like playing almost a Draven Vanquisher over there.
Yeah,
right?
it's a massive amount of might and just bodies.
Yeah, I'm using the metaphor for Draven Vanquisher because it's such a powerful play, right? But it's like, it is actually, when you think about it, you play an equipment, you get to play 2 token units, both of them are 2 mites, that's 4 mites, so you most likely are in the range of 5-6 might for your 4 resources, right?
Yeah.
And the funny thing is in this matchup, as I said before, Barczek doesn't even really get to use it himself. So now we're gonna have the battlefields to be chosen by Pedro, which are gonna be Seat of Power and Trifarian War Camp. And in case of Trifarian War Camp, that is a phenomenal battlefield against Master Yi. Master Yi is not gonna benefit from that almost at all.
Exactly.
And now every single recruit from the Eye becomes a 2 might.
Every soldier becomes 3, and it kind of nullifies at least. You know, all you got to do is send 2 units into 3 units actually at that point to offset the war camp being used for Yi. But 3 units means it nullifies a legend ability.
It's when you start thinking about the matchups in this way, you're like starting to find like a lot of patterns where you can get a little bit of an edge, you know, and it feels like really this Azir might be well positioned in this particular matchup that we have in front of our eyes over here. And now, when it comes to the sideboard, we don't know exactly what is going to be coming in, but most likely Cool the Week might be just sideboarded.
Yeah, it feels good in this matchup, you would imagine.
It's still not that big of a factor when opponent is playing like Lonely Poros, Clockwork Keepers, and so on.
Sure.
But there are moments where your opponent might actually now think, did you side in the one Cool the Week? Because we did see Irelia just come in as a solo unit, essentially, right?
Is there anything else? Here we talked about Charm in the game. Is that something you'd look at, or is that
Charm is
possibly...
fantastic.
Yeah.
Charm is fantastic because you can charm to base.
And also,
I mean, it does matter because
It
if you
does.
Charm to Base a unit from Master Yi, like if it's not Ruin Runner, like you just lost your battle.
Yeah, that's fair. You also can force Master Yi to be on the attack as one of the units. So again, we've talked about how you want them to be on the battlefield, defending to get that legend ability in place.
Facebreaker is also a fantastic card over here. It's another tempo card that can be used because you don't really care. Like if your unit on the defense, you don't really care.
Yeah.
If your unit gets stunned, like it still bounces away your opponent. So the thing is, for Barczyk, it seems like Ruin Runners might be incredibly important in this particular matchup. So he might be one of those cards. That might be one of those cards that he's fishing for during the mulligan to just have a possibility to drop it on turn 3 when he's going first. But that also means he cannot deramp on turn 1 and 2. I mean, who deramps on turn 1? I think that only Rek'Sai players. But on 2, it might be actually, you know, a case.
Is the sideboard plan then potentially for Master Yi to attack the equipment, like the Akshans and the disarming rake potentially coming in?
I think we are looking here at potentially a lot of sideboard.
Because the sabotage,
like Akshan, Defy, disarming rake,
sabotage,
not
potentially.
so fast. No, probably not. Not so fast, probably not. But sabotage is also a good.
Get
choice.
rid of the Arise.
Yeah, yeah. Or potentially any pumps, you know?
Yeah,
Or potentially any defies from your opponent. Twonk, not so important in this matchup, I would say. Although we do see the shift. That's something that I was anticipating before the game started, right? When the Azir is building up one big soldier, then the Twonk actually has more value.
Interesting, we were talking about battlefield choice and whether Warcamp perhaps is beneficial. Squirtle choosing Seed of Power. We'll watch as we go and see how it pans out.
Well, he meant, you know...
He knows this matchup better than we do, I'll guarantee that.
And also, like, does it matter if he's going now with the Seed of Power or Trifire and Warcamp?
No,
he's still going to have a
you're going to
first
see
game.
both if you're going to game 3. So you will end up, and perhaps that's the advantage then of being on the play again with Trifari and Warcamp is you're like, well, I have now two advantages potentially.
Actually, you're right. You do have an advantage when going first against specifically Master Yi as well, because as we explained before, Master Yi has a problem with breaking holds, right?
Yeah.
So if you're holding Trifari and Warcamp with 2 units, that's
Really hard to
again
break.
another obstacle for Master Yi to go through, right? So, you are right. I think Trifari and Warcamp is going to be a choice. I mean, for sure it's going to be a choice.
It's the only choice if we go to game 3.
Wow, what a statement by me.
Barczyk's trying to make a statement with the Stellarcorn Hoarder just coming out on curve. Really good. Here comes the Brutalizer on the other side, though.
And
Do you give the
building
card?
that big soldier.
Because you don't want to give another card. So Grove of the Godwillow was saying, I'll give you 1 card now from the Lonely Power, or I'll give you 1 card at the beginning of the next turn, and it's way better to just break that. Don't give him the point at the same time.
But now we're in the same spot as we explained before. There's a big unit sitting on the Grove of the Godwillow, and the Stellarcorn Herder is not that intimidating. It's a 3-might unit, and you'll have to break a 4-might soldier, so you're gonna have to utilize your energy and a card essentially. If it's discipline, okay, that is fine. But if it's not, a other one would be maybe Trinity Force, but then you deramp and you're not gonna be able to play a potentially Spirit Runner on 3.
So,
but there's no Spirit Runner either.
Some good information for us here, as that's a GA and an Akshan, a Charm and 2 Defies, and
this might be an action turn.
It could very well be. Take out. I mean, sadly, you can't utilize the Brutalizer while it gets attached. So is it just Stellarcorn Herder goes over to the Seed of Power, draw a card? It is indeed that. Draw the card. Get the information. That looked like another Akshan.
Yeah, he's drawing in pairs. Like 2 Defies, 2 Actions in that hand.
So it is an Akshan turn, which makes sense. And what do you attack now? Is it the shield or the... I mean, the Brutalizer is so much value if it moves,
too dangerous. So and now the thing is, though, that you just allowed the opponent to get additional card draw. Like, that is a big deal because we highlighted before how Azir has problem with card draw. If you're getting additional value like this, if you break the Seed of Power, those are 2 cards.
Yeah.
Because you're controlling the Grove of the Godwillow already.
That is true, as I think Barczyk may very well have reminded about the Grove of the Godwillow there. There
well,
was a
both
small
players are
interaction about that.
responsible for, you know, keeping the state
maintaining the board state.
Yeah.
You are correct. A lot of players don't realize that. You are. both responsible, and missing an advantageous trigger can be seen as unsportsmanly, is one way to put it. So not what we're saying for this game, but just generally in your games at home, keep track of the board state. We're trying to keep track of this board state here as well in-game. As BF Sword played, it is now a decision on where to go. Do you just say, okay, I'll just, again, stack up one soldier?
In this case, I feel like it's pivotal to break that seat of power. So you want to go aggressive. You want to go over that Silicon Herder. You're going to have 5 might. Your opponent will be forced either to deramp with a punch first, right? Or essentially use double on guard, or maybe one discipline, and that doesn't really help that much because the unit dies anyway.
Right. As we are making the decision now. I believe that's off the Weapon Master trigger that we're waiting. No, we've moved past it now, as that is a hidden and not so hidden. And just confirming
might be
there.
Facebreaker though.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, so we're building the one big Mega Soldier, and we're letting the Stellarcorn Herder live. Yeah. That will fuel more card draw for Master Yi. This feels like a blessing a little bit. Something that Master Yi might actually be very happy about here. But the thing is, I mean, you would probably leave the Seat of Power. But then if you leave the Seat of Power, now Pedro is going to draw another card with Grove of the Godwillow. If you were watching the broadcast yesterday, we had one match when Grove of the Godwillow was just abused by the opponent, just never let go. And that was never the intended battlefield, by the way. Second action, we're just stealing the BF.
Yeah. And now, can you force the Hidden Blade with a charm or something like that? Would that have been... I guess maybe you want to hold the charm for...
Well, there's still a Defy.
Oh,
it's a guard.
guards. It's actually guard.
Still can be a Defy.
Yeah. There could be a Defy to the Defy, but I think we've gone past... Yeah, we are going to let that resolve. So I believe Squirtle doesn't have one in hand. I didn't quite catch all of Squirtle's hand as we were looking at it. But we have seen Defy the Defy a few times today already.
Wait, is the Sovereign Azir on the board? Or
no, I believe the Azir Sovereign is in the Chosen Champion zone.
Yeah, it was otherwise in the previous games. It was always
the other way around. You are correct. I do not believe that the Azir has been played from the Chosen Champion zone because I think it was only really the last turn that it would have been played.
Yeah, it was BF Sword. So
it was BF Sword. Yeah. So that is a little bit visually confusing, but nevertheless, we will keep track of when that hits the board. Stellarcorn Herder moves back after the Conqueror on the other battlefield, so trying to, again, make use of as much of this from Seat of Power
No, Seat of Power only works when you conquer. And you have to conquer the...
Yes, you're right.
The Seat of Power is second.
Thank you. Which is another reason to move Stellarcorn Herder back, otherwise you're holding.
Yeah, good point.
I was getting there.
Yeah, you got to the station.
Definitely didn't make a mistake on the way there. There's a Facebreaker.
There's a Facebreaker, yeah. But now, how do we break that Grove of the Godwillow?
Now Azir is played. I told you I'd tell you when it...
Thank you. You're keeping track of it.
Exactly. That one I can do.
But we are not accelerating the Azir Sovereign, so making a setup potentially for the next turn, which is opening himself to a potential charm. But if I remember correctly, there's a Defy. So there's a insurance against at least one copy of the Defy. We're hiding the Facebreaker, and as I explained before, it doesn't really matter in this matchup that much that you're stunning yourself, because typically Master Yi wouldn't have an option to break you with 2 units, but in this case, actually we have Barchek with 2 units in the back. So this might be forced out. If Barchek will attack with the Stellarcorn Herder first, because maybe he will anticipate this might be a Hidden Blade, he might force out the Hidden Blade, but there's going to be a Facebreaker, and then it doesn't matter much.
Yes, you're correct.
And then remember that the defender is stunned for the entire turn. So a secondary unit going into that battlefield is going to be just smoked, right? Ooh. So this is why we see the reinforcements as well. But, and this is very peculiar in this matchup, when you think about it, stacking one battlefield typically announces that, okay, I'm ahead on points. I'm trying to establish myself as the first one that will be holding to 8. This is not the case because in this particular matchup, Master Yi is currently ahead.
Yeah.
But the Azir Sovereign is one of those units that allows you to go back and catch up in points because you're going to move all the tokens from the other battlefield. But the thing is, this Azir might not see the light of day for the next turn because we are fully tapped out.
So the Charm is available, and of course Akshan will get the added bonus from the Master Yi from defending alone. Looking at what else is in the hand, there's a Guardian Angel there, there's a Stellarcorn Herder. Confront, I believe, was one of the cards drawn either this turn or recently. I think there's a Discipline, maybe even 2. Barczak is not struggling for cards because this Stellarcorn Herder has been able to do work. Plus, the Grove of the God Willow has drawn at least 1 now for Barczak.
That is an interesting turn. Okay, so we're gonna have Guardian Angel equipped to the action because we are guarding the BF sword that is on it.
Yes, because that's an important interaction as a Facebreaker will happen, exactly as you were saying. And
Stun on the recruit.
That was
the Defy.
from the sideboard, so Barczak knew that was a possibility.
And now he's also drawing a card from the Seat of Power.
Lonely Power, not going to do too much here, but here's the Charm, as mentioned. Oh, really hurting his own rune pool here, but that doesn't matter if you're going to look to win the game from this. Clearing the board out, as that is Azir Sovereign gone as well. 1 rune available out of 2.
And his opponent is sitting at, what, 6 runes?
A Defy in hand as well.
Soldier, nothing much. But now we're moving with the Stellarcorn Herder to get additional card draw. You could even leave it on that battlefield because it's still essentially +1, but your unit is smaller, so it's easier to break.
So there's one thing not represented here by Barczak is a Punch First, because there's only 1 orange rune available. You are still representing Defy and On Guard, which you both have to play around both. Can't represent Discipline because that is a 2 energy spell. So Discipline comes through onto Sand Soldier. We'll draw a card. Yeah, you're just seeing options. That Guardian Angel does make it difficult though, because that Akshan, you have to break it twice. Otherwise, both actions on the following turn will just conquer and win. And with only 4 energy available for Pedro, for Squirtle, it is difficult to take both battlefields and hold them for the next turn.
It's so funny because they have such similar sleeves. I was thinking for a moment that Action only has equipment stolen from Squirtle, but it's actually not true.
No, it's one GA as well. We got to make sure that they
give them
separate
back.
those cards at the end. Oh, that's happened before, not in Riftbound, but I've seen that tale. As Pedro will take 1 battlefield from the Grove of the God Willow. I think that's an acceptable exchange from Barczak's side, because this is all setting up for a double, or at least a conquer and a hold turn potentially.
No, it's not an easy scenario to solve for Pedro, and it's looking bleak. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. We were talking about if you had a momentum tracker in game 1, if it was this time, it would be solidly in Master Yi's favor for our second game, because now it's you have to somehow get Akshan off that Seat of Power, then defend both battlefields the following turn, and it is just a question of do you even have the resources available in hand to do it. That's going to be likely an equip here on, I guess, the Doran's Shield, because it is a
massive recruit.
one big recruit. Oh, it's actually a hidden card. Sorry, that is the other thing. I think there was a copy of Guards potentially in hand. We'll keep an eye on that. There is a Death Grip, but I don't think it's going to do anything at this point, sadly. Well, or at least not enough.
Yeah, it could be utilized if we equip the shield on the recruit, and if that hidden card would be a guard, and then you just basically spawn a unit, and then you Death Grip the recruit to give like the other guy +2, but it doesn't really change much.
And doing it on your opponent's turn means you have no option to re-equip even further onto the second one.
Exactly.
So I think this now is just Barczak's decision of which line to win the game are you going to pick. Only 4 runes available, so it's not like he can do every single thing that he wants to do here.
But he's so ahead in this game, it's actually kind of crazy.
So what line does Barczak maybe have to think about?
He could essentially not even try to attack, because there could be a Facebreaker, but he has Defy, so that's actually a very easy decision over here.
You know,
but if he wouldn't have Defy, he could have just stacked the other battlefield and just chill.
You know what would help? Charm to base.
Yeah, Charm to base. Whoa, what a play.
Card out. Forces the hidden card, just in case it's a hidden blade. Obviously, you can't just swing in with the Akshan and dismiss it. It does have the Defy, though. But as you said, 4 runes available. There's still quite a few things that Pedro could have as an option here. So taking the safe route and saying Lonely Paro pass. And this is saying you're in a bad spot. I don't have to win right now. I can win by holding next turn or develop enough of a board in order to, you know, hold with the action or conquer the second battlefield on the following turn. Again, it forces Pedro to have a fast enough unit.
No,
no, not yet. Is it? No, it's just
no, I was too speedy. Sorry for that.
It did look a little like it.
And remember that the action on the Seat of Power does actually have a Guardian Angel.
Yes.
So even if it's dealt with, it's just going back there.
Exactly. And can then just play out from the base.
But how do you even deal with it? Just Hidden Blade it?
Yeah, if you can from hand, that would be one way. But that's, again, it's just going to go back to the base. And you have to deal with it again, as... it really is so hard being on 5 points from this moment. Guards will be used as going to be able to stack the battlefield. Of course, has to deal with the Akshan this turn. At least move it off the battlefield of Seat of Power. At least that much.
I'm not even certain if he sided in Charms.
Okay. It's hard to know whether there are actually any options that do reliably get Squirtle out.
So we play a ready guard in the base, but that can be met with Defy and just saying, nope, you don't have that option. But actually...
Do you want to save the Defy, right?
But the thing is, like, you have a win condition on the board, and it's just like, how much power does your opponent have here to actually go through? So we're looking at the Death Grip, no? Death Grip for 3 might, that's not enough. That's going to be up to 5. So you are trying to draw into an end guard to go to 8, but that's literally like doing nothing. Like even if you're gonna trade, your opponent still has multiple units and just double conquers.
And then you're leaving just a recruit on the Grove of the God Willow to hold through. Even the Lonely Poro is likely to just walk over that, unfortunately, for Pedro. But you know, we're in the top 8. These are untimed rounds. You kind of do have to play to your outs. You have to force your opponent to go through the motions until the game is done. As, of course, this one is done for game 2, pretty much. I'm not going to say 100%, but the Defy is going to come through on the Death Grip.
And
that is the scoop. Yeah, that is it. As said, it's almost impossible, I believe, for Pedro, maybe even so, to turn that game around. So now does look to a game 3. We go back to sideboarding. We go back to the in-between stage.
And if you are new to Riftbound, I'm going to be making a lot of statements if you're new to Riftbound, because I feel like during the top 8, a lot of people are tuning in who never watched Riftbound before.
Hello, if you are.
Yeah, awesome to have you here. And I wanted to say that in Riftbound, you have specifically a very interesting dynamic, because when you're sideboarding, you are taking into account the fact that you're going first or second, because it changes the amount of energy that you have possible to be used on turn 1 and on turn 2. In some decks, you might actually change the amount of 2 drops or 3 drops or 5 drops, for example, depending on if you're going first or second. And will that be the case in this game? I'm not certain. We don't know. But it is a consideration for most decks who are playing in this game.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the places that novice and beginner players, when you're starting your journey onto a Summoner Skirmish, which you should, by the way, check out the Riftbound website and find out where the closest skirmish is to you. I think that's one of the things that players say, ooh, that's what really helped me understand the game a bit more, is like, wow, understanding sideboarding and matchups is like key to being able to show up and play your best within the day, because you don't want to do things blind. You don't want to come in and not know anything about how to sideboard. Take the time, learn a little bit of sideboarding, and it'll go a long way in improving your game.
I feel like when you will make your own decision without anyone influencing you, like, you know, without reading sideboard guides and so on. But if you play a game and you see context of a game, and then you go to sideboard and you say, this action actually will influence my decision on what to sideboard, and this other thing that happened in this game is also influencing my decision on what to sideboard, you leveled up.
Yeah.
That is one of those moments when you click with the game and you start making conscious decisions that are just not pre-planned decisions when you just start the game.
And it's at least understanding the why, right? If you are reading something, whether it's an article or a guide or anything like that, of somebody else's decision-making on sideboards, if you can, dig into the why. Why is this coming in? Because that's going to help you in the game when you're like, that's why I'm bringing this card in, and now I see it post-sideboard. Our players did just have
the counting card.
Yeah, which, as you said, the sleeves are quite similar. So, Lothar, you're on a crusade for sleeves today. You've already forced the player to swap one on broadcast.
When we were watching in the green room, I was able to do a premonition on several plays that were like ahead of time happening, you know. So maybe onto something here, you know.
Can you tell me
next lotto numbers?
Yeah,
no.
that's what I was gonna say.
Dude, if I could, I would never tell anyone, and you would never know.
I'm gonna every time I start a game, I'm gonna be like, Lothar, what is my opening hand? Like, what's the first 5 cards after that? Please.
I will tell you though one thing. I am cursing myself often. I'm like, there's gonna be another game where I don't draw 2-drop, and of course I don't.
Of course you don't.
I have to stop saying stuff like this, you know? It's just like, or stop even thinking about it.
Just draw the right cards, okay? That's how you get good at a game. Just draw the right cards.
So easy. Thank you. Thank you, James.
Good. That's my level of advice. You can buy my guide. It's free. But we are in a very high-stakes game, because up until this point, players have not necessarily been eliminated when losing a series.
Are you going to touch the topic on the metal foil card?
We can indeed touch
because
on that
Palchik is in a spot where he's actually actively fighting for it, because we have 2 Master Yis in the top 8.
That is very true. So it is influential in that. You want to be advancing. But I was also just going to say that this is it. It is now down to 1 game between these 2 players. One of these players will advance to the semifinals. The other will be eliminated with their head held high, but definitely with a sight on future top 8 and top appearances.
Top 8 in an almost 2,000 people tournament. That is an insane achievement. Like, in general, career history in TCGs is measured by the ability not to win tournaments, but to be consistently in top 8.
Yes.
That is the measurement.
Yeah.
You know?
It really is, because so much has to go right, including your decisions, but so much has to go right on the day to make a top 8 at a premier tournament. Like an RQ.
That is
it's a good start again.
The perfect opener for the Trofarian War Camp. That is the thing that you want to have.
Yes, and as the reason it's perfect is because the Eye of the Herald is going to allow them to create a recruit as you move over to Trofarian War Camp.
And that creates a 5-might hold by default.
We, I believe, have another quick judge call, so you're coming back to seeing us, just in case you haven't had enough of us already today.
If you're watching the entire broadcast, you've probably seen hours of our faces already. Sorry for that. Deepest condolences.
I would say thank you to those of you that have been joining us throughout the weekend. And, get involved on social media. #RQLille as we...
Don't confuse with Lilia. That's an Unleashed.
Yeah, that's set 3. And I put this up for set 3. That's how long of a day it's been.
So good that we're not depending on math in this game.
I know.
It's like,
That's why we put the mic counter at the bottom, so I don't have to do it. That is why it is here. So the mic counter can now be counting up all of the Trofarian War Camp information as we continue through this. Des's call comes through, creates another Sand Soldier, and Pedro will play 1 to the War Camp.
That is such a huge hold on Trofarian War Camp. It's 8 might already on it. It's turn 2. As you can see, this is like why this battlefield is so one-sided, I would feel like, in this particular matchup. And then we could have said that as well in the game 1 about the Hall of Legends. So this is like really one of those like matchups where the battlefields are mattering so much.
Yes.
And it's gonna be, I don't know, man, how do you break that as Barczyk? You have to like multiple punch first, but then a face breaker breaks your face.
Yeah, there's so much that can kind of stop that punch first from really having the impact that you're expecting it to.
Kind of face breaker in this way, kind of like a fight or flight. Hey, actually, I made the comparison of fight or flights to stunts, and I said on the broadcast. So yeah, it's literally this kind of interaction.
We're actually just a vehicle to plug your content.
No, I was talking here on the broadcast.
On the broadcast, okay.
Yeah, I was talking about on the broadcast that even though fight or flight is banned, we still have a kind of a supplement of fight or flight in form of stunts, but they're not as common. in this meta game, right? So in this case, when you're holding the Trifarian Warcamp and you have a phase breaker, your one attacking unit just goes to base like it just got fighter flighted.
Yeah. Oh, what this is. Eye of the Herald moves over. Another recruit just stacked the one battlefield. And
we are ahead of points. We are ahead of points. We can stack this battlefield to a point where Master Yi is not able to do anything about that hold.
Yeah.
And we're gonna finish the game with an Azir Sovereign, which, by the way, is now in the correct place, so it's not confusing. I think that might have been the break.
And there is the Azir
Oh, but we're just placing it. But we tapped out? Wait, are we actually finishing the turn without having an insurance against a charm? That was the thing that happened on game 2, and I feel like it is a win condition in this particular plan. I was at least envisioning it this way for Pedro, because if you have a lead in points and you build up all those tokens, then you just move all those tokens with the Azir Sovereign, and that's how you finish the game.
I guess the other point to that is if you're ahead on point tempo, it's a slow game of just holding 1 point to win. But you know you're not going to get broken, or potentially not going to get broken on the war camp. You're right, though. You want to accelerate that game plan as fast as possible and get over to the line, as quickly as you can. No charm in hand right now. It's a punch first, 2 disciplines, and a lonely Paro, I believe. In fact,
this is not
3
looking
disciplines?
great. Man, oh man, this is not looking great.
A Clockwork Keeper.
Yeah, we're digging for answers.
Yeah, paying for the Clockwork Keeper. That's an action. There's not even that much equipment. All you're doing is stopping the Eye of the Herald from making it worse and worse.
And look how difficult this position is. Like, you cannot move the Stellarchon Herder because of your Firemorph Flare.
Oh, yeah, you don't want to be
You cannot just go in and then go back. So you're stuck in this position. You have the best card draw engine, but it's like stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, and we came out of game 1 thinking, ooh, Warcamp looks good for Azir. And then even better on
when it's combined with the Vilemar's Lair, it's insane.
Vilemar's on the other, and getting Eye of the Herald turn 1 into Recruit, put it to into Sand Soldier, put it to the battlefield for Trifarian Warcamp. And how do you break this?
There's no way. There's like, it's so hard.
At least when we look at domain profiles, not in green-orange. Like, a downwell is like the only thing from purple that will really deal with this.
Correct. And now, but you can see that Barczyk is actually trying to make this work, because he's building up his base, so he has multiple units. Those multiple units, to some degree, will nullify the effect of the Trifarian Warcamp. But Pedro knows what is happening. He is stacking that battlefield. He's putting more units. He currently has 3, 6, 7 units over there, right? So he's gonna be able to just make it more clunky for his opponent to even calculate how to attack this because of the one hidden card. And Barczyk's one opening is gonna be one push. That's it. That's all you get, because you're going to have to play the punch first. You're going to have to play the disciplines. You're going to have to also divide them, because if you put it on one unit, you get face broken or hidden bladed, and if you don't have a defy, it's gone.
Yeah, so. and it's likely to go wherever the punch first is going. That spell to remove as much. And of course, then Barczyk, we got to look at the economy, the resources that are available. One orange rune right now, of course, likely to draw into it. They are 6 and 6 on their rune profile, so guaranteed 1 off the top at least.
Oh, is that an attack? Okay.
It is.
We do have a Guardian Angel attached to the Azir Sovereign, and we're attacking for 9 might to 5 to 7 currently.
Discipline. Is this just so it's 5 up to 7? Is this just for a draw, hoping for an on guard? Oh,
there's a charm. Cannot be used mid-fight, of course.
Yeah.
So 9 to 7. That's it. We're breaking the Guardian Angel. We're breaking the units. We're breaking the Guardian Angel and the one recruit.
So that is one way of getting back from Vilemar's Lair, since it is not a move. A recall will just send to base.
The thing is, like, if you would have left the Azir Sovereign, he's gonna stuck there. Right?
Yeah,
but then you still have the problem of Trifarian Warcamp. Just like, how do you go through that? This is looking really grim for Barczyk, and let's see what he's gonna be able to figure it out. Because now a second hidden card is establishing control over Vilemar's Lair. And those hidden cards can be a guard, can be a facebreaker, can be a hidden blade. And I think that's all? Am I missing
Guards
something?
is even, as you said, is even difficult to play around now because it puts more might onto the battlefield.
And it has a weapon master.
Yeah,
so it can
it'll
also
bring
transfer one of the equipment.
Exactly. And okay, Lonely Paro, just looking for card draw at this point.
We have
it's
guards over here. It's kind of interesting because...
Okay, so is going to commit into this with a discipline.
So we have 4-4 in this
and
case.
that's the discipline is in response to guards, right? So we now have the chain with guards as the first spell being cast. Discipline in response. Once the draw before the resolution of guards.
It would be giving you a chance to defy, for example, to not be able to weapon master, as you can see. And in this case, it's a 5 versus 4, and Bartek is like not really happy about this.
It looks like a Clockwork Keeper, I think, came either at the beginning of the turn or later. Looks like a Lonely Paro as well. Not the cards you want in hand to be able to break that giant battlefield. Not that there are too many that even will. But Lonely Paro, of course, on the Death Knell, will get another, but we'll trade with something. I don't think we're quite at the damage and combat resolution step yet. I believe Squirtle may very well be thinking about any actions to take.
Well, and they can. There's no time limit in
Yes,
debate.
exactly.
Thinking about every small detail over here is going to be important. And also remember that the unit with the shield has tank.
So has to be assigned damage first. I think, yeah, just deciding whether there was anything before that resolution of combat damage to go through. Now, it's a second punch first. Can't play both in one turn.
Now let's see what is even the plan. Look, we still have a Trifarian War Camp, which is basically not under pressure for the entire game. So now we're attacking with 2 units. All that plan that Bartek had to build up his base to attack into Trifarian War Camp at some point is currently destroyed by this commitment over here.
Can you kind of death by 1,000 cuts with the charms to the other battlefield, or is this Eye of the Herald doing too much? Because every time it gets reset onto another unit and cascades, it's, oh, we'll just refill it at Trifarian War Camp. So every time you use a spell and resources, it's just getting refreshed. Oh, what a tough spot to be in for
And now
Bartek.
we have a Death Grip as well, and Bartek is thinking about using something in response. There's actually nothing in response that can be used, to my knowledge, there in the hand. Might be a bluff, you know?
Yeah. For some reason, I was looking at Charm as if it was a Defy, and it is not.
But one thing I can say is that Bartek is really drawing in pairs or in triplets.
Yeah, full houses.
Yeah, like
where he's
triple Poro.
Triple Paro.
Now we have
Charms
like
of Paros.
So how many 2-drops did he drew?
Quite a lot. A frustrating amount of Lonely Paros.
Yeah,
that type
then we
of
have
thing
Clockwork Keepers over here as well, then double Charm, double Punch first, double Discipline.
And it's not the side of the deck necessarily that Bartek would be looking for here. I do think this is a really tough spot anyway to be in.
Yeah, I agree.
The rest of the deck is not exactly proficient at dealing with one wide but like also tall battlefield of Trifarian War Camp. And again, this goes to battlefield selection of just how important. We've seen a couple of games today of how important battlefield selection ends up being.
This is a crazy match. Like, I'll be honest with you, on paper, I didn't think that this matchup might be that one-sided, but holy.
So you can't react to the Death Grip, of course, because Punch First is an action. So Death Grip will have to resolve first, and then Punch First will
We just
come
kind of
after.
sped run it.
Yeah, a little bit of a shortcut slash sequencing error, but I think both players understand the way that will go.
So now we're actually going 10 into a 5. And this is a huge commitment, because you're just trying to break the Vramos lair when we're still behind on points. So we got the card draw from the Stellar Conherder, but the Stellar Conherder is still going to be under pressure, because now we just have a 5 might unit in Vramos lair, while the opponent literally has a 5 might unit if it's equipped with the shield in base as well.
Clockwork Keeper in base. Is there any reason to do... Oh, Sabotage may change the decision-making in the sense of it'll give information, and then you can look at potentially using the 2 charms. But is this the turn to do it? Is this where it's a safer spot to break the Azir? Because you know your punch first has gone through on the Stellarchorn Herder. No, the answer is going to be Lonely Power developed.
And now look, this is maximum of +2 might on that Stellarchorn Herder. What Azir can do is attach the shield to one of the recruits or sand soldiers on the Trifarian War Camp and then transfer that token to the Azir Sovereign to attack the battlefield on the Valma's Lair and essentially never lose the Azir Sovereign because the tank is going to get the damage first.
Yeah, and a Brutalizer comes in as well, gets equipped onto Azir. Saw a Cull the Weak in hand as well. This board state not necessarily the best for it, but always going to be a good option to just reduce down the units that are available for Barczek. It's a Stellarchorn Herder.
It's a 7-2-5.
Yeah, it looked like the thought process was Azir dying, but no, of course the Brutalizer being attached this turn means it has the additional +2.
And that's Pedro at win condition.
Yeah.
6 points. He is reaching lethal at the start of the next turn, and Barczek is going to have to find a quick solution to at least one of those problems. But this is just delaying the inevitable.
Pays 1. Floats 1 in order to equip either Herald to a recruit. No, to a Sand Soldier. Brings it back to base. Setting up just units for the next turn. May Cull the Weak off the new recruit. We see that a lot in Victor. Doesn't have to, but it's, again, another option available should you want to thin the base, thin the units, keep Barczek on the back foot, and it feels like Squirtle is going to be in a good position going into potentially Barczek's last turn of the tournament. How good can it be? How good can the top deck be? 2 charms, a punch first.
An action.
An action a little late. If it could have cut into the Eye of the Heralds potentially earlier, maybe there was something to do about it. But it does feel like things are winding up in favor of Azir, in favor of Pedro. Sabotage thought about for a moment there.
At this stage, it's like not important what is in the hand of the opponent. It's
but
just
is
the
it
board
just to see within the game the inevitability? As you're saying, it is the board state, and there aren't too many options left from this situation. Sabotage comes out. Is the game done? Is that it? We know at home it is likely to be the case from what is in at least Barczek's hand. Pedro deciding whether he wants to even give that information. But it feels all but done. On guard used so that it can't be taken out of the hand. Cull the Weak gets taken out of Pedro's hand. No cards in hand. Pedro is hell-bent, but looks focused on potentially getting through to the semi-finals. Can Barczek turn this around?
Potentially, there's a 9 might attack going into Valma's Lair, but it does sound like a last-ditch effort. Now let's see what is going to be the play for Barczek.
And it won't be 9 might that stays on the battlefield either, though, because it is obviously throwing everything into this attack, throwing everything at that Azir. That's why the pump spell was used first, in order to make sure that you're trading against the units. So is it punch first on the Lonely Paro, potentially, when you go in for this? It's going to be a charm.
Charm to Trifarian War.
Yes, because can't charm to base.
But yes, that's true.
From Vile Moors.
That's true, but also it would actually make sense to move him to the Trifarian War Camp as well, because then he cannot move from base to the other battlefield and take the units with him.
That is very true. That is very true. It is on the attack trigger for the Azir, so looking to slow down for 1 more turn. And this is why we always say, play to your outs. Play to what is the one thing that can keep you from losing the game. Well, it's stopping Vile Moors being held at the beginning.
So we're moving the Azir Sovereign. Valma's Lair is now open.
Barczek is going to blow a kiss, charm the audience, and
that
Pedro
was a charming
advance, accepting defeat in the most charismatic of ways. That was great.
That was fantastic. Love it. Loved it. Congrats to Pedro on advancing to the top 4.
big congratulations going through to the semifinals for Pedro as Barczak accepts his defeat. I think it may all have been done from the sabotage, seeing, yeah, okay, I realize you only have 2 cards in hand. Blow a kiss to the audience. And Barczak. We'll talk about Pedro in a second. We'll obviously have more on their journey through the top 4 now. Let's focus on Barczak, playing a deck that some people were expecting to do well coming into the event on the Master Yi. Top 8 performance. Getting 1 game away from the top 4 as well. Fantastic performance for a player that is sure to make their name for themselves and be remembered for that kiss to the camera.
For sure. And he's a seasoned veteran of TCGs already.
Yes, exactly.
So hopefully we're going to be seeing him now more often in Riftbound as well. I feel like he has to be motivated after this performance in this tournament. So really awesome to see another as well Polish player. There's my little bias is coming out of here, right? But I'm really happy to see the Polish community perform so consistently at the regionals so far. So that is music to my ears. And also, it's awesome to see how many different legends are coming into the top 8 regionals. And as you said, with a deck that many not expected to be performing, but at the same time, I think it was a deck that could have been, you know, under the radar a little bit when it comes to the mid-range.
This was a really interesting series, looking at 2 decks that on paper have similar cards but play in very different playstyles. You know, we're talking about how it's Sand Soldiers are a lot of the focus of the game, and whether you're holding or whether you are on the aggressive front. Well, that sounds like a big audience. I hope you can hear that on stream. That makes me happy for the rest of the day. Yes, the difference between being on the aggressive front or being on the defensive, and that is the key. We talked about it coming into game 1. Having the side selection, having the choice of whether you're going first or second, really key coming out of Swiss as the top-ranked player, as the person that will be choosing it throughout the entire event. Pedro is in a great position to make sure that Azir has those good turn 1 plays, is able to keep the pressure on, and we'll see how that kind of matches up against the other decks that we're likely to see in the top 4.
Yeah, it's actually very impactful if you're able to choose if you're going first or second because of their Swiss positions, and also it affects the battlefields. Like it really changes the entire dynamic, because when you're building your deck, you're just going like neutral battlefield game 1. Then if I lose, I'm going first. I'm choosing a specific battlefield when I'm going first, and then it's a specific battlefield when I'm going second. This dynamic can be completely shifted and will change the way that you're perceiving matchups as well, which is very important.
Yeah, very, very important. And you know, as said, we'll see more from Pedro through the semi-final rounds. We will shortly get you an update at some point on the other matches in the top 8. For now, though, we are ready to hear from Amy with one of our players.
Welcome back, everybody. My name's Amy. I'm here with Pedro, who was the winner of our feature match with Azir. How are we feeling going further into the tournament?
I'm feeling good. I'm going first seed, so being on the play with Azir helps a lot.
Absolutely.
So I'm confident.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. Were you confident coming into the event with Azir? Did you think you were going to be in this seat right now?
I mean, yes, I was confident with Azir, but I didn't thought I would be here. So it's a nice surprise.
Honestly, that is the best thing that we could possibly hear. What was your consideration? Why did you bring Azir to this event today?
Well, I used to play Azir, and one of the worst matchups was Miracle and Draven in range. Yeah. And with Fight or Flight gone, I could fight Draven, which was a no-go. And my other option was Rek'Sai. I found some problems late in the testing, so I moved to what I knew, that was Azir.
Oh, amazing.
So here I am.
Were there any matchups that you were like, I really don't want to see that throughout the event?
Not really. I mean, Draven is still bad, but not as unwinnable as it was before. So it's okay if I see a Draven.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Have you got any shout-outs to anyone who helped you get here?
Yes, I want to thank, first of all, my team.
Yes.
Italian, that we have come together. They are cheering for me there. And then to my family and my girlfriend, Gabi, that I know they are looking to they don't know the game, but they are supporting me.
That's the best when everyone supports you regardless. Even if they don't get it, they can pretend. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to let you get a rest before your next game because you've got a lot to play for, my friends. So we're going to head back to the studio. We'll catch up with Pedro later.
Always good to hear from our winners from Pedro. And yeah, I shouted out Challenger earlier. Shout out to my Stellian Games as well. I see you on Twitter. I see you posting and getting the teams. We need more teams in Riftbound. I'm looking forward to seeing more teams.
You seem to be adamant about that.
I mean, we both come from team backgrounds in League of Legends. I worked at Mad Lions and Splice. You worked at G2 and you know, many other teams across your time in esports. So it's natural for me to say, hey, practicing is great together. Practicing, getting that, you know, we call it scrims in esports, but
I feel like Riftbound players also call it scrims.
Cool. We can call it scrims. We can do that. And you know what else we can do? We can show you a highlight of our second feature match from the round of 8. I believe this is the Prismaticism matchup that we were going to look at originally with the Annie. So we are going to fly through this very quickly, just looking at top moments from the game. Prismaticism here at 6 points already. In order to try and take the battlefield. Haven't done this one before, but we are going to just show.
Oh my god, it's going to be so hard to actually establish what's happening. Especially against Irelia. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, Prismaticism at this point up to 7 points. Alex Chan's looking to break that game point here in the first game of the series.
A cleave goes up to 3 on the Salt, negates the -2 from the dance. This is where the feature with the might actually comes in very handy.
It really does. We get to see everything, and there's some real play-by-play to happen. Rebuke comes back onto the Forerunner in order to try and hold this seat of power.
3 energy being used for what? There's the Rengar. Kitty goes in, +5, 10 to 10.
Plus another 1 is another cleave comes out, and that's is game 1 going over to Prismaticism. So a key end to the game from that as Alex Chan's now looking in game 2 to turn things back around. But Prismaticism had quite a quick start on this, getting to 2 points, obviously with the early drops. 6 points apiece we jump to with a big old board for Prismaticism, a lot of units.
They spawned like it's a minion wave.
I know, it's nothing, and then we jump forward to an entire board state. And from here, we know Irelia obviously has a lot of presence. There is a Vex active here, so important to note the spells from Annie during those showdowns will, of course, be more costly. But
so
the Rengar
why is it a showdown? Because it was a right to win, or what happened here?
Not on the Vex, but yeah, it's. I was just mentioning that there is a Vex hidden under the Irelia, so we would have to keep an eye on.
Oh wait, it's on the Warren's showdown. No,
yes,
sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
Exactly. No, that's that was me confusing things with the Vex. So this was a key moment in the game in order to hold through.
So 2 to 5 in the might department. Now we're gonna see Prismat again, probably with the cleave. Yeah, we're going 5 to 5. Remember, the boss state is 6 to 6 points. So this is like already establishing potential lethals.
Gonna win the best of cleave for this event. Is that 3 Rek'Sais in the trash?
It looks like it.
So this has been quite a long slog of a game. Although the timer says 25 minutes, so I'm guessing it isn't that bad. This has just been a very fast-paced game.
I mean, it is an Annie that is designed to be like a pretty aggressive deck.
Trying to look for as much information on the board state as possible. Irelia has 1 million cards in hand, as always, and a lot of runes up. So we jump through a lot of units now stacked onto that Zorn Warrens. Irelia trying to break it. Now Vex is in the showdown. So 16 might to 20. So Alex Trans only has to overcome just a little bit more of the might. But what does Annie have in hand?
Now remember, this hidden card will be costing you 1 energy and 1 power as well.
Oh,
because
that's
Vex
key.
is going to be in combat.
And a Rebuke, which is in hand from Alex Trans, is going to cost less. A Discipline only for 1 is already disgusting.
Yeah,
that already
crazy.
feels great. Draw a card, get +2. In fact, +3 because it's on the Irelia.
We're going 20 to 19 over here.
Yeah, and there's a Rebuke and a not so far. Not so fast for any
cards.
interaction.
Okay.
There is the Rebuke.
For 1 energy and 1 power, another disgusting card.
Turns out this card's even better when it gets shortcut into So only one card in hand by the looks of things for Prismaticism. Will be forced to pay for a switcheroo. That is a huge thing, but we know there's a not so fast in hand and you do have to target. So if you pay the deflect and then end up getting not so fasted for 1-1, that is brutal.
And he's saving the purple while paying for the deflect with the red, which kind of might signal a rebuke as well.
Another, yeah, exactly, a rebuke coming.
Although with Vex,
hard
you can't
bargain.
really even play.
Hard bargain for 3 is the other thing. Means that Alex Trans cannot pay for the not so fast. So that Irelia is going to end up turning the damage back around.
We had to pay also a power and the energy as well for because of Vex.
Yeah, which I believe was paid with the extra floating and then 1 recycled. So the Irelia, all of that might is going to go over to, it looks like the target was, I think it might be a merchant on the bottom or a treasure herder, whichever is the 2-drop that's underneath.
26 to 9. That flipped
that is
really quickly.
Swing. That is a big swing of might and a key moment in this game, because if this goes through, Prismaticism would be taking control. That is going to be the 1 cost rebuke to get rid of all of the might that got transferred over. The math needs to be done still. And that is a handshake as Prismaticism goes from top 8 to top 4 on the Annie and advances to the semifinals.
That was the quickest game of Riftbound I have ever seen.
Yeah, that was lightning fast. But we wanted to make sure we brought you the action from
that was
our
literally
2 feature matches.
An action.
You got just the action.
That is
Nothing
the one
else.
time when you can do play-by-play, as you said.
Yeah, which, to be fair, requires quite a lot of scanning and knowledge on the board state. I'm like, immediately recognize the information on the game. But you know who can give some information to us? Barcode can give us something to talk about.
Special one because we've seen him before flash here again, and now with a medal card. I mean, you told us how much you love Timo, and it turns out that it was pretty good for you.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Well, it was very hard. To be fair, I was quite lucky a few times, like I have to admit it. I was quite lucky, but I'm very, very happy. I played well my games, played very, very, very well some of them. And as I said, I couldn't get to day 2, and it seems like it has still been enough, so I'm very happy about it.
But there is still a victory, because of course having this best of medal for Timo is very, very cool. So what are you gonna do with the legend? Are you still gonna play it?
That's a very good question. Like I'm thinking about it for a while now. Like, do I want to stick with Timo because I have a lot of fun with it, or do I want to play something a bit better? I don't know. I'm a big fan of Katarina in League of Legends, and she's coming red, so that's not my colors. So I don't know. I'm in a big dilemma at the moment. I still need to think about it.
Because I've seen that a lot of times. You're like, do I still play Timo? Do I want to play something which is more meta or anything? But still, you always play this legend because it looks like it brings you a lot of joy. So maybe you should just stick to it, basically.
Yeah, maybe that's the conclusion I'm going to take at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. But in general, what does it mean to you to have this medal card? Because you are literally the best player in the room. Do you even realize it?
I don't think I can realize it right now. Like as I said, I feel very lucky. Like from some of my game, like they were so close and it just came out so well for me. Like I'm very, very happy for the moment, and I think I'll need to like rest a bit to think more
rest
about
a bit
it.
and just chill a bit more. So what's the next step for you? Are you going to play another tournament real soon?
Well, I want to do as many regionals as I can, but I think Utrecht come at the wrong time for me, so I might not be able to do it. I still don't know, but I'll do as many as I can for sure. Like this is just so fun, to be fair.
I totally agree with you. I think this is the right mindset, and maybe you will get another medal card at the next tournament. At least we wish that for you. That being said, we are going to get back some more content. Back to you guys.
Welcome back, everyone. RQ Lille, top 4. I am Blevins, joined by Amy, and wow, that was a crazy top 8. Azir we saw win. We just saw Prismat on Annie make it, and neither of those two were either Draven or Aurelia.
No, in fact, those decks are starting to become a little bit thinner as we move into our top 4 here at the regional qualifier in Lille. I could not be more excited to see which decks are going to prevail and to get into some exciting gameplay to boot very, very soon.
Yeah, it is. It's been the talk of the tournament since we started what feels like only a few hours ago, but it was actually a whole day ago at this tournament with almost 2,000 players. Yeah, this is the top 4.
A day.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Almost 2,000 players in this event, and we have narrowed it down to 4. We see Prismat, who has, by the way, top 8'd 3 of the last 4 regional qualifiers.
That's a lot.
That's a lot, yeah.
That's a lot. When you think of the amount of players between 3 regional qualifiers added up together, that's how many people they're better than.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry about it. Yeah, this is their second medal card. I believe they got the best of Draven in Bologna, and they got best of Annie here today, which is really great. So,
very cool. Very cool.
Kudos to them. But we've also seen this Azir deck, Pedro, play it at the absolute pinnacle of what it can be played as. I mean, we saw it throughout the Swiss here. We saw it in that last round as well, taking down Barchek, who played that Master Yi very well, but Azir was able to take it down.
I'm sad to see a Master Yi get knocked out, but I'm just pleased they were here for the ride. And we do have another in top 8. We did have another in top 8, I should say. And honestly, I'm just so pleased that we were able to see that diversity and how the deck runs now, because it hasn't kind of been in favor for a long time. It seems to have just sprung back at us all of a sudden. And I feel like any deck can do that.
Right. I feel like there's some secret Yi enjoyers that have been out there. I interviewed Sean earlier on, who won a feature match earlier on in the day, and they've been on Yi the whole time. But yeah, for the most part, I think the general consensus has been, oh yeah, remember that Origins deck back in the day?
I remember
we ran Master Yi, and there were Poros that for some reason, Kaisa, there were Poros that for some reason had 5 might and were 2 drops. But yeah, those were the days. But no, we're playing a different version. We're playing that. The Stellacorn Herder makes me shake in fear when I hear that name. Just how many cards, if you shake too hard, the cards fall out of your hand and you don't care because there's so many for the Stellacorn Herder.
It's interesting when we compare how only 2 sets of Riftbound have come out so far, but we've had entirely different feeling events all the way from Origin all the way down to here in Lille right now, and those decks have come a long way, with some staying pretty consistent in what they have been trying to achieve and what they have achieved, like Kaisa, who's always been somewhere around the top, whether people are considering her to be best deck in format or whether people are just bringing her to tournaments and still doing well. We still have seen Kaisa in the tippity top almost this entire time, but then we've got some that have fluctuated in and out. Draven, you know, was incredibly strong at the beginning of Spirit Forge. Now we've got, like you've been saying, this kind of 2.5 meta where we have that extra chance to go back and revise decks with this new ban list. It's an interesting paradigm.
Right, for sure. I mean, we saw the addition by subtraction. We subtracted some cards with the ban list. We are adding other decks that are playable, but that doesn't mean that Draven, just because Draven is not the absolute S-tier unbeatable deck, doesn't mean that it's not still
good,
a perfectly fine deck to play. And it also doesn't need to be an absolute defined best unbeatable deck. I think people have that expectation from other games and from other metas potentially. That's just not been the case in this meta. It's really not been the case too much. I think maybe you can make some arguments in some metas, but for the most part, it's not been the case in Riftbound. It's certainly not the case here at this regional qualifier, where we are seeing a ton of diversity and a lot of new decks coming up in this event.
Honestly, so pleased as well. It's one of the reasons that I really love Riftbound, and one of the reasons that I have, you know, quite so avidly been a fan from the beginning was because actually this game has so much more to give. I feel like I can play what I want. I'm not being stripped of my choices because a card is bad. Like, you can make anything work if you try, and even if you're not going to win the tournament, you can go for that best of. As long as you dedicate yourself to your chosen champion and legend, then you know you're gonna come out on top eventually.
Right. So what I'm hearing is I can make Lucian Aurora work. That's what I'm hearing.
No, I know. I said you could make Lucian work.
Lucian Aurora can work.
No,
Confirmed here. We heard it here first, folks. Lucian Aurora has been confirmed. It's going to work and has to work.
I said chosen champion and legend. Dazzling Aurora is not one of those cards.
Okay, well, I'm still going to try to make it work at least one time, maybe. I'm at least maybe going to make it work, try to. Anyway, we don't need to worry about that because there is no Lucian in the top 8. Unfortunately, no Dazzling Aurora in the top 8 either, but there is an Annie, there is an Azir, and there's 2 other decks that we're not quite sure of yet here, but we are diligently and patiently waiting for the players to get ready as we get into our top 4. And
it'll be worth the wait.
Yeah,
we're almost there.
We're almost there. We can just patiently wait for that to happen. But no, it is going to be coming here soon. And again, we are already seeing 2 decks in the top 4 that we did not see either of in. I'm just going back in my mental catalog here. Don't think we saw any in Bologna or in Vegas. No Azir.
No.
Sure, no Azir.
No.
And I don't believe that there was an Annie in Vegas or Bologna, if I recall correctly. So
It definitely wasn't in Bologna,
You're right.
but I'm not sure about Vegas because my memory is poor.
I know that the top 4 of Vegas was Draven. So at the very least, there was definitely not one in the top 4. Neither of those are in the top 4 of Vegas. For sure. We're seeing that here, the addition of new decks by the subtraction of cards from the ban list here. And it really is interesting because Azir is a deck that I think really, really very focusedly and overtly benefits from the lack of fight or flight. Being able to fight or flight a Sand Soldier or any unit back when it has 3 or 4 equipment on it is worse than killing it in almost every scenario where you're just stranding it back there. Now, a lot of the answers are still fine if that unit dies, you're still able to use those equipment. But Azir, really good now. We obviously have seen Annie. We're going to be seeing more Annie and Azir here in just a bit. But before that, let's toss it over to Barcode.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, indeed, I'm in front of the crowd and I can tell you something. The atmosphere is special. There is something in the air. We are close to the ending of this journey and we will soon know who will get crowned. This is something absolutely incredible. Think about it. Such a tournament, 2 days of competition, and it will all revolve around those 2 last rounds. Who will get the title? Who will get crowned? We shall know that very soon. But for now, let's get some more content.
Thank you, Barcode. Though I don't know what the content is here. I'm just here we go. We've got Amy here as well for the content. Yes, we are absolutely just brimming with anticipation for this top 4 because, like I said, you know, if we're coming from Vegas, if we're coming from Bologna, it was Draven time, which is not the case in this event. And actually, we get a little bit of a peek of what the bracket looks like. So let's take a look at what we've got here. Here's our top 8 and our top 4. We've got Pedro, we saw on Azir, and Annie in the top. And there it is, your Master Yi versus Draven on the bottom.
Irelia has been stripped of the potential title of Grand Finalist. You're hearing it here first. Irelia is out for the count. Our top 4 decks are Azir, Annie, Draven, and Master Yi. Glad to see not only a variety of decks, but entirely different builds, and we're going different colors into different colors on both sides of the bracket. Will those ferocious purple-red decks be able to be taken down, or are we going to see that Annie Draven finals instead?
Oh, I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of every Riftbound regional event in English and in China.
Why not?
Because I'm old and my brain doesn't work as good as it used to. However, I do think this may be the first time that we've ever had 4 different decks in the top 4.
You know what?
I don't specifically remember it ever happening before this.
I mean, it's definitely the case for Europe.
Yes.
We can say that.
We can definitely say that.
We can say that. We're going to stick with it. That's going to be our final answer.
I think it may actually be the first time that this has ever happened at an event of this level. But regardless, we are here. We can see the players sitting down, getting ready to play. Pedro on the left with Azir. Prismaticism on the right with the Annie. And
here we are, looking at that Azir deck list one more time. We've seen them before, but we're seeing it again. It was a fantastic list that we've seen work to perfection. It's all about timing, it's all about those gear, and it's all about managing resources, not units.
Now, I think we've certainly had enough time for production to make that sand counter at this point, right?
Yeah, come on, guys.
I know, it's not a real thing. Anyway, we've got Prismat's Annie deck here. We see the Rek'Sai, we see the Rengar. I mean, cards that we haven't necessarily seen. We certainly have not seen in the limelight, but they work so well with Annie being such a hyper-aggressive deck, and Rengar working particularly good with Annie because you can effectively play it for 1 energy and 1 power if you're able to use that extra energy on your turn and ready those runes with Annie. So very, very strong deck. Looks reminiscent, of course, of the mid-range Draven, but with a lot of additional and different tools that people are just not ready for because it's Annie.
Bringing the unexpected can be such a powerful utilization in this game, and we're absolutely seeing that right now.
Absolutely. I mean, it is running so many 2-drops. It's running the Noxus Hopefuls. It's, of course, got stacked deck, Rebukes. I mean, it has all of that interaction that you would expect to see in a Chaos Fury deck, but it also has, you know, I think the number of times that I saw in scrims and in testing Prismat play that Rengar, and people are like, oh yeah, that's right. There's just a +5 that can come out of nowhere. I forgot about that. I know that now, but I have to imagine that that just gave many, many wins that people just weren't expecting because, okay, I can play around a +3 and a +2 or +. I'm not playing around +5 that also has a body there. It's just such a good card. Also, don't bother rebuking the Rengar because it will come right back down.
Rengar pouncing is quite right.
Absolutely.
The name is very apt. When you are unprepared, it will pounce. And unfortunately, that clearly has happened a lot in this event, and we saw it earlier today, and I'm sure we might get a chance to see it again.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw it in the little clips. We saw it in the little clips right before this, the clips of Prismat's game where setting up these combats where they have a lot of energy up, and usually that's Aurelia's game plan, to have a lot of energy up and have these combat tricks. And he's like, no, I've got a bunch as well. I've got Longsword, I've got Hard Bargain, I've got Rengar, I've got all of these cards that are just so good and are able to be played in combat in a deck that's not usually doing a lot of combat manipulation like that. Not anymore. It used to have Fighter Flights. It does have Rebuke, but it's not the same, right? You're not expecting that angle of attack like Rengar and like Cleave can, because that kind of fell out of favor a lot.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. These unforgotten cards gone by that actually are still really powerful. And, you know, in this instance, this Annie aggro deck isn't going to have the surprise element as much as we've known before, because obviously Pedro is going to know what's in this deck this time round. So actually they do have that opportunity to look at the deck lists. So they are going to know what could come up, but it's all well and good seeing something written on a page, but do you remember what it does? Because I don't know about you guys, but I have a poor memory, and I do not remember the differences between the different Rengar. cards.
Right.
Like, I wouldn't know off the top of my head if I was reading it just on a piece of paper, because it had been that long. Before this event, before I was like, oh my gosh, look at this Annie list, wowza.
Right.
I didn't remember what it did. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. Well, no, and it really hasn't seen a lot of play, even though
No.
the Spearforged card has not seen a ton of play. I think a lot of people have looked at it and considered it, and it is a really cool card. We did see it played a little bit in China, but honestly, not much outside of that. And it's not necessarily hitting the breakpoints or is efficient enough to be played in a lot of decks. But Annie, it makes so much sense. You can spend your energy on your turn. As long as you have one left up, you'll ready 2 runes, and that's 3. Rengar's a reaction. You can play it on your opponent's turn, and you're effectively gaining that extra 2 energy, and you can actually put it into stats that impact the board. That is really, really strong.
As if Annie didn't need another excuse to be more aggressive with their play style, and here we are giving them another good reason to be. And I'm honestly pleasantly surprised by this deck list, but I'm also surprised. I'm surprised I haven't seen this before. I'm surprised this took me by surprise.
Right.
And I'm happy about it. I gotta say, I'm really excited to see how this matchup plays out, because I haven't seen this Annie before now.
Right.
I haven't seen how it might interact with Seer.
Yeah.
Is it aggressive enough to deal with that many units? Because although we have lots of aggression, we have lots of ways to defeat, we're equally going up against a potentially lot of Sand Soldiers, which have adaptable stats.
Right. Yeah, and certainly this is a matchup that if I didn't know Prismat personally and didn't know just how extensive their testing can be, I would say probably both of these players have not played against their respective matchups very much. However, I do know Prismat, and I do know how extensive their testing is. I would almost guarantee that they have reps into Azir. Now, was it a player of Pedro's caliber playing Azir? Was it their build? I mean, almost impossible to say. So they do get to see the list, like you said. It's one thing seeing it on a piece of paper. It's another thing seeing it in the hands of a top 4 level competitor. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to their fundamentals. It's going to come down to what preparation they've had. Obviously, both of these players have played absolutely spectacularly so far. They've both got best of medal cards that they can take home regardless, but they want to win. I know Prismat. I've known Prismat for a long time across many games. Prismat does not care about consolation prizes. Prismat was bummed when they were handed the best of Draven. I know this for a fact. We were talking about it backstage. They were bummed when they were handed the best of Draven because they had just lost in the top 8. This means everything to both of these players as we are getting into our top 4. Prismaticism on the Annie, Pedro on the Azir.
They're just having a last little look at those lists. An important time for both of them. From trying to remember what counts are in each other's decks so that they can play around them. And this is another skill in and of itself that we don't get a lot of time to practice quite often.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, you don't really have to prep open deck list a lot, because unless you're top 8ing in RQ or above, you're probably not playing open deck list. However, it is a very important thing to do when you are at that point. But we're jumping on into game number 1. Hall of Legends on the side of Pedro, the Seat of Power over for Annie. Now, we saw Seat of Power actually on the side of both players, so this is one that is certainly going to benefit Pedro as well.
Let's see if we get set up in the way that we want. Going for those mulligans, incredibly important to mulligan if you don't have the ideal start. We can mulligan up to 2 cards. And yep, well, Azir doing what Azir does best. We've made a gear and a Sand Soldier on your first turn. I say that's pretty good.
Yep, that's the way you want to do it for sure. Get those Sand Soldiers ready to roll. And of course, being able to get that initial tempo going, get that might on the board, get those battlefields conquered where you need, especially with the Seat of Power, because if you're able to start conquering faster, you're going to be able to draw those extra cards. This is a, this has certainly been a reveal party for Seed of Power. I don't know if I saw the card played very much at all before this event, but with the opening up of battlefields, we've seen such a diversity.
And honestly, I'm all for it. I don't know about you, but I'm so pleased that we've been able to see diversity in the battlefields that everyone's choosing. And obviously, there are a lot more out there than I think a lot of people give them credit for. There's a lot that kind of, they have this reputation for being good and or bad, but actually, I think that a lot more have kind of potential, more potential than we think.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's certainly ones that I think we're still, as a community, really figuring out the formula for how to utilize battlefields best. There's a lot that are definitely more playable than we think, but it's also, how are we actually choosing to use these battlefields? Do we have one that we always lead on? Do we have one that we use when we go first? Do we have one that we use when we go second? That was sort of my basic playbook for how I started to understand choosing battlefields. But I think that it even goes matchup to matchup. Like, this is my lead against this deck. This is my going first if XYZ has happened. So I think there is a lot. There's a absolutely massive amount that can go into battlefield choice, and really we're just beginning to scratch the surface of it.
Absolutely, you're absolutely correct. That is the be-all and end-all, really, is that battlefields are strong, but are they going to benefit our opponent too much? In this instance, both battlefields are good for both players, so I'd say that's pretty even. Our stack deck choice has been made, and we've been able to once again cherry pick a Noxus Hopeful, and we get that nice Legion effect, so it only costs 2.
Yeah, one of the best starts that you can have as Annie, that stack deck, as a 1-cost card. Of course, that Noxus Hopeful being the most amount of might that you can get for 2 energy for the most part, at least out of a single card right now. So you really want to have that to be able to contest what Azir is going to be doing here.
We got another gear. We got another Sand Soldier. Azir doing what Azir does best. And now we're going to be looking at whether it's worthwhile dipping our toe into the Hall of Legends, which it is. You can actually, when you conquer there, you can pay 1 to ready the legend, and then you can jump back out if you want to be safe. Which is, I really like that effect for Pedro here, so it feels pretty strong.
Yeah, if you're able to actually have the energy for it, you can make 2 Sand Soldiers on a turn if you've played a gear there, but obviously did not have the energy to do it in this case. But now Prismat going to see, are they going to go for that open battlefield, or are they going to try to contest? Nope, just going to take the Seed of Power there, go for that first point, and take it from there.
Gotta try and keep toe in toe. The pressure is on. Kai'Sa's coming in. Is she accelerated? Yeah. Oh, no, no, just being played.
She's not accelerated,
no,
just played to the battlefield. Yeah.
Yeah, in with that Noxus Hopeful.
These are the types of things where, if I picked up this deck and just played it without talking or testing, the chances I make that play are near 0. And maybe that's a reflection of me, but my brain does not function in the way that I'm thinking, oh, I want to play this defensive Kai'Sa on a battlefield without accelerating it and not drawing a card. That is just practice and knowing the matchup, knowing the deck at such a level, and that's what Prismaticism's doing here.
Prismaticism has been through every single scenario, and you can tell this is top level play. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing into Pedro's deck, and they're making this big defensive wall on this one battlefield for hopefully some consistent hold points.
Absolutely looking to take it down here, wanting to protect that Seed of Power. You don't want Azir to be drawing a bunch of cards. That is really not a place you want to be in.
Whoa!
Oh, the aggressive hold Annie deck. Is this the world that we're living in right now? It looks like it might just be, as the Ferris Forerunner comes down and is really defending that Seed of Power, or at least allowing the Kai'Sa to potentially back out here.
14 currently on that Seat of Power. They want that seat. That's their seat.
This is where I'm sitting.
No one else will take it from me. My first Forerunner Kai'Sa and Noxus Hopeful say so. And for at least now, everyone is staying in there, making sure that we're building that right up. No Sand Soldiers are going to be able to touch that in a while.
Yep, and Prismat really just deciding whether or not they want to move the Kaisa. They say, no, we're going to ready the 2 runes there and pass it back over to Pedro, who is got a nice little Sand Soldier army down there. 3 equipment in play, a lot of energy as well, and 3 points to boot.
And here we go. We're starting the fray. First Sand Soldier goes to challenge that seat of power. Going to just trade with the Kaisa. Obviously, the BF sword goes back into base. We get to keep that around. And that's the nice thing about these Sand Soldiers is that they're expendable. You can just throw them into a situation to allow yourself to soften up the aggression from your opponent.
Absolutely. You're able to, you know, especially when you can cascade these equipment, that really gets to be a strong play. And there we go, Desert's Call. That's not 1, but 2 more Sand Soldiers coming in with Blade Master if you so choose.
Ring, ring, who's there? Desert's calling.
And Prismat is trying to put them on hold, but unfortunately not something that they're able to do. Just allowing those Sand Soldiers to come into play in the back line and pick up a piece of equipment if they so desire.
And adding another one into Hall of Legends. Just adding extras in there. Kind of feels like they've both gone, no, I want this one, I want this one. They're sharing right now, which isn't really what we do in Riftbound. We don't share the battlefield. So at some point, we're going to have to start making some aggressive plays. Who will be the aggressor? You naturally would think Annie. So we have hidden a card there for Pedro.
Yeah, this is the really funny thing that could happen when in high level where, you know, both players are trying to jockey for position. They're trying to not overcommit, and the game really slows down for both players where, oh, I don't really want to conquer. I'm giving my opponent enough credit here to not to have an answer. So I'm just gonna set up here. I'm gonna hold. Pedro says this is fine. I'm technically ahead on point tempo right now. If we just keep passing the turn, I'm gonna win before you are. So you need to do something first.
Exactly. You're forcing your opponent's hand. You've got to at some point. There has to be more than this. You can't just carry on with this pace of us sharing these battlefields. But for now, we're going to continue building that wall. Kaiser's in base and booting it back over to Pedro.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both players really just, okay, how much might can I get into play without spending any power? How many resources can I develop to have at my disposal when the ultimate turn happens that we need to make that first move?
It's going to be an explosive showdown.
It's going to be a crazy, it's almost certainly going to be an absolutely crazy turn when that happens because, you know, both players, I think, see the writing on the wall. We're going to keep passing. No player sees a good opportunity necessarily. Maybe I speak too soon. A Sand Soldier is going in. That is an on guard as well.
Okay.
To try to get some material off of the board of Prismat.
Is this just an attempt at softening up that battlefield again, or are we going all the way? That's what Prismaticism is going to be thinking about in whether they try any tricks to keep all of their units around, or whether they just kind of let the Azir just soften this up a little bit with the Sand Soldier. But it looks like we're considering jumping back at that Defy. Is it worth the resources? That begs the question.
Yeah, it's really, what is your end game plan here? What are you trying to do here? We do see a flash on the side of Prismat. They may want to get their non-Forerunner units out of harm's way, trade the first half of Forerunner for a Sand Soldier, get the 2 mechs, go from there. Or, you know, they may just say, okay, let this happen. You know, let Pedro take out a couple of these units and then see what happens from there. But it looks like we may be committing a card here.
We're 7 to 12 power currently on Seat of Power. The pressure is intense.
Yeah, The might trackers are amazing, but only if you look at the right one. I was looking at the Hall of Legends, so actually, yes, this flash potentially could just be getting 2 units out and just throwing away, not even killing a Sand Soldier, which is going to cause a Conquer point up to 5, which is going to draw a card from the Seat of Power. So these are all things that are being considered right now by Prismat, and the implications of any one of these plays needs to be thought of.
That's the problem. The damage is too much, so actually it does then become a problem. So we are going to go for the flash, seeing if Pedro has an answer, or whether, yeah, we're going to bring the Nox as hopeful.
Okay, looks like chose to flash just the hopeful.
We're going to on guard again just to take out both, but we will get the 2 mech tokens.
Yep.
And Pedro goes up to 5 points from the Conquer.
Yeah, that is a Conquer. That's going to be a draw from the Seat of Power. But now we do have quite a bit of might in the backline for Prismat here. So they're going to be able to put forth at least somewhat of an attack. We'll see what they're able to do.
Pedro managing to poke through all of those huge units just using a single Sand Soldier is incredibly impressive. Going for another Desert's Call here. We've got so many guys on that speed dial. Just getting another couple of Sand Soldiers in on this. 1 in base and 1 there at the Seat of Power. Doesn't really want to allow Prismaticism to take that back with ease. So at least going to present a bit of a tussle by allowing some Sand Soldiers to remain on there. Currently at what, 3, 6, is at 9 power on there at the moment. We're moving a gear across, going to bump that up even more, trying to keep it kind of level on both of the battlefields here, which begs the question kind of which one does Prismaticism start to try to buckle first?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be tough. And one key difference here between Draven and Annie is that Azir is able to make these combats happen. And even if they happen to lose a combat, lose a Sand Soldier, they're at least not feeding a card over to the Annie. But we are, of course, seeing Prismat with only a few cards in hand, even though they've won a few combats here. They're going to have to try to make something happen, as there is a lot of might on the side of the Azir.
Not only is there a lot of might, there's gear, physical units. The bodies on the board right now are in the troves. They truly have made a Sand Soldier army to present against the aggression that an Annie deck presents. And now Prismaticism is in a position where they're going to have to split their units potentially, because their deck doesn't have a lot of versatility when it comes to kind of being able to gank or being able to move from battlefield to battlefield. So we might have to chip away at these separately. And then there's those pesky hidden cards. And obviously they've seen the deck list. They probably know what's coming, but it's also just sometimes a bit of a mind game.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is that they can be at least, it could be Hidden Blade, it could also be guards. This is also a hidden card, and yes, again, does have the exclamation mark in the text, so I am legally obliged to yell it like that. It's just the rules.
It's true. We checked while we were backstage.
Yeah,
so,
we checked with the legal team, and they said the police were on their way if I didn't scream it, so sorry, folks. Has to happen.
So it's just about whether he can dismantle this board. There's a lot of thinking going on, and honestly, I respect it, because this is crunch time. These are the moments that really matter, and this is what sets our players apart from everyone else. They are just anticipating every possible scenario. They're going through it. They're running through the stats in their head. They're doing the math on this board. We have little trackers. They don't. They got to do it in their heads. I'd be looking at this going, where do I even start?
Right. Well, Prismat says I am going to start with an Annie from the Chosen Champ Zone and into a stacked deck.
Annie's stubborn. She's a familiar face. And not one that we love to see, to be honest, because she can be rather a big nuisance.
Yeah, she's going to be able to get a stacked deck back. Imagine We did cast the stack deck. Not sure what was off of the top. Maybe a cleave. Looks like it was a cleave.
Yeah, looks like it.
So
that's going to help.
Yeah, we've got a Rengar and a cleave. That is threatening up to 8 here. Now, how does that change the math? Because it's not just 8 coming in at once. It can be staggered. It can be across multiple battlefields. It can be across multiple combats potentially. So really Prismat is figuring out what is the best way to make it as awkward as possible for Pedro to do these blocks here.
Right, we're cleaving on our mechs, and we're going to just poke away at that Seat of Power to begin with. See if Pedro has any reactions. See if we're going to play that hidden card, and it's...
Okay, it's Hidden Blade on their own unit here.
Ooh, okay, we saw that before. We've seen it in combat before. We've seen it again. It's a great utilization of being able to take out your own unit so you can draw some cards, and that's just going to help in these combat situations. Prismaticism has managed to just take that board down a tick by poking in with the mechs, and Pedro was like, yep, that's kind of what I wanted actually. I want to draw some more cards and further my advancement of this game that way instead. And now Prismaticism is having a little poke there at Hall of Legends, which I imagine is going to have a bit more pushback.
Yeah, it might, but also Pedro can just say okay at this point.
Yeah.
Prismat is not threatening to win if they can cause some favorable trades. I think Pedro might just be fine with it, even if they, you know, are able to use a hidden card. Yeah, Pedro says just that, says, yeah, let's just let this happen.
Now, Kaiser, you can go on in next. Everyone's forming an orderly line to go and have a look in the Hall of Legends.
Yep. And there it is. Guards!
And there they are. Here they come. We're going to, Weapons Master, equip.
Yes.
BF Sword.
Indeed.
As well.
That is big, and it looks like I am imagining that was just looking at the top cards of the deck to see what they were going to draw, but that is going to be it. Game number 1 going to Pedro with Azir.
Azir showing that numbers do matter. Every single Sand Soldier was so fearsome, and it is because it's like a build your own army. It really is being able to put those building blocks together and make the perfect scenario from scratch.
Absolutely, and we see the sideboards here. Facebreaker, another possible card that can come in as a sideboard option. Salvage, probably not going to be doing it. Call of the Week could be decent, though generally not great against the deck. We're not great against decks that have a lot of small units, not great against decks that have Ferris Forerunner, and, well, Annie has both.
Defy, maybe?
Defy, I think, definitely is an option there, as, of course, a lot more combat tricks in this deck than you would see in others, but Thermo Beam definitely being a big one that Prismat might want to bring in.
Yeah, Thermo Beam, even Factory Recall, just putting all of that extensive gear disruption into the deck to prevent them from being able to continue. And I think that's it. We could have carried on with that game, right? Or we can say, I'm going to look at those cards. Yeah, no, I'm losing this. I'm going to forfeit that. And I'm going to side deck now so that I have a better chance of winning. I'm going to save my mental arithmetic skills for in a minute. I don't want to get worn out. I need a little break. And then also, I'm going to get that side decking all done nicely. And it's an important factor between these games, doing your side decking, and it's a skill that I think makes a pro player shine. I think it's genuinely one of the most tough skills to learn in Riftbound, knowing not only what cards to put in your sideboard, but also knowing how to change those between matchups, for which matchup, and how likely you are to see those cards as well.
Right. It absolutely is. And again, we talked about it. I don't know that both of these players have, they certainly, I can say with almost 100% certainty, neither of these players has tested against each other's decks as much as they did for a lot of the other decks in this event. These are both relative underdogs in terms of tournaments, in terms of this tournament, the deck at least. So certainly not the most easy. Oh, yep, I know exactly what my Annie or my Azir matchup is. It's not necessarily that. As we take a look at the trophy, at that Blade of the Ruined King, beautiful trophy card and playmat there in the middle of the stage. This is what these players are playing for, and it is absolutely gorgeous.
I love the way they present that card as well. It's not just giving you a little card in a sleeve. It's no, this is the champion card.
Yeah.
That is a prestigious trophy in and of itself.
Right. It's just the one thing I found with that card is that it's really hard to shuffle into your deck.
It is.
In the case, and I'm definitely not taking it out. So
no,
I don't know what do I have to like call a judge or something, or you know what? I'll figure that out when I win a regional qualifier. I'll figure out what to do with the trophy case and the card. I definitely want to play in my deck.
Definitely, yes. You'll have to figure that one out on the fly. But for now, our competitors are both just inches away from that trophy and those prizes, but still in the fray of trying to earn them for themselves as our crowd out there. I see some familiar faces, and we are all so excited to be here. We've got the bustling in the hall already. Everyone is genuinely buzzed right now and excited to see who's going to take the crown. We're in top 4 right now at the regional qualifier in Lille.
Yep, absolutely. As the players are finishing up a sideboarding here, finalizing those sideboards. You know, I think even if you had a game plan into Azir as Prismat, and even if you had a game plan into Annie as Pedro, I don't necessarily know that those notes that you had from before this tournament apply to this very game. And that's because I think both of these players are such high level that you really can't necessarily say that, oh, this is how I thought this matchup was going to play out, where both players sort of turn into this pseudo-control hold deck and I'm just building up resources into one big attack. I don't know if that's how the matchup is drawn out. It happened in that game, and I imagine that both players were on the same wavelength for how that played out, but that may actually be changing what they are trying to do going into this next game.
I imagine both players were kind of making mental notes throughout that game to think about how the next one's going to go based on their opponent's playstyle. Because even if I'm prepared, let's say I'm playing Azir and I'm like, oh, I know my Annie matchup. Well, do I know my Annie matchup when it's Annie aggro with Rengar, with Rek'Sai, with, you know, extra flash and cleaves? Like, do I know it? No, I don't, because that isn't maybe something that I've prepared for this exact deck list, but also an incredible player playing that deck list, and also someone who can remember how I played in game 1, adapt and play in game 2. And that's why we've seen a lot of these games go to a third game, is because people learn, adapt, and then bring that into another match. And that's exactly how these guys grow, is that they learn from every single showdown.
Yeah, and I certainly only have the Downwell Annie matchup sideboard notes ready, so I'd be completely out of sorts here. I practiced against the wrong Annie. I practiced against the meme deck instead of the real deck, but no, certainly, even if you're, of course, testing against the, you know, quote-unquote default Annie, I don't even know what you would consider that. I mean, at this point, you would consider it what Prismat is playing right now, but that's because of this event. Not necessarily going into this event was everyone on a list like this. So certainly new ground, certainly really a fun place to be in the world of Riftbound in this whole new set 2.5 meta.
It's a wonderful place to be. I'm enjoying my time here. I hope you are too. Our Annie and Azir matchup. We had Hall of Legends and Seat of Power for game 1. I'm curious of which battlefield each player will pick next. I don't think they have any, no, they don't have any overlapping, so we're not going to see the same ones come out. But I'm not seeing any kind of, I don't think any of the battlefields for either of them feel bad for either of them.
No, not at all. I think that, you know, Arena's greatest and Zon Warren's are relatively similar depending on who is going first. I think if Prismat is going first, he's likely going to go Arena's greatest. So I would think that he's likely on that for this game. And then Trifarian Warcamp is not bad for Annie, but it's certainly a bit better for Azir. And then Seed of Power, of course, is in both their decks. So Seed of Power is almost a completely neutral battlefield as both players are bringing it. But let's see. It looks like the players have shuffled up and presented as we are getting into game number 2, Azir, Emperor of Sands versus Annie, Darkchild, Pedro versus Prismaticism.
Looking like an interesting starting hand there. We've got Seat of Power and the Arena Greatest. Like I said, we're not going to have a matching, but we did have one from a previous round. We've got that Seat of Power back again. I wonder if we're going to be fighting over who's sitting in that this time.
Yep, absolutely. So the game is going to start off with both players at 1 point here. And guards!
Thank you.
There it is.
I was like, it wasn't. I'm not practiced enough. They won't come if I ask. It's got to be you.
We're eventually going to get the whole crowd yelling guards when guards gets played. I know that's going to happen.
Maybe I'll give it a go next time. We've got a Tide Turner, of course. Prismaticism just starting off that rampage, going up to 2 points, nice and early on. Let's see if they can play anything else. Just the Kai'Sa and passing. And of course, from that fantastic ability, we are going to have 2 still standing at the end regardless.
Yeah, when you play it in the way that Prismat does, it just looks like the Kai'Sa only costs 2 energy, and you go, how in the world is this fair?
That was so cheap. What's going on? It's like, no, don't worry.
So good.
We got this.
We've got the on guard here going in to try to take out that Tide Turner, get that 2nd point of the game. And now, is this something that Prismat wants to fight over? Not necessarily fight over, wants to protect that Tide Turner, keep that material alive. And that's going to be a point there for Pedro. That is another Sand Soldier from the eye of our good friend Harold. And it looks like that might be a pass of the turn.
Both players accelerating into 2 points each already. Feels like we only just started and already right into the thick of it. Prismaticism making great use of that timing, hopefully being able to outpace Pedro this time. If Pedro doesn't have enough time to build up those Sand Soldiers, then Prismaticism's might will be overwhelming in comparison.
Yeah, absolutely. And now needs to see what does Prismat think that Pedro might have. It's a lone Sand Soldier at 2, but does not want to send the Kai'Sa in to battle it, just wants to take a trade. And are we setting up camp again? Is the Forerunner going to go and try to protect that Kai'Sa? We shall see. It looks like the answer is yes.
We have a winner. Absolutely correct. Ferris Forerunner once again being just the chunkiest unit you could ever imagine. And even when it gets taken down, then more little guys just spawn up in your base and you get 2, 3 power mech tokens, which basically, if you smash them together, it's another Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, he's not chunky. He's just big mech'd. He's got big mechs.
We've got the BF sword, and guess what? We're going to give that a Sand Soldier.
Yep.
You get a Sand Soldier, and you get a Sand Soldier, but only if you have a gear, and then more gear gets a Sand Soldier.
Yeah, it's I get a Sand Soldier, and I get a Sand Soldier, and I get a Sand Soldier. Yeah, it's only Pedro. There's no Sand Soldiers for Prismaticism in this case.
Oh, that would be a twist.
Yes, you mentioned all of those gear on the side of Pedro, but that is a Thermo Beam in the hand of Prismat, so that may be coming down on a key turn, but in this case, it is just a development of a Kai'Sa in the backline, a Noxus hopeful on that Seat of Power. We are in this hold game, and in this case, Prismat is actually ahead on the point tempo here, getting that 4th point before Pedro does.
Pedro is now going to need to really amp up the pace. Do we have the resources to do so this early on? We do have a fair few Sand Soldiers. We've got 2 gear in play thus far, but not a lot going on in the hand, unfortunately. Wow, that's not looking great. A couple of Discipline and a Rise. We've got kind of spells that can help us in combat, but nothing that can help us make more Sand Soldiers other than our champion unit and then our legend ability.
Yeah, I mean, we could cash in the Arise now just to make a bunch of units, but again,
it's only 2, right?
Yeah, it's not a lot. It's not super great right now. I mean, this is a common issue with the Azir deck, is the other half of deck problem, where it really wants to draw a pretty even mix of spells and equipment, but if you draw all of one or the other, it really does start to hurt, and it looks like that is a little bit what Pedro has run into in this case, but is still able to develop the Azir and pass the turn.
Still a very respectable turn. Lots of units going on there. We managed to get Recruit. We've got Azir. We have still control of our battlefield. So not going bad, but there's a lot of might going on Prismat's board right now, and it's going to start getting a little fishy when we jump into combat.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if is this the turn that we fire off a thermo beam to try to get rid of those equipment. I think you can have a pretty good read that there aren't more equipment in hand. Almost certainly any one that they would have had would have been played last turn with a Sand Soldier as well. It seems quite unlikely that they would have opted not to play that and instead play the Azir. So I think you can get the read that there aren't any equipment. So if you're able to resolve a thermo beam here, that may be all the equipment that Azir has for the rest of the game.
That could be genuinely terrifying. Having that Arise in hand and then having your equipment burned away by a thermo beam.
Right.
Oh, that would be awful. But again, it's knowing those tells, and it's whether the timing is right. Do we get into combat? We're on 5 points, so we've got to kind of keep pushing ahead. We've got a little while to go yet before we can call a win, so we've at least got a couple more turns of this game to go.
Yeah, we're certainly in the tank here for Prismat, deciding, is this time to fire off the thermal beam? Should I wait until a later turn? What happens if they Arise next turn? Does it matter? I think these are all the things that we are talking about here as Prismat, and really seeing how many cards are in hand. That's to figure out, what kind of combat tricks do they have? What's the chance they have a Defy? What are the chance that have Wind Wall? Something like that is a card that can certainly stop the thermo beam, and there are 2 in the sideboard, so certainly in the range of cards that could be in Pedro's hand. How bad is it if a thermo beam gets wind walled? These are all the questions that are being asked by Prismat to himself right now.
You've got to take everything into consideration, because the timing is key. We've got about 2 more turns before this could potentially be all over, before this could be a victory for Prismat. So really, every single card needs to be played with conviction.
Yeah, there needs to be a purpose for all of them. There is that Noxus Hopeful. We've got a Gust, which can be quite good. Better off in combat, though, if you can use it as a surprise, and really just figuring out what is the game plan, how do we execute it, and what tools do we need to be able to execute it.
We've got a lot of might and base. We could go ahead and challenge the other battlefield one. There isn't a lot kind of going on. We could potentially start to pick units apart and then go for Thermo Beam when we kind of just have already dismantled. Maybe Pedro won't worry about Sand Soldiers being taken out before Thermo Beam. So if you take out some Sand Soldiers, Pedro might not react and just be like, yeah, okay, I'll save my resources. They can go because I can Arise them.
Right.
Then Thermo Beam the equipment, and then oopsie daisy, no sand.
Right, no sand whatsoever, and no follow-up sand either. But it's not even just a matter of, do I want to play these cards this turn? It's a matter of, what order do I do them in? When do I do them in relation to attacking? What can I try to bait out? What am I looking to bait out? Am I going to be able to? These are all things that Prismat is considering, and the consideration is led to all 3 of the units in base, at the very least, being picked up and examined by Prismat. A very methodical player.
Might stamp their way into the arena greatest. But first up, We're going to bring Annie in from our champion zone. We're going to flash.
Oh, flash to try to get the units at the seat of power back into base. Are we making a complete alpha attack right now?
It might be, honestly. We might be trying to bring them back and just overwhelm, take down as many units as possible and keep Pedro on the back foot. The way that Pedro won last game was just being overwhelming with the amount of units. And I guess if we can limit that, then how's he going to string together a similar win?
Right. This is another one of those plays where, like, the chances that I make the line that Prismat made here, it's got to be close to 0% that I'm making this play. So it's either genius or it is crazy, or it certainly could be both. And I think that we've got a little bit of all categories here with Prismat, and we're starting with the Ferris Forerunner coming in and wanting to trade off for some sand here.
This is one of the mechanics that I really love about Riftbound. Combat isn't a stage. Combat is whenever you would like to invite one of your ready units into a battlefield. You can have multiple instances of showdowns instead of a combat phase, which I really enjoy. I think it's a really great way to do a combat style where we're having a showdown every single time a unit chooses to go in there on a separate occasion.
Right.
Discipline comes in to chonkify the might on Azir's side and make it a little bit tougher. But I don't know if Ferris Forerunner necessarily, was going in with the intention of taking them all out. It was just so that they knew which Sand Soldier was sticking around.
Yep, absolutely. Wanted to keep the equipment still on the battlefield, I think, is the biggest thing here.
And now we're probably looking to push in with more units. The pump spell that we've used will remain, the discipline, but any damage done kind of goes away. They just put a plaster on, and then they're ready for the next time that units come on in to say, hey.
Absolutely. Now Prismat deciding, do they want to attack here? How much are they going to attack? How many, on guards or disciplines are they willing to play around here? They attack with just 2 Kaisas. A single pump spell stops that. If they attack with the Noxus Hopeful, that covers a wide range. If they attack with all of these units, that probably covers most of it, if I had to guess.
I would say so.
Are we going back to defend?
The choices are genuinely the most difficult that I have seen across our series so far this weekend here in Lille. It is top 4. We got to be playing to our best. Another discipline. This Sand Soldier's humongous for a Sand Soldier, I should say. Up to 9 to 14, so we're going to take both Kaisa and then allow that Sand Soldier to crumble.
The little Sand Soldier that could take out 2 Kaisas is the story of that combat, but we do get to that 6th point there for Prismat. Not a ton of resources on the side of Pedro, but this is a bit scary. There's 9 might left in the back of the battle, or of the back of the base here for Prismat. 6 left, almost stranded on that Arita's Greatest, so they are able to potentially threaten to win next turn, but are they going to have enough might to actually do so?
We'll have to see whether Pedro is going to put up enough of a fight with these remaining units to stop Prismat from taking that win. We're now playing not to lose. We need to make sure that we're at least putting up some units in that top battlefield.
Absolutely. We see that arise. And now we see a good amount of equipment here on the side of Pedro. A lot of energy as well, so they could potentially have multiple equipments played plus an arise, and that is really going to put quite a few Sand Soldiers into play. But yeah, I think for the most part, Prismat is willing to take this sacrifice here. They are going to try to win on the backswing. I don't necessarily need to stop this attack right here.
Whether they choose to stop this attack could be the pivotal point. The Thermo Beam comes down!
Oh, there it is, of course. Thermo Beam coming out, but there is Death Grip coming in. Going to be used in response to keep that might on to a unit. Transfer the might from one unit to another.
So the might sticks around. The gear still goes. Those have been fizzled with the Thermo Beam. But this recruit did have the extra now to take down the Tide Turner that moved in.
Yeah, and absolutely massive. I mean, that happens before the Arise that is in hand. Now, of course, there are still more equipment on the side.
We're going to have to get them down. We're going to have to play that eye because we need to start rebuilding the board now. Can't let Prismat just take the game next turn, so we're going to need to start rebuilding from here. We do have 2 ready units, so, you know, we can just sneak into both battlefields, but is that going to be enough? No.
Not right now. It certainly isn't, but it's going to be about, can they get 2 battlefields here and then also be able to defend against the 9 might on the side of Prismat, plus any other shenanigans that they may have from hand. Of course, we know there are Rengars, there are Cleaves, there are a lot of other units as well, potentially, or other combat tricks as well that can be quite scary. We're going to draw a card from the Seat of Power and go from there.
See all of the options available to us this turn. See what we can use to further our cause, to protect our units, so that we're able to win on our next turn. Both players at this point are going to be trying to not only score points for themselves, but also stop one another.
Absolutely looking to stop one another for sure. I mean, again, it's about getting to those even point swings, but when your opponent has gotten there first, you need to be able to stop your opponent from winning. And now looks like we are spreading the love here. We're going to have a couple of battlefields with some amount of defenses on them. We've got the Azir on the one, we've got 2 recruits, not Sand Soldiers, on the other. We're going to make another Sand Soldier here. Where is that one going? Going to stay in the base, actually.
And move either Herald on there. We had Brutalizer now on one of those recruits. I'm just building this board. I like having the Sand Soldier in base as well. It's kind of showing the intent for, well, I can't win right now, but if you manage to deal with at least one of these battlefields, then I'm going to need something to go into another one at some point.
Yep.
Going for hidden card, just debating where. Okay, that's going to go on Seat of Power. Putting a nice cushion on that seat, but a dangerous one for your opponent, I imagine.
Yep, and the hidden card could be a few things. Could be Hidden Blade. It could actually be a face breaker from the sideboard, or it could be, and say it with me, everyone, guard! Not really sure which one it is, but you know, I always like to take the opportunity to scream a card if I can. Got a few units in the hand of Prismat. I see a Noxus Hopeful, I see a Gust, I see what I believe is a Hard Bargain, and a Traveling Merchant. So those units are not really helping win the combat here. The Gust may be able to deal with a Recruit.
Maybe.
And then the Hard Bargain is potentially doing something, but it's not necessarily that great against that much open energy on the side of Pedro.
No, I think at this point when we're Prismat, we're thinking, gosh, I wish I could draw some more cards.
Absolutely. 9 might spread across 3 units on the side of Prismat. Going to start with 2 mechs coming in, and that is Hidden Blade on one of the mechs. Now, it is a risky proposition to give Prismat 2 cards.
You got to draw some cards!
You got to draw cards. Ask and you shall receive.
Which I guess one of the reasons you might want to go in there is for exactly that. It's like, well, if it is a Hidden Blade and they do choose mine, then I get some cards, and that's pretty good.
Yeah, the problem is it costs you another mech to play that, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we're absolutely gusting back the Recruit with the Brutalizer.
Yep, makes sense.
Get back there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Get out of here, please. And now it looks like Prismat is likely going to need to...
Might be saying a bit of a nope to that.
Yeah, looks like another Death Grip.
It's too big now.
It is too big. It's going to have to be, it would have to be a hard bargain repeated here to stop it from happening.
Oh, we're going for it.
That's exactly what happened. Hard bargain repeated is going to stop that from happening, which means the gust will go through.
It got big, it got smaller again. And the gust was too strong. Put the fan up to the next level, crank it.
Yep, the unfortunate thing for Prismat is that this is all done just to not lose.
Yeah, that feels bad. Running really low on units right now. And we know who is better at making units fast. And their name begins with P and ends in O, not M.
Yes, it is going to be a salvage actually cast just to draw the card. Did not draw anything there. So Annie conquers. We're going to fortify with the Noxus Hopeful and pass the turn and hope that this is enough to hold the line here for Prismat at 7 points. Pedro also at 7. They're going to have to hold here. It's going to have to be enough. Pedro in an absolutely pivotal moment here needs to make the right decision. And it's going to have to be soon.
Pedro must take the arena greatest to get that final point for victory, to head forth from top 4 here at the regional qualifier in Lille. This is game 2. The pressure is on.
Yep, here we go. We're going to start with an on guard. That is going to put the Sand Soldier up to 3. We equip a Brutalizer.
That's a big soldier.
Yep, that will put it up to 6, which is not quite enough, but the 7th is there with the soldier, and that is Prismat drawing the cards. The fist bump is extended, and we have an Azir going to the finals.
Pedro has powerfully pummeled their way into the finals as we see an Azir topple our top 4.
Wow. Again, Azir absolutely playing, Pedro playing Azir to the absolute maximum extent. I can say as someone who tried to make Azir work early on, I was not able to make it look like that. Every time I played the deck, I had no runes in play and no board after a while. I traded everything off and it ended up being inefficient, but we see every single bit of value extracted by Pedro, able to take it down there over a very strong player playing a very strong and innovative deck in Prismat with Annie.
I'm honestly blown away by both of these players and the strategies they employed against each other's very tricky decks. But seeing the Azir go all the way in this tournament has been a delight.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic to see a deck that has certainly not been the top of the meta in Azir make it all the way to the finals. It's certainly not been a deck that has been on a lot of people's minds going into, or at least pre-bans for sure. I think the loss of Fight or Flight has certainly changed a ton here, obviously for Azir, and it is paying off for Pedro in this event.
Azir showing that you can build your own army and make it work so beautifully. And you're absolutely right. Sometimes it takes the right player, the right build, and not one of us trying to build our silly deck and be like, oh goodness, yeah, I've got all spells or I've got all units. Why is this not working? Well, I tell you why it's not working. We're not Pedro.
Yeah, we are not playing it to the absolute maximum, but Pedro has done that, and we're going to be able to see more of that in a bit. But Amy, I've got some good news for you. We have actually got Game 3 of the other match here in our top 4. So let's see it. We have got Master Yi versus Draven.
Let's see it. Boogie down with some of the OGs. We've got Master Yi, Draven, and here we go. Glorious Executioner versus our Wuju Bladesmen. Who's going to come out on top?
Yep, we are here. We are going to actually, I was kidding here, Amy. We are actually at the beginning of this match. I thought we were going into game 3. We actually get the full match. This is amazing.
Oh, what a treat. Here we go.
I lied. No, this is game 3. You know what? Maybe I'll say the wrong thing again. We are in game 3 here at the beginning of game 3. We start here with that Sand Soldier on the side of Master Yi. Now we've got Draven going into their first turn here.
You gave me such the emotional roller coaster there.
I gave it to myself too, so we're on this roller coaster together saying, guards!
Incredible. Master Yi versus Draven. Whoever goes through to the finals will be facing off against Azir. Both a fantastically incredible player base. And what a strategy you need to employ against either of these to pull forth. We've got our Trinity Force already on a Sand Soldier. That's a great start if you're Master Yi.
Yeah, definitely is, of course, the Trinity Force a key card for Lucian, but also in this Master Yi deck being very, very good to be able to threaten to score 2 points by holding. That is one of the downsides of having to hold, is you can only score 1 point. Well, you can score 2 points if you are a Trinity Force holder, and there we have it. There's 2 points scored.
Bing, bing.
Up and up we go with the Trinity Force.
Yeah, we could hear those points being added there. And we've got a charm, bringing that Kai'Sa that was just played forward, bashing into this Sand Soldier. An unexpected twist that Kai'Sa wasn't ready for. Only 1 Chaos Rune standing on CTCG's side, so we're cleaving!
Yeah, cleave comes in, and that does work because Kai'Sa is turned into the attacker, but there we have it on guard, going to counter that. So that is a Kai'Sa and a cleave down.
Woo.
We even got the Ravenbloom Conservatory trigger, though it did not actually get a card. But that's okay. Still gets to happen there with the charm and the Sand Soldier holding down the fort.
Holding on in there. We've just got a Pouty Poro going into our turn. We do get the hold point, so the Poro's done its job, but we're going to Falling Star. Oh my gosh.
Not so fast. I'm like, what more could you ask for than a Falling Star being used on a Sand Soldier? And it's so important we're actually using a not so fast, so strong.
We need that Sand Soldier. Kai'Sa coming in again. Pouty Poro going to come back to base. Keep him safe with Kai'Sa.
Yep, keep him safe. Not only do we not want him on the battlefield, we also want Kai'Sa to be able to conquer that battlefield, that aspirant climb that we are ever so importantly on this game, which means we are playing to 9, which means it is odd point totals. There's another, wait, hold on.
No.
Did we just see this? Are we?
No, it's a different art. It must be a different turn.
Are you
There's
sure
no
this is
replay.
not deja vu? We missed another Ravenbloom Conservatory trigger, but that's okay. No cleave this time. The Kai'Sa is down. The Sand Soldier has killed multiple epics worth of legends. Now, I wonder if this is lore accurate. Has there ever been one Sand Soldier holding a Trinity Force that kills Kai'Sa twice in the lore?
Does that Sand Soldier get like a promotion? When does he get to be above Soldier?
Well, it does get a promotion to getting rebuked. So now this Sand Soldier has eaten 2 Kai'Sas, has now also eaten 4 runes on the side of the Draven. I don't know if there's ever been a Sand Soldier that has done as much as that one right there.
That did a lot of damage. Not in physical might, but just damage to our opponent's resources.
And scored 5 points as well.
And scored 5 points! Nah, he deserves a promotion.
I think so. I would agree. That Sand Soldier did a lot of work there.
Draven Showboat coming to show off some stuff.
Yep.
Show off some power.
Show off the might, because it is Draven time. And there we have the camel himself, the Ruin Runner.
You gotta love him, you gotta hate him, but you love him if you're Sean.
You absolutely love him if you are Sean here, but Draven is going to be conquering that Aspirant's Climb. Pouty Poro, wondering if they're going to stay there. Is Pouty Poro worth a Ravenbloom Conservatory proc is the question.
Oh, Poro, give us the answer. You're so pouty.
Or we could also have a Ferris Forerunner there as well.
Oh, it's the alliteration squad over there.
Pouty Poro, Ferris Forerunner. Ruin Runner, also alliteration. Yeah, it's all there.
Oh, yeah, it's all good in there. Hiding a card. Shh. It's not there.
It's not there. It can't hurt you.
I can't see it.
It definitely can hurt you, yes.
No, camouflage. So good. So good.
Absolutely. And we see the Ruin Runner at 5. The other side, of course, we have 8 on both battlefields.
On guard, I say!
On guard coming in on the Ferris Forerunner. Put him up to 7.
That's not Ferris Forerunner, you silly.
Ruin Runner. It's one of the runners. It's a runner.
Runner.
Different runner. But whether it's Ferris or Ruin, we're running away from combats here if possible. And it looks like it is no longer Draven time as the Ruin Runner. I almost said it again. As the Ruin Runner
well done, I'm proud
is taking down the Draven. But actually, it is Tide Turner there to swap over and save the Draven. Saving the Draven.
Tide Turner here being like, no, not the showboat.
Absolutely. And as we see here, we can have the Ruin Runner.
Up to 6 points if you're Sean. That is a demanding position to be in. Now it is our turn. If you're Draven, you got to stop him. You got to try and deal with that Ruin Runner, the only unit on the other side of the board so far.
Yeah, and that's fine though. You really don't mind if that's the only unit you have. If that's the one that you have, it is massive. It is 7 on the base, but when it defends alone, it's going to go up to 9. Plus, there's a couple of cards in hand and a lot of energy on the side here of Jorn. So they are going to be in a pretty decent position to try to defend here. But, you know, Draven does not really have much of a choice but to try to contest this because they're going to be getting 2 points and going up to 8 on this next turn.
Don't like that.
Not enough to win right now because of Aspirant's Climb, but still is a great spot to be in.
It's pretty scary when that Trinity Force comes into play. And again, just bolsters you into the commanding position, especially when we're going to 9 points. You've kind of put your opponent on the back foot because they can gain fewer points per turn than you can.
Yeah, absolutely. When you are holding and you only get 1 point, well, it's not great when your opponent is also holding and they get 2 points. That's just basic math that even I can do.
1 is bigger than 2.
Turns out that is the case. We are moving Draven Showboat back. Wonder if we're going to be doing something this turn with him, or if we are waiting to set up an attack for next turn. We shall see. How much of an attack is it going to be? Rek'Sai in the back line.
And a Poro.
And a Poro. So now we're going to go up to 8. So technically, we could be threatening lethal here if we're able to take that Ravenbloom Conservatory. We have the Master Yi in the Chosen Champion Zone. What do we have, and is it going to be enough, or are we just going to play defense here?
Up to 8 points, using that 2 is greater than 1. Trinity Force giving us an extra hold point there. Now we just need to take that top battlefield, but wait a minute, there's no units in base.
There are no units in base, but we do have a Ruin Runner in base now, and there's a first mate.
Incredible readying the Ruin Runner so they can dash right in.
Yep, they can dash right in. That is going to be a discipline. Going up 9 to 8. We see 1 energy spent. It is a stack deck. I don't know what we can see.
It was 2 Ferris Forerunner, so they're not going to be very helpful.
That's going to be it. The handshake is extended. We have Master Yi in the finals. No Draven. That is absolutely insane.
This is not the League of Draven as Sean strikes gold for victory with Master Yi. Our finals will be Master Yi versus Azir. Azir has already taken down a Master Yi in our top 8.
Yeah.
Can they repeat that, or will it be a Master Yi victory this time round?
Yeah, and I mean, not all Master Yis are built the same. I know I talked to both of these players in the finals, actually. Weirdly enough, these are two of the players that I interviewed in the finals here. And they both had different opinions necessarily on this matchup. So again, this is certainly not the finals that we were expecting. I don't think anyone I did not see a single person predict this finals, Master Yi versus Azir. Show me the receipts if you did. I will like your comment at the very least and say, great Photoshop skills, buddy. But because I do not believe that, but this is absolutely spectacular. I'm so happy that we got the chance to see this, Amy.
I'm so overjoyed. Not only that we got to see this, but we got to feature that last game there. We got to feature that winning moment. We got to see the joy that came from finally defeating Draven and putting them in the top 4, not the finals of this event.
Yeah. Aurelia, there were 3 Aurelias in this top 8. 0 in the top 4. They all flopped. No offense to the players, I know, did very well, long day, but very much here. We can see here is the final bracket, the road of Beidou, the road of Shorn here. Azir versus Master Yi. No Aurelias here, no more Dravens. We have got the calm legends in the finals.
They're calm and collected, and they have earned their spot by battling so tremendously throughout this event.
Yeah, absolutely insane top 4 there. But Amy, we've got so much more here. We've got the finals coming up, but before that, we've got a video with Barcode.
Domino, who just won the best of set medal cards. Congratulations. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. I was waiting if I'm gonna get it or no, because at the end it came down to tiebreakers and I managed to stay on top.
But that's absolutely incredible, to be honest. I was walking down the alleys and I saw you during the entire tournament. You were in the top tables and I was like, wow, he's doing that with set. You're a true set master.
Yeah, I started the tournament very well. I went 9-1 and then I sadly lost all my last 3 games, but luckily it was enough.
Exactly. I mean, in the end, you still had the medal card, which is great. What does it mean for you to have this card? Because in the end, we are the best set of the room.
Yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. It's my 2nd set after Bologna.
That is absolutely insane. I mean, right now, you are literally the best set of the world.
We can say that.
So what's next now? Do you plan on still playing set for the next tournaments, or do you want to put your eyes on another champion, another legend?
I'll probably play set for as long as it's possible.
That is the mindset, actually. Once again, congratulations. Back to you guys.
It's time for the finals, Lothar. We are ready for our 2nd ever RQ finals in Europe. And these are not the decks, I think, for a finals we would have put money on to begin the weekend. But as we've seen play progress, I think ever so slightly, people have thought, okay, Yi definitely up there. Azir starting to get up the wins as well.
I think we have to start a uncomfortable conversation about, is green the best color in the game?
So what you're saying is we need bans, we need to get rid
of... Yes, of course. That's what I meant.
I think I will say, though, that through a lot of Spirit Forge, many people were saying, well, Chaos is clearly the best single domain.
It was the most popular color in this event.
It was, and certainly has had a lot of impact. And that's not to say that the bans have completely removed Chaos from the trophy,
We had 5 decks that incorporated purple color in the top 8.
And that's why it's a surprise not to have a Chaos deck in the finals.
It is, but at the same time, if you were an avid let's say, viewer of people's content or opinions for pro players, you could see that many people were leaning towards either yellow color decks,
that's
or
true.
mid-range Master Yi was something that was under radar a little bit. But if you are a knower, you knew that mid-range Master Yi might actually perform in the tournament, and it did. Having 2 of them in the top 8 is actually quite incredible. And now we're gonna have an Azir versus a Master Yi final. That is probably the least I would expect from another final when coming to this regional.
That's a very fair statement when you come to, as we said, number of decks played in the room. Both of these were not within the top 3 decks represented, but definitely very strong performances throughout the tournament so far. We can talk a little bit about both players' roads to the final. Pedro, the top seed coming out of Swiss, was able to take their road through the top 8, and you know, side selection has been key. We saw that first matchup for them really put the pressure on, actually winning this exact matchup earlier, right? It was the Azir into the E, having side selection really punished his opponent.
So we can draw a little bit of like parallels between those matchups that we already seen. Like for example, what you mentioned, because he's a higher seed, he will choose to go first in the first game, right? And then will most likely go, if he win the first one, loses the second one, then he will go first again in the first, the third match. But what we already established, if you were not watching the top 8 match for Pedro over here, there are 2 locations, 2 battlefields that are just so pivotal for the Azir legend when they especially put it against the Master Yi, and one of them is Trifarian War Camp, which will allow the Azir to stack that battlefield and deal an insane amount of might on that one battlefield that the Master Yi will have problem into conquering, right? And the other one is Hall of Legends, which Azir can use to create more might essentially by creating more tokens, while the Master Yi can like essentially only use it if the other battlefield is gonna be Forge of the Fluffed, and that's still like very clunky to like and almost improbable to use actually twice in one turn.
Both of those battlefields were really quite oppressive in the wins for Pedro on Azir. Over on the other side of the table, you know, coming into this on the Master Yi, we obviously saw the game where basically like turn 2 was Trinity Force off Forge of the Fluff that his opponent had played, which was crazy, and then playing like double Trinity Force, jumping up through the points. So, yeah, it's been quite a battlefield-dependent day in a way, which sounds really strange, but, you know, we were a little bit stuck in a rut of seeing a lot of Dreaming Tree, Obelisk of Power, Reaver's Row. Like, every single game you were seeing multiple that sure, they have impact on the game, but not quite in the way that we've seen asymmetrical impact with some of these battlefields.
Yeah, you could say that, for example, the Dreaming Tree in most games would have been symmetrical because both of the decks have spells that are targeting a unit, right? And it can be down during one showdown, which is not something that, for example, Seed of Power is a good example. Seed of Power only is triggerable when conquering, and not many decks can actually conquer or like hold and conquer the 2 battlefields at the same time, or it is happening in like more pivotal moments of the game rather than just during every turn. And while some decks are actually capable of doing that almost every turn, like Rek'Sai, like Azir, typically like yellow decks, right? So then you have those kind of more asymmetrical effects, as you said, and they can have a bigger impact on the game, which I feel like is neat as well because it gives deck building a little bit more depth as well. But at the same time, it creates more uneven situations on the board, which might not be the best for like the viewer experience or like the chance of like specifically the disparity between going first and going second gets even bigger when the battlefields have bigger effect on the game as well.
Yeah, we are only a few minutes away from our finals. Of course, have to give the players a moment or two in between rounds here. They are the final 2 people in the room playing Riftbound within the main tournament. I actually saw some people still out playing Riftbound. We've got a great audience as well in the hall. A couple of people just jamming games. They're like, I've got the stream on, I'm going to jam some games. That is...
Seems like a good evening.
Exactly. The atmosphere here in the venue has been great all weekend. If you haven't been able to make it to RQ Lille, please try and join us in RQ Utrecht coming up next for Europe. Or if you're across the pond, see you next weekend, RQ Atlanta. Sadly, I won't see you there in person, but I know our colleagues over on the broadcast team there will walk you through all of the action for sure. What is sure to be a great event, and we'll have to see whether the meta read is the same over in North America as it has been here in Europe. I'm not starting that banter.
No?
We're not going there.
I mean, we could talk about the potential impact of this meta game for Atlanta.
Yeah.
Because I feel like because of the aspect that equipment is getting so much traction, I think it could be something that will affect the meta game.
Could very well. Well, there is a big question on which deck is the best this weekend. Let's get into our finals.
All right, this is it. After 2 days of competition, of heated battles and clutch moments, it all comes down to this. 2 players, 1 stage, 1 title on the line. For the 2 players, this is more than just a game. This is real competition. This is legacy. This is everything they've worked for. The first player, coming from Spain, playing Azir, Pedro! And his opponent, coming from Germany, and playing Master Yi, Sean! And for the last time of the competition, I'm going to hand it over to our wonderful commentators. James, Lothar, take it away.
Thank you so much, Barcode, for bringing us into the finals here in Lille. That's everything on the road to the finals out of the way. We've got all of the housekeeping done. The players are on stage. They are ready to get into the game. And so am I. I'm so ready to go.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of like, pacing in my chair because I cannot wait to watch the match. It's gonna be, maybe not gonna be the fastest, because I'll be honest with you, if I'll be sitting in that chair and I know that I have no time limit to play the game and I'm playing for the first place in a regional qualifier, I'll be taking my time when it comes to taking every single decision. But of course, there's not gonna be a slow play. You still have to make a reasonable decision in time, even when there's no, time limit in general.
Yeah.
But one thing I will tell you though, I feel like there's a very high ceiling with the Azir deck, and it seems like the players who are actually putting the hours in the reps and they have the planning in their head, like ahead of time, like 2 turns ahead, 3 turns ahead. The deck completely works in a different manner than what we typically would expect from an Azir deck, and it's showcasing how complex and beautiful this game can be when you have masters of the decks.
And that is now the 2nd tournament in a row for Europe that we're having, where it has been a deck that requires expertise and reps. Alan on Ezreal last event over in Bologna showed us that, playing however many hundreds to thousands of games on Ezreal and drilling that strategy again and again can lead you to a win, compared to here now with Azir being the deck we're looking at. With that, of course, has some complexity to it, but Master Yi as well is not one to count out, as this is the deck list here for Pedro Azir, Emperor of the Sands, based mainly around equipment and generating sand soldiers and very small units in order to actually control the battlefields and win. Of course, very unit light, just the chosen champion really coming into this, from the main board at least.
Yeah, and then we have also the Voodoo Blazeman, a very classic deck coming in from even set 1 when mid-range Yi was also an option in addition to the Aurora Yi, but now establishing it himself in the metagame as the prime choice when it comes to the overall deck archetype that comes into the metagame. So we're gonna have just, some amount of units that try to conquer and hold a battlefield after that. So kind of similar to what Azir wants to achieve as well, but the stark contrast here is that Azir has explosive turns, has really like a lot of possibilities when it comes to swapping the might between units by equipping it and then juggling the equipment between 2 units going 1 by 1 into battle, but also death gripping a unit to then transfer the same might that you will double from the equipment on the same unit in the same turn, so potentially creating a really powerful unit at the same time, so there is a difference. I also like the change in game plan for Pedro that he presented in the previous time when he played against Master Yi. It was one of the theories that we talked about, where Azir typically wants to play wide and use the Sand Soldiers Weapon Masters to not pay for the equip cost. But at the same time, when you play against a Master Yi, you're going to have a bigger unit that will go over the top, over the Yi defenses, and make sure that you can utilize your equipment to the max by stacking it on one soldier. But then you have to pay the rune cost, which will keep you down on potential like explosive turns with Arise as well.
Yeah.
Right? So there is payoff, and there's also the cost. So that's one of these skills that you have to have when you play a deck that is a little bit more complex, like Azir. And also, just wanted to point out, Pedro didn't lose a game yet, a whole match. He's undefeated.
Undefeated in matches. Sean has only lost the one match and tied one as well. We are into game one of our finals. It is Hall of Legends for Pedro. Sean will be on Vilemore's lair. So we are in a situation where, you know, that does remove some of Azir's potency of being able to move battlefield to battlefield, as we see the opening mulligans here.
Now the mulligan for Yi has a Guardian Angel and a Zhonya's, and if I'm not mistaken, was that also a Discipline?
I think so, yeah.
What Azir will start with. Desert's Call to open the game, so no equipment this time.
Yeah, it's not quite the Eye of the Herald.
But that's for Trifarian Warcamp. That's like the best opener for Trifarian Warcamp. For Hall of Legends, going to be important to have an equipment next turn to trigger the Hall of Legends, untap your legend, and get 2 Sand Soldiers.
And I feel like you got to feel okay about this when your opponent just plays his Zhonya's as something to do with the energy early on in turn 1. Again, not too versed in the Master Yi matchup, but that definitely feels like a card where you're like, well, I'm just kind of making sure I'm using my resources that I can if I haven't got a 2-drop or a turn 1 play.
Correct. And now we're going to have a Brutalizer being played. We are going to equip it to one of the Sand Soldiers is in the base, so that's the weapon Master use without any power cost. Now, for Master Yi, let's take a look. I don't think we established that there are no cold weeks in the main for Azir.
Yes, that
so
is
you
correct.
don't have to worry about a cold week when you have one big unit on the board till it gets to game 2 and 3, and that's still a question if even it's being sideboarded in. That changes the patterns with how you play. Like if you're not certain what the opponent's deck has, and we have full knowledge of the deck list when you're playing in debate, it will change with how you perceive the matchup and how you play the matchup. You can take completely different ideas on how to execute your game plan.
So the move to Hall of Legends to score the second point, the third point, sorry, I should say, from Pedro, and that will be the Azir just played into the base. I mean, you always have to look at, is that something that can be charmed away? Is there enough, potentially, if the Navori Scout moves over to one battlefield, is it enough to be able to pull that Azir away? Because we've seen the Azir be a big finish for the, at least the Azir Sovereign be the big finish for the Azir deck. If you can remove that, that may very well take out some of the potency to close.
So right now, Sean is in a position where he has to choose which battlefield he wants to attack. Even if he wants to attack, maybe he wants to like reinforce his base and then move at the same time when the opponent might be a little bit lower on runes. But that, I feel like that moment might pass very soon, because right now Pedro has only 2 runes open, which essentially gives it like a potential Death Grip, a Discipline, maybe an Enguard. Double Enguard is possible, but it's very unlikely because there are only 2.
It is a Discipline.
So there's a Discipline. It's now 5-4, and the ball is in Sean's court to decide if he has a way, and he has.
Discipline against Discipline, and we're hoping for a very disciplined finals from both players. And so far, so good on that. That is going to be the Navori Scout conquering. Now, where do we go? I think there was a charm in hand, and having used the Discipline, this could be an opportunity. You've burned the remaining resources available from the Azir, so the shields are down compared to other times. Here comes the charm. Going to remove the Azir. Very clear move here, moving Azir Sovereign. Guards comes out, and that is going to be played in response, because it can be at reaction speed.
Can be a reaction speed.
Because it was from hidden.
It was the charm was targeting the Azir though in the base, correct?
Yes, but Azir, of course, will be declared as an attacker here. So is there a way of overcoming the Navori? Because the Navori is also going to get +2, right? I'm just wondering, was there any way? Because the Brutalizer will get weapon mastered onto the new Sand Soldier that would come from guards, be brought with the Azir in the attack, because of the attack trigger, and would overwhelm the Navori. Defy says no, get out of here with that. So that was the line of thinking from Pedro there, to try and...
It could have been a very good attempt at breaking this charm, but unfortunately, the Defy puts a dot at that eye.
It does indeed. Find your center being found early on in the game just to advance the economy here from Sean to just say, yep, I'm just going to stay high up on runes the further we go. Again, Sean is trying to just use every single rune that he can in this early game to just say, okay, later I will have better cards to use with my economy.
But it was a very nice attempt with the guards play and the possible movement with the Azir Sovereign. Unfortunately, didn't work out. It would be a cool clip as well.
I know. The Shurima Shuffle would have been kind of like really surprised. You bring the army with him. So that was a significant moment in this game.
Yeah. Now, it would actually break the tempo completely for Sean as well, if that would happen. So not only it would achieve the hold as well, so it could have been a huge swing, but that's not the case. And now Pedro needs to rebuild his board. We have seen an Arise in his hand, so his game plan right now is going to be to do what he would typically like to do anyway. So play as many equipment and just
play him out.
Play him out and then go with the Rise. And we know that there's no Wind Wall in game 1 because that can only be sideboarded by Sean. And no, sorry, Sean doesn't even play the Wind Wall. The Wind Wall is actually in Azir.
Yeah, we actually we have them backwards on our deck, on our desk. So some big power units here for Sean. That will be the Master Yi from the Chosen Champion Zone. Only one rune available for a follow-up here if this Master Yi does go aggressive. And it's a one-way trip into Vilemor's lair here.
Well, not exactly. He does have ganking.
Oh, yeah. That is such an important part of this card that it is there. If you have to move over to Hall of Legends, that is absolutely
another
correct.
Defy? Oh, my
Another
God.
Defy.
Those two Defies are just absolutely backbreaking.
Face breaker, more like backbreaker from Sean as the Defy on 2 key cards. And in the matchup earlier, Pedro on the play was able to dictate the pace against Master Yi. And in this game, Sean has been able to control the entire game around these showdowns on his own terms.
Yeah, it's really huge influence here on those Defies. Those 2 plays were establishing control for Pedro, but were completely denied. And not gonna lie, the guards play was also very cool, but now we have to probably use the reinforcements as soon as possible, because otherwise we're gonna have a problem with this ganking Yi. The reason why the Navori Scout went back to base is because it's not needed anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you have the ganking Yi that is a little bit stronger, right? And it will have your unit in base for reinforcements as well.
That Zhonya's is still active as well, remember.
Correct.
So when this Guardian Angel is played, the Arise is likely to follow. There's a question mark in the way that I'm saying this, because it's, are you going to just overwhelm the Yi alone with 1 unit, which you probably can with the Brutalizer if you want to equip that.
To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if Pedro maybe wants to slow down the game. There was also a possibility. Like, he's ahead on points. He might give his opponent like the possibility of going to 5 if he just doesn't concur.
There's
and
the
then
Orion.
Builds up in the back and just waits for the next turn. But in this case, we are putting one of the Sand Soldiers to get the points. We're ahead on 5, and now we're gonna maybe reposition the BF from the battlefield, but it's still, I think it's still valid to keep it, because 5 versus 4 on the Navori would be nice, but the problem is that the Master Yi actually has 6, so that would force you to interact with it first.
Yeah, so Master Yi, do you get the BF sword back anyway with Master Yi having to kill this unit?
But you would have to pay the cost then.
Yeah, that is fair.
And here we're just building a huge unit that is going to attack into the Master Yi. This is going to be 9 to 8.
And Sean has nothing available, no energy available to play around that. So this is what you said earlier about stacking all of the equipment on 1 soldier. They are now at Vilemor's lair, so depending on how long this Sand Soldier stays around here from, all of this equipment is now stuck.
Well, there is one out. That is Death Grip. That can sacrifice the unit, transfer all of this might to someone else, and then re-equip it. So when you think about it, I don't think we have the Death Grip in hand, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But if you have the Death Grip, that's +7 on another Sand Soldier. Reaction speed, by the way, which is very important in general. And not maybe in this matchup, but overall in many matchups, the buff on the reaction speed actually matters a lot, because it can save you from removal as well. That is damage based, or like play around Gust and stuff like that. But also this +5 from this equipment can be then utilized on someone else. It's actually going to be +7 because Brutalizer re-equipped gives you another +2. So you're going to be able to transfer essentially 12 might with one Death Grip to someone else.
There's a White Flame Protector in hand for Sean.
First time we actually see it being drawn for Sean on stream.
In the games we've cast, we didn't actually see it. And of course, that is a big swing of might for the turn that it is played. But is that enough? Because, you know, as much as the micro decisions perhaps went to Sean with some cool defies and plays, it hasn't broken the tempo that Pedro has had. You mentioned it earlier, like Pedro was ahead on points and is now at 6. And we are going to 8 in this game. There is no reason to be playing longer than that. No Aspirant's Climb or anything like that. So really, Pedro is representing Lethal with what is on board. Of course, Sean will be able to at least break the Sand Soldier that is on its own at Hall of Legends.
You can see how important was the Arise to actually bring in back possibility of attacking and being proactive in the same turn.
Yeah, exactly. The follow-up turn does have 3 Sand Soldiers, even if Pedro loses both battlefields. So that is an Avori Scout conquering. Sean goes to 4. So Pedro does know he has another turn at least. Save for a Trinity Force shenanigans, which is unlikely to stick in this match. But it is in the deck, so we've always gotta keep that in mind.
Typically, you would like to keep that Protector in hand when you gank with the Yi to potentially finish a game. You know, like, but it sometimes has to be used just as a discipline, essentially, in this scenario.
That is a really big discipline.
Yeah.
There is the White Flame Protector, which is a big unit on its own. White Flame Protector, of course, 8 might. You're paying a lot for it, but it is going to give +8 might to another unit the turn that it enters, and I wonder where that 8 might is going. Surprise! It goes on the Master Yi, and Master Yi now a very, very big Yi.
14-7 seems like a pretty easy matchup for the Master Yi, but now how much might do we have? Oh, right, there was a Guardian Angel.
Yeah, Guardian Angel, so it does get recalled back to base.
Recalled the Sand Soldier, right.
So all the equipment does stay on it. That is the other point.
Now let's take a look at the hand. We
Eye
have
of the
an
Herald.
eye. Is that Death Grip?
It is a Death Grip.
It is a Death Grip. Okay.
At least one. I think it might be 2, actually. Yeah, it is 2 Death Grips in hand.
Ooh, okay.
So that is significant, right? Because you can...
You can triple the amount of might, essentially.
And Sean is tapped out.
There's no interaction over here. Yeah.
So Death Grip from 1 is going to put all of that might onto the second. And then you can equip the Brutalizer and the BF Sword. And because you don't need runes, because this game could end this turn.
We need 8 for breaking Vilma's Lair. Right now, this Sand Soldier has +5.
Can already do it.
8. Yeah, he can do it. How much is this? This is 3, 5, 6. I'm gonna let the judge add the might over here.
It's enough, and that means
12.
That
and
goes
this
up to 7.
Can be transferred now with the second Death Grip.
Just to another unit, and Sean has nothing to do about it. Sean nods his head, knows exactly what is coming next, and that means it is likely to be game 1 now, going over to Pedro.
We re-equipped the BF Sword, we re-equipped the Brutalizer. That's another +6, and it's attack for million. It's over 9,000 over here, going into Halls of Legend and close it out this game.
Sean had 2 defies that seemed clutch, but they weren't enough to deny Pedro game 1. And Pedro, from being our top player from Swiss, has not lost a series yet, is now 1 game away from being crowned RQ Lille champion.
You can see how insane Death Grip is, but when you get 2 of that and you essentially just you just get so much value out of the equipment, it's bonkers. Now, when it comes to game 2, we're gonna have reinforcements. Sean can side in the actions. The actions can foil your plans with like stealing a G8, which is actually very impactful. Stealing a BF sword is also pretty huge, because now you're staring at a 7 might action that is most likely not an easy target to kill, to then repossess the BF sword that was stolen.
And you've mentioned a couple of times while you've watched the Master Yi games, Thwonk is another thing from the sideboard where you're playing games against somebody that is stacking one big unit. Thwonk kind of just is fight or flight at home in a way where it just says, yeah, get out of the combat. No, you can't re-equip everything, because sure, you're not going to lose the unit, but you can't get those equipment on anything else to utilize the might, and that is what our players are playing for. This is what is on the line. The trophy from RQ Lille, the Blade of the Ruined King first place champion promo and playmat.
And wanted to a little bit go back to the sideboard things that you were mentioning. Thwonk is actually an interesting card that you mentioned, because typically when you're playing with close deck lists, you would not consider maybe setting in Thwonk against an Azir, against, in theory, a white deck. But you see how Pedro is actually playing the game, how is he swapping his game plan against the Master Yi here, and Thwonk seems to be now enticing, because you know that that Pedro will try to create this monster soldier, and one Thwonk can also negate any value of the death grips that are gonna be used on like a particular push. So Thwonk might be a good side card to go in. Action and Defy is something as well. First Mate can actually be also implemented into this game plan, because you will need a little bit more proactiveness with how aggressive the Azir is, and you have to be a little bit more on your toes when it comes to just not letting go of the battlefields.
Yes, thank you to everybody joining us here in the venue. They are giving a round of applause over to our competitors, or themselves. You know, you deserve it too. Many of the competitors that are joining us in the hall, as it is Pedro against Sean. At this point, Pedro is 1 game away from being crowned RQ Lille champion. Sean is going to have to go back-to-back on these games, which, again...
Not easy.
Not easy, especially when, even if you level up the series to 1-1, you then have to overcome Pedro's advantage of going first.
On Trifarian Warcamp.
Yeah, which is what we're expecting. We would expect that is what we saw Pedro do earlier in a best of 3 against the Master Yi.
It makes so much sense.
That means his second choice was Seat of Power, right?
Yes,
that
correct.
was
And that's still another battlefield that will benefit more the Azir player than the Master Yi, most likely.
Normally, I think we do have a little bit of delay, but Pedro at this moment has his headset off, so not that our sideboarding is particularly useful compared to them. Yeah, if you've got to the finals, you probably are not caring about our sideboard opinions.
Yeah, but there's a delay on the stage.
There is a delay on the stage, just for integrity reasons, but those of you at home that may be wondering, I think it is worth us addressing it while it is the elephant in the room on stream. It has been a wonderful weekend, though, of Riftbound. We had the bands come in a couple weeks back, really shake things up. We were not sure exactly what to expect, but we had a good read on the top 6 decks, I think I would say, in the meta. Some have not necessarily lived up to the hype, but Azir is one of them, and Master Yi is the other, as they find their place in the finals. I feel like Europe, we're starting to get these unorthodox finals, like Ezreal in the last Bologna. Now we've got Yi and Azir, and we're on to game 2.
And we're gonna be having Ravenbloom Conservatory, which is a deck, which is a battlefield that can benefit both of those decks, because we know that Azir doesn't have a lot of units. It's just equipment and spells. So potentially holding the Ravenbloom Sanctuary can be a big target.
That is not what Sean wanted to see in the Tasty Fey Folk for the opening hand. I think
still
Sean
can draw 1 more card.
Yes, still gets 1 more. I think Sean was looking for a turn 1 play from that mulliganed, a Find Your Center, and another card. Okay, the turn 1 play is Guardian Angel. So again, utilizing just what you can at the beginning of the game, but it is not ideal. Death Grip, Hidden Blade, Eye of the Herald is the one. This is exactly what Pedro would be looking for, is an early unit, and will end up passing.
Yeah, and now he can control the Ravenbloom Conservatory, and because of that, he's gonna be able to potentially draw more cards whenever being dueled by Sean's units. So this is actually quite significant tempo loss in case of Sean's opening hand, and you can see it's desperation as well a little bit, because this kind of play, when action is just being played as a 2-drop, of course the Weapon Master has a slight advantage, but the thing is, Azir, Pedro over here, can read two things from a play like this. Either one is his opponent has multiple actions in hand, and he just feels like he needs to play one of them to just play something that is on curve this turn, right? Or this hand is just so bad that there are absolutely no other units, and the only thing that is gonna be there is pure interaction. That gives you informations that you can then implement into your own game plan, and for Pedro, that is definitely something that he's thinking about over here.
So where does Sean go from this moment? 2 disciplines, it's a lot of combat tricks and not really enough way of playing them. Akshan's going to go into the Ravenbloom. Ravenbloom
not a draw, and it goes to the bottom.
Okay. Is that, how much information does that give over, that a BF sword is getting moved out of the way? Here comes a discipline.
We're buffing the Sand Soldier. Goes up to 4, and we'll...
Discipline in return.
We have 5 to 7. There's 1 more energy open for Pedro, but Engard is only gonna give us +1 because of the recruit. So not even an option.
Yeah, that is the moment where it is less effective. So Akshan will successfully conquer the Ravenbloom Conservatory. Now 4 up for Sean, and now the question is, where does that go? First mate comes in, readies up.
Doesn't ready.
No, that is fair.
Maybe in the future that would actually matter if the unit is ready or not.
I believe it's a mandatory trigger, but that is it. If you're not choosing to move Akshan back, that is fine. You know, these players are right in the middle of a finals, but anyway, that is not the important point of this game.
So, now the big question is, do you ever want to give your opponent potential draws on this Akshan and Ravenbloom Conservatory, or are we just taking over the Seat of Power and making sure that we are ahead on points? That is going to be interesting development. I'm not sure what is exactly in the hand, apart from, I feel like, 1 Doran's Shield. There's the equip of the eye. Gonna take over the Seat of Power. No card draw. You have to control the other battlefield to have a draw from the Seat of Power.
Yeah, and there will be Azir played from the Chosen Champion zone.
We're equipping the other eye, and now we're gonna have a potential charm play, because it's only 1 energy open, right? So if there's a Defy, that Defy will be drawn out as soon as possible. Oh, a hidden card also being placed already on Seat of Power to prevent the potential push from the first. And again, I wanted to reiterate, the hand read from Pedro could be really big, because he knows, because of the turn 1 play, because of the turn 2 play being Akshan, you are most likely expecting a lot of potential pushes with, a lot of potential combat tricks that could affect this decision when it comes to hiding a card, because this is a pure tempo play right now, and it's helping against a first punch first mate, and if it's a face breaker, it will just absolutely demolish that kind of play. Remember though that all of those hidden cards, so Hidden Blade, face breaker, can be still defied.
Yes, yeah, they can. So here comes the Trinity Force from Sean, as that will look to have that hold strategy and see whether you can leapfrog the way up from 2 points past Pedro and potentially take this game 2 of the series. As now Akshan, of course, will need to remain on that battlefield in order to utilize that Trinity Force.
Correct. But it's bringing it to a very respectable hold. 7 by default and +2 from the passive is actually a very, very big amount of might. Now, the thing is, Pedro has the Azir Sovereign that is capable of bringing all of the tokens if he wishes to attack into the other battle. Of course, that hidden blade, that hidden card would have to be also played in this case, if you choose to bring all of the units there. But now we see reinforcements, swapping the positions of the Sand Soldiers essentially, and bringing in more recruits to make the hold on Seat of Power a little bit bigger. We're counting the might, so potential push into the Raven Moon Conservatory. 9 on defense for the action. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not certain actually how much Pedro has. It's 4, 6, 8. No, that's an I, so that's 7, 8. 8 with the recruit, 9 with another recruit being spawned.
Okay, so should be able... In fact, because of the Master Yi defensive ability, that will mean that Akshan is holding on 9, right?
It's kind of a very interesting situation because Pedro is ahead of points.
Yeah.
And he's establishing his control over Seat of Power. So if we just keep this board in check and we're just not allowing the Master Yi player to just push over the Seat of Power, we do have an advantage over Pedro's position. But he needs to think about the potential play from Master Yi in the upcoming one, where he can just play the Master Yi from Champion Zone, which is ready, and then push with it as well. Now, because of the action in turn 2, you might account for like multiple disciplines, multiple punch first, and if you have 2 punch first most likely available next turn, that is +10. If that hidden card is not phase breaker, right? There's so many interactions, by the way, because if it's a phase breaker, but if there's a defy, and if there's other interaction here, like there's so many complex interactions over here that you have to go through, because not only Pedro needs to plan out his own turn now, he needs to set up a plan for the follow-up from the Master Yi. So he needs to think about how those energy points were going to be used this turn, how this amount of energy will be affecting the amount of energy that Sean will have access to in the follow-up, and how will that affect the amount of pumps that can be utilized as well.
You're the meme with like all of the lines drawn on the board of all the lines.
Set up the web of information.
Every option. Yeah, there are so many options on this Azir deck, and being able to determine exactly which one is the correct one has been key for Pedro throughout this tournament. Of course, has not lost a series so far, will go aggressively into the battlefield. Of course, all of those recruits do have to be spawned onto the battlefield that is attacking, or you are attacking with the Eye of the Herald.
14 to 9, which is, by the way, perfectly to draw the might with one punch first, right? So one punch first is enough to draw, but then we have still under a lot of energy from Pedro to play a pump.
The other option there are 2 disciplines and an on guard, I think, in hand. Didn't see, is there a punch first at all? I think it might just be those 3. No, there is a 4th card. Oh, there is one, I think, in the back of the hand.
So we start with the discipline, potentially giving a new information, or rather hiding information from Pedro.
Right, saying, oh, I don't have a punch first. There's a hidden blade.
So he wants to do that probably before the discipline is being resolved, not be defied.
Potentially for a defy, yeah, that would be what you would be looking. Nods and says, yep, you can have the discipline, have the draw, have the +2.
Small triggers, but they actually do matter, because 1 card less in the hand is a smaller chance for having a defy.
There is the punch first. So there's a few key things here that can be used. There is salvage. Double death grip is potentially huge as well to transfer over that might.
Remember that action speed punch first is not something that we can stop with, like, you know, with like salvages and then digging for potential. Like, you cannot even defy it anyway.
Exactly.
But, I'm not sure if we would see Windwall being sighted in.
Yeah, I was wondering about
Pedro,
that.
because that is a card that potentially could affect cards like Punch First, but it would be in like meaningful moments at the end of the game and not in the mid state.
You're both deramping for that, right? So it feels like economically it's bad, but maybe it's like the last twist of the knife to get over the line.
Literally what happens with Hidden Blades. Typically you just don't care about the card draw because it's just to finish up the game.
Salvage comes out, that'll take care of the Trinity Force.
Brings down the might. to wait, it was discipline and punch first, so that's 7, 11 with the status from might of action, and then we have G8, so that's 12, so that's 14.
Tied at 14. We know there's an on guard in hand for Sean. Haven't seen Pedro's hand for a couple of moments, and we know there has been new information put into the hand. So Sean basically has to commit that on guard, right? You have to say, yeah, I'm all in on this.
Tapping out.
This is your tournament life in this game. If you don't win this game, you are out. It's a Lonely Power as the other, and that Tasty Fey Folk still in hand. That's going to be an on guard. Looks like Pedro lets it resolve. Hidden Blade directly onto the Akshan, says, yeah, you can have 2 cards because I want the tournament.
That's so many cards that were just completely like negated with that Hidden Blade. He does replenish the hand with 2 cards, but losing the Ravenbloom Conservatory will potentially also give card draw to Pedro. Although I will tell you one thing, this is not an ideal scenario for Pedro because the plan was different. The plan was to destroy the GA.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then essentially winning this way and having a way to clear the action. But once he committed, because of the might differential, to destroy the Trinity Force, that plan was gone. So it's definitely not ideal on what happened here, but it does cost Sean a lot when it comes to potential tempo. Punch first was 2 power, right? So he's setting up himself to, again, how many runes right now? 3, 6, 7. So now we have a hold for 12. On board we have 7. Potentially Musty goes to 13.
And you know that it's only 1 orange rune as well, so you know there's no punch first represented for the next turn until Sean's next channel phase.
What a brawl. That was such a complex board state. Like
yeah, truly.
Lovely, really lovely.
Love a thinking board state.
And now we also have the hidden card, which I'll be honest with you, I can't remember what it might be.
Akshan's going to go in, just checking the board state before we confirm that showdown begins.
And it will trigger first the Ravenbloom.
The Ravenbloom, exactly. That's what we're waiting on before that happens, before we know that this completes. You can see Sean doesn't actually complete the beginning of the showdown. Doesn't actually end up converting into a combat phase, so this is going to be just the first mate going over to the Seat of Power for now.
Still ahead on points from Pedro, and he's gonna go most likely 5. Seeing this kind of play, it will tell me that it's gonna be a pass, and there is the Ruin Runner.
Yeah, so this is likely setting up. Is it even? Do you even play the Tasty Fey Folk accelerated on the next turn and just try and go over the top of this giant board stack? Although, if you're Pedro, do you just happily go to 6? If possible here, looking at if there was an Arise in hand, I believe, right?
There was an Arise in hand, and you can break the Seat of Power, you can draw a card.
Bring everything back.
The question is it worth to use the Seat of Power in this moment? How important, what is the closing of this game?
But
what
that's
is the
right?
win condition?
You bring everything back from the Ravenbloom Conservatory. You use...
Well, you can leave 1 recruit with that hidden card, I guess, to nicer information.
Exactly.
And still get the trigger from Ravenbloom.
Yeah, and get everything else back. Maybe you Arise here. If you have a readied unit that you can get an equipment on, like to Weapon Master something, take out the first mate, and then next turn, go from 6 to 8. Because the likelihood of Sean being able to hold both battlefields through Pedro's next turn is very slim.
Well, we also have to count how many cards Sean has. I think it's 4.
It's 4. One of them is a
cards.
Tasty Fey Folk.
And he's going to have access to how many runes? 7, 9. All right, so 9 runes is like Master Yi and 2 open. Or potentially...
Fey Folk accelerated and 1
Will you
open.
even need it? You will not need it if the units are coming to base, because you can just take over it, control.
Oh yeah, because you
then
can just play it
somewhere.
to the battlefield. You're exactly right. So it would be Fey Folk plus 2 open. You don't necessarily need to accelerate. Again, one of the decisions.
But it all depends on what Pedro does first. So Pedro needs to plan out this round, this turn, and we'll see what's gonna be the potential follow-up for it.
Yeah, we Azir games do tend to have some
There's a small army over here.
Wide board states at this point.
And a pass. So just change. Was it a pass? It was a pass. So we're not also conquering seat of power.
I can understand Pedro wanting to be cautious in this moment, but is it more pressure to say, I'm at 6? I am in a position to overwhelm you and
the
win
expert
the
on the
game.
deck.
Yeah, I very much realize that. So it is now up to Sean to say, okay, how can I, again, put as much presence on the board in order to try and get myself back in this game?
Remember, there were 2 death grips again.
Yeah.
Pedro.
That's a key point as well. So if maybe that's Pedro's strategy, is say, I can absorb your best shot. I can take whatever you're going to give this turn, and then I'm fully in control.
Yeah, you might actually see a turn without, a complete game with an Unrise if there will be just turns when he will just deploy another piece of equipment, go for death grips, easily break the battlefields. But at the same time, because he didn't go to 6, this game is extended.
Yes.
So there's probably just another 1-point conquer with like minimal impact on his runes for the next turn, setting up a Alpha Strike for the turn after that, when he's gonna be able. Oh, there's a discipline draw from the Raven Boom. That actually changes a lot.
You
because
see
now
one,
it's
you get 2, and it's another draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the runes are there to play it, so On Guard comes through. Looks like it resolves, although I'm sure Pedro will probably want to take a moment if that discipline is likely to be played or not.
We have guards, which can re-equip one of the equipments that is in the base. What is in the base? I think that's
it's
an
a
eye.
brutalizer.
So there's a brutalizer, which is +5. This is a huge swing. Typically, when you like calculate like how much might someone can get from a card, is not +5.
An extra +5 is a lot. Although Sean did have that information that there was a hidden card there, so it was a possibility. He knew the brutalizer was there. If you're accounting for that, then you're a very fastidious player at that point of making sure you are doing your due diligence on the board. What does Sean have in hand in order to pump this Ruin Runner potentially
well, the thing
above?
Is, what do? Do you punch first? You know there's a discipline in hand.
Yeah.
So you go to 12, your opponent goes to 13. Just by default, you will need to have another card after that.
Are we just assigning damage?
And there's a tank.
At this point? Yeah, just assigning damage. Oh, I was wondering if Remote if Action was actually at the showdown as well. And that Brutalizer is still active for this turn. So that Sand Soldier is 5 might. Currently. Correct. You can see our might track is at the bottom. Thank you to the team that are controlling that for our broadcast this weekend.
It's actually working very smooth, I have to admit.
It's been really nice with these confusing board states as well. Trinity Force played at this point.
But still, the discipline is there, right? The discipline is there.
Yeah. The discipline is there, so Trinity Force goes to the first mate, so trying to build one big hold potentially.
So that's 5 might, so goes up to 7 with the Master Yi's passive. We have Desert's Call setting up potentially a base reinforcements. Yeah, is there a
Thinking
counter?
About it.
For 2?
For 2, yeah, is discipline to
We're
draw,
digging for
draw
a
for
defy.
Doesn't find it. Desert's Call will resolve.
You can see how important it was the defy for Pedro here for his game plan.
Yeah.
He's like saying, look, if I can defy this is probably game instantly. Almost.
Yeah, whereas now, this is the thing, he holds to 6. This is where the question of was going to 6 on the last turn, like more pressure than Sean could cope with. It's still in control. Pedro's still in control of this game.
I really love. I have to go back to that discipline in response.
Yeah.
This desert code. This is really heads-up play because it also shows how he's managing his energy.
Yeah.
Because he has the Arise to Death Grips in hand. He knows that the Death Grips are gonna be the things that he's gonna be using the most.
Yes.
Right. So potentially Arise and 2 Death Grips. If he wants to finish that way, that is 10 energy. So he's not gonna have a use for the discipline.
Right. So use it now. Get a card. Just
or
say...
potentially get the Defy and do something else. It's really nice planning. I really love that.
Yeah, now we'll see Pedro continue to work the line out for what is the way out. So Death Grip will unlock the Brutalizer for this turn.
Transfer 3 might.
Transfer the might. Now you get to re-equip if you're able to either Weapon Master or just do it the old-fashioned way.
Remember that the Seed of Power is 7 might.
Yes. At least it will be on the showdown, on the defense trigger coming through. So that Brutalizer is now going to pump up that Sand Soldier, as there was a Brutalizer equipped by the rune floated.
Okay, we're going back to the Riftbound Conservatory, and now we're setting up an attack, which it should be for 8. 83 was a little bit
it was 83.
much more.
I was...
Miracle Draven is back?
At this point, I feel like full control of the game has gone over to Pedro. Another unit will join from the equipment being played. The Azir Emperor of the Sands legend ability used to create another Sand Soldier and another problem for Sean to deal with. We are at the winning point. Next turn for Pedro.
And it's 7-4. That is such a big gap to close. You're gonna have to set up now, for Sean, from Sean's perspective, you're gonna have to set up an efficient enough attack to break the hold from Pedro to deny him the win. But not only that, then you have to set up your own defenses in the same turn against the potential Arise double conquer.
And this
that
is
is
it.
a very hard task ahead of Sean. Let's see what are the options for him.
Yeah, what is Sean drawn into? Didn't quite get a glimpse, but that is a bit of a shake of the head. It doesn't look positive for Sean in the reaction. We know there's a tasty Fey Folk there. That's not going to be enough to dig Sean out of this permanently and take us to a game 3. It does feel like Pedro is on the verge of becoming RQ Lille champion. We don't have full information on Sean's hand.
If he's gonna pull this off, this is gonna be a comeback. Like, that would I definitely remember.
I think that is starting to enter the realms of cope as Sean...
Well, let's think about it.
It's not done. This is where, untimed, both players can go deep into the tank.
Yeah, if there's any potential card draw that Sean has in his hand, that can also alter the decision making. So a discipline pre-attack could also be a thing. 4 energy split, 8 energy split.
And you have to take out both battlefields. So even just this Sand Soldier at 3, Tasty Fey Folk comes in, accelerated.
That leaves only 2 energy for the defense.
Which is almost nothing.
That is looking rough. Right.
That's equip on a Trinity Force.
8 might, potentially going into the Seed of Power, I would say, although the Riftbound Conservatory is probably the better attack.
You have to clear both, so do you have... And I mean, there's 4 runes available for Pedro in this situation, so there are a number of abilities that can dig Pedro out of even just a combat where you're only exceeding by 1 might or 2. We know that there's disciplines, on guards, there's multiple things available. And here we go. This is the attack from Sean. He's going to send the Fey Folk with 1 Sand Soldier, leaving 2 units remaining. Ravenbloom is going to reveal a rise off the top, and that is another nail in the coffin. Sean knows that even if everything gets completed this turn, even if Sean can turn the corner, for now, Pedro has options the following turn, and that has to be it.
Pedro's thinking 5 to 10. would have to be quite a lot of cards now being used to actually defend this position, but I don't think it's even worth it. Does it matter? There's
It's
Death Grip.
a Death Grip.
Death Grip on the defending unit, and it reinforces the Seed of Power to reinforce the potential hold for the win. We're getting +2 for the other soldier, going up to 5.
Which means Akshan and the Sand Soldier can break through, so Sean has broken the Ravenbloom Conservatory. 2 runes available for each player, and now for Pedro and Sean, it comes down to, if Sean goes in with both units and does not have equal combat spells, it's a Death Grip.
+3 on the unit. That brings up...
Is it enough? Because Sean, it would be like a discipline, or yeah, punch first would do it. If there was a discipline, it would only even it, so it's not enough because Arise would likely be enough to conquer and break through the Tasty Feyfolk with the Azir on the next turn. We know there's, I think, a Stellarcorn or a Paro in hand. That's not enough. Sean is going to sweep his units from the board, and that means Pedro is about to hold.
Is there anything that you can do for 2 energy over here? Charm to
no,
boost? No, that's
Fist
it.
Bump comes out. Pedro undefeated at RQ Lille on Azir. Congratulations, Pedro, on an impressive win through the tournament on one of the decks that we were wondering
if it's
would it rise to the top. Would the Emperor of the Sands become the Emperor of Lille?
That is
for now
quite amazing one. Undefeated, completely devastating like this entire tournament, not losing a single match in this entire round.
Very impressive run through the tournament. A new champion of Europe has been crowned for Pedro. We will, of course, have a championship crowning ceremony coming up soon. We have to. We can't just end it there.
Winning the trophy. He's winning the Metal Foil Legend.
And the Playmat.
He's winning the Playmat. He's winning the Champion Blade of the Ruined King.
Oof. Can you imagine you turn up to your Nexus nights and you sit down and you're like, what do you mean my opponent has like all of the collectible items
and he has the trophy in his pocket over here.
Stands it. That's actually how he's counting his points
on the Playmat.
Yeah, exactly, up the side. I mean, if I could, I would, but never. That is not going to be the case, as Pedro, a force to be reckoned with this weekend. We will, of course, give Pedro his flowers as we go through the crowning ceremony. But, you know, Sean, I want to talk about a second-place finish on the Master Yi.
That would be respectable as well.
Will secure, of course, the best of Yi metal cards. So, very respectable, very, very well played to top. Not only top 8, but top 2. One of these RQ events means you are absolutely one of the top tier players here in Europe.
Correct. Like, when you think about it, you're the second place out of almost 2,000 players competing in Riftbound Regional Qualifier Lille. It's an amazing achievement for everyone who's competing here, but specifically also for people who went into the A2, finished top 64, finished top 8. All of those are thresholds that you go and cross and you add to your resume as a card game player, and it's an incredible achievement to be in the finals of such a huge tournament.
Absolutely, and an honor to be in a finals alongside you as well.
Hey, we made it!
We made it! I was
top 2.
Saying to people earlier, 100% conversion rate for this tournament, so I'll take that. As I told you before the weekend, you're going to make day 2. You got it. You made finals.
Hey,
congratulations. It has been a wonderful weekend. It has really, truly been our honor to bring you the Riftbound action here from RQ Lille. I mean, we've shaken up the meta with bans. I think it is fair to say that there is a variance to the meta now. Even though some of the faces are the same, the decks are quite different.
I would say that the top 8 was wide, surprising as well to some degree, and very enjoyable to watch. The gameplay is so different as well. Like, it changed, everything changed there's more, let's say, combat tricks being used in general.
And more combat in general.
Yes,
like we had a long phase where Draven was like, I don't really want to fight against it.
It's not even Draven, it's like a Reaver's row.
Yeah.
Like without the Reaver's row, there's no more interaction of like going back and re-attacking.
Fight or flight, similar rationale there, where you know, a lot of the early games of Spiritforged were saying, how do we avoid combat, avoid decks from actually getting themselves stuck in and scoring points? And now we have all of those tasty combat phases to work through. Lothar, any final words from you on Lille?
It was a pleasure to cast. It was a pleasure to watch as well when I was not casting, and the overall atmosphere of this event was phenomenal.
It has been our pleasure, my pleasure, and everybody's pleasure here at Lille. That's it from the caster desk. It is time to crown our champion.
It has been an incredible journey and a wonderful tournament, but in the end, only one player could get crowned. Please welcome your Riftbound regional champion here in Lille, Pedro! Congratulations, Pedro. What a wonderful game it was. It was absolutely insane, to be honest, and I see that on your face. Please tell us how you feel right now. How does it feel to be crowned as a champion?
I don't know. It's a feeling I have never had before. It's insane to go to undefeated. Nah, to be here, I don't know.
It actually feels insane. When I watch you, you're always smiling and it makes sense. You were undefeated all the way with only 2